Chapter 1305 A Stroke of Genius. Standing in the same spot without moving an inch, he exerted his sword technique using his spiritual energy and defeated Leng Yun, who was on the third-level martial emperor stage, in just one blow. Duan Ling Tian's strength had taken everyone by surprise again. His strength is most likely already on par with an ordinary fourth-level martial emperor's. Of course, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Leng Yun in such a short period. Blazing gazes that were filled with shock and astonishment descended on Duan Ling Tian. However, soon, these gazes transformed to become anticipatory. The third place of the Hidden Fog martial competition today belongs to Leng Yun. Right now, all that's left is the last battle between Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yu to decide who the champion is. The champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition was going to be revealed soon. Everyone was itching with anticipation. Amazing, amazing. Demon Emperor Man Wu mused with a sigh before looking at martial competition Qingzan. Qingzan, Wang Yu is the direct disciple that you're proudest of. Do you think he'll be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian? It's hard to say. Qingzan shook his head. You mean even you don't have faith in Wang Yu? Demon Emperor Man Wu was taken aback. I'd have faith in him if he were going against someone else, but this is Duan Ling Tian we're talking about. When Martial Emperor Qingzan reached the end of the sentence, he stopped. However, the gaze with which he looked at Duan Ling Tian seemed to have an additional hint of complication and dread. He could not see through this purple-clad young man at all. Everyone had their attention on the two young men who were staring at each other. With a calm expression, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Yu, the variant who possessed the soul attack innate ability. Somehow, a bow had appeared in his hand. It was entirely black like ink, while the bowstring was crimson in color. Gushes of crimson mist enveloped its surroundings as it emitted gales of bloody aura. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was holding the bow in his hand, Wang Yu thought to himself, I deduce that he's not that skilled in sword but in archery instead. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian had already raised his right hand with milky white origin energy pulsating from it. The energy transformed into a spray of 5 colors in just the blink of an eye as a series of intense aura emanated from it. In the next instant, the 5-colored energy solidified into an arrow that possessed a threatening sword aura, as though it was a sharp sword instead of a mere arrow. Looking at Wang Yu, Duan Ling Tian said in a collected tone, "Let's start." Right then, the energy on Wang Yu's body had already skyrocketed and his movement was just as fast as Duan Ling Tian's. He nodded and his eyes that were solemn now gleamed with a peculiar demonic luster. At the same time, the 5-colored arrow that solidified in Duan Ling Tian's right hand had also docked on the sturdy bow in his left hand before it slid perfectly onto the bowstring. Along with strange sounds that reverberated in the air, Duan Ling Tian stretched the bowstring into the shape of a full moon as his eyes glared straight at Wang Yu. Without warning, his eyes squinted. With a sharp light flashing across Wang Yu's eyes, a black lotus materialized out of nowhere. As though it transformed into a black lightning bolt, it charged towards Duan Ling Tian with breakneck fury. In just a heartbeat, the black lotus had already traversed more than half of the distance and was getting closer to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's narrowed eyes became even smaller as he released the arrow that his energy solidified. With a clang, as the bowstring trembled, the airwaves around it quivered like ripples in a calm lake that had a stone thrown in. The 5-colored arrow soared through the sky and exuded a powerful, tyrannical aura that swept out. Just as the arrow soared through the sky, only 3 people could see the arrow's trajectory clearly. The first thought that appeared in the minds of 2 out of the 3 of them was, is he crazy? These 2 were the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu. As for the 3rd person, it was none other than Martial Emperor Qingzan. The reason the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu lost their cool and questioned Duan Ling Tian's sanity was that the arrow that he released was not aiming towards Wang Yu. The target of the arrow that soared through the sky was the black lotus, which appeared as dark as ink. It was also the innate ability that Wang Yu cast. Although the remaining group of martial emperors and demon emperors could not see the arrow trajectory distinctly, they could catch a small trace of it. They were certain that the arrow that shot out was the black lotus that was soaring towards him in the sky. In that instant, the same thought rose up in many people's minds. Doesn't he know that origin energy and profundity can't touch innate abilities? Crushing the innate ability will require really powerful spiritual energy. Only then will it work. Duan Ling Tian really is crazy. Does he really think that he'll be able to destroy the innate ability like that? Inwardly, they were mainly mocking how naive Duan Ling Tian was. Some people even had a sneer creeping up the corner of their mouths. However, these sneers on the corner of their mouths froze right away when they clearly saw that along with the flashing of the five-colored arrow across the sky, the Black Lotus was actually struck and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? At once, the group of people exclaimed in surprise. How was this possible? Even Wang Yu, who cast the innate ability to solidify into the Black Lotus, was stunned for a moment. He did not know what had just happened. Originally, he had already thought of a plan to defeat Duan Ling Tian. After he had cast his innate ability, he would instantly execute his movement martial skill when Duan Ling Tian made his move and tried to dodge his opponent's attack as much as possible. When the innate ability achieved the desired result and he was still not yet beaten, he would maintain his undefeated position. However, right now, as a wind gushed towards him from the front, horror dawned on Wang Yu's face immediately. The energy that had just recoiled into his body soared up once again. The first thing that he wanted to do now was to escape. Right at this moment, a voice entered Wang Yu's ears. It's too late. Although this voice was calm and emotionless, it sounded like a demonic voice when it entered Wang Yu's ears, sending chills up his spine. In the next second, Wang Yu heard a loud blast followed by an intense pain that spread out from his chest all over his body. All he could feel was that he was flying in the air as though he was treading on clouds. A coppery taste rose from his throat and rushed up as time went by, causing him to throw out a few mouthfuls of blood. It turned out that when Wang Yu was still in a daze, Duan Ling Tian had cast out his movement martial skill, Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens, as he appeared before him. His palm exploded forward before sending him flying away easily. Only when Wang Yu had flown up to 100 meters away did he finally come to a halt. With his entire body in an awful condition, his face was drained of color. By the time he took out a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, the results were already out. Duan Ling Tian had won and obtained the honor of being the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Commotion broke out right away, particularly among the group of people from Lingzan Peak who was under Yongwei, Martial Emperor Lingzan. All of their faces were filled with grins of delight. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had represented Lingzan Peak to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, so they shared the honor together. After Duan Ling Tian had defeated Wang Yu deftly, everybody's attention was now trained on him, causing him to become the spotlight of the entire competition. The group of onlookers by the side discussed amongst one another. Their topics slowly branched out from the strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated just now. Duan Ling Tian is really a monster. That's right, he didn't take long to defeat both Leng Yun and Wang Yu. His strength is so powerful that it's far exceeded my imagination. And to think that Chen Zi actually planned to kill him. He really overestimated himself. Soon, a martial emperor was the first one to return to his senses as he said in a low voice, I wonder how he actually destroyed the innate ability that Wang Yu cast. Oh yeah, until now, I still don't get what happened with that arrow at all. That arrow that crushed Wang Yu's innate ability was a stroke of genius. By right, the soul attack innate ability cannot be touched by origin energy and profundity, let alone be destroyed by them, but the arrow he released just now wasn't just a simple arrow at all. More and more people were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's arrow. It was an extraordinary stroke of genius. Some of the people whose cultivation base was lower and originally could not see anything at all heard the conversation of many martial emperors. Then, they finally understood what Duan Ling Tian had done before he defeated Wang Yu. The archery skill that he cast earlier somehow seems a little bit familiar. Martial Emperor Yuhan frowned. Somehow, she kept feeling like the archery skill that Duan Ling Tian had displayed was reminiscent of something, yet she could not recall it at all. Of course, it was not that her memory had failed her. Instead, it was difficult for her to connect the arrow that had destroyed the heaven and earth wipeout that she cast the day before with the archery skill that he had demonstrated earlier. This was because the arrow the day before was even more horrifying. After all, Duan Ling Tian had used the arrow that was on the royal grade spirit weapon level then. On the contrary, today, he had reserved some of his strength and only solidified his own energy to become an arrow for his attack. Just when many people had their attention on Duan Ling Tian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island suddenly announced boisterously, shifting the attention away from Duan Ling Tian, those martial emperors and demon emperors whose disciples are in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, please come up and get your things. As for those who are in the top 30 in this competition, the rewards will be distributed at the same time 10 days later. Right away, the martial emperors and demon emperors whose disciples were in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition each took a spatial ring from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Our rewards will only be distributed 10 days later. One of the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition asked unhappily with a frown. Just as the rest of the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition were perplexed about this, Duan Ling Tian took the spatial ring that Yang Wei handed to him. After he carried out the blood ownership claim, he could see 10 little dazzling, white stones lying inside quietly. These are the saint stones. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I remember that there were also 2 little stones like this before in the spatial ring that belonged to Chen Ji, the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Who is it? Who killed my son? Without warning, an enraged bellow suddenly resonated from a distance like a deafening thunder, cutting off Duan Ling Tian's train of thought. Chapter 1306. Accompanying the thunderous bellow was an old man who was dressed in a silver robe. His eyes were majestic. Right at that moment, killing intent was clearly written all over his face. The moment the old man appeared, everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air immediately. When the group of core disciples and inner island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island saw the silver-robed man, they could not help but exclaim in low voices, "Second Island Master! The Second Island Master! The Second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island!" At once, the others from the Hidden Fog Island and everyone from the Cloud Continent instantly learned the identity of the newcomer. It was Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, who was also the father of Chen Ji, the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island who was killed not long ago. The moment they thought of Chen Ji, many gazes instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian quietly as he was the one who had killed him. "You killed my son." As the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei's observation skills were deadly accurate. In just the blink of an eye, following the gaze of the crowd, he noticed Duan Ling Tian. As he looked at the supposed murderer, his eyes were filled with an icy killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared normal with a completely calm expression as though he was not surprised at all. The group of people from Lingzhan Peak who was led by Yang Wei, however, turned pale one by one. Even Ka and Li Fei could not help but be drenched in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian's sake. They were both certain that Chen Bei was resolved to die in his attempt to kill his son's murderer. In the face of an infuriated Chen Bei, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly with a calm look, "He wanted to kill me, so don't tell me that I can't kill him. When my son wanted to kill you, the wisest choice was to stretch your neck out for his sword. Then, only you would have died. Unfortunately, you've made the most foolish decision ever. You killed my son and I'll annihilate your entire sect." Chen Bei snarled coldly, "After killing you, I'll kill your family and even all of your friends." The moment Chen Bei's words left his mouth, the entire scene broke into an uproar. Even the group of Hidden Fog Island people felt that Chen Bei was being ridiculous. Because Chen Bei's son wanted to kill that person could only stretch out his neck for his son to kill. What kind of logic was that? Duan Ling Tian's face finally revealed some changes as it darkened slowly. Right at that moment, he deeply understood that the phrase, "the strong ones rule," did not only apply to the Cloud Continent. Even after they had left the Cloud Continent and came to the overseas Saint Island, the phrase still applied there. Just as the murderous intent rose in Chen Bei's eyes and his silver robe fluttered in the wind while he advanced towards Duan Ling Tian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island took a stride forward and blocked Chen Bei's pathway. Second island master. Glaring coldly at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island in front, Chen Bei asked coldly, "Fang Wen, are you trying to stop me?" Fang Wen was the name of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Ignoring the chilling gleam in Chen Bei's eyes, Fang Wen continued nonchalantly, "Second island master, I understand why you want to kill him, but I've got to remind you something. He's the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition this time. You should know what this signifies." "So what? I only know that he killed my son, so he needs to pay me back with his life. Right now, I'm not killing him under the identity of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, I'm doing it as a father." The chill in Chen Bei's eyes gleamed even more intensely. "I won't let anything happen to him with me here." Fang Wen shook his head. "In that case, I'll kill you together with him. Don't think that I've no idea that when he killed my son, the reason you didn't stop him is that you still haven't let go of your past enmity." The silver robe on Chen Bei's body fluttered even more vigorously. The tension soared from his body and skyrocketed to the sky. What a joke. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, other than the battle of the top 10, life and death isn't a concern at all. Your son Chen Ji wasn't the only one killed before the battle among the top 10 took place. Chen Ji was much weaker, and now that he's dead, What does that have to do with me? Fang Wen smirked. Just as Fang Wen's words left his mouth, Chen Bei's anger lost control and burst out right away. The silver robe on his body flapped crazily as those silver flames lit up around his body. Tremendous energy proceeded to soar upwards as it emanated gusts of blood-curdling aura. The group of powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, other than Martial Emperor Qing Zan and Demon Emperor Man Wu, turned pale right away. They could clearly sense Chen Bei's power. He must be on at least the 8th level Martial Emperor stage, Demon Emperor Man Wu thought to himself. If the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island makes his move, Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. However, now that he's here, it's kinda different from what I expected. Yeah, with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stopping him, he won't kill Duan Ling Tian for the time being. In that case, let me do the honors then. A greedy flame burned intensely deep in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes. She still had not forgotten about her target at all, the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Right now, his spatial ring contains more treasures that the rebirthed Martial Emperor left behind during his second reincarnation. Just now, Martial Emperor Ling Zan also gave the spatial ring containing the Saint Stones to him. That spatial ring has also been stored in his own spatial ring. Perhaps, nobody else had noticed this, but Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian from the very beginning, knew this clearly. Originally, she had decided to wait until the crowd thinned down before she made her move to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch the spatial ring off his hand. However, now that the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island was there, she had no choice but to bring her plan forward. Right then, she was waiting for the two island masters to battle it out with each other. Once they did, all of the crowd's attention would definitely be on them. Then, she would kill Duan Ling Tian and take his spatial ring away. The moment Martial Emperor Yuhan thought of this, she could not suppress her excitement. Chen Bei, do you really dare to attack? Don't forget the purpose of this Hidden Fog martial competition today. If you destroy the plan, the Great Island Master will never let you go. When Fang Wen saw how Chen Bei was starting to store his energy and was about to launch his attack, his face turned bitter right away. The moment Fang Wen's words left his mouth, streaks of figures swept out and landed in front of Fang Wen, blocking Chen Wei's path altogether. This scene took everyone by surprise. The group of people blocking Chen Bei's pathway together with Fang Wen was none other than the group of elders from the Hidden Fog Island. Please think twice, Second Island Master, they cautioned Chen Bei in unison. Their voices gathered together like thunder. Just as many people were taken by bewilderment and confusion, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed without warning before he muttered to himself, as I expected, the Hidden Fog martial competition isn't as simple as it looks. Actually, long before he heard about the competition, he had already suspected this. Casting aside the rewards given to the participants who ranked highly, even the rewards that the Hidden Fog martial competition gave to referrals was also more than enough to raise Duan Ling Tian's suspicion. A Saint Stone could help a martial emperor raise his cultivation base, so one could easily imagine its level of preciousness. Yet, the Hidden Fog Island actually gives out the Saint Stones to lure the crowd of martial emperors and demon emperors of the Cloud Continent to bring people to join this Hidden Fog martial competition on the island. Who'd believe that the Hidden Fog Island has no motive after it has taken great pains to do all this? Duan Ling Tian could still remember the time when he was still at the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent. He had once worked hard for a few years to join the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the end, he finally obtained the honor of being the champion. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort of the Northern Desert, and it used a huge number of concept fragments to lure the young powerhouses from the 10 dynasties to join it. The Skywolf Fort was willing to take the concept fragments to hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties because of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Had it not been for the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, which hid the profundity fragments, the Skywolf Fort would not have held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at all. Duan Ling Tian, who had been through this, would know that there was no free lunch in this world. The Hidden Fog Island was like the Skywolf Fort last time, and the Hidden Fog martial competition today was like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Just like the Skywolf Fort, the Hidden Fog Island must have some intention behind hosting the competition, thus he had not hesitated when he killed Chen Ji. Even when Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, came to seek revenge from him, he was not surprised at all. He had already been anticipating such a challenge to take place. However, he was not worried at all, for he knew that as long as he proved his own value in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he would no doubt be greatly regarded important by the Hidden Fog Island. By that time, his value and worth would be great to them. The Hidden Fog Island would never sacrifice him before they accomplished the purpose of holding the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Therefore, becoming the champion of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition with his own strength was the best way of proving his worth. As a result, he was not worried that Chen Bei would kill him. Of course, even if the Hidden Fog Island protected him due to some reason, he was prepared to leave quietly and break free from its restraint once the competition ended. Somehow, he had no idea why, but he felt that the objective of the Hidden Fog Island was not as simple as Skywolf Fort's purpose the last time. He had a bad feeling that if he continued to stay on the Hidden Fog Island and just let them do whatever they liked with him, something terrible would definitely happen. Even if I leave the Hidden Fog Island and lose their protection, Chen Bei won't necessarily be able to find me, Duan. Ling Tian thought to himself. This was his plan from the very start, so he had no doubts at all when he killed Chen Ji. He did not even have much emotional fluctuation. He had already long prepared his escape route. In the face of Fang Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who tried to stop him, Chen Bei narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Do all of you think that you can block me?" Just as Chen Bei was about to make his move on Fang Wen and the rest of the people, a cold snort resonated all over the place and entered everybody's ears, eliciting a sudden inexplicable shock in their hearts. That is, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head slightly. When he saw who it was, his eyes narrowed as surprise crept upon his face. Chapter 1307 Innate Illusory. A gigantic human silhouette that stood right there like a small hill appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. The human silhouette was an old man dressed in a golden robe. He had a golden mole between his eyebrows that looked like a tiny sun radiating brilliantly. "They can't block you, but how about me?" As a glimpse flashed across the phantom eyes of the silhouette of the golden-robed old man, his sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through the air landed on Chen Bei at once. The moment his gaze landed on him, it was like a massive stone that crushed down onto Chen Bei till he turned pale right away. Great Island Master. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei took a deep bow towards the silhouette in the sky. A sense of dread appeared in his eyes as he replied anxiously, I don't dare to." At the same time, Fang Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and the group of Hidden Fog Island elders and disciples each bowed towards the silhouette in the sky one by one. Great Island Master. Hovering in the sky, he appeared extremely majestic. He's the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. He doesn't seem to be a real person. I wonder what technique he's using. I've long heard that the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island's strength is extremely deep and profound to the point that it isn't something that can be easily comprehended by an ordinary person. After witnessing it for myself today, he really does live up to his name. How terrifying. The real person isn't even here and just a silhouette is already enough to pressure the others so forcefully. Everyone, including the martial emperors and demon emperors of the Cloud Continent, could now deeply sense the jaw-dropping power of the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. Looking at the human silhouette on the sky, Duan Ling Tian could not help but mutter to himself, he's the Great Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. What kind of technique is this? Other than shock, he felt nothing. This old man is a powerhouse at the peak of the innate stage. Just another step further and he'll be able to enter the mortal shedding stage. Right at that moment, a voice resonated inside Duan Ling Tian's body. It was Wang Ba speaking. The peak of the innate stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed at once. That's right, in the words of your mortal continent, it's the peak of the martial emperor stage. In the Dao martial saint land, he's already considered to be at the peak of the innate stage. Just one more step and he'll go to the mortal shedding stage, Wang Ba continued. The technique he's using now is the innate illusory. All martial cultivators who have attained the peak of the innate stage can master it. Innate illusory. Duan Ling Tian nodded excitedly. What function does this innate illusory have? In the Dao martial saint land, other than using it to confuse others, there's nothing much the innate illusory can actually do. However, in a place that's controlled by the mortals, it could be used to bluff people, just like now, Wang Ba added. Ah, so that's how it works. Duan Ling Tian finally understood what Wang Ba was telling him. The innate illusory was very common in the Dao martial saint land, but it was extremely rare in a place that was ruled by mortals such as the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked at the golden-robed old man's silhouette in the sky once again, his heart still surged with amazement. The peak of the martial emperor stage. This old man in golden robes, the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was actually at the peak of the martial emperor stage. He's most likely the one controlling the Hidden Fog martial competition. He's already at the peak of the martial emperor stage, so what does he actually want us to do for him? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed about his true intention. Just like that time when the martial emperor's secret treasure was uncovered in the northern desert, forces such as the Skywolf Fort, the Blade sect and the Five Elemental sect had also mass-recruited young powerhouses just for the sake of the profundity fragments in the secret treasure. All of this was because all of the sect's own powerhouses were not able to access the martial emperor's secret treasure. The martial emperor's secret treasure only allowed those below 40 years old to access it. This time, the Hidden Fog martial competition also has the same age requirement for participants to be below 70 years old. Don't tell me that there's a trove like the martial emperor's secret treasure that's about to be opened too. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he shook his head again. By right, there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Then, what exactly does a person as powerful as the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island want us to do? Duan Ling Tian could not think of an answer at all. Daren't you? Is there anything you don't dare to do, Chen Bei? Right at this moment, the silhouette of the golden-robed man in the sky opened his mouth once again as he mocked Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei replied, "Great island master, I just want to kill the enemy who murdered my son personally." Chen Bei, although you aren't the one in charge of the Hidden Fog martial competition, I believe that you were present when I made the rules of the competition. Do you need me to repeat them for you again? The old man asked, and his tone was cold as ice, especially with the last sentence. Great island master, I'm sorry. Chen Bei was seized with panic. At the same time, he lowered his head quietly like a kid guiltily admitting his fault in front of an adult. You should know your priorities. Remember, other than being Chen Ji's father, you're also the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. With that, he disappeared right away. The human silhouette on top of the sky had vanished without a trace. Then, most of the people finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the appearance of the old man in the golden robes was merely a silhouette, his aura still crushed them until they barely could breathe. Second island master, do you still want to continue? Looking at Chen Bei, Fang Wen asked nonchalantly. HMPH. Chen Bei snorted before glaring at Duan Ling Tian for a moment. After that, he suddenly pivoted on his heel and disappeared before everyone's eyes. It looks like Chen Bei hasn't given up on his plans yet. I really can't stay on the Hidden Fog Island anymore. Now that the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island has appeared himself, I don't think he'll dare to kill me for the time being. However, once I'm no longer worthy of being used, even the third island master and the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island won't be able to protect me anymore. By that time, Chen Bei will definitely make his move and kill me directly. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. He decided to find an opportunity to leave within these few days. The great island master of the Hidden Fog Island is actually this horrifying. Now that Duan Ling Tian has obtained the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he's actually under his protection now. It looks like I can only wait for a better opportunity to arise to make my move on him. Martial Emperor Yuhan's face darkened a little as dread could be seen in her eyes. She feared the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island. At first, she thought that by killing Chen Ji, Duan Ling Tian would start on the wrong foot with the Hidden Fog Island and would not fall under the Hidden Fog Island powerhouse's protection. It was only until just now that she realized how wrong she was. It seems like the intention that the Hidden Fog Island has to organize the Hidden Fog martial competition isn't that simple after all. Right at this time, Martial Emperor Yuhan also came to a conclusion. No matter what, the Hidden Fog martial competition was officially over now, so everybody began to disperse. 10 days later, they would release the rewards to the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Other than Duan Ling Tian, the rest of the 29 people were looking forward to it. Brother Yang, here are 3 pieces of saint stones for you. On the way back, Duan Ling Tian handed Yang Wei a spatial ring that contained 3 pieces of saint stones with a lift of his hand. Other than the 10 saint stones that he had obtained from the rewards of the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had also obtained another 2 saint stones from Chen Ji's spatial ring, totaling up to a dozen pieces. Therefore, he decided to give 3 pieces to Yang Wei. No matter what, it was all thanks to Yang Wei that he could journey to the Hidden Fog Island and join the Hidden Fog martial competition. Yang Wei naturally wanted the 3 pieces of saint stones, but he still refused out of good manners. However, after Duan Ling Tian constantly insisted on it, he finally accepted them and thanked Duan Ling Tian sincerely. "Thank you, brother Ling Tian." Imperceptibly, Yang Wei had turned much humbler in front of Duan Ling Tian, all because of the strength that he had demonstrated earlier on. If he had only been speculating by himself at first, right then, Yang Wei was certain that Duan Ling Tian's strength was definitely in no way inferior to his. If they battled it out to the death together, he might not even be his match. After going back to the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Ling Tian did not instantly bring Ka and Li Fei away with him. Now that the Hidden Fog martial competition had just ended, leaving immediately would no doubt be an unwise choice. "Ka, little fair, I'll bring you two away from the Hidden Fog Island in 5 days and return to the Cloud Continent." After informing the two girls, he entered the room and continued to cultivate. The divine dragon form was the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It was also the last form of the technique. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, the divine dragon form could be cultivated until the peak of the martial emperor stage. The divine dragon form is a mental cultivation technique that I've been cultivating since the martial monarch stage. Even if I could cultivate it all the way to the peak of the martial emperor stage, what happens after the summit of the martial emperor stage then? The peak of the martial emperor stage is only the peak of the innate stage in Dao martial saint land. There are still the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage after the innate stage. Not only that, but there's also the saint stage following the saint rudiment stage. Previously, Duan Ling Tian still thought that the martial emperor stage was the highest peak attainable. However, his eyes were now open to the facts. His field of vision was much broader than before now. This saint stone. Raising his hand, Duan Ling Tian took a piece of saint stone out. He had long learned about the function of the saint stone from Yang Wei. It could rapidly raise one's cultivation base. With his hand holding onto the saint stone for cultivation, he activated the mental cultivation technique, the divine dragon form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. He could clearly sense a gust of powerful energy surging out of the saint stone into his body. After what felt like a while, the single step away from the bottleneck of breaking through the second-level martial emperor stage was obliterated with a crash. In just the blink of an eye, the origin energy in his body had undergone a transformation. His cultivation base had successfully climbed up to the second-level martial emperor stage. Did I just make a breakthrough? Opening his eyes, Duan Ling Tian's expression was a little dazed. The breakthrough this time gave him a sense of surrealism. I feel like the progress that my cultivation base has made with the help of this saint stone is even more exaggerated than the rebirth pill. However, it depletes very fast as well. Only a short time has passed, yet half of it has already been used up. Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that when his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the second-level martial emperor stage, the saint stone in his hand had also dimmed. In fact, its energy levels had depleted substantially. I wonder how long did I spend cultivating? It kind of feels like it's been a day or two. After he left the house, he finally learned from the two girls that he had been cultivating for 3 days. It's no wonder cultivating is said to be timeless. So, it's true indeed, Duan Ling Tian mused. After bidding his goodbye to the two girls, Duan Ling Tian left. Zhou Yi, Chapter 1308A Panicked Zhou Yi. The group of Lei Yun Peak people stayed in the forest on the east side of the southernmost tip of the Hidden Fog Island. They were staying in a spacious mansion erected in the middle of the forest. Their accommodation had been arranged by the Hidden Fog Island. Not far away from the west of the mansion, a figure hovered in the air and looked at the mansion far away with the forests in between. Zhou Yi. This person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just made his way over. He only had one purpose going there, that was, to kill Zhou Yi and take the devil-seal tablet back from him. The devil-seal tablet was originally his anyway. Had it not been for the fact that he had lost his consciousness and left the devil-seal tablet in the Lost Stone Forest, the tablet would have still been in his hands right then. At this moment, all he wanted was to retrieve what was his. He was not fond of Zhou Yi at all. If Zhou Yi had not taken Tian Wu away, he would not have pursued him all the way to the Lost Stone for as well. Had that not happened, he would not have used his devil-seal tablet by force and activated the side effect of the tablet for the 3rd time, which almost cost him his life as well. The moment he thought of this, a lingering fear bubbled in his heart. However, after waiting for a long time, Duan Ling Tian realized that Zhou Yi still had no intention of coming out. Martial Emperor Lei Ming has a strength that is in no way inferior to Martial Emperor Yuhan's. Even though I've made a breakthrough to the second-level martial emperor stage now, I still don't have any confidence to go against him. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about that. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to wait there. If he had the confidence to win against Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he would have long crashed into the mansion through the front door and dragged Zhou Yi out before killing him. Then, he would snatch back the devil-seal tablet that was originally his. After a while, he noticed that somebody had just come out of the mansion. After seeing who it was clearly, his eyes that had lit up turned dim again. This was because this person was not Zhou Yi. Instead, he was one of the 9 Martial Emperor's disciples that Martial Emperor Lei Ming had brought with him. The moment he saw that this person was going to leave, a light bulb went off in Duan Ling Tian's mind right away. Waiting right here for Zhou Yi isn't that great an idea. I guess it's better for me to just use this person. Seeing the disciple about to leave, he went up to him quietly without any delay and blocked his way. Duan Ling Tian, what do you want to do? The moment he saw Duan Ling Tian, the Lei Yun Peak disciple put his guard up instantly. Dread rose from the bottom of his heart upon facing this purple-clad young man who had obtained the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition 3 days ago. As a flash of brilliance gleamed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he told the Lei Yun Peak's disciple, I just want to make a deal with you. What deal? Help me lure Zhou Yi out, and once that's done, I'll give you 2,000 pieces of supreme grade origin stones. Deal. Duan Ling Tian offered 0.2000 pieces of supreme grade origin stones. Upon hearing this, the Lei Yun Peak disciple's breathing turned rapid immediately. He was only a normal Martial Emperor's disciple under the command of Martial Emperor Lei Ming and was not a direct disciple. To him, 2,000 supreme grade origin stones was a great fortune. Soon, the disciple's breathing turned calm again before he answered, Zhou Yi is Martial Emperor Lei Ming's direct disciple. If I bring any harm to him, Lord Martial Emperor will not let me go. 3,000 pieces of supreme grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian cut him off halfway. As long as you lure him out without alerting anyone else, I'll kill him and avoid any future trouble. By that time, he would already be dead and can no longer report you, so who'd know that you're the one who lured him out for me to kill? Duan Ling Tian continued. Deal. The moment the Lei Yun Peak disciple heard his promise to give him 3,000 pieces of supreme grade origin stones, he no longer could suppress the avarice in his heart and made his decision right away. Actually, Zhou Yi was someone that he was jealous of. Now, since the opportunity to hurt him had arrived, he only stood to gain and would lose nothing. These are 1,000 pieces of supreme grade origin stones. You could say that this is a down payment. I'll give you the other 2,000 supreme grade origin stones after the deal is done. A bit of a reminder though. Don't think of deceiving me. Otherwise, I'll still be able to kill you even if you're under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's protection. As Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he threatened, 3 days ago, I'm sure you've also seen just how much I mean to the Hidden Fog Island. In order to protect me, the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island who's at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage has even made his appearance personally. The peak of the Martial Emperor stage? The Lei Yun Peak disciple's eyes widened as he was struck with panic. 3 days ago, although he could see that the great island master of the Hidden Fog Island had powerful strength, he did not expect him to be at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. If that kind of powerhouse were to kill the Martial Emperor Lei Ming of Lei Yun Peak, he could easily do it in just the blink of an eye. Go, Duan Ling Tian instructed. After the disciple took the 1,000 supreme grade origin stones in his spatial ring and stored them away, he turned around and went back to the mansion that the people of Lei Yun Peak had inhabited ever since they arrived. As for Duan Ling Tian, he followed the disciple from a distance and concealed himself at one side of the mansion. After concealing himself behind the forest, Duan Ling Tian watched the mansion from afar and muttered to himself, I hope that he can really lure Zhou Yi out. Not long after that, Duan Ling Tian saw that the Lei Yun Peak disciple had come out. There was also someone else following him. Just by looking at the silhouette, he could tell that this person was Zhou Yi. After the two of them appeared, they left the mansion and headed north. After making sure that nobody else was following them from behind, Duan Ling Tian began to make his move and trailed them from afar. Not long after that, he blocked their pathway in a forest far from the mansion. Zhou Yi, after Duan Ling Tian made his appearance, he looked at Zhou Yi calmly with a cold gaze that was completely emotionless. Duan Ling Tian, horror dawned on Zhou Yi, who never expected himself to be unlucky enough to meet the maleficent Duan Ling Tian. Right at that moment, he noticed a light ray shoot out towards him the moment Duan Ling Tian. At once, origin energy and profundities soared from his body, trying to resist it. However, he was struck dumb in the next instance. He noticed that after the Lei Yun Peak disciple reached out a hand to catch the light rays that he had thrown out, he flew far away and disappeared from his eyes in just the blink of an eye. When that light ray got near to him, he finally realized that it was a spatial ring. At that moment, he finally knew that he was being set up. Shit, I actually let my guard down around him. He could already guess what was happening. That Lei Yun disciple must have had received a bribe from Duan Ling Tian and helped the latter lure him out. The moment he recalled the powerful strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated before his eyes 3 days ago, all Zhou Yi could feel was a gust of cold that rushed up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Duan Ling Tian, the incident that happened the last time was all my fault. However, that was because Martial Emperor Shiqi told me to do so. He was the one who asked me to take Miss Tian Wu back to the Lost Stone Forest. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian and pushed all the blame on Martial Emperor Shiqi. 3 days ago, before the Hidden Fog martial competition began, I already met with Martial Emperor Shiqi. His strength was much inferior to mine, and when his life was just hanging by a thread, he told me everything in order to beg for his life. Duan Ling Tian cast an indifferent glance at Zhou Yi, including why you betrayed the Lost Stone Forest. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, horror dawned on Zhou Yi right away. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi turned to escape. Since Duan Ling Tian had already found out about everything, then the reason he was there was not only to take revenge for Feng Tianwu whom he had kidnapped but for that mysterious stone tablet as well. If he remained behind, not only would his mysterious stone tablet be snatched away, but even he would be killed as well. In just the twinkling of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared once again in the middle of Zhou Yi's pathway and blocked him. Duan Ling Tian, I can give you what you want. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi once again. At this moment, he also realized that he would not be able to escape from Duan Ling Tian's sight, so right then, he schemed an idea of taking the devil-seal tablet out to beg for forgiveness from Duan Ling Tian this time. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not have the intention to finish listening to his words as he cut him off right away. Stop the useless rants. Today, you will die. The moment his words left his mouth, he charged out, and as though he transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that had its bloody mouth opened wide, he tore towards Zhou Yi, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. No, Zhou Yi cried out shrilly in despair. Right at that moment, Zhou Yi cried out and all he could hear was a loud sound by his ear. In the next instance, a gush of vast rolling impact waves crashed onto him and sent him flying away with a blast. Due to the reason that Zhou Yi thought that he would definitely die and that it would be useless even if he tried to defend himself, he did not deliberately block Duan Ling Tian's attack. This left him vulnerable and he was sent flying very far away. I'm alive, I'm still alive, not giving a damn about the intense pain that resonated throughout his entire body caused by the blast of the impact wave. Zhou Yi spat blood out while looking frenziedly happy. After being washed by a surge of joy, he began to slowly calm down again. By right, Duan Ling Tian only needs one blow to blast me into a pile of mess in just one blow with his strength. But, when Zhou Yi finally came to a halt and looked at the distance, he noticed that there was an additional figure blocking Duan Ling Tian's path. Even though it was quite a distance away and the silhouette was slightly blurry, he could still recognize in just a glance that this silhouette belonged to Martial Emperor Lei Ming. I hope he'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, if this Duan Ling Tian still survives, he'll only pose as a disaster to me. Zhou Yi thought to himself. However, right then, Zhou Yi did not go over. Instead, he only looked from a distance. Don't tell me that this Duan Ling Tian has actually concealed his real strength. The moment he recalled how Duan Ling Tian revealed his strength bit by bit 3 days ago and took him by surprise one after another, a sense of ominous premonition rose up in his heart. No, I can't continue to remain here. Who knows whether Duan Ling Tian has really concealed his strength or not? If he really did indeed conceal his strength and that his real strength is actually powerful enough to defeat Martial Emperor Lei Ming, won't I be dead then? Flee, I must flee. I must flee from here just in case. The moment his train of thought reached here, Zhou Yi immediately turned around and escaped without any hesitation more. However, he had forgotten something. If Duan Ling Tian really did possess a strength that could defeat Martial Emperor Lei Ming, why would he deliberately find someone else to lure him out then? Chapter 1309 Having his ass on the line. Duan Ling Tian, What enmity does Zhou Yi have with you? Why do you want to kill him? Martial Emperor Lei Ming asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian did not reply Martial Emperor Lei Ming, for he had already seen Zhou Yi's silhouette leaving. Struck with panic, he anxiously inched forward to give chase to Zhou Yi. No matter what, he could never let Zhou Yi go. It was still okay if Zhou Yi escaped back to the mansion that the people of Lei Yun Peak stayed in, but if he left the hidden fog island, how was he able to find Zhou Yi in this huge world and snatch the devil-sealed tablet back? Unfortunately, the moment he twitched, Martial Emperor Lei Ming quickly blocked him. Scram! He was burning with anxiety now, only wanting to catch up with Zhou Yi and kill him before seizing the devil-sealed tablet. Forgetting that the person blocking him in front was Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he randomly drove a punch outward. The punch thrust out as if the hills were rending asunder and the earth was falling in. Duan Ling Tian's energy seemed to have transformed into a five-colored divine dragon that sped out swiftly as it crashed into Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Unfortunately for him, despite the loud bam, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was still able to block his attack easily. Not only that, after Martial Emperor Lei Ming's energy crashed against Duan Ling Tian's, a huge part of his power remained behind and slammed down on the ladder. Duan Ling Tian was sent flying away without any difficulty. His vital energy and blood roared, and the intense pain all over his body caused him to snap back into reality immediately. Hastily, he took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. In just the twinkling of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's injury had recovered by more than half. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, after coming to a halt, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with an extreme iciness. He would not allow anybody to stop him from killing Zhou Yi. A bow and arrow appeared in his hands out of thin air. It was his royal-grade spirit archery set. The moment the archery set appeared in his hand, he pulled into a full moon shape. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian's arrow that was as black as ink shot out like a midnight electric eel that soared through the sky. The speed was so fast that Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had been calm, suddenly turned horrified right away. In a flurry, he took his own quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon out and cast his most powerful technique. Luckily, he managed to block the arrow. However, the remnants of energy passed on by the royal-grade spirit weapon still caused his body to quiver violently. Didn't he actually use his full strength 3 days ago? When Martial Emperor Lei Ming glanced at Duan Ling Tian once again, his face was solemn and his eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. Right at that moment, Duan Ling Tian launched another arrow again. This arrow was the same as the one just now. The moment he retrieved the first arrow, he shot it out again instantly. Evidently, he did not have the intention to stop at all. Another 2 arrows fired out and headed straight towards Martial Emperor Lei Ming as though he would never stop until he managed to kill him. No way, even if he casts the strongest heaven-rank advanced martial skill, with just that strength of his, there's no way that his force is this powerful. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who once again blocked Duan Ling Tian's arrows, suddenly exclaimed in his mind. Soon, he finally realized what was happening. Saint-grade martial tactic. That's right, it's the Saint-grade martial tactic. He finally understood what was going on and horror dawned on him. Right at that second, Duan Ling Tian, who had shot out 3 arrows towards Martial Emperor Lei Ming's vital parts, had left and was now heading towards the direction that Zhou Yi had escaped in. After Martial Emperor Lei Ming dodged the 3 arrows, he drew the arrows into his grasp. Zhou Yi. As he was speeding, Zhou Yi once again appeared within Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. An ear-piercing whistle reverberated by Duan Ling Tian's ear. It was obvious that this sound came from behind him, and he knew that Martial Emperor Lei Ming had caught up with him. I don't care anymore. Even I have to sacrifice 1 arrow, I must kill Zhou Yi no matter what. Duan Ling Tian felt that his time was very limited and his eyes were filled with murderous intensity. With a raise of his hand, an arrow slid onto the bowstring of the sturdy bow in his hand and he started to aim at Zhou Yi's silhouette. Stop! A thunderous voice resonated from behind Duan Ling Tian, and it was getting nearer every second. It's too late. Duan Ling Tian smirked as the arrow in his hand soared across the sky and disappeared in just the blink of an eye. Almost right at the second he released his grip, he could see Zhou Yi, who was doing all he could to flee, suddenly tremble before falling downward. He's finally dead. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was full of confidence in his own archery skills. His arrow had directly penetrated Zhou Yi's heart. However, the royal-grade spirit arrow had also vanished instantly as Zhou Yi was very far away from him. Due to this, he was unable to retrieve the arrow that was used to kill Zhou Yi through the inscription formation inscribed and set up on the archery set. Even though it was quite a significant loss, he did not feel the slightest regret at all. In his opinion, not only did the arrow manage to kill Zhou Yi, but it had also left the devil-seal tablet behind for him. Although the arrow was gone, he could still search for more ink steel to refine it, but if the devil-seal tablet was lost, it was not something that he could refine as easily as he pleased. Just then, a series of rolling airwaves surged out from behind Duan Ling Tian, taking him by surprise and forcing him to hastily pull out an arrow again before shooting it out from the bow. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian flew out and landed on the arrow. Relying on the speed of the arrow, he managed to escape by just mere inches from the thunderous impact cast by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had chased him. Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe that you actually know the Saint-grade martial tactic. In this case, don't blame me for not having any mercy on you, alright? As Martial Emperor Lei Ming snarled loudly, a thunderstorm-like attack swept out in full fury as he charged towards Duan Ling Tian with a flick of the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his hand. Right then, Martial Emperor Lei Ming also only had the intention to kill him with his assault. The reason he intended to kill him was not to avenge Zhou Yi, but instead, it was because of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Duan Ling Tian cast. When anyone reached the same level as Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he would become a little sensitive over some issues, just like the Saint-grade martial tactic. After he was certain that the technique that Duan Ling Tian used was the Saint-grade martial tactic, the first thing that rose in his mind was not to force Duan Ling Tian to hand the Saint-grade martial tactic over, because he knew that the tactic could only be learned through the Saint token. Apart from that, those who managed to get their hands on the Saint token must definitely have a powerhouse rooting behind them. This powerhouse would most likely already be at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. Even if he was not, he was just a step away from the peak of the Martial Emperor stage and was not somebody that he could easily pick a fight with. Therefore, after making sure that the technique that Duan Ling Tian cast was the Saint-grade martial tactic, all he could think of was to kill him so that he would not live to tell the story. Who knew whether Duan Ling Tian would ask the powerhouse backing him to take revenge on him or not? Since it concerned his own life, he could not risk it at all. After killing Duan Ling Tian, he could also check whether he was holding the Saint token or not. If it was, then it would be a great yield for him, but even if there was nothing, he could still avoid the crisis of losing his life. Die. There was only one thought left in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's mind: to kill Duan Ling Tian so that he could not live to tell the story. Now that he already had the intention to kill him, his attack now was completely ruthless, forcing Duan Ling Tian to retreat one step after another. He was in a critical situation now and might lose his life anytime. Although the colossal arrowlight arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic, not mentioning the fact that it was also a Saint-grade martial tactic that was at the human rank mediocre grade, Duan Ling Tian still had yet to scratch the surface of its full potential yet. In the face of Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was at the 5th level Martial Emperor stage, he started to feel an inexplicable pressure as time went by. Don't tell me that I, Duan Ling Tian, am gonna die here today. Sent flying with a blast once again by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Duan Ling Tian, whose vital energy and blood had turned into havoc, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had a regrettable look on his face as he reached a hand up to wipe the blood stains off his mouth. Bastard, do you really not have any idea to help me? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba, who was hidden inside his body. Boy, I really don't. My soul isn't something that your body can withstand. If I take over your body, it'll instantly explode to become dust. By that time, both you and I will definitely die. Wang Ba's voice reverberated with hints of helplessness. Not only that, but my soul also has no carrier, so there's no way to cast any soul attack at all. Can't your soul attack his directly? Boy, my soul can attack his soul anytime, and not only that, I can even crush his soul into pieces. The moment Wang Ba said that, he was immediately interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. So, why are you still not doing anything? Boy, although I can crush his soul using mine, by that time, I'd be forced to take over his body, and since his body isn't able to bear my soul as well, it'll explode into dust too. If his body explodes into dust, my soul will be annihilated too. I won't do anything that would risk me dying, Wang Ba continued. He was very clear about this. If he wanted to save Duan Ling Tian, he would be forced to die together with Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Of course, he was not willing to do so. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian dismissed the idea of getting Wang Ba to help at once. He was not surprised by Wang Ba's decision. After all, it was not like he and Wang Ba had a tight-knit relationship. It made sense for Wang Ba to refuse to sacrifice for him. If he were to be in the same situation as Wang Ba now, he would most likely make the same decision as well. Then, if I'm killed, will you die? Duan Ling Tian asked. No, Wang Ba answered, if he kills you and not my soul doing the deed, your lease of life will be gone and my soul won't be forced to take over your body. By that time, I can choose to enter his body and seek refuge in him. Right then, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Even if he died, Wang Ba would still survive. What a pity, boy. If you could cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow to the next level, it wouldn't be difficult for you to come to a draw with him, Wang Ba sighed. Boy, don't blame me. In the end, Wang Ba added again, if one could live, nobody would choose to die. Even if I am only considered as a remnant of a soul now. It was obvious that he did not think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. Although Duan Ling Tian did not find anything wrong with Wang Ba's decision, there was still a sense of bitterness in his heart. Sent flying in the air over and over again, he no longer had the energy to fight back and was filled with resentment. Don't tell me that I, Duan Ling Tian, will really die here today. Chapter 13:10 Martial Emperor Lei Ming's Death. Seeing Martial Emperor Lei Ming cast his attack once again and how he could not retrieve his arrow in time to make a shot, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with despair. Now that he was in a battle between life and death, a series of familiar figures started to materialize in his mind. Even he was caught off guard by the first person who materialized. It was his mother of this reincarnation, Li Ru. The next person who appeared were Ka, Li Fei, and Tian Wu. Then, it was the two little pythons and the golden mouse as well as his cheapskate father along with his old friends. Their lovely voices and joyful expressions were vivid in his mind. However, right then, he felt that they were so far away and he feared that he would never be able to see them again. Goodbye. As Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. Martial Emperor Lei Ming's silhouette was just an inch away. Duan Ling Tian could even feel the aura of death getting closer to him. Duan Ling Tian, whose hopes were thwarted and was ready to die, suddenly noticed that Martial Emperor Lei Ming's attack did not land on him at all, just as he was taken by surprise. Scram! A familiar soft voice resonated, appearing abruptly. In the next instance, all that Duan Ling Tian could feel was a powerful gush of force that was accompanied by a series of icy aura that swept out. Although it was not directed towards him, he was still sent flying away. Fountains of vast rolling impact waves made his internal organs quiver uncontrollably. As giddiness took over him, he flew in the air as though he was treading on clouds. It was only after a long time later that he finally came to a halt. When he was in the air, a thought flashed across Duan Ling Tian's mind as though he suddenly seemed to experience enlightenment. The reason the arrow could soar through the sky and pierce through all the clouds without any resistance is that the records regarding the colossal arrowlight arrow flashed across Duan Ling Tian's mind one by one. At that instant, many things that took him by confusion before suddenly became crystal clear right away. All of this was because he had just experienced the sensation of treading clouds when he was sent flying by the impact waves. The sudden feeling that washed over him allowed him to be enlightened immediately. He achieved enlightenment about the colossal arrowlight arrow. As a glimmer flashed across his eyes, with no time to look at who had rescued him, Duan Ling Tian quickly took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. With a lift of his hand, he slid an arrow in his bow again before taking aim. The bowstring trembled as he pulled it into a full moon shape. The arrow shot out and instantly vanished in the air. When it re-emerged once again, it was already behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming, and as Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, the arrow returned to his hand once again. At the same time, a horrendous bloody hole had appeared in the chest of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Gazing at Duan Ling Tian's savior, he did not even have time to react when the arrow pierced his body. From the beginning till the end, he did not even realize what was happening at all. Even though this was like a sneak attack, the person who had released the arrow would still need to be powerful. Otherwise, he would not have successfully made his sneak attack at all. I am impossible. Martial Emperor Lei Ming's mouth was spurting out fresh blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing as he stared at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance. His face and eyes were filled with complete disbelief. He did not understand how a person who was rendered completely powerless to return any attack and was so near death could suddenly cast such a powerful assault out of the blue. He had not sensed the arrow beforehand at all. In the end, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally closed his eyes and fell, lost to the mortal world forever. The well-known Martial Emperor Lei Ming of the Cloud Continent had collapsed. Just like that, killed by the hand of a young man. Even at the moment when he was about to die, when there was still the slightest sense of consciousness within him, he still did not understand why a young man who was almost killed by him would suddenly be able to cast out such a potent attack. If he could have cast such a powerful attack before, no matter how useless he was, he would still have been able to come to a draw with him and not be in a situation whereby he was totally suppressed and powerless. In fact, not only could Martial Emperor Lei Ming not understand, but even Duan Ling Tian did not expect to be enlightened in that instant at all. The enlightenment at that split second had helped him make a breakthrough in the colossal arrowlight arrow to a whole new level, allowing his strength to experience a leap in progress. After the colossal arrowlight arrow was elevated, his strength was now in no way inferior to Martial Emperor Lei Ming's. When Martial Emperor Lei Ming had his attention focused elsewhere, his thunderous shot had taken him by surprise and managed to kill him in the end. Seeing how his own shot had killed Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned as well. Staring at the archery set in his hand, he did not return to his senses for a very long time. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, someone who shared the same fame with Martial Emperor Yuhan, was a martial emperor. His strength was ranked the top 3 in the Cloud Continent, yet he had just died by his own hand just like that. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian could not accept this reality as well. Brother Ling Tian. In the distance, when the teenage girl who hovered near the place where Martial Emperor Lei Ming had fallen looked at Duan Ling Tian, her delicate face was also covered with a hint of shock. Shui Nai. Upon hearing her voice, Duan Ling Tian finally snapped back to reality and stared at the teenage girl who had come to his rescue in time. She was dressed entirely in daffodil yellow and looked as though she was only 15 or 16. As her eyes gleamed mischievously, one could easily tell that she was a mischievous girl. At that moment, she had gales of icy aura around her. This teenager in yellow was none other than Han Shui Nai from the Cloud Continent. Soon, Han Shui Nai withdrew her icy aura and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just the blink of an eye. Slightly astounded, she studied him from head to toe and asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, you actually know the Saint-grade martial tactic? Shui Nai, why are you here?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had also returned to his senses. "I couldn't find you in the Cloud Continent, Brother Ling Tian. In the end, I heard that you came to the Hidden Fog Island, so I came as well." "Brother Ling Tian, you haven't answered me yet," Han Shui Nai scrunched up her nose and asked. "That set of Saint-grade martial tactic was left behind by my father." As Duan Ling Tian was speaking, he studied Han Shui Nai before asking, "Shui Nai, I remember that you told me the last time that the reason you're able to maintain this state of yours is that you've cultivated a special technique. Now that you've made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage, can't you return to the normal state?" "Only after I've entered the mortal shedding stage," Han Shui Nai said with a bitter expression. "Brother Ling Tian, since you know about the Saint-grade martial tactic, you must know about the mortal shedding stage too, don't you?" "Yes, I do." Duan Ling Tian nodded and he was suddenly hit by a pang of memory before he said, "Wait for me for a while." The moment his words left his mouth, he flew away and after taking the spatial ring from Martial Emperor Lei Ming's body, he proceeded to destroy the corpse to wipe out all evidence. Then, he went to remove Zhou Yi's spatial ring and carried out the same body disposal method too. After performing a blood ownership claim on Zhou Yi's spatial ring and making sure that the devil-seal tablet was inside, Duan Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The devil-seal tablet is finally back now. When he stored Zhou Yi's spatial ring away and turned around to look at Han Shui Nai, he was stunned again. Another person had appeared beside Han Shui Nai. It was a young girl dressed in white who looked younger than 10 years old. Her eyes were gleaming with a bright and ingenious luster. When the young girl saw him, her fair, supple, delicate face became excited right away. The moment he recalled the words that Martial Emperor Shiqi had told him 3 days before, he could guess her identity instantly. "Brother Ling Tian, can you guess who she is?" Han Shui Nai brought the young girl in white to the front and asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile on her mysterious face. "Little White, I can't believe that you can actually transform to become a human now." Looking at the white-clad young girl, Duan Ling Tian mused, "I still remember when I first saw you, you were just such a small little fella." As Duan Ling Tian greeted the little girl, he beckoned with his hands as well. "Big brother." Seeing now that Duan Ling Tian recognized her, the white-clad young girl could no longer suppress her excitement in her heart. Rushing out, she hugged him tightly like a koala. Duan Ling Tian was her dearest family member. Ever since she started to comprehend what was happening, he had always been by her side. Ever since she was born, she had always looked up to him as her father. Duan Ling Tian allowed himself a smile that rose from the bottom of his heart as he stroked Little White's head before saying softly, "Little White, if Ka could see you now, I'm sure she'd be very delighted." "Sister Ka." Little White's eyes lit up right away as she asked in anticipation, "Big brother, where is Sister Ka?" "She's also here on the hidden fog island. I'll bring you to see her in a while." "But why is it only you and Shui Nai? Where are Little Gold and Little Black?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked around at the same time. "How boring. You could actually recognize me in just one glance, Brother Ling Tian," Han Shui Nai uttered, slightly unhappy. Although she was already more than 20 years old, she was still a kid at heart. "Big brother, how did you know that it's me?" Little White asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Han Shui Nai peered at Duan Ling Tian. She also felt a little skeptical that Duan Ling Tian was able to tell that it was Little White in just a glance. "Had it not been for Martial Emperor Shiqi, I wouldn't have been able to recognize you as well." Duan Ling Tian chuckled and told them the ins and outs of the incident that had taken place 3 days ago with Martial Emperor Shiqi. "So, it is him." The two girls finally understood. "Sister Shui Nai, you should have annihilated Martial Emperor Shiqi or what's his name with Little Bai in the first place. Now, just look, we can't even be mysterious anymore. How boring." Right at that moment, a young girl's upset voice reverberated as a young girl dressed in gold appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the girl in white, the young girl in gold looked more like Han Shui Nai. They both seemed mischievous. "Little Gold." Upon hearing the young girl's voice, Duan Ling Tian immediately could tell who she was because her voice changed very little. Between Little Gold and Little Black, only Little Gold was a female. As for Little Black, he was a male python. "Brother." When Little Gold looked at Duan Ling Tian, her face was filled with excitement as well. With a flash, she charged out and pushed Little Bai, who was still hugging him, away forcefully and embraced him tightly. "Brother, I miss you so much." In the past, although Little Gold always had some small fights with Duan Ling Tian, they had a close relationship. "Brother." Somehow, a cool, young boy in black had appeared. His eyes were almost identical to Little White's. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his face was filled with a thrill as well. Chapter 13:11 An infuriated Han Shui Nai. Looking at the cool, young boy dressed in black, Duan Ling Tian could easily guess his identity. Little Black. The appearance of Han Shui Nai and the 3 little fellas was no doubt a surprise to Duan Ling Tian, because the 3 little fellas missed Ka and Li Fei a lot. Before Duan Ling Tian could go into detail with Han Shui Nai, he had already brought them back to the mansion that the people of Ling Zan Peak were staying at ever since they landed, after they went back to their own courtyard. "Young master, they are." When Ka saw Duan Ling Tian coming back, she was filled with joy, but when she saw other 4 people following behind him, she was stunned. Upon hearing Ka's voice, Li Fei also knew that her fiancé was back. However, when she saw the 4 people following him, she was also taken aback. To Ka and Li Fei, Han Shui Nai and the other 3 were, without a doubt, unfamiliar faces. "Sister Ka." "Sister." Li Fei. Soon, Little White threw herself into Ka's arms while Little Gold did the same with Li Fei. The 2 little fellows were extremely emotional, as though they were 2 lost kids who had finally returned home after wandering around for many years. Without a doubt, their actions took the girls by surprise. After Duan Ling Tian explained everything to them, his fiancés finally realized what was happening. So, these 2 little girls were the Little White Python and the Little Golden Mouse from his past. "Little Bai, I never expected that it'd actually be you. You're Little Black, aren't you?" Of course, Ka was delighted now that Little White was back. The next instant, her attention shifted towards the young boy who was staring at her nearby. "Sister Ka." Little Black greeted Ka emotionally. When he and his younger sister, Little White, were just born, Duan Ling Tian and Ka were the first faces they saw. Therefore, they held a special affection for both of them. In their eyes, the duo was not only like their brother and sister. Instead, they were more like their parents. They were people they respected the most and also the most important people in their hearts. "Little Gold, you've completely changed. I can barely recognize you now," Li Fei exclaimed. Observing how the 2 girls were on such friendly terms with the little fellows, Duan Ling Tian motioned to Han Shui Nai and walked aside. His glance immediately shifted towards Han Shui Nai before asking, "Shui Nai, if I didn't guess wrong, You must be from the Dao Martial Saint Land, aren't you? Brother Ling Tian, you can tell. Han Shui Nai was a little surprised. If I still can't get it by now, then I'd be the biggest idiot ever. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. I originally thought that you were from the Han clan, one of the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent at first. The Han clan. A glimpse flashed across Han Shui Nai's mischievous eyes as she replied, although I'm not from that tiny little Han clan, there's actually some connection between my clan and theirs. The Han ancestor could be said to have originated from our clan. Oh, I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. At the same time, his heart was overwhelmed with shock as well. It had never crossed his mind that the ancestor of the Han clan actually originated from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Han clan was one of the two great ancient clans of the Cloud Continent. The rebirth Martial Emperor had had some dealings with them before. Thus, he understood them to an extent. However, even the rebirth Martial Emperor also had no idea that the Han ancestor actually came from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The rebirth Martial Emperor did not even know about the Dao Martial Saint Land at all. Then, Duan Ling Tian also learned what they had done under Han Shui Nai's leadership in the Cloud Continent when she had brought the little fellows back. The Ling Tian sect is the strongest sect in the Cloud Continent. After discovering that the Ling Tian sect had dominated the Cloud Continent under Han Shui Nai's leadership as the acting sect leader, Duan Ling Tian was completely baffled. However, as his train of thought suddenly halted and he recalled his strength, he became at ease again. Given his strength now, it would not be difficult for him to lead the Ling Tian sect to become the strongest sect in the Cloud Continent. At the level of my strength now, among all of the martial emperors active on the surface of the Cloud Continent, only Martial Emperor Qing Zan alone can defeat me. As for Martial Emperor Yuhan, she'll only manage to come to a draw with me at most, Duan Ling Tian confidently concluded. Of course, this only applied to all martial emperors who were active on the surface of the continent. The Cloud Continent was vast and there must be many martial emperors who concealed themselves from the world. It would not be surprising if some of them were even more powerful than Martial Emperor Qing Zan. On top of that, Duan Ling Tian learned even more from Han Shui Nai, including how Han Jing, the disciple of the Han clan who annihilated the Northern Mountain Lu's clan in the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent, had come to Ling Tian's sect, only to be killed by her. With a glimmer flashing across his eyes, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally, I can't believe that so many things have happened all this time that I was gone. Shui Nai, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't been there, I'm afraid Ling Tian's sect might have been already wiped out by now. If Ling Tian's sect no longer existed, he would not care about it at all. What he cared about more were the people who insisted on staying and had chosen to perish together with Ling Tian's sect under the threats of Han Jing, the disciple of the Han clan. Brother Ling Tian, why are you so polite to me? Han Shui Nai shook her head as she grinned. Then, her mischievous eyes sparkled as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, just now, you told me that the set of Saint-grade martial tactic was actually passed on to you by your father. Isn't your father from the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent? How would he know about the Saint-grade martial tactic? The Saint-grade martial tactic was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even if the Cloud Continent possessed it, it lay only in the hands of the two great ancient clans. Of course, this was only on the surface of the Cloud Continent. Other than the two great ancient clans of the Cloud Continent, she knew someone else who cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, and this person was someone she could be said to have a relationship with. My father is indeed from the southern outer land of the Cloud Continent. However, by the time I was sensible enough to know what was going on, he was already gone. It was only after more than 20 years later that he finally appeared again. Duan Ling Tian shared the situation of Duan Rufeng returning and the story of how he brought his mother away without missing any detail. He also mentioned what Duan Rufeng had left behind for him as well. 3 Dao talismans that were left behind by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Shui Nai could not help but be consumed with puzzlement. Brother Ling Tian, it looks like your dad must be quite a powerful person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dao talisman made by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator isn't something an ordinary person can get his hands on. At the very least, an ordinary martial, Dao, or devil cultivator on the mortal shedding stage, or even someone who has already reached the perfection stage of the mortal shedding stage would also find it difficult to obtain the Dao talismans drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. The Dao talisman isn't something that can be easily drawn by even a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator, Han Shui Nai continued. In that case, Are you saying that my father must be someone with a cultivation base above the Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, he must be at least on the Saint Rudiment stage, Han Shui-nai confirmed. After hearing her agree, an inexplicable shock gripped Duan Ling Tian's heart. It had never crossed his mind that that cheapskate father of his would actually be somebody who was at least at the Saint Rudiment stage. According to Wang Ba, the Saint stage came after the Saint Rudiment stage. Once one made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, one would then be deemed a Saint stage powerhouse. The Saint stage powerhouse was so mighty that he could even cast a mountain and boil the sea to produce salt. While he was gripped in shock by the strength of his cheapskate father, Duan Ling Tian was also curious about the force behind Han Shui-nai. Han Shui-nai, what kind of force does your clan wield in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Is it very powerful? So, I guess. When you go to the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future, I'll invite you to the house for a visit. Then, you can find out for yourself, Han Shui-nai replied. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, she stopped at the climax and kept Duan Ling Tian guessing. Alright, it's all thanks to Qing Nu that the three little fellows have achieved so much today. By then, I can also thank her personally as well. Duan Ling Tian could still remember the old woman who followed Han Shui-nai. It was precisely because she allowed the three little fellows to follow her back then that they finally achieved such an accomplishment today. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for her rise from deep within his heart. Brother Ling Tian, looking at your strength now, I'm sure you must have met quite some fortuitous encounter all these years. I think that even if they hadn't left with Qing Nu then, they wouldn't be doing too badly today too. Han Shui-nai chuckled. What cultivation base are they at now? Duan Ling Tian was curious. Long ago, when he had seen the trio, he could already sense the Demon Emperor aura from them. As a martial emperor stage powerhouse himself, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe them at all. However, he was still curious about their strength. Little White and Little Gold are now at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. As for Little Black, he's broken through to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage 2 weeks ago, Han Shui-nai replied. 7th level Demon Emperor stage? And 8th level Demon Emperor stage? Her words took Duan Ling Tian by bewilderment. When he finally returned to his senses again, he immediately looked at the three little fellows who were mingling quite well with Ka and Li Fei with a heart filled with awe. They're actually that strong now. In the next instance, Han Shui-nai made a remark that made Duan Ling Tian completely stunned. Given Little White and Little Gold's progress, they'll most likely be able to make a breakthrough to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage in 3 months' time, Han Shui-nai added. Duan Ling Tian finally was able to recover from his shock. Only after a long while. Looking at Han Shui-nai, he asked, Shui-nai, why your strength now is in no way inferior to theirs, is it? Han Shui-nai smiled mysteriously and did not reply. Nevertheless, he already had an answer in his heart. He could not help but gasp in his heart, what freaks these four are. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that he could no longer be considered monstrous or genius. He was nothing at all compared to these four little fellows. Brother Ling Tian, did you know that you've been used? As though she suddenly remembered something, Han Shui-nai suddenly said, you followed Martial Emperor Ling Zan from Ling Zan Peak to the Hidden Fog Island to join the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, didn't you? It's actually he who wants those Saint Stones for himself. I've heard about the Saint Stones from the few old men from the Han clan. The martial emperors of the Cloud Continent are actually getting their hands on these by hiding the truth from all of you. They'll never give the Saint Stones to you and those who actually risked their lives for them. By the time Han Shui-nai reached the end of her sentence, she was completely infuriated. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition must have taken place 3 days ago. Brother Ling Tian, judging from your strength now, you must have obtained the first place, didn't you? Chapter 13:12 Saint Stone Reserve. I'll go and look for Martial Emperor Ling Zan and take back all of the Saint Stones that you won for him. Han Shui-nai was ready to dash out of the compound as she spoke. Shui-nai, you've misunderstood. Duan Ling Tian reacted at that second and stopped her just in time. It's true that I won the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition 3 days ago, but Martial Emperor gave me all of the Saint Stones that I won. There were a total of 10 of them. Nothing more, nothing less. He's my friend. I already knew that the most precious reward that the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would give was the Saint Stones before even getting to Hidden Fog Island, Duan Ling Tian said. I participated in the competition just for the Saint Stones. Han Shui came to a realization and nodded at the same time. Judging from what you said, Martial Emperor Ling Zan doesn't sound that bad. Since he's your friend, then I won't stir any trouble about that matter. That matter? You won't stir any trouble? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Shui Nai, did he offend you? HMPH, he took you out of the Cloud Continent, causing me, Little White, and Little Gold to search for you for a while. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he's your friend, I'll let him go for your sake, Han Yu Nai said as if she was correct. Hearing her indignant retort, Duan Ling Tian was secretly relieved for Martial Emperor Ling Zan Yongwei. If this little devil had targeted Yongwei, even if he was not killed, he might have a layer of his skin removed. Soon, Duan Ling Tian introduced Han Shui Nai to Kaye and Li Fei. Sister Kaye, Sister Feier. Han Shui Nai, who was like a little devil to others, was sweet to Kaye and Li Fei. She even addressed the both of them as sister, which pleased them. The three of them were comfortable together after a while. The arrival of Han Shui Nai and the three fellas was undoubtedly a huge surprise to Duan Ling Tian. I initially planned to leave 2 days later. Duan Ling Tian told her everything about him killing the son of the second island master Chen Bei of the Hidden Fog Island to Han Shui Nai without holding anything back. He had planned to leave as he was concerned that Chen Bei might attack him when he was no longer useful. Brother Ling Tian, I'm curious about the purpose of this Hidden Fog Island having this Hidden Fog martial competition. So, you don't have to leave Hidden Fog Island just yet. Regarding Chen Bei, don't take it to heart. It'd be great if he forgot the vengeance, but if he dares to take revenge on you, I'll definitely kill him. Han Shui Nai showed her true colors as a little devil with a tyrannical fury rising from her rosy cheeks as she spoke. There were gushes of chilly aura released from her body without her even realizing it, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder secretly. Duan Ling Tian nodded, also curious about the purpose of Hidden Fog competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. One must know that Hidden Fog Island contributed many Saint Stones to the Hidden Fog martial competition. A Saint Stone could boost a Martial Emperor powerhouse's cultivation base and was a rare treasure. Shui Nai, does the Saint Stone come from Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He knew from the beginning that a Saint Stone was similar to an Origin Stone. However, the Heaven and Earth Origin energy contained in a Saint Stone was incomparable with that of an Origin Stones. For instance, if the Heaven and Earth Origin energy in a Supreme Grade Origin Stone was likened to a creek, the Heaven and Earth Origin energy in Saint Stone was like a vast ocean. When compared, they were on a different level. Yes, Han Shui Nai confirmed, most Saint Stones are produced on Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, as one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, this Hidden Fog Island has a Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserve hidden beneath it. On average, a Saint Stone will be produced every few years. On the Cloud Continent, there are 2 Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserves that can produce Saint Stones and are owned by the 2 ancient clans. Therefore, they aren't interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. They don't lack Saint Stones after all, Han Shui Nai said. I see. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. If that's the case, although the rebirth Martial Emperor was more or less related to the 2 ancient clans back then, none of the people from the ancient clans mentioned the Saint Stones to him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, there was no record about the Saint Stones. So, are many of those in the 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent above 7th level Martial Emperor stage? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a gleam flashing through his eyes. Han Li, whom I killed from the Han clan last time, sent out a communication jade slip before he died. Later on, an old 8th level Martial Emperor fella from the Han clan came to confront me. Even Little Gold was no match for him, Han Shui Nai said. 8th level Martial Emperor stage. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. That old fella wasn't even the most powerful person in Han clan. Han Shui Nai exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian felt a numbness petrify his scalp and he was shocked as he listened. It seems like the rebirth Martial Emperor didn't encounter the real powerhouse of the Han clan back then. Standing on the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now, it seems like everything's just a joke. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that the consideration of the rebirth Martial Emperor is the no. One Martial Emperor on the Cloud Continent was merely what the public knew. There were actually many others who were more powerful than him in the 2 ancient clans. However, the 2 ancient clans had always kept a low profile without revealing the real powerhouses within. What Han Shui-nai said next made Duan Ling Tian's scalp tingle further. Now that I think about it, I'll have to thank the Han clan for finding out about you being on the hidden fog island. According to what Han Shui-nai said, she had enlisted help from the two ancient clans on the Cloud Continent just to look for him. The two ancient clans were powerful, but they had obeyed the command from Han Shui-nai, who was just a girl. However, he was relieved as he thought about it and recalled Han Shui-nai's background. Perhaps, they found out about Shui-nai's identity, Duan Ling Tian speculated secretly. Of course, it might be Shui-nai's ability which is sufficient to pressure the powerhouses from the two ancient clans. They were forced to help her. With Shui-nai's devilish personality, the latter was possible. The production of the Saint Stones from the Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve is limited. Is there any Saint Stone Reserve on Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously while looking at Han Shui-nai. Of course there are, she affirmed, but Saint Stone Reserves are usually owned by powerful forces. The forces that own Saint Stone Reserves, even the weakest kind, has the ability to destroy the two ancient clans of the Cloud Continent overnight as well as the four great overseas Saint Islands including the Hidden Fog Island. Are they that powerful? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. To those forces, martial emperor powerhouses are nothing, Han Shui-nai proceeded. Duan Ling Tian became silent upon hearing what Han Shui-nai said. The power of Dao Martial Saint Land was beyond his imagination. Naturally, at the same time as trembling at how powerful Dao Martial Saint Land was, he was a little excited. He was looking forward to go to Dao Martial Saint Land one day. It shouldn't be too long for that day to come, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the evening, he took some time to gather the two ladies. There was something that he had to tell them honestly. Ka, little fair, let me tell the both of you the things that I've gone through after the both of you left the Seven-Star Sword sect. Although he had spent most of the time with the two ladies since they were reunited, he did not have the opportunity to tell them about his experience after they left. He held both ladies in his arms on each side and began to tell them what he had gone through. He began the story with the Seven-Star Sword sect being destroyed. Their expressions changed when they heard about the fallen Seven-Star Sword sect. Never had they thought that the sect would go through such a catastrophe after they left. Tears were streaming from their faces like the pouring rain when they heard how the higher management of the Seven-Star Sword sect sacrificed their lives so that their man would live. They only stopped crying when Duan Ling Tian told them that he not only avenged the Seven-Star Sword sect, but even rebuilt it. Subsequently, he told them about Feng Tianwu. In the beginning, Ka was fine while Li Fei felt hostile towards Feng Tianwu. However, when they heard how Feng Tianwu was willing to sacrifice her own life and had forced the explosion of her fire spirit body to save Duan Ling Tian and had lost her memory eventually, the hostility within Li Fei vanished. Sympathy was all that remained. After that, Duan Ling Tian told everything about his experiences. The ladies' beautiful faces would tighten and their eyes would fill with concern whenever he talked about the heart-pounding parts of what he went through. Although they knew he managed to turn the risky situations around, they could not help but be concerned. Subsequently, he told them about Han Shui-nai as well. The both of them were shocked to find out that she came from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Before this, they had heard about Dao Martial Saint Land from him. Furthermore, they also found out that their in-laws were now in Dao Martial Saint Land. After a night of storytelling, Duan Ling Tian turned his main experiences throughout the years into words. And shared them with the two ladies in his arms. Rascal, I didn't know that you've been through so much. Compared to what you went through, our story sounds boring now, Li Fei sighed. Ever since she and Ka had left the Seven-Star Sword sect back then, they went to the Yin-Yang sect, at which things turned around drastically later on. They went to Yuhan Valley after leaving the Yin-Yang sect. Subsequently, they departed to Hidden Fog Island. Compared to what Duan Ling Tian had gone through, their experiences were elementary. Young master, Ka hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly as she was still haunted by the thrilling stories that he had told them earlier. Chapter 13:13 The Other Two Mortal Continents. The first morning light illuminated the earth at the break of dawn as all of creation slowly woke from their sleep. The two ladies were haunted after hearing Duan Ling Tian's stories. They fell into a deep sleep not long after he was done with his story. Allowing them to lean against his body, he did not stir them. He was staring into space while looking at the ceiling. A Saint Stone Reserve. He was stunned by what Han Shui-nai had told him earlier. Just one Saint Stone alone could help a first-level martial emperor martial artist to break through to the second-level martial emperor stage quickly. One could imagine the power in the heaven and earth origin energy. The Saint Stone was undoubtedly a precious treasure no matter if it was on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Island. However, there were exclusive reserves in Dao Martial Saint Land for people to mine as they wished. Bastard! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and released Wang Ba's soul which he had sealed with his spiritual energy earlier. Although Wang Ba was just a remnant of a soul, he did not want other people around when he was spending time with his two women. Brat, how dare you seal me again? Let me tell you this one more time. I'm not interested in prying when you're with your women. Wang Ba fumed in rage as soon as he was released. When Duan Ling Tian had reunited with the two ladies earlier, he had sealed Wang Ba before he got intimate with them so that the latter was kept unaware of what was happening outside. Wang Ba was pissed off, to say the least. Do you want to have another taste of being sealed? Duan Ling Tian threatened calmly. Wang Ba fell silent upon hearing the threat. He had to obey him since he was living under his roof. Although he was a Saint stage powerhouse back in Dao Martial Saint Land in his heydays, he was just an insignificant remnant of a soul now. I released you to ask you. Are the Saint Stones produced in Dao Martial Saint Land the same as this one here? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba while taking out a Saint Stone which he had obtained from the hidden Fog Island. Not necessarily, Wang Ba replied coldly. Although he was unwilling to respond to him, he did not dare to do so as did not want to be sealed again. Not necessarily, Duan Ling Tian frowned. The Saint Stone in your hand is just a prominent Saint Stone that's usually produced from a prominent Saint Stone reserve. Of course, there'll be Saint Stones like this found in a supreme grade origin stone reserve occasionally, Wang Ba explained. A prominent Saint Stone. This is just a prominent Saint Stone. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. Never had he thought that the Saint Stone that provided an accelerated boost to a martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation base would just be a prominent Saint Stone. If a prominent Saint Stone already contains such a terrifying amount of heaven and earth origin energy, then what about a mediocre Saint Stone? Would that not mean that the heaven and earth origin energy it contained was even more terrifying? Hearing that his Saint Stones were merely prominent Saint Stones, Duan Ling Tian felt like collapsing. At that very moment, he deeply felt how insignificant he was in Dao Martial Saint Land. He was so trivial that he felt like suffocating. Time crept by. Soon, 10 days had passed since the Hidden Fog Martial competition came to an end. Today was the day for the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial competition to receive their prize. It was the day that was set by the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fang Wen. The venue was the same as where the Hidden Fog Martial competition was held, which was above the peaceful and endless ocean. Fang Wen was waiting there since the wee hours of the morning. Two persons followed behind him like his shadows. They were his grandson and his direct disciple, Leng Yun. While Duan Ling Tian and the rest were late, the other participants were already there. There was a young lady in daffodil yellow and 3 little fellows by Duan Ling Tian's side. The 4 of them were new to most of the people. A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian had introduced them to Martial Emperor Ling Zan Yongwei, and they were now considered united with Ling Zan Peak. They did not seem awkward with the team. Soon, somebody noticed that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi were not present. Where's Martial Emperor Lei Ming? His Martial Emperor's direct disciple doesn't seem to be here as well. Apart from that one person, the 9 people from Thundercloud Peak including Lanbai could not stop glancing around with anticipation and anxiety in their eyes. They had just found out that day that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi had left silently. They thought that Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi would be there earlier, but upon their arrival, they realized their absence and they could not help to be a little concerned. Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi were still missing when the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fang Wen, spoke. The people from Thundercloud Peak had a bad omen rising in their stomachs. One of them had a gleam sparkling in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through the sky as his eyes landed on a purple silhouette far away. Could he not only have killed Zhou Yi, but also Master Martial Emperor? He shuddered as he thought about it. Martial Emperor Lei Ming was on the 5th level Martial Emperor stage and ranked in the top 3 among the Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. Did he die just like that? He could not really believe it. He began to console himself. Maybe Master Martial Emperor left at the last minute to handle something. He did not really believe that the young man in purple had the ability to kill Martial Emperor Lei Ming. If his ability surpassed Master Martial Emperor's, why would he spend so many origin stones to get me to bait Zhou Yi back then? He calmed down as he thought of this point. The absence of martial Emperor Lei Ming and Zhou Yi only affected the people from Thundercloud Peak while the rest remained indifferent. Soon, Fang Wen began to give out the prizes for the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Zhou Yi was absent from the prize presentation, but Fang Wen could not be bothered. He might have had concerns if it were someone who was at the top 10 of Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, they were not worthy of his time. What's that? Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he asked curiously when Duan Ling Tian returned to the Ling Zan Peak group after receiving his prize. Just many supreme grade origin stones and quite an amount of grade 1 medicinal pills and grade 1 spirit weapons, Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly said to Yang Wei. Neither he nor the others found these items attractive. Everyone, now, it's time that I tell you the purpose of the Hidden Fog Island having this Hidden Fog martial competition. Suddenly, Fang Wen's voice reverberated loudly, catching everyone's attention. Here it is. Duan Ling Tian knew that Fang Wen was getting down to business. Both he and the Hidden Fog Island disciples would not believe that the Hidden Fog Island had spent a bomb to host the competition for nothing. Han Shui Nai, who stood next to Duan Ling Tian, had her eyes trained keenly on Fang Wen as well. Everyone else looked at him with full attention. The Hidden Fog martial competition this time's indeed a little fishy. I heard that the Hidden Fog Island has never had such a martial competition before this, a martial emperor's direct disciple from the Cloud Continent said softly. That's right, I'm guessing the Hidden Fog Island's up to something. It seems like it now anyway. I wonder what the Hidden Fog Island's trying to do. No matter what it is, I suppose all of us who are in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition have completely fallen for their scheme now. The onlookers whispered among themselves while many of them showed concern on their faces. They were worried that the Hidden Fog Island might get them to do something risky. Some of them were even thinking about how to get out of this dilemma. Everyone knows that there are 4 overseas saint islands including our Hidden Fog Island, Fang Wen proceeded. Among the 4 great overseas saint islands, apart from our Hidden Fog Island, there are another 2 overseas saint islands that are close to each of the other 2 mortal continents. Meanwhile, the last overseas saint island is located right in the middle of the other 3 overseas saint islands, Fang Wen said. Close to each of the other 2 mortal continents. Mortal continents, what's that? It was the first time many of them were hearing the term, mortal continent. All of them looked lost. For instance, the overseas saint islands such as our Hidden Fog Island is close to the Cloud Continent, which is one of the 3 great mortal continents, Fang Wen explained. Soon, a martial emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent voiced his doubts, 3 great mortal continents. Third Island Master, from what you said, there are another 2 continents that are like our Cloud Continent in this world. If you're referring to continents alone, there are more than 2. But if you're talking about the mortal continent, there are only 2 of them excluding the Cloud Continent, Fang Wen confirmed. What? This was a shocking revelation to most of them from the Cloud Continent. It was their first time hearing that there were another 2 continents that were similar to their hometown, the Cloud Continent. The Cloud Continent's surrounded by the ocean which is boundless. We've no idea exactly what's on the other side of the ocean. Perhaps there really are continents similar to our Cloud Continent far away on the other side of the ocean. If there really are, I wonder if the people there are the same as those on our Cloud Continent which advocates martial Dao and where powerhouses rule. Slowly, more and more people believed what Fang Wen said. There are differences compared to your Cloud Continent. In your Cloud Continent, no matter human or demon beasts, all of them advocate martial Dao. All of you are called martial cultivators. Thus, the Cloud Continent is ruled by a bunch of martial cultivators, Fang Wen continued. Meanwhile, it's a different story for the other 2 mortal continents that are similar to the Cloud Continent. From what I know, one of the mortal continents is ruled by a bunch of Dao cultivators who fight with heaven and earth energy. Dao cultivators. The people went into confusion. What's a Dao cultivator? Duan Ling Tian was the only one who looked calm. He was not surprised by that as he knew about the existence of Dao cultivators much earlier on. The other 2 mortal continents that the Third Island Master is talking about. It should be the 2 mortal continents that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang mentioned. One of the 2 mortal continents is ruled by Dao cultivators while the other is ruled by both martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, he thought to himself. Chapter 13-14 The leading island of the 4 great overseas saint islands. Feng Qingyang was the person who had left the word, sword, behind at Duan Ling Tian's hometown back then. He called himself a sword saint. The word had benefited Duan Ling Tian by heaps. One could say that the sword profundity he comprehended could be credited to Feng Qingyang. If Feng Qingyang's message was true, he was indeed the top person in Dao martial saint land. 3 continents, one's ruled by martial cultivators, while another's ruled by Dao cultivators, and the last one's ruled by martial cultivators and Dao cultivators together. At that moment, the crowd learned an astounding truth from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fang Wen. Apart from the people from the Cloud Continent, even the Hidden Fog Island disciples revealed shock on their faces. I didn't know that there are 2 other continents apart from our Cloud Continent. And the 2 continents have martial cultivators just like we do. And there's something called Dao cultivators. Many of them were surprised. However, Fang Wen was not done speaking just yet. At the same time as the Hidden Fog martial competition took place here on the Hidden Fog Island, the other 2 overseas Saint Islands held similar martial competitions too. They also chose 30 most outstanding participants from their own martial competitions. The 2 overseas Saint Islands are neighbors to the other 2 continents, so it's only natural that the 60 participants that they chose came from those continents. The 30 participants chosen by our Hidden Fog Island will go to Half Moon Island with them, Fang Wen proceeded. Half Moon Island. Many of the martial emperor's disciples from the Cloud Continent had doubts on their faces. Half Moon Island is one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It's located in the middle of the 3 overseas Saint Islands including our Hidden Fog Island, and it's the leading island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. The island master of Half Moon Island is Master Di Yong. He's the overseas Saint Island's #1 powerhouse. Fang Wen looked respectful as he spoke. The island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, the overseas Saint Island's #1 powerhouse. As Fang Wen introduced him, apart from those who already knew about this, the rest were astounded. A powerhouse called Di Yong, who is also the island master of Half Moon Island, is the overseas Saint Island's #1 powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to be already at the peak of the martial emperor stage. Since that island master of Half Moon Island is known as the overseas Saint Island's #1 powerhouse, doesn't that mean he's even more powerful than the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island who's at the peak of the martial emperor stage? He's even more powerful than someone on the peak of the martial emperor stage. If he ends up in Dao martial saint land, that would mean he's even more powerful than anyone at the peak of the innate stage. The stage after innate stage would be the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian looked serious as he weighed the facts. Fang Wen soon revealed the reason behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. The reason why our Hidden Fog Island held the Hidden Fog martial competition and the other 2 overseas Saint Islands hosted the martial competitions. It's for the island master of the Half Moon Island, Master Di Yong. Master Di Yong wanted to recruit the most outstanding direct disciple. It was said that the chosen direct disciple would be the descendant of the island master of the Half Moon Island. Whoa! An uproar broke out within the crowd after Fang Wen revealed the reason. Half Moon Island was the leading island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands and was revered by the other 3 overseas Saint Islands. Now, it appeared that such a mighty island master was eager to recruit a direct disciple as his descendant. As opposed to the excitement from the rest of the people, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. The island master of the Half Moon Island is a little strange. Since he's been managing Half Moon Island for years, wouldn't he already have outstanding direct disciples under him? Moreover, he's getting the direct disciple that he's going to recruit to be his descendant to look after the entire Half Moon Island. Compared to the rest, Duan Ling Tian was calm as he was doing a lot of thinking. He found many loopholes in the information that Fang Wen had provided so far which he found illogical. Therefore, he tried a different perspective. If he were to put himself in the shoes of the island master of Half Moon Island, it was impossible to get a new disciple to be the descendant. Years of observation were needed to pick a suitable descendant. It only made sense for the island master to get to know a person deep down so that he could hand over the entire Half Moon Island to the descendant. The island master's too hasty. It only hints that there's something more complicated behind it, Duan Ling Tian said to Han Shui Nai who was next to him through voice transmission while shooting her a dubious look. No matter what he's up to. I'm quite interested, Han Shui Nai replied. Hearing Han Shui Nai's casual reply through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched indistinctly. This little devil wanted to see the world burn. Among the 90 people chosen from the 3 overseas Saint Islands, only one person will become Master Di Yong's direct disciple and the descendant of Half Moon Island, Fang Wen declared. However, although those who rank among the best won't be Master Di Yong's direct disciple, you'll be granted attractive awards. Those of you among the 30 people that we've chosen from the Hidden Fog martial competition who are willing to head to Half Moon Island can stay. Those who don't want to join may leave now. We won't force you to stay. Fang Wen looked around and told the crowd at this point. However, apart from Zhou Yi who was absent, none of them left. Very good. Fang Wen nodded in satisfaction and subsequently said, since a person's absent and we have a vacant spot, I'll pick someone else now. As Han Shui Nai was interested in the last spot, she clinched the spot like a piece of cake. She won the spot smoothly after directly fighting another 2 participants who ranked in the top 30 in the Hidden Fog martial competition and defeated them in one blow. From the beginning until the end, Fang Wen did not even manage to explain how he was going to pick the last person for the vacant spot. Including our Hidden Fog Island, the 90 participants from the 3 overseas Saint Islands must have their age verified through the age measuring pearl. Only participants under 70 are eligible to participate. You must fulfill this condition whether you're a martial emperor or a demon emperor. Fang Wen looked at Han Shui Nai as he explained. 70. Han Shui Nai scoffed softly upon hearing what he said. Do you think I'm that old? How dare you? As soon as Han Shui Nai spoke, Leng Yun who stood behind Fang Wen glared at her with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Her solemn face was getting more and more terrifying now. HMPH. Han Shui Nai jeered softly as Leng Yun shot out from where she was like an arrow leaving its bow. Red roses scattered all over the sky as she flew out. Upon closer inspection, the red roses were actually fresh blood spurting continuously from Leng Yun's mouth. That's insanely fast. Fang Wen's pupils shrunk. He was shocked recalling Han Shui Nai's attack as she charged at Leng Yun a second ago. Ability-wise, I'm afraid she's nothing lesser than that Duan Ling Tian. One would wonder what kind of expression would Fang Wen have if he found out that Han Shui had actually Nai held back when she attacked earlier. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the team, Martial Emperor Qing Zan was the only one who did not show any expression towards Han Shui Nai's lightning speed attack. Nobody noticed the respect in Martial Emperor Qing Zan's eyes when he looked at Han Shui Nai. The respect came from his heart, he was not faking it. Little girl, don't you think you're crossing the line? Fang Wen said in his deep voice. No matter what, Leng Yun was his direct disciple after all. As her master, it would be wrong for him to not stand up for his direct disciple seeing her being injured so badly. Fang Wen took a step forward while his majestic aura swept out as he spoke in an attempt to pressure Han Shui Nai. However, she did not seem to notice his threat. She turned around and returned to Duan Ling Tian's side, ignoring Fang Wen. She said while snickering, Brother Ling Tian, I'll be going to the competition to fight for a place as the island master of the Half Moon Island's direct disciple with you. In reality, Han Shui Nai was not interested in being a direct disciple. She just thought that it would be fun to take the deceased Zhou Yi's spot. You. Fang Wen glared angrily at Han Shui Nai as his face turned pale. Eventually, he did not do anything because he needed to take care of the Hidden Fog Island's reputation because so many people were watching. He was the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island after all. Go and get ready. We'll depart to Half Moon Island in a month. Fang Wen commanded and left with his people. The Hidden Fog Island disciples, or to be exact, the Hidden Fog Island core disciples left one after another. At that moment, only the people from the Cloud Continent including Duan Ling Tian were left. Naturally, Han Shui Nai was not considered as someone from the Cloud Continent. Not only was she not from the Cloud Continent, but she was also not from the overseas Saint Island either. Soon, somebody could not help but gush, the other 2 continents. Dao cultivators, this is so exciting. According to what the 3rd island master said earlier, Dao cultivators have a completely different technique from martial cultivators. They can fight by drawing upon heaven and earth energy. It's mind-blowing, another person said. At that moment, many of them showed excitement on their faces, including Duan Ling Tian. It's not my first time hearing about Dao cultivators. Although I've used a Dao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator, I've never seen any Dao cultivators fight. Duan Ling Tian was excited to see how Dao cultivators fight and how it was different from martial cultivators like them. The people from the Cloud Continent then left one after another. However, they stole a glance at Han Shui Nai before leaving. Her actions were simply too shocking. Leng Yun was Fang Wen's direct disciple and had ranked the top 3 in the Hidden Fog martial competition 10 days ago. However, she was shot out by a casual attack performed by a young girl in yellow who looked only 15 or 16 years of age. It was too mind-blowing. Not long later, apart from Duan Ling Tian and the team, Martial Emperor Qing Zan was the only person from the Cloud Continent who stayed after commanding his disciples to leave. At that moment, Han Shui Nai greeted Martial Emperor Qing Zan with a smile. "It's been a while, little Zan." Chapter 13-15 Formidable Saint-Grade Martial Tactic, Little Zan. Upon hearing Han Shui Nai, Duan Ling Tian, Ka, Li Fei and the rest from Ling Zan Peak were stunned as they looked at Martial Emperor Qing Zan, who was approaching them in the air slowly. Martial Emperor Qing Zan was known the #1 powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. To be politically correct, he was known as the top guy to the public. There were countless powerhouses in the two ancient clans on the Cloud Continent, so it would not be surprising if there was somebody more powerful than Martial Emperor Qing Zan. However, the two ancient clans, powerhouses, kept lower profiles, so not many people knew about their existence. However, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked by the fact that Shui Nai had called Martial Emperor Qing Zan Little Zan. At that moment, a variety of Chinese costume dramas that were showing on the planet Earth that he lived on in his past life was playing in his head. Isn't calling someone little a form of address by court nobles for eunuchs? His lips twitched indistinctly as he thought amusedly about this. Miss Shui Nai. At that moment, Martial Emperor Qing Zan arrived before Han Shui Nai and bowed to her respectfully. Little Zan, don't tell me that you didn't know I was on the Cloud Continent since I created such a major uproar. You just left not long ago when I looked for you. It seems like this hidden fog martial competition's more important to you than my matter. Han Shui Nai looked deep into Martial Emperor Qing Zan's eyes and huffed. Martial Emperor Qing Zan glanced at Duan Ling Tian, appearing to be a little embarrassed. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian figured what had happened. Martial Emperor Qing Zan should have gone to the Hidden Fog Island after hearing about Han Shui Nai looking for him. However, he did not help her as the Hidden Fog martial competition was just around the corner. HMPH. I'll definitely tell Qing Nu when I get back. I'll tell her that you, Little Zan, treated what I said like wind passing your ears, Han Shui Nai scoffed. Miss Shui Nai. Martial Emperor Qing Zan looked terrible as he pleaded. He looked worse than he would if he had just received news about his parents' death. Wait, could you not tell the old lady about this? He had a hidden secret. Apart from his own hard work, the reason how he had managed to achieve what he had today was attributed to lessons that came from a mysterious senior. The senior was an old lady when they first met. She helped him at length, which brought about his achievements today. By the time he met the old lady again many years later, he was the top person on the Cloud Continent. He thought he had caught up to his past benefactor, but he realized that just like before, he was merely a tiny little ant compared to her. The second time he saw the old lady was his first time meeting this young girl before him. The senior that he respected the most called this young girl, young miss, while the latter called her, Qing Nu. At that second, he realized that the senior he respected the most was simply a servant at the young girl's home. It was the same time that he discovered there was a vast world out there with countless powerhouses apart from the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. It was Dao Martial Saint Land. Throughout the years, he did not dare to slack, although he already dominated the Cloud Continent, because he wanted to go to Dao Martial Saint Land to attain a higher level. Sure, I won't tell her, but I heard you obtained quite a number of Saint Stones 10 days ago, Han Shui Nai smiled cunningly. I'll forget about the whole thing if you give me 2 of those. Miss Shui Nai, are you lacking Saint Stones? Martial Emperor Qing Zan forced a sheepish smile. Naturally, he knew that she was just pulling his leg. However, he handed 2 Saint Stones over to her obediently anyway. His heart was bleeding when he handed over the Saint Stones. He was planning to use those Saint Stones to break through to the 9th level Martial Emperor stage and even the peak level of Martial Emperor stage. Hey, I heard that you're a nice person from Brother Ling Tian. I'll give these 2 Saint Stones to you. After receiving the 2 Saint Stones, Han Shui Nai tossed them at Martial Emperor Ling Zan Yongwei casually, like she was getting rid of trash. Yongwei grabbed them immediately with a mix of joy and fear on his face. Although he knew that she was Duan Ling Tian's friend, never would he have imagined that Martial Emperor Qing Zan, who he idolized most, would be tamed like a domestic cat before this young girl, despite the fact that he had witnessed how powerful she was. At that very moment, he felt like he was dreaming. Noticing Martial Emperor Qing Zan's furious eyes, the 2 Saint Stones were like hot yams in Yang Hui's hands. He was helpless and scared. Martial Emperor Qing Zan, please don't hate me because of this. He anxiously begged in his heart. Miss Shui Nai, Brother Ling Tian has already given me some Saint Stones. Why don't I return these 2 Saint Stones to Master Qing Zan? Yang Wei looked at Han Shui-nai uncertainly. However, she interrupted him with a dangerous glare before he was done speaking. What, are these too little for you? No, no, of course not. Yang Wei panicked when he heard the disdain in Han Shui-nai's tone. Even Martial Emperor Qing Zan did not dare to offend this young miss, let alone him. Brother Yang, Shui-nai wants you to have them. Just take them, Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Wei. Yang Wei nodded and subsequently turned to Han Yu-nai to pay respect with cupped hands. Thank you, Miss Shui-nai. Saint Stones. At that moment, the Ling Zan Peak disciples who were following him showed doubts on their faces. It was their first time hearing about the Saint Stones. However, they could tell that the Saint Stones were something precious. How could they be something ordinary if a martial emperor powerhouse valued it so much? Ever since then, everyone from Ling Zan Peak under martial emperor Ling Zan Yang Wei was respectful towards Han Shui-nai. They did not dare to slack and treated her as a regal young miss. They would depart to the main island of the four great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island 10 days later. For the next 10 days, apart from cultivation, Duan Ling Tian learned martial tactics from Han Shui-nai. Throughout the progress, he witnessed the saint-grade martial tactic that Han Shui-nai had cultivated, which was the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm. The Dragon Mammoth's strength from the attack could kill the enemy in one blow. The Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm was like the colossal arrow-light arrow that he cultivated. They were both primitive human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic with great power. In terms of close-ranged attacks, it was even more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's colossal arrow-light arrow. Duan Ling Tian learned something new from Han Shui-nai. One can only cultivate the human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic when they've entered the innate void restoration stage, and that's the most that they can cultivate. Can't they cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic of a higher level? The cultivation of the saint-grade martial tactic depended on one's cultivation base. People with a low cultivation base could only cultivate the low-grade saint-grade martial tactic, while those with a high cultivation base could cultivate the high-grade version. No wonder my cheapskate father left me this primitive human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. So, that's the best that I can achieve for now. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. Not only that, according to Shui-nai, even people on the mortal shedding stage and even the saint rudiment stage can only cultivate the primitive human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. Only the powerful ones on the saint stage could cultivate a higher-level saint-grade martial tactic. A gleam flashed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Does that mean that the colossal arrow-light arrow will keep me company for a long time? Also, I initially thought that the saint-grade martial tactic is the same with martial skills on the Cloud Continent, whereby it's divided into attack, defensive and movement martial skills. Now that I've studied the colossal arrow-light arrow more in depth and learned more from Shui-nai, I found out that the saint-grade martial tactic includes 3 techniques which encompass attacks, defenses, and movements. For instance, apart from attack techniques, there are exclusive defense and movement techniques for the colossal arrow-light arrow that I'm cultivating. I've only learned the attack techniques for now. It's only the tip of the iceberg. It lives up to its name of saint-grade martial tactic of Dao Martial Saint Land. It's amazing, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Apart from cultivating, Duan Ling Tian often sparred with Han Shui-nai, who suppressed her strength when they sparred. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake for her to defeat him. However, even though she held back, he had witnessed how terrifying Han Shui-nai's Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm was. Shui-nai, the ancient clan Han clan on the Cloud Continents, considered a branch of your clan. Did they master the saint-grade martial tactic as well? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, Han Shui-nai affirmed. The Han clan ancestor on the Cloud Continent was a collateral disciple of our clan. He passed down a saint-grade martial tactic that originated from the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm. The saint-grade martial tactic's called the Air Shadowless Palm. It's a prominent human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, Han Shui-nai proceeded to explain. It's very different compared to the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm. Almost all of the most powerful people in the Han clan, which are only a handful of people, have cultivated the Air Shadowless Palm. That's the reason why Little Gold couldn't defeat that old fella back then. Little Gold's cultivation base was lower than his. Although the saint-grade martial tactic she cultivated was more powerful than the old man's, her comprehension of the saint-grade martial tactic was far behind his. After all, Little Gold had just picked up the saint-grade martial tactic not long ago when they fought, Han Shui-nai revealed. Little Gold has cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic too. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Not only Little Gold, even Little Black and Little White have done so too. But they've just started not long ago, hence their comprehension of the Saint-grade martial tactics just barely scraping the surface, Han Shui-nai said. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding. He too had just picked up the Saint-grade martial tactic not long ago, so his comprehension of the Saint-grade martial tactic was very basic. If that were not the case, he would have had the confidence to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan with his second-level Martial Emperor stage cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian learned something new about the Saint-grade martial tactic after communicating with Han Shui-nai. He began to put in more effort, studying the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was the primitive human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic his cheapskate father had left him with, and it was divided into a total of 6 techniques. There were 3 techniques for attacking, 2 for movement and 1 for defending. It was proven that the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic targeted mainly on attacking, movement second, and defending last. Aerolite Strike, Aerolite Shower and Sound of Death were Colossal Aerolite Arrow's 3 attack techniques. Chapter 13-16 Prime Human Ranked Saint-grade Martial Tactic. Meanwhile, the Aerolite Strike was the technique that Duan Ling Tian was cultivating at the moment. The Aerolite Strike was the single attack technique recorded in Colossal Aerolite Arrow. It was formidable and worked exceptionally when one encountered a small number of opponents. One arrow could kill one person. While there were single attack techniques, naturally, there were also group attack techniques. The Aerolite Shower was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's group attack technique. As soon as it was delivered, arrows would fall like pouring rain. However, due to its scattered power, it was not as powerful as the Aerolite Strike. However, it worked perfectly in certain situations. The last attack technique was the Sound of Death. It was a close-distance attack technique which made up for the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's inadequacy as a long-distance Saint-grade martial tactic for attacking. The Sound of Death relied mainly on the bowstring. As soon as the bowstring was pulled, it would be like the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping the enemy's life. The sound that was the result of pulling the bowstring set off the killed enemy just like the Sound of Death. That was how the technique got its name. There are 2 Colossal Aerolite Arrow movement techniques, which are the body and arrow synchronization and the arrow embodiment. Duan Ling Tian had mastered a little bit of the body and arrow synchronization, just like the attack Duan Ling Tian had performed earlier whereby he stood on top of the arrow and moved along with it. It was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow's movement technique, the body and arrow synchronization. However, he had yet to cultivate the arrow embodiment. The defense technique's called the Colossal Arrow Bell. It's the most difficult technique to cultivate in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. One must cultivate the Aerolite Shower to the impeccable stage before mastering the Colossal Arrow Bell. The information about the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that Duan Ling Tian possessed echoed in his head. The impeccable stage, what's that? Duan Ling Tian frowned, unable to understand it. He went to Han Shui-nai, feeling puzzled, and verbalized his doubts. Shui-nai, for the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I'm cultivating, there's a defense technique that I can only improve after cultivating a particular attack technique until I reach the impeccable stage. Impeccable stage, what does that mean? Duan Ling Tian asked. Oh, Han Shui-nai was stunned upon hearing his question. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tian was stunned and felt that something was off. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the Colossal Aerolite Arrow you're cultivating is a set of Saint-grade martial tactic skills that are on par with the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I've cultivated. You must understand that the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm's the most powerful human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic in our clan. Only lineal disciples are allowed cultivate it, Han Shui-nai exclaimed. Do you mean that the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I'm working on is very powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course, Han Shui-nai nodded vigorously. There's an attack technique in the Dragon Mammoth Destruction Palm that I've cultivated which requires us to cultivate a movement technique until we reach the impeccable stage to be able to start cultivating the attack technique. The attack technique's power will experience a boost due to the movement technique's cultivation basis, which is to cultivate it to the impeccable stage. It's so powerful that it's comparable with the attack technique of the Earth-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Brother Ling Tian, isn't it powerful? Han Shui-nai gushed to Duan Ling Tian, whose heart jolted when he heard her. The Earth-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic was higher than the human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic in terms of power. He heard from Han Shui-nai before that the Earth-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by a true Saint-stage powerhouse. Its power was incomparable with the human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Now that Han Shui-nai was telling him that there was an attack technique in the human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic, the very same dragon mammoth destruction palm that she had cultivated, which was comparable with the earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. How could he not be stunned? Shui Nai, from what you said, does that mean that the defense technique of the colossal arrowlight arrow that I'm cultivating is comparable with the defense technique of the earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Ling Tian managed to figure that out at an instant. There was a defense technique in the colossal arrowlight arrow that he had cultivated which required him to cultivate an attack technique to the impeccable stage so that he could start cultivating the defense technique. It was similar to the attack technique in the dragon mammoth destruction palm that Han Shui Nai had cultivated. That's right, Han Shui Nai nodded. That's why I'm surprised by the colossal arrowlight arrow that Brother Ling Tian's cultivating. Your colossal arrowlight is the same level as my dragon mammoth destruction palm, which is on human ranked saint grade martial tactic. It's even higher than the ordinary human ranked saint grade martial tactic. Even in our clan, there's only one human ranked saint grade martial tactic of such a level, which is the dragon mammoth destruction palm that I've cultivated. Such a saint grade martial tactic's the most powerful one a martial cultivator on the saint stage could cultivate. Han Shui Nai uttered everything under one breath. In that case, isn't the colossal arrowlight arrow extremely precious? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath in. Not only is it precious, it's priceless. If you're willing to give away a saint token with such a saint grade martial tactic stored in it, there'd be people who are willing to exchange it with a primitive earth ranked saint grade martial tactic. Of course, it would just be a saint token with an ordinary primitive earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. There are also rare ones like the saint-grade martial tactics that we cultivate which are even more precious. Just like our clan, we've had a couple of ordinary primitive earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactics, but there's only one primitive human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic just like your colossal arrowlight arrow, which is the dragon mammoth destruction palm that I cultivated, Han Shui Nai said. He could exchange a saint token with the primitive earth-ranked saint-grade martial tactic in it. Duan Ling Tian's breath quickened beyond his control. At that moment, he realized the value of the saint token with the colossal arrowlight arrow that he had with him. Even the powerful force behind Shui Nai only had one similar saint-grade martial tactic. Brother Ling Tian, it doesn't matter if you expose the astonishing power of the colossal arrowlight arrow before the others. But you must keep your saint token with the colossal arrowlight arrow a secret no matter what. No outsiders should know about it. Han Shui Nai put away her usual quirkiness and said in all seriousness, if it's exposed, even the saint stage powerhouses will be interested in your saint token with the colossal arrowlight arrow. For the saint token, they won't care about their identity and kill you directly just to obtain the saint token, Han Shui Nai said. I understand. Duan Ling Tian became sober too and nodded hard. It would not matter if the others knew how powerful the colossal arrowlight arrow that he was cultivating. Without the saint token, even if he wanted to, there was no way that he could teach the saint-grade martial tactic to another person. However, it would be a different story if people knew that he had a saint token with the colossal arrowlight arrow with him. As long as one obtained it, they could cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic recorded in it. The saint stage powerhouses might not be interested in cultivating the human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, but what about their descendants? What about their offspring? For the sake of their descendants and offspring, they would do all they could to obtain such a prime human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal arrowlight arrow. Kid, I can't believe I've never heard about all these from you before. I didn't expect the colossal arrowlight arrow you're cultivating to be such a prime human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic. A voice came into Duan Ling Tian's head at that moment. It was Wang Ba. Surprise colored Wang Ba's tone. You must know that even I myself as a saint had never come in contact with such a human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic before I broke through to the saint stage back then. You're in such great fortune. With this human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, you'll be able to defeat all martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of the same level before you break through to the saint stage, as long as you don't encounter anyone who cultivates a similar martial tactic or Dao method as you do. Wang Ba was envious as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was surprised to hear what Wang Ba said. It must be legitimate since Wang Ba, who was once a saint stage powerhouse, expressed how powerful the colossal arrowlight arrow was. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like your father isn't an ordinary person on Dao martial saint land. No ordinary person would be able to hand out such a saint-grade martial tactic, Han Shui Nai said. Even if it were my father, he wouldn't allow me to carry the saint token with the dragon mammoth destruction palm along with me because I might lose it. But your father left a saint token behind with this colossal arrowlight arrow for you since the beginning. Everything was fine before Han Shui-nai compared her father with Duan Lingtian's. As soon as she did, she thought that her father was petty, not someone ordinary. Duan Lingtian became silent hearing what Han Shui-nai said while a vaguely familiar silhouette appeared in his head. It was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. To Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng had always been mysterious since the beginning. He could not figure him out. Maybe. Eventually, Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Han Shui-nai. Brother Lingtian, your father's intention of leaving you on the Cloud Continent must be to train you. People who train on the Cloud Continent are much more powerful than those on Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Shui-nai said, in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Most of the natives are less powerful than the martial cultivators and Dao cultivators from the three mortal continents compared to those who share the same cultivation base from Dao Martial Saint Land. Why? Duan Lingtian could not understand what she said. The cultivation environment's better and there are more resources, so shouldn't the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land be more powerful? Kid, although the cultivation environment is better and there are more resources in Dao Martial Saint Land. But because of that, they made the growth of most of the natives in Dao Martial Saint Land worse by being over-enthusiastic. Just like the saying, haste makes waste, Wang Ba's voice came again and echoed in Duan Lingtian's head. Han Shui-nai said the same thing as Wang Ba did. Compared to natives in Dao Martial Saint Land, although the cultivation environment and resources aren't as good as on the mortal continents, the martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, growth are slower which result in a stable foundation. Just like me, I've been suppressing the elevation of my cultivation throughout the years so that I could have a stable foundation. If not for that, I think I would have been on Saint Rudiment stage by now. Chapter 13-17 Saint Vane. No wonder. Duan Lingtian nodded, understanding the situation. Sometimes, cultivating too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. Without a solid foundation, one would lose their strength in frivolity or experience deviation of one's chi if it was serious. Shortly after, Duan Lingtian voiced out a thought, Shui-nai, what does the impeccable stage in the colossal arrow-light arrow which I cultivated mean? According to the records of the colossal arrow-light arrow, he could only begin to cultivate the defensive martial skill, the colossal arrow bell, after his offensive martial skill, the arrow-light shower reached the impeccable stage. However, he was clueless as to what the impeccable stage meant. Brother Lingtian, the cultivation of the martial skill on the Cloud Continent can be divided into stages. For example, the rudiment stage, the initial stage, the mastery stage and the perfection stage. Han Shui-nai looked towards Duan Lingtian. Similarly, the Saint-grade martial tactic movements can be divided into stages. What do you mean? Are you saying that the impeccable stage is a certain stage which can be attained from the Saint-grade martial tactics movements? Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Yes. Han Shui-nai nodded. The movement in the Saint-grade martial tactic differs from the martial skills of the Cloud Continent. It's divided into 5 stages: the fundamental awareness stage, the elementary stage, the competent stage, the proficient stage, and the impeccable stage. The impeccable stage is also the most powerful move of the Saint-grade martial tactic, Han Shui-nai said in one breath. The fundamental awareness stage, the elementary stage, the competent stage, the proficient stage, and the impeccable stage. With the impeccable stage being the Saint-grade martial tactics ultimate move, Duan Lingtian murmured, memorizing the stages of movements of the Saint-grade martial tactic as he whispered. It seems that I'm not going to be cultivating the colossal arrow bell in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. The colossal arrow bell was the only defense technique in the colossal arrow-light arrow, but harsh conditions had to be met before cultivating it. In particular, another offensive technique must be at the impeccable stage. The arrow-light shower. I haven't even begun cultivating it, Duan Lingtian secretly sighed. Having thought of that, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba, can the arrow-light strike which I've cultivated be considered as being on the fundamental awareness stage? Yes, it's at the fundamental awareness stage, Wang Ba answered. However, the movement technique of your body and arrow synchronization hasn't even reached the fundamental awareness stage. If you cultivate it up to the fundamental awareness stage, your speed will be further improved. That kind of improvement will be very obvious. Just like the improvement the arrow-light strike brought you, Wang Ba said, and Duan Lingtian understood what he meant. For the next few days, Duan Lingtian worked even harder on cultivating the colossal arrow-light arrow. Before that, he intended to ask Han Shui-nai about the cultivation methods on Dao Martial Saint Land. On the Cloud Continent, the speed of one's cultivation was closely related to their cultivation method. For example, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique he cultivated was considered one of the top-tier cultivation methods on the Cloud Continent. It was even comparable with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3 Lives Rebirth technique. Brother Ling Tian, the effect the cultivation method has on the martial cultivators of Dao Martial Saint Land are completely different from the effects on the Cloud Continent's martial artists. There are no better cultivation methods on Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Shui Nai shook her head and said. In fact, the Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not be better than the method on the Cloud Continent. How could that be? Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Han Shui Nai's words shocked him. How's that even possible? Duan Ling Tian couldn't believe it. Boy, what the girl said is true. At that second, Wang Ba's voice echoed in the back of his mind. Really? Duan Ling Tian calmed down after Wang Ba's confirmation, but he still thought that it was unbelievable. Why's that? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked. Brother Ling Tian, I've told you previously that the martial artist from the mortal continent would be stronger than a native of Dao Martial Saint Land when they're at the same cultivation base on Dao Martial Saint Land. Han Shui Nai said, apart from the difference in environment and resources, the reason why such a phenomenon occurred was because of the cultivation method. The local cultivation method of Dao Martial Saint Land was created by the ancestors with the environment and resources of the land in mind. There are many drawbacks although it may improve one's cultivation base very rapidly. On the other hand, the cultivation method from the mortal continent would build a solid foundation although it is slow. The cultivation method exists to help people absorb the power between the heavens and the earth so that they can integrate it into themselves and circle it through their bodies to strengthen themselves and make new breakthroughs. That is the basis of a cultivation method. As long as it is a Cloud Continent method that can be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage, they'd already be better than a local Dao Martial Saint Land cultivation method. For instance, the method I've cultivated is also not a local Dao Martial Saint Land cultivation method, but is from another mortal continent, Han Shui Nai continued. Then, how should we, the martial artists from the Cloud Continent, cultivate once we break through the mortal shedding stage? After all, the end of our cultivation method is at the peak Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian frowned with a face full of doubts. He heard what Han Shui Nai was saying, but he could not fully comprehend it. To him, it was nothing on Dao Martial Saint Land even after one broke through to the mortal shedding stage. After the mortal shedding stage, there was still the Saint Rudiment stage and even the Saint stage. One would have to continue cultivating even after they broke through to the mortal shedding stage. At that time, their cultivation method on the Cloud Continent would not be effective anymore, would it? Brother Ling Tian, the cultivation method on Dao Martial Saint Land is far less complicated than you think. As long as it's a method of the mortal continent, which can be cultivated to the innate void restoration stage, it'd be able to continue cultivating even at Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, it'll have a different effect on everyone throughout the process because of the different cultivation methods. Besides, the cultivation method will undergo some changes once you break through the mortal shedding stage and open up the Saint veins, she said. The innate void restoration stage was the equivalent to the Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor stage. While Duan Ling Tian was stunned, it also made him realize that he could continue cultivating his 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique even after he had broken through the mortal shedding stage. Saint vein. Duan Ling Tian looked puzzled as it was his first time hearing that word. Once an innate peak martial cultivator or Dao cultivator goes through another breakthrough, they'll be at the mortal shedding stage. Those on this stage will be able to open up the Saint veins in their body. A Saint vein relates to the foundation of a martial cultivator and Dao cultivator. The more veins they manage to open up, the stronger they'll be. Usually, the martial cultivator and Dao cultivator from the mortal continents will be able to open up more Saint veins than the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land because of the cultivation environment, resources, and the cultivation method. Han Shui Nai said, that's why I said the natives of Dao Martial Saint Land were as strong as the martial cultivators or Dao cultivators from mortal continents with the same cultivation base. Saint vein. The foundation of martial cultivators and Dao cultivators affected their strength. The process of opening a Saint vein is also known as mortal shedding. That's how the mortal shedding stage came about. Regardless of whether it's a martial cultivator or a Dao cultivator, the more Saint veins you're able to open at the mortal shedding stage, the better your foundation will be and the stronger you are. Once you break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, you won't be able to open a new Saint vein, Han Shui Nai said. How many Saint veins are there in total? Duan Ling Tian asked. Throughout the years, it's been said that there are 81 saint veins hidden in the human body. However, only a handful of powerhouses managed to open all 81 of them in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land. In the past 10,000 years, there was only one person who opened 81 saint veins. Han Shui Nai's eyes were filled with a burning passion when she said that. 81 saint veins. Duan Ling Tian was shaken. Did it mean that the said person had opened all the hidden saint veins? Earlier, Han Shui Nai had said that the more saint veins one managed to open, the more solid their foundation would be and the stronger they would be. If he opened 81 saint veins, did that mean his strength was heaven-defying? Yes, Han Shui Nai nodded. I never expected that a person with such heaven-defying strength would have appeared when I was trapped in the devil tablet. At the same time, Wang Ba's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind. You've never heard of him? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. No, Wang Ba responded. Shui Nai, ordinarily, how many saint veins can one open at the mortal shedding stage? Duan Ling Tian asked. Ordinary people would be considered quite talented if they can open 30 saint veins. Those who open 30 saint veins at the mortal shedding stage would generally be able to enter the saint rudiment stage. Only those who open more than 50 saint veins will have the chance to enter the saint stage, Han Shui Nai said. Opening 50 saint veins gives one the chance to enter the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian gasped. At that moment, once again, he was impressed by how mighty the powerhouse is that opened 81 saint veins were. Wang Ba, how many saint veins did you open back then? He asked Wang Ba. 59, Wang Ba hesitated for a bit before admitting. Only 59, Duan Ling Tian frowned. HMPH. Boy, a person who can open 59 saint veins is already considered talented. During my time, the person who opened the most saint veins merely achieved 67 veins. Wang Ba snorted. 67, that seems a bit far from 81, Duan Ling Tian muttered. 81, that's legendary. During my era, only 2 people managed to open 81 saint veins in nearly 100,000 years of known history in Dao Martial Saint Land. In addition to the person that girl mentioned, over more than 100,000 years, only 3 people managed to open 81 saint veins in Dao Martial Saint Land, Wang Ba snapped. Chapter 13:18 Arriving at the Half Moon Island. Shui Nai, what happened to the powerhouse who opened 81 saint veins? Were there any other rumors about him on Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian was quite curious about the powerhouse that Han Shui Nai mentioned. In Wang Ba's words, people like him were legendary martial cultivators. Yes, Han Shui Nai nodded, her usually relaxed face tensed. After the powerhouse grew, he was unbeatable in Dao Martial Saint Land. In his era, he was ranked number 1 on the Supreme Saint ranking of Dao Martial Saint Land. He once fought against the number 2 to number 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking at once. That was one against 9 other powerhouses. That timeless battle became a legend in Dao Martial Saint Land. As Han Shui Nai spoke, admiration flashed in her eyes. Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The Supreme Saint ranking lists the top saint stage powerhouses in Dao Martial Saint Land. It represents the strongest people on Dao Martial Saint Land. Being number 1 in the Supreme Saint ranking would also mean that he's the strongest person in Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba's voice resounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind. At the same time, Han Shui Nai was still explaining the ranking to him. Does the Supreme Saint ranking place the top saint stage powerhouses in Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Wang Ba, in your era, what was your placing in the Supreme Saint ranking? He curiously asked. I was number 99 in the Supreme Saint ranking, Wang Ba said proudly. No, 99, stunned. Duan Ling Tian then asked curiously, how many places were there in the Supreme Saint ranking? 100, Wang Ba said. How long were you there? Boy, I'm tired, I need a break. Upon hearing the question, Wang Ba changed the topic and then kept silent. Duan Ling Tian roared with laughter behind his sleeves. It seemed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for a long time. Even though he guessed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for a long time, he would never imagine that he did not even stay in the ranks for more than an hour. At that time, Wang Ba was a laughing joke because when he was challenging the number 99 of the Supreme Saint ranking, there were 2 other Saint stage powerhouses waiting to challenge him. When he beat his opponent and replaced him as number 99 of the Supreme Saint ranking, the following Saint stage powerhouses defeated him. Therefore, He was pushed back by a spot and ranked number 100 instead. However, he was kicked out of the Supreme Saint ranking after the other Saint stage powerhouses challenged him and defeated him. Since then, he had not been in the list at all. That senior was ranked number 1 at the Supreme Saint ranking for 30 years. No one could sway his position. He was removed from the Supreme Saint ranking when he could no longer fight because he ascended heaven and became immortal, Han Shui-Nai added. Ascended heaven and became immortal. While listening to Han Shui-Nai, a scene from Duan Ling Tian's hometown popped up in his mind. That remote canyon with the word, sword, craved in it was still fresh in his mind. That Feng Qingyang who craved the word, sword, and called himself the Sword Saint seemed to mention ascending heaven and becoming immortal. Thinking of that, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Shui-Nai, how was the powerhouse addressed? People called him the Sword Saint. Not many people knew of his name, Han Shui-Nai said, Sword Saint. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth could not help but twitch when he heard that. Both of them were called Sword Saint and had ascended heaven to become immortal. It may also be a coincidence. It's not out of the ordinary for a powerful sword cultivator to be called a Sword Saint, he thought to himself. According to Shui-Nai, the cultivation method on the Cloud Continent which can be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage was no worse than a cultivation method from Dao Martial Saint Land. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique which I've cultivated was known as the top cultivation method on the Cloud Continent. I don't know how many Saint Veins I can open when I break through to the Mortal Shedding stage. He was looking forward to reaching the Mortal Shedding stage and opening the 81 hidden Saint Veins in his body. However, he knew that he could not rush it. Currently, I'm merely at the 2nd level Martial Emperor stage. There's still quite a distance to the Mortal Shedding stage. As he thought of it, he was jolted as if cold water had just been poured on his head. 10 days passed quickly. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian and the rest along with Yang Wei and the others from Lingzan Peak departed with the people from the Hidden Fog Island to the greatest of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. Apart from them, the other martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent also brought their men along. More or less, they had some people who were ranked among the top 30 in the Hidden Fog martial competition under them. Naturally, there were some martial emperors and demon emperors who did not have anyone ranked in the top 30 under them, but they still went along to join in the fun. It was a rare opportunity to be able to go to Half Moon Island. Such an occurrence did not happen often. Half Moon Island was located north of the Hidden Fog Island. In the deep sea north of the island, there were even more terrifying underwater demons which included existences stronger than the 4th level Demon Emperor stage. Everyone gathered together and the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island led them towards Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian had seen the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island once before this, but he had only been an innate illusory. Facing the real person, he felt an invisible pressure. Shui-Nai, this first island master is a peak martial emperor and is also on the peak innate stage. Are you confident going against him? After they departed, Duan Ling Tian asked Han Shui-Nai through voice transmission. It would be a piece of cake to beat him if he didn't cultivate any saint-grade martial tactic. If he has, then it's hard to say, Han Shui-Nai answered and Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had cultivated a saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal arrow-light arrow, so he knew that cultivating such a tactic would greatly affect a martial emperor powerhouse's strength. Martial Emperor Shi-Chi, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, and Zhou Yi were not part of the group of Martial Emperor stage powerhouses from the Cloud Continent that was heading to Half Moon Island. However, the people from Thundercloud Peak followed under Lan Bai's leadership. Martial Emperor Yuhan, Duan Ling Tian could sense the constant gaze of Martial Emperor Yuhan, but he did not care. Currently, he was just as strong as Martial Emperor Yuhan. If they were to fight, Martial Emperor Yuhan would be, at the most, evenly matched to him. It was impossible for her to defeat him. It's too bad that I didn't make progress on the arrow-light strike and body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, I'm sure I'd be able to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan if I made a breakthrough in any one of them, Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. If the others knew Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would definitely feel that he was being too greedy. It was already incredible for a mere 2nd level Martial Emperor stage to evenly match a 5th level Martial Emperor stage. Perhaps it was because of Han Shui-Nai's order that Martial Emperor Qingzan did not take the initiative to greet them when he saw her again. The group left the Hidden Fog Island and headed to Half Moon Island. In addition to the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the 3rd island master had followed and guarded the rear end of the group. The 2nd island master stayed behind to guard the Hidden Fog Island. Such a pity. If that second island master of the hidden fog island, Chen Bei, came along, I'd just need to find a chance to lure him to kill me. He'd definitely attack, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Now, he was no longer afraid of Chen Bei. It was because Shui Nai and three little fellows were by his side. Even if the three little fellows were no match for Chen Bei, Han Shui Nai could still easily defeat or even kill him. He was very confident about that. On their way to Half Moon Island, they did meet some simple-minded demons. However, they were killed the second they left the water before they even saw their targets. Their fallen bodies dyed the sea red. That's strong. Every time a demon died mysteriously, everyone including Duan Ling Tian would look at the first island master of the hidden fog island in unison. They knew that he had attacked it. He's cultivated saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian heard Han Shui Nai's voice transmission. Through the first island master of the hidden fog island's repeated attacks, Han Shui Nai discovered something and could confirm that he had cultivated saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he heard Han Shui Nai's words. However, he did not seem surprised about it. After all, the first island master of the hidden fog island was the real master of the hidden fog island, which was one of the 4 great overseas saint islands. It was not weird for someone like that to have cultivated saint-grade martial tactics. It would have been even weirder if he did not cultivate it. Time passed silently and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Is that Half Moon Island? Someone called out in a low voice and woke Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duan Ling Tian stared and saw a small black spot in front that was constantly enlarging in a glance. Unlike the hidden fog island that was shrouded in layers of fog, the island which gradually cleared fell into his line of sight. Half Moon Island. We're finally here, Duan Ling Tian murmured. In the past month, Duan Ling Tian devoted himself to cultivating, trying to comprehend and improve his 2 profundities simultaneously. He was improving his strength at every moment of every day. The group from the hidden fog island, including Duan Ling Tian, successfully entered Half Moon Island under the guidance of the first island master of the hidden fog island. The bird's eye view of Half Moon Island looked like its namesake. Perhaps that was why it was known as Half Moon Island. When we arrive at Half Moon Island, we'll be able to see the Tao cultivator from the 2 other mortal continents. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with expectation and curiosity towards the Tao cultivators. Chapter 13:19. Immortality. After the group followed the first island master of Hidden Fog Island to the Half Moon Island, they headed straight to the center of the island. The heaven and earth origin energy was denser the closer it was to the center of Half Moon Island. It seems like the Half Moon Island's supreme grade origin stone's vein is buried under the center of the island. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Along the way, all they saw was a lush green forest when they flew. The air they breathed was extremely fresh, and it felt like a spring breeze. Earth from my past life was industrialized and developed. It was rare to have this kind of environment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of Earth from his past life. Those days on Earth felt like a lifetime ago. Unknowingly, it has been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Duan Ling Tian sighed. More than 10 years. I don't know if that guy is dead. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought of that person who betrayed him. In this world, we can also see the stars when we look at the night sky. This means the land I'm standing on is probably a planet. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts wandered. Both are planets. I don't know if the Saint stage powerhouses on Dao Martial Saint Land can leave the planet and travel through space physically. When Duan Ling Tian thought of that, he felt very excited. If that was possible, he might be able to travel to other planets or even back to Earth. Although Duan Ling Tian had nothing he cared for on Earth, he felt a lump in his throat whenever he thought about that person who betrayed him. He wanted to tear him into a million pieces. It would bother him as long as that person was alive. Perhaps, I'll feel better when that person dies naturally after 100 years, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was not uncommon for humans on this planet to live for more than 200 years once they had broken through to the martial emperor stage. As for going back to Earth, Duan Ling Tian was merely toying with that idea. After all, it was too unrealistic. The Sword Saint, Feng Qingyong, mentioned something about ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal. In fact, Shui Nai had mentioned it as well. In my hometown on Earth, there were also ancient myths about ascending to heaven and becoming a god. According to the ancient myths and legends, a mortal can cultivate immortality and dharma. In the end, they'll ascend to heaven and soar into the immortal world and become gods or immortals. I don't know if this world's ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal is the same as the one in the ancient myths and legends. A million confusing thoughts filled Duan Ling Tian's mind. Duan Ling Tian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Han Shui Nai, you mentioned a sword saint powerhouse who opened up the 81 saint veins, ascended to heaven and became an immortal. Do you know what ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal means? Han Shui Nai frowned when she heard his words. There was a gleam in her mischievous eyes. She said, I'm not exactly sure what it means. However, there's a rumor on the Dao Martial Saint land since ancient times that ascending to heaven and becoming an immortal means one is leaving the Dao Martial Saint land. Leaving the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Ling Tian frowned. What does that mean? Did they die, or did they move on to another world? According to the ancient myths and legends on Earth, ascending to heaven and becoming a god meant they had left Earth and had soared into the immortal world to become gods or immortals. However, he did not know how things worked in this world. I've never heard of that before. However, I don't think they died. After all, a saint stage powerhouse's life is extremely long. Han Shui Nai said, a powerful saint stage powerhouse's life can be endlessly long. They can live as long as heaven and earth. Han Shui Nai's words were like a bolt of lightning, stunning Duan Ling Tian, living as long as heaven and earth. Isn't that like immortality in the legends? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his heartbeat quickened. It was beating so fast, it felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Immortality. That was everyone's dream. Back when Duan Ling Tian was still on Earth, he had heard that the immortals in the ancient myths and legends could live as long as heaven and earth. However, that was only a legend. Previously, Duan Ling Tian thought immortality only existed in legends. However, Shui Nai just told him that powerful saint stage powerhouse could live forever. How could it not shock him? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath in an attempt to tamp down his excitement and asked, Shui Nai, is what you said true? Powerful saint stage powerhouses can really have endless lives, living as long as heaven and earth. It's true. Han Shui Nai nodded. It's not rare on the Dao Martial Saint land. However, not all saint stage powerhouses can live as long as heaven and earth. Those powerhouses who have just broken through to the saint stage can only increase their lifespans to 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. Although Duan Ling Tian was still surprised, he could remain calm because he had discovered that immortality existed. Once you break through to the saint stage, your lifespan can increase to 1,000 years old. Powerful saint stage powerhouses can live forever. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with desire when he thought about this. He yearned to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse one day. Boy, if you can break through to the mortal shedding stage, your lifespan will increase to 300 years old. If you make it to the saint rudiment stage, you can live up to 500 years old. Wang Ba's voice sounded in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up after he heard Wang Ba's words. Even if one broke through to the martial emperor stage and became a martial emperor powerhouse, their lifespan would only be increased to almost 200 years old. However, the mortal shedding stage could grant a lifespan of 300 years old. In addition to the saint veins, Duan Ling Tian currently also yearned for longevity. He desperately wanted to improve his cultivation base and break through to the mortal shedding stage. Ha ha, Tang Zhen, it's been a while. Hearty laughter sounded suddenly and shocked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked up and discovered that they had arrived at the center of Half Moon Island. They were hovering in midair, above a few buildings. An old man stood before them. He was followed by another 2 old men and a middle-aged man. The old man and the 3 people behind him wore the same outfit. There was an embroidered half moon on their chests. The shape was similar to Half Moon Island. Their outfits were obviously a uniform of Half Moon Island. However, unlike the blue half moon on the old man's chest, the other 3 people had green half moons. It seems like the color of the moon represents their status on Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian managed to figure it out with just a glance. At the same time, some whispering entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's the Vice Island Master and Elders of Half Moon Island. How do you know their identities? Just look at the embroidery on their chests. On Half Moon Island, the class is clearly divided by the colors of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red is a mark for the lowest status. It's only for ordinary outer island disciples. On the other hand, violet is a mark of the highest status. It represents the island masters of Half Moon Island. I've also heard about that. Below the violet moon, the Indigo Moon belongs exclusively to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. After the Indigo Moon, the Blue Moon represents the Inner Island Elders of Half Moon Island. Most of the people who were whispering were the core disciples of Hidden Fog Island. As one of the overseas Saint Islands, they had heard some things about Half Moon Island. Shao Kun, you haven't died yet. Faced with the greetings from the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, the first Island Master of Hidden Fog, Master Tang Zhen, smiled. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not polite. Most of the people from Hidden Fog Island and Duan Ling Tian were shocked when they heard his words. In comparison, the 3 elders of Half Moon Island were a lot calmer. They did not seem surprised. Meanwhile, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, Shao Kun, smiled at Tang Zhen. How can I die when you're still alive? Don't you forget that you're older than me by a few years, Shao Kun said triumphantly. The group from Hidden Fog Island including Duan Ling Tian finally had an inkling of what was happening. The first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island must be old friends with the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island. In fact, they must be quite close. Otherwise, they would not be so casual with each other. You old fart, you have nothing else to say apart from this. Tang Zhen retorted snappily after he snorted. He always lost to Shao Kun because of that. Ha ha, saying this is good enough. After smirking and laughing, Shao Kun looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. All of you must be tired from your journey with that old fart. I'll bring you to a place to rest. After that, he and the 3 elders of Half Moon Island turned around and led the way, descending to the ground. However, the Hidden Fog Island's disciples did not follow them. Even Duan Ling Tian and the others from Cloud Continent did not follow them. They only looked at Tang Zhen. They did not dare to follow them because they were afraid of the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island's strength. If he was dissatisfied, he could kill them in just a second. Naturally, there were some who were not afraid of Tang Zhen. Han Shuinai did not follow them because she saw Duan Ling Tian did not move. It was not because she was afraid of Tang Zhen. Duan Ling Tian and the others only made a move when Tang Zhen moved. Under the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, Shao Kun's arrangement, Duan Ling Tian and the others stayed in a building in the center of Half Moon Island. It was also the main building on Half Moon Island. This was where everyone under the Island Master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, stayed. This included the Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Inner Island Elders, Core Disciples, and Inner Island Disciples. When they were in a spacious hall, Han Shuinai looked at Shao Kun who was flying away and muttered, "This Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island is a Dao cultivator." Dao cultivator. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately followed Han Shuinai's line of sight and looked over. However, he could not find any difference between Shao Kun and martial cultivators no matter how he looked at him. Chapter 13:20 Killing the Martial Emperor Yuhan. At the east of Half Moon Island, close to the sea where one could hear the continuous sound of waves hitting the shore. Pa. 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 The waves kept rolling as they pounded on the rocks and produced different sounds. A black light flashed past. It was an arrow that was as black as ink. It was headed straight to the seaside. Almost at the same time when the arrow was shot, a purple figure stood above it and moved along with it. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the seaside as a tremendous force spread out and broke the incoming waves. The figure stepped on the arrow and flew in loops around the seaside and the surrounding sea. Soon after, the purple figure slowed down and revealed itself. Martial Emperor Yuhan. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman standing nearby in midair, he retrieved the arrow at his feet. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. It seemed as though it made him feel more secure. The woman was the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Yuhan. She was not here earlier. It was clear that she had only just appeared. Duan Ling Tian, you're really bold. You actually dared to come out and cultivate alone in a strange environment like this, Martial Emperor Yuhan said leisurely as she looked at Duan Ling Tian calmly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan. He clicked his tongue and said, I don't know if I'm bold or not, but Martial Emperor Yuhan, you're really patient. 13 days. You waited for 13 days before appearing. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished talking, Martial Emperor Yuhan's expression changed completely. 13 days ago, she discovered that Duan Ling Tian would leave the residence arranged by the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island and cultivate his martial skill here. He would be here for the entire day. In the beginning, she only hid at the side, fearing it was a trap. As she hid in the dark day after day to observe Duan Ling Tian, she searched around and discovered that no one was following Duan Ling Tian or protecting him. Today was the 13th day she followed Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was cultivating, she conducted a blanket search around the area and did not find anyone at all. She, who usually played it safe, finally decided to kill Duan Lingtian so she could obtain his inheritance from the rebirth Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor Yuhan gasped. She looked around, thinking there was a hidden powerhouse who had tipped Duan Lingtian off. Stop looking. I'm all alone, Duan Lingtian said faintly. You're alone. You actually detected my presence? Martial Emperor Yuhan asked in a deep voice as her eyes flashed. Did you think you had hidden yourself well? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I almost forgot. You're the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. It's not surprising that you have something hidden up your sleeves. Martial Emperor Yuhan sized Duan Lingtian up as her face eased a little. Previously at Hidden Fog Island, someone had saved you. This time you won't be so lucky on Half Moon Island. Martial Emperor Yuhan said as she drew her spirit weapon out. It was a 3-foot-long quasi-royal grade spirit sword. She was prepared to go all out to kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. This was to avoid any unforeseen variable. It seems like you're very confident about killing me, Duan Lingtian said leisurely as he stared at Martial Emperor Yuhan. Stop playing tricks, Martial Emperor Yuhan sneered. Her robe fluttered before she disappeared. She flew out with her sword in hand. It was as though she had transformed into a giant sword as she flew across the sky. The giant sword emitted a burst of ice-cold aura that caused the surrounding air to stagnate as though the airflow had condensed. Today, you must die, Martial Emperor Yuhan said coldly as the spirit sword in her hands trembled. The surrounding aura became colder. Martial Emperor Yuhan immediately used the most powerful sword skill in the Han Bing's divine sword technique. She aimed her killing shot at Duan Lingtian's vital parts, fully intending to kill Duan Lingtian with just a blow. I must die, Duan Lingtian replied with a sneer. Faced with Martial Emperor Yuhan's fierce sword skill, he drew the bowstring of the bow in his hands until it was the shape of a full moon. When Martial Emperor Yuhan cast the heaven and earth wipeout, a small bright spot appeared at the tip of the sword before a terrifying coldness erupted and a thunderous noise reverberated in the air. It froze everything in its surroundings into ice sculptures before crushing it. Zhong. Duan Lingtian had loosened his hand on the bowstring. It was also the hand that was holding on to the end of the arrow. In that split second, the arrow shot across the sky. Its speed was a lot faster compared to when he was alone. It was obvious that he was concealing his strength earlier, body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew with the tailwind and landed on the arrow. As the speed of the arrow increased, his speed increased as well. At the moment when Duan Lingtian shot the arrow out, the bright spot at the tip of Martial Emperor Yuhan's sword exploded soundlessly and transformed into a skyful of light specks. It swept out as it emitted a burst of cold aura. Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and escaped Martial Emperor Yuhan's attacks. At the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing at earlier, the air condensed and exuded an extremely cold aura. Oh, no! Martial Emperor Yuhan's expression changed dramatically when she saw Duan Lingtian's current speed was faster than hers. Even after she unleashed the full power of her movement technique and martial skill with her quasi-royal grade spirit sword, she was still not as fast as Duan Lingtian. An ominous feeling rose in her heart when she thought about how Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength from her for the past 13 days and the fact that he knew she was hiding in the dark all along. Since Duan Lingtian knew she was hiding in the dark, why was he so calm? These things that she had not given much thought to prior to this shocked her now as she broke out in cold sweat. Unless he's confident that he would win. Martial Emperor Yuhan turned pale, and she felt a chill creeping up to her head when she thought about that possibility. The thought continued to magnify in her head. She was so scared that for the first time, she thought about escaping. However, could she escape now? Aerolite strike, a cold voice sounded along with the short-lived sound of wind whistling. Before Martial Emperor Yuhan had time to react, her body shuddered, and she whimpered. From the beginning until the end, all Martial Emperor Yuhan saw was a lightning-like black flash. In the next moment, there was a heart-wrenching pain coming from her hand that was holding the sword. There was a bloody wound on her wrist. The spirit sword in her hand almost fell. Fortunately, she managed to catch it in time with her other hand. Another sound of wind whistling sounded. Before Martial Emperor Yuhan could react, another bloody wound appeared on her other hand. The spirit sword eventually fell to the ground. You. Back then it was you who negated my heaven and earth wipeout and saved Martial Emperor Lingzan. Although Martial Emperor Yuhan managed to stop the bleeding on both her wrists, her face was pale, and she looked unwell. She looked at Duan Ling Tian quizzically as disbelief filled her eyes. That person whom she thought was weak was actually stronger than her. She found it hard to accept this fact. If you're too greedy, you'll end up with nothing. Your Yuhan Valley is blessed enough to obtain Martial Emperor Han Bing's inheritance. It's a pity you didn't cherish it, Duan Ling Tian said coldly. In his opinion, Martial Emperor Yuhan was doomed the moment she laid her eyes on him and tried to plot against him. Meanwhile, the arrow in his hand rested on the bowstring. He drew the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon again and aimed it at Martial Emperor Yuhan. At this moment, Martial Emperor Yuhan felt like she had a bullseye painted on her, and there was no way for her to escape. Martial Emperor Yuhan gave up on resisting. It was as though she already knew she was going to die today. However, she could not help but voice out her confusion. I'm curious. Why is there such a huge difference in your strength when you utilize your spirit weapon and when you don't? Even if she was going to die, she wanted to understand why. Back then, I checked your strength. That day, you used the spirit archery set and broke my heaven and earth wipeout. Although I didn't utilize my spirit weapon then, the strength of that attack isn't the strength you possessed. Due to that reason, the Martial Emperor Yuhan did not think that arrow was shot by Duan Ling Tian. Saint grade martial tactic, Duan Ling Tian said leisurely. After he finished speaking, Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes widened. Shock was apparent on her face, and a bitter smile hung on the corner of her mouth. I see, you've actually cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic. Martial Emperor Yuhan had heard of the Saint grade martial tactic before. Its existence was above the heaven rank advanced martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. No wonder I lost, Martial Emperor Yuhan gasped. One last question, what's your current cultivation base? 3rd level Martial Emperor stage. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he suddenly let go of the hand that was holding on to the arrow. He also loosened the bowstring, granting the arrow absolute freedom. Arrowlight strike. The arrow shot out once again. It penetrated Martial Emperor Yuhan's chest and killed her. Martial Emperor Yuhan, the No. 3 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent, died just like that. First, it was Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Then, it was Martial Emperor Yuhan. Among the top 3 Martial Emperors on Cloud Continent, 2 of them had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. After Duan Ling Tian kept Martial Emperor Yuhan's spatial ring in profundity fragments, he stood in the air and recalled the earlier incident as he muttered, after the body and arrow synchronization entered the fundamental awareness stage, my speed has really improved to the next level. With my cultivation base at the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage and the breakthrough of my sword concept, it's not too difficult to kill Martial Emperor Yuhan. In half a month, it'll be the day to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses. Currently, it had been 2.5 months since the time he arrived at Half Moon Island. When he first arrived, he learned that it would take 3 months before he could meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. At that time, Di Yong would personally select his direct disciple. Chapter 13:21 Tao Cultivator. Counting from half a month ago, Duan Ling Tian had been on Half Moon Island for 2 months now. During that 2 months, he did not stay idle. In addition to entering the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage and comprehending the 6th level Emperor stage sword profundity, he also managed to cultivate the body and arrow synchronization from the Saint grade martial tactic and the colossal arrowlight arrow to the fundamental awareness stage. He had also made great progress with the arrowlight strike. According to Wang Ba's estimation, it was close to reaching the elementary stage. The Saint grade martial tactics techniques were divided into 5 stages: the fundamental awareness stage, elementary stage, competent stage, proficient stage, and impeccable stage. Every stage was a world of a difference from one another. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also tried to cultivate the other 2 offensive techniques of colossal arrowlight arrow, the arrowlight shower and sound of death. Although he had not cultivated them to the fundamental awareness stage, he could already use them. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was easy for him to kill Martial Emperor Yuhan, the master of Yuhan Valley and also one of the top 3 Martial Emperors on Cloud Continent. After killing Martial Emperor Yuhan and collecting the loot, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he turned to leave. However, he heard a burst of noises from afar soon after he began his journey. It seemed like someone was fighting. I'll go and have a look. Duan Ling Tian did not have any matter to attend to at the moment, so he followed the noise to see what was happening. I wonder who's fighting. They're causing quite a scene. He got closer and closer to the sound. Soon after, two individuals appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Several bolts of lightning struck from the sky. It looked like a net made of lightning as it fell and shrouded one of them. Some parts of his robe were burned by the lightning, causing him to look like a drowned rat. Wang Yu. Duan Ling Tian recognized the figure in just a glance. It was Martial Emperor Qing Zan's direct disciple, Wang Yu. He was the variant with the soul attack innate ability. He still remembered him, and Wang Yu had competed for the number 1 spot in the Hidden Fog martial competition back on Hidden Fog Island. At that time, he broke Wang Yu's innate ability with his Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, and his spiritual energy. That was how he defeated him. Until now, only a handful of people understood how he had broken Wang Yu's innate ability with an arrow in that battle. That's a Dao cultivator. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on Wang Yu's opponent. A green-clad youth stood there with his hands wide open. Several bolts of lightning struck following his movements, utilizing the heaven and earth energy and nature energy to defeat his opponent. That's a Dao cultivator's move, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Finally, Wang Yu's not holding back his strength anymore. Duan Ling Tian was moved. His eyes were filled with expectation when he saw a black lotus appeared before it flew toward the green-clad youth. Wang Yu finally used his killing shot. Duan Ling Tian could tell that Wang Yu was completely suppressed by his opponent's bolts of lightning. He could not find any chance to get close to his opponent to attack him. If this continued, there was no doubt he would lose the fight. The black lotus was blocked by a quick-moving gold flash as it flew out. In just a blink of an eye, the gold flash dimmed before it was destroyed by the black lotus and continued on its trajectory toward the green-clad youth. At this moment, 2, 3, and 4 gold flashes appeared in succession. They glided across the sky and headed straight for the black lotus. It was as though they would not rest until the black lotus was destroyed. Spiritual energy attack. Duan Ling Tian could see that it was the Dao cultivator's spiritual energy attack. It was also a soul attack. Although it would not destroy Wang Yu's innate ability, the Black Lotus, the continuous release of soul attack would deplete most of the Black Lotus energy and would weaken its power. Eventually, the Black Lotus entered the green-clad youth's body. However, he merely trembled. It seemed like he was not really affected by it. This Dao cultivator's spiritual energy is very strong. At the very least, he's at the 4th level Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian spotted the anomaly in the youth. Due to that reason, the Dao cultivator could continuously use his spiritual energy attack to deplete most of the Black Lotus power and let it integrate with him after its energy was depleted. At that time, the Black Lotus would not have enough energy to injure his soul, let alone destroy it. How's this possible? Wang Yu's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect his usually invincible innate ability would lose twice in a row. First, it was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Today, it was destroyed by that Dao cultivator. Innate ability, it's nothing to shout about. If I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to be the most outstanding direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse on Cloud Continent, right? The Dao cultivator with unknown background sneered. It seems like the people from Cloud Continent are just a group of trash. Duan Ling Tian frowned as his face sank. Duan Ling Tian was finally going to intervene when he saw Wang Yu's aura was weakening, and it probably would not take long before the Dao cultivator killed him. Put aside the fact that he could not just look on because Wang Yu was Martial Emperor Qing Zan's direct disciple and that Zuan Nai was acquainted with Martial Emperor Qing Zan, the Dao cultivator's words had enraged him. People from Cloud Continent were trash. He, Duan Ling Tian, was from Cloud Continent. Let's give it a try then. A short-lived but piercing sound of wind whistling tore through the sky, alerting Wang Yu and the green-clad youth. Before both of them could react, the air stirred and a sudden burst of light swept out, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind whistling in the air. A sky full of arrows rained down like a meteor shower. The arrows caused turbulence in its wake. Soon after, it destroyed the bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning were destroyed. This meant that the green-clad youth's Dao method had backfired because it was broken. He shuddered before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The green-clad youth's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Wang Yu as he shouted, "Who's that?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Wang Yu and calmly stared at the green-clad youth. He said softly, "Dao cultivator. It's nothing to shout about." Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's appearance made Wang Yu's eyes brighten, and he hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was saved. Duan Ling Tian, the Dao cultivator, was stunned when he heard Wang Yu's words. You're the one who placed first in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Obviously, he had heard of Duan Ling Tian's name before. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Wang Yu said mockingly, not only is he ranked number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition, but he's also from Cloud Continent. The people you referred to as trash. Since you said people from Cloud Continent are trash, I don't think you'll mind fighting trash like me, right? Duan Ling Tian's eyes remained as calm as before. However, if you're defeated, it means you're even worse than trash. The green-clad youth's expression turned ghastly as Duan Ling Tian stared at him. When he recalled how easily the sky full of arrow rays had broken his Dao method, he knew very well that the strength of that person before him had far surpassed him. The green-clad youth snorted, and he thought of retreating. However, he glared at Duan Ling Tian before he left. Duan Ling Tian, you're number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Your opponent should be the number 1 in our Coral martial competition. When I return, I'll tell senior brother Luo about the challenge you issued to Coral Island. You just wait, it won't be long before senior brother Luo pays you a visit. When the green-clad youth spoke, he enunciated the words, pay you a visit. It was obvious he planned to fabricate rumors and create conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the senior brother Luo he mentioned. This senior brother Luo you mentioned is number 1 in your Coral martial competition? Duan Ling Tian asked faintly. He did not care if the green-clad youth was planning to fabricate rumors and create a conflict. That's right, the green-clad youth had a smug expression on his face. He's also a Dao cultivator like you. Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes, what are you asking for? The green-clad youth asked with a frown. If he's not a Dao cultivator, I would have asked you to stay and fight with me. We don't have Dao cultivators on Cloud Continent, and I've wanted to fight with a Dao cultivator for quite some time now. There was a glint in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he grinned. However, if the senior brother Luo you mentioned is also a Dao cultivator, then I'm no longer interested in fighting you. After all, you're just too weak. There won't be a sense of accomplishment when I beat you. The green-clad youth's face changed when he saw how Duan Ling Tian looked down on him. He said in a deep voice, rest assured. Senior brother Luo will grant you your wishes. I only hope that you'll still be able to laugh at that time. The green-clad youth said before he turned to leave. When he was about to leave, his figure became more distinct as he was surrounded by green astral wind. It seemed as though he was flying with the wind. First, he summoned bolts of lightning, and now, he's riding the wind. Dao method is really different from martial skills, Duan Ling Tian muttered when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian, I've heard of that person who ranked number 1 in the Coral martial competition. His name's Luo Fengzhu. He's the direct disciple of the first island master of Coral Island. His strength isn't any weaker than most of the Coral Island's elders. Wang Yu said. Moreover, during the last martial competition in Coral Island, apart from the participants from Coral Island, there were also a lot of people from Red Lotus Continent who had participated since it's located near Coral Island. To be able to rank number 1 in such a martial competition, you can imagine what Luo Fengzhu's strength is like. You have to be prepared, Wang Yu reminded Duan Ling Tian when he saw the battle intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes glinted. He was looking forward to the battle with the person who ranked number 1 in the Coral martial competition. Luo Fengzhu is it. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 1322 Luo Fengzhu. Duan Ling Tian, what martial skill did you use earlier? Although it's not as powerful as the arrow that stopped my innate ability back then, it's so much more powerful than the heaven rank advanced attack martial skill that I cultivated. You must know that, I've cultivated my martial skill to the perfect level, Wang Yu said to Duan Ling Tian on their journey back. He was still stunned by the arrow rays that fell like a meteor shower earlier when he thought about it. He thought the martial skill Duan Ling Tian had cultivated was more powerful than the martial skill he had cultivated by a long shot. Both martial skills were not on the same level at all. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said nothing in response to Wang Yu's question. He knew very well Wang Yu only asked that question because he was unaware of the existence of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Although I've yet to cultivate Arrowlight Shower to the fundamental awareness stage, its power is great. With the help of the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and my current ability, I can easily break that Dao cultivator's Dao method that's equivalent to the 4th level martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he recalled what had happened earlier. I'll need to cultivate Aerolite Shower to the impeccable stage first before I can start cultivating the only defensive technique in Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Colossal Arrow Bell. I should not slack on cultivating Aerolite Shower in the future. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind inwardly. Speaking to Han Shui Nai earlier made him realize the most powerful technique of the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that he cultivated was the defensive technique, Colossal Arrow Bell. After all, he needed to cultivate the other techniques to impeccable stage before he could even start cultivating Colossal Arrow Bell. Impeccable stage was the highest level for Saint-grade martial tactics techniques. Naturally, the techniques that were cultivated to such heights were extraordinary. According to Han Shui Nai's words, it was even comparable to the techniques from Earth-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yu parted ways when they arrived at their accommodation on Half Moon Island that was arranged specially for the people from Hidden Fog Island. Wang Yu thanked Duan Ling Tian once again before they parted ways. If Duan Ling Tian did not appear in time, he would have been killed by that Dao cultivator from Coral Island. The accommodation for the people from Hidden Fog Island was a huge mansion that occupied a vast space. Duan Ling Tian was staying in a mansion within the huge mansion. He was not the only one staying at the mansion. Apart from the two ladies, Han Shui Nai and the three fellows were also staying there. When Duan Ling Tian returned, he saw all of them cultivating. He did not interrupt their cultivation. Instead, he went back to his room and cultivated on his bed with his legs crossed. While he was cultivating, he was also doing some thinking. I heard from Shui Nai. As soon as a powerhouse breaks through to the mortal shedding stage, there'll be changes in their techniques. I wonder what kind of changes will my 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique undergo, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Shui Nai also said, the opening of Hidden Saint Vein in martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, bodies at the mortal shedding stage doesn't only depend on one's talent but on cultivation methods as well. I wonder how many Saint Veins my 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique will open for me. Duan Ling Tian felt excited. He could not wait to break through to the mortal shedding stage when he thought up to this point. He was eager to find out how many Saint Veins he could open. Duan Ling Tian, a short moment after he began cultivating with his eyes closed, he heard a voice calling out to him from outside. The bed was not even warm from him sitting on it yet. He's here so soon. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. There was a look of surprise on his face. He could tell the voice belonged to the Dao cultivator from Coral Island who had almost killed Wang Yu earlier. When he walked out of his room, he discovered Ka, Li Fei, Han Shui Nai, and the three fellows were also woken up by the voice as they walked out of their rooms one after another. Rascal, brother. The two ladies and three little fellows looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison with concern written all over their faces. Brother Ling Tian, do you know who's looking for you? That person sounds like he's here with ill intentions. Should I kill him? Han Shui Nai said to Duan Ling Tian. Little Devil showed her terrifying character without holding back at this moment. That's not necessary. He's a nobody. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Subsequently, he leapt into the air and headed toward the source of the voice. Han Shui Nai followed him immediately. Being nosy was one of her favorite things to do. Duan Ling Tian stopped when he arrived high above the air and hovered across two young men. The person who stood in the lead was dressed in azure. His brown hair fluttered in the wind like miniature pythons that were writhing. His body emitted a terrifying aura as he stood there. He was like a poisonous snake that was poised to attack. Meanwhile, a young man in green stood behind him. The young man in green was the person who almost killed Wang Yu earlier, the Dao cultivator from Coral Island. One could easily guess the azure-clad young man's identity, Luo Fengzhu. He was a powerful Dao cultivator who ranked number 1 in the Coral Island martial competition not too long ago. Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, Wang Yu had arrived as well. The people from Hidden Fog Island showed themselves one after another. Apart from the first and third island master of Hidden Fog Island, almost everyone was here. The person who ranked number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition, Duan Ling Tian. Luo Fengzhu finally spoke. His voice was cold without any emotions in it. The person who ranked number 1 in the Coral martial competition, Luo Fengzhu. Duan Ling Tian's asked slowly in return. His expression remained unchanged when he faced Luo Fengzhu. Luo Fengzhu. He's Luo Fengzhu. As soon as Duan Ling Tian was done speaking, many Hidden Fog Island's disciples' expressions changed slightly. A hint of shock could be seen on their faces. You guys know him. At this moment, the people from Cloud Continent looked at the hidden Fog Island's disciples with doubts written all over their faces. Luo Fengzhu is the direct disciple of the first island master of Coral Island. His ability is above most of Coral Island's elders. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he must have ranked first in the Coral Martial competition that took place recently. With Luo Fengzhu's ability, it's no surprise he placed first in the Coral Martial competition. But, Duan Lingtian comes from Cloud Continent, and Luo Fengzhu comes from Coral Island. How did conflict arise between them? Many hidden Fog Island disciples whispered among themselves. At this moment, the people from Cloud Continent snapped back to their senses and discovered Luo Fengzhu's identity. He was the direct disciple of the first island master of Coral Island, the person who ranked number 1 in the Coral Martial competition. Although it was the first time most of them heard of Coral Island, it was easy for them to figure out that it was one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. I heard from Lin Tai. You said all Coral Island disciples are trash. Luo Fengzhu stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed coldly. The Lin Tai he mentioned was obviously the green-clad young man standing behind him. He was the Dao cultivator from Coral Island who ran away from Duan Lingtian earlier. Everyone present gasped when they heard Luo Fengzhu's words. Duan Lingtian provoked Coral Island. No wonder Luo Fengzhu is here. He definitely came here with ill intentions. Many people discussed among themselves. Only a small number of them believed in Duan Lingtian. They believed it was impossible for him to say such things. Wang Yu's expression changed. Although he knew Lin Tai would purposely create conflict between Duan Lingtian and Luo Fengzhu, he did not expect him to turn around and accuse Duan Lingtian instead. It was him who looked down on people from Cloud Continent and had called them trash, but now, he accused Duan Lingtian of calling Coral Island's disciples trash. He had completely turned the matter around. Just as Wang Yu was about to explain, Duan Lingtian stopped him. After stopping Wang Yu, Duan Lingtian looked Luo Fengzhu and said calmly, "So what?" When Duan Lingtian was done speaking, those who believed Duan Lingtian would not say such things were stunned. "Since you've admitted it, then I'll show you the ability of the people you called trash." A cold gleam flashed in Luo Fengzhu's eyes. He moved as he shouted angrily. It seemed as though the wind was carrying him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. This Dao method was called Wind Rider. His speed was not slower than Martial Emperor Yuhan, whom Duan Lingtian had killed recently. Everyone's eyes were locked on Luo Fengzhu when he moved. Brother Lingtian. Martial Emperor Ling Zan had a solemn expression on his face. Judging from Luo Fengzhu's speed, he could tell he was no match for Luo Fengzhu. Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. He would only make things worse if he helped Duan Lingtian now. Initially, Martial Emperor Qing Yuan wanted to help Duan Lingtian. However, he dismissed the thought when he saw how calm Han Shuinai was. Miss Shuinai has full confidence in Duan Lingtian. Martial Emperor Qing Zan thought to himself. He could tell from Luo Fengzhu's speed that he was on par with Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Martial Yuhan, who ranked just below him on Cloud Continent. Since he possessed such speed, Luo Fengzhu must be powerful. He might be even more powerful than Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Martial Emperor Yuhan. Could Duan Lingtian be a match for a person like that? He highly doubted that. However, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian took out a bow and arrow with lightning speed. The arrow was shot into the air before Duan Lingtian stood on top of it. How's this possible? His speed. How can it be? Martial Emperor Qing Zan noticed Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Luo Fengzhu. When faced with Luo Fengzhu, who was charging toward him, Duan Lingtian cast the movement technique from Colossal Arrowlight Arrow immediately to dodge him. Luo Fengzhu's eyes betrayed a hint of shock when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. He shook both of his arms hard, and his aura swept out like a majestic dragon, causing a tremor in the air. All of a sudden, blue water dragons appeared out of thin air one after another, tens of meters away from Duan Lingtian. Divine dragons completely formed from water charged at Duan Lingtian from all directions. There was nowhere for him to run, he could only endure the attack by force. However, would Duan Lingtian put his fate in Luo Fengzhu's hands? Facing the water dragons that were charging at him from all directions, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he released his grip on the bowstring that was already half pulled and shot the arrow out. Chapter 1323 Coral Island's First Island Master. The shot arrow was like a meteorite falling from the sky as it crashed into one of the water dragons. The arrow collided with it destructively, causing water to splash all over the place. At this moment, an opening appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian shot another arrow and stood on top of it before he escaped through the opening. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian escaped, the overwhelming number of water dragons arrived where he was at and collided with one another. Deafening noises reverberated in the air. At the same time, shockwaves swept out and spread everywhere. Some people with lower cultivation base were thrown out. Arrowlight shower. After Duan Lingtian escaped, he glared at Luo Fengzhu with a cold expression on his face. He lifted his arms and pulled the bowstring to a full draw and shot the arrow once again. However, the arrow was aimed above Luo Fengzhu's head. At this moment, arrow rays rained down like a meteor shower. There was no way Luo Fengzhu could escape. "Please, that's nothing," Luo Fengzhu shouted in his deep voice. As his azure robe fluttered, arrows suddenly appeared out of thin air. The arrows were formed from water. "Attack!" Luo Fengzhu shouted, and the arrows made of water flew out and destroyed the arrow rays above his head. It was water arrows against arrow rays. Luo Fengzhu crushed Duan Lingtian's attack in just a blink of an eye. "I knew it. I was wondering how it's possible that he could cast such a powerful attack and possessed such a speed without any external strength. It seems like his azure robe is a spirit weapon." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He had noticed something out of the ordinary about Luo Fengzhu's azure robe. Luo Fengzhu's strength and speed were boosted because of it. "No wonder you dared to say our Coral Island's disciples are all trash. You're not too shabby, but this ends now," Luo Fengzhu said with a gleam in his eyes. He then moved and vanished from his spot. Luo Fengzhu was quick. He arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. However, he did not charge toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, he ran around him at a rapid speed. His speed increased, and it made the people who were watching feel nauseous. What's he trying to do? Many people who were watching felt confused. They had no idea what Luo Fengzhu was up to. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the middle of Luo Fengzhu's strange act, looked solemn. As Luo Fengzhu's target and the recipient of his attention, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the instability of the airflow at this moment. The waves of terrifying aura were growing more and more powerful. "It's the wind." Soon after, Duan Lingtian figured out what Luo Fengzhu was trying to do. He's taking advantage of the wind. Once Duan Lingtian figured out Luo Fengzhu's intention, he lifted his arms and shot an arrow out. He performed the body and arrow synchronization in an attempt to escape from the trap that Luo Fengzhu was in the midst of setting up. Duan Lingtian dashed out quickly with the arrow. As he was about to leave the attack range, his initially pleased expression suddenly changed. "Oh, no." Almost at that very second, azure wind blades appeared before Duan Lingtian before they flew at him. The wind blades seemed to be coming at Duan Lingtian with the intention to kill. Dao methods so terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply felt how terrifying Dao cultivators were due to their unpredictable Dao methods. The wind blades flew and arrived before Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. It seemed as though they were about to hit him. Duan Lingtian did not have time to shoot his arrow at all. "Oh, no." Yang Hui's expression changed drastically when he noticed the crisis Duan Lingtian was in. Ka and Li Fei's expression changed as well. "Brother Lingtian." Han Shui-nai was planning to attack in an attempt to help Duan Lingtian. However, she did not carry out her plan when she noticed his face was calm and relaxed now. She believed in her brother Lingtian. At the moment when everyone was tensed because they thought Duan Lingtian was going to be killed by the wind blades, an ear-piercing and terrifying sound reverberated in the air. The sound came almost instantly, and it was deafening. Ah! At this moment, those onlookers who had low cultivation base felt a tremor in their organs. Blood filled their throats before they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Sound of death. Duan Lingtian had a cold expression on his face as he plucked the bowstring on the bow in his hands as though he was playing the harp. However, the harp's tunes were gravely detrimental to the ears. Although the tunes sounded horrible, the power it held was great. In just a blink of an eye, the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out arc rays every time he plucked it. He moved rapidly as the arc rays crashed into the incoming wind blades. The mellow tunes were accompanied by gusts of sweeping airwaves. They came from the arc rays that were being shot out from the bowstring that Duan Lingtian was plucking. Moreover, the arc rays had destroyed all the incoming wind blades in just an instant. How's this possible? Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect something like that to happen. In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian had mastered archery, which is a type of long-distance attack, close-distance attacks should theoretically be his weakness. That was why he had decided to use the Dao method that would form wind blades with unpredictable attacks. He believed Duan Ling Tian would not have the time to use the archery set in his hands while he attacked. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian was not only adept at long-distance attack, but he was adept at close-distance attack as well. The bowstring seemed as though it had divine help. When Luo Fengju's expression changed due to the shock from Duan Ling Tian's close-distance attack ability, Duan Ling Tian said slowly while he shot another arrow that appeared out of thin air, "You're right. It ends now." Duan Ling Tian flew together with the arrow. He accelerated his speed and arrived before Luo Fengju in just a blink of an eye. Luo Fengju finally snapped back to his senses at this moment. "Water barrier," Luo Fengju shouted in his deep voice with a solemn expression on his face. A wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. To be exact, it was a water wall. The water wall was formed completely from water. It became a shield in front of Luo Fengju. Duan Ling Tian crashed into the water wall together with the arrow. However, the water wall only trembled for a second. It was not destroyed. Interesting, Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly as he stepped on the arrow and flew up into the sky. At this moment, an arrow appeared in his hand. He placed the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into a full draw immediately. Duan Ling Tian looked below his feet and released the arrow after aiming it at Luo Fengju's head. All of a sudden, the arrow fell from the sky like a falling meteorite with a rumble as it exuded a majestic aura. When Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow in his hand out, the water wall before Luo Fengju shifted to the void above his head. It was placed horizontally in an attempt to protect him. The falling arrow collided with the water wall in just an instant. The water wall shook violently from the collision. Another loud noise sounded. It was the energy that was released from the arrow. This time, the arrow's strength crashed into the water wall destructively and shot toward Luo Fengju's head at full strength. Luo Fengju would definitely be killed if the arrow landed on him. Although the arrow's strength was mitigated by the water wall, it would still be easy for it to kill Luo Fengju. Luo Fengju's expression changed drastically and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes when suddenly, a fiery red wall appeared above his head when the arrow was about to hit its target. The wall was made of fire. The scorching aura it exuded seemed as though it could burn everything into ashes. Hiss. 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 The arrow collided hard against the wall made of fire. Apart from the dazzling sparks from the collision, it did not do any damage to the wall at all. "Who's that?" Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. He recalled the arrow that had almost exhausted its strength with the inscription formation as he lifted his arm. There was a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, a gust of wind blew past, and a gray-clad old man appeared across him. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian calmly. "Young man, when you can forgive and forget, choose to forgive," the gray-clad old man said coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad old man's emotion remained unchanged. However, there was pure disdain in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. First Island Master. Han Shui Nai and the others' expressions changed when Luo Fengju and Lin Tai bowed at the old man respectfully. It was obvious who that gray-clad old man was. Coral Island's first island master. Duan Ling Tian knew he would not be able to kill Luo Fengju today due to the appearance of the first island master of Coral Island. He could not help but mock in his deep voice, "I'm almost done with the young one, and here comes the old one." Interesting. He was enraged. "Fengju, what happened?" The first island master of Coral Island asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. He had rushed here as soon as he heard Luo Fengju had come here. He had no idea what had transpired between them. "First island master," he said, "all of our Coral Island's disciples are trash. Senior brother Luo is angry, so he came here to teach him a lesson," Lin Tai said immediately before Luo Fengju could speak. "You said all of our Coral Island's disciples are rubbish." The first island master of Coral Island's expression changed when he heard Lin Tai's words. His eyes turned even colder now when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Wang Yu, who was watching at the side, realized the situation was turning dire, so he glared at Lin Tai fiercely and shouted, "You liar." Duan Ling Tian never said that. However, Lin Tai and the first island master of Coral Island ignored him. He was surrounded by people he did not know and his disciples from Coral Island. It was only natural that would believe the latter. "What? The high and mighty first island master of Coral Island wants to attack me?" Duan Ling Tian mocked as he looked at the first island master of Coral Island who was glaring at him with killing intent. Chapter 1324 Another Dao Talisman. With your ability, it's not difficult for you to kill Feng Zhu. I'll give you a chance since you showed him mercy earlier. The first island master of Coral Island said slowly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian before he paused mid-sentence. He resembled a judge of death now. It was as though he was looking at someone whose life or death depended on his decision. Showed mercy. Duan Ling Tian grinned inwardly when he heard the first island master of Coral Island's words. He did not use his full strength in the beginning because he wanted to spar with a Dao cultivator. It was not because he was trying to show mercy. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian's curiosity, Luo Fengzhu would have died earlier. Luo Fengzhu was undoubtedly powerful since his strength was on par with martial Emperor Yuhan. However, Duan Long Tian had killed her without much effort. Naturally, it would be easy for him to kill Luo Fengzhu, this Coral Island's disciple, if he had used his full strength. Their fight earlier was nothing more than Duan Ling Tian trying to understand the Dao cultivators, Dao methods. That was why he was not in a rush to use his full strength. He had only used his full strength when he shot the last arrow from the sky. He had unleashed all his strength when he cast Arrowlight Strike, effectively crushing the defensive Dao method Luo Fengzhu had cast. He was so close to killing him. However, the first island master of Coral Island had appeared during the critical moment and saved him. You, kill yourself. The first island master of Coral Island began to speak again. I'll leave your corpse intact if you do that. However, it won't be intact if you wait for me to attack. As it turned out, the chance he had mentioned earlier was letting Duan Ling Tian commit suicide. As soon as the first island master of Coral Island was done speaking, apart from Han Shuinai and the three fellows, Ka, Li Fei, and the people from Hidden Fog Island's expressions changed drastically. Kill himself. Everyone who was close to Duan Ling Tian had a terrible expression on their faces at this moment. Kill myself. Duan Ling Tian was stunned initially when he heard the first island master of Coral Island's words. However, he could not help but smile widely after a while. Why are you smiling? The first island master of Coral Island's expression turned solemn as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. He appeared as though he would attack at any given time. I'm smiling at how naive you are. You stopped me from killing Luo Zhu Feng, who ranked number 1 in the Coral Martial competition. What makes you think that Island Master Tang won't attack if you try to kill me, the number 1 in Hidden Fog Martial competition? Duan Ling Tian looked at the first Island Master of Coral Island as though he was an idiot. Among those who came to Half Moon Island, the 3 individuals who ranked number 1 in the 3 overseas Saint Islands martial competitions undoubtedly had the highest chance of being selected as the direct disciple of Di Yong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian was one of them. The 3 overseas Saint Islands had sacrificed many Saint Stones to look for the most suitable direct disciple for Di Yong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian did not believe the 3 overseas Saint Islands would not get anything in return for their hard work. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Coral Island, frowned. He suddenly recalled he was at the residence where the people from Hidden Fog Island were staying. His eyes gleamed coldly. He had made up his mind. He would kill Duan Ling Tian before the island master of Hidden Fog Island showed up. At the moment when the first island master of Coral Island made up his mind, a gust of wind blew past and revealed a silhouette of an old person standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Lu Zhang. The person who had just appeared was Tang Zhen, the island master of Hidden Fog Island. He glared coldly at Lu Zhang, the first island master of Coral Island, as soon as he arrived. Lu Zhang's face turned solemn the instant he saw Tang Zhen. He knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Ling Tian now that Tang Zhen had shown up. HMPH. Lu Zhang scoffed and gestured to Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai. Let's go. Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai followed him when he spoke, preparing to take their leave. Tang Zhen said nothing from the beginning until the end. He only came to protect Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian was fine now, he did not want to start a conflict with Lu Zhang. Their strength was similar. It would be a lose-lose situation for them if a conflict arose between them. Stop right there. Although Tang Zhen was willing to let Lu Zhang leave, somebody was unwilling. When the cold voice reverberated in the air, Lu Zhang, who was leaving with Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, stopped moving. The 3 of them turned around at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. It was a young girl dressed in yellow. She looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. Shuinai, Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Shui Nai and said through voice transmission, Shui Nai, let him go. I'm afraid his ability is on par with Tang Zhen. You might not be a match for him if he has cultivated saint-grade martial tactic. Although he wanted to tear Lu Zhang into a million pieces, he knew he did not have the ability to do so now. He would take whatever happened today to heart. He would definitely teach Lu Zhang a lesson in the future when his ability surpassed Lu Zhang. One should bide one's time and wait for the right opportunity to seek revenge. That was how he remained calm. Han Shui Nai did not respond to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she walked slowly in the air and looked at Lu Zhang and the other two. Little girl, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Tang Zhen has your back. If you provoke me, even Tang Zhen won't be able to protect you. Lu Zhang said in his deep voice as he looked at Han Shui Nai. The tone of his voice turned colder. Tang Zhen's face turned solemn as he glared at Lu Zhang. Han Shui Nai glanced at Lu Zhang and said coldly, you're thinking too much. I don't need anyone at my back. Don't need anyone at your back. Lu Zhang was stunned before he smirked. I'm curious. Where does your confidence come from? You even have the guts to provoke me. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse. Han Shui Nai slowly repeated the words he had said to Duan Ling Tian back at him. It was obvious she was standing up for Duan Ling Tian. You want me to kill myself. Otherwise, I won't have an intact corpse. Lu Zhang was stunned when he heard Han Shui Nai's words. However, he could not help but laugh after that. Even Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai who followed behind Lu Zhang looked at Han Shui Nai with a ridiculing gaze. They thought Han Shui Nai had gone insane. In their opinion, only lunatics would say something like that to the first island master of Coral Island. When Ka, Li Fei, Martial Emperor Qingzan, and the others heard Han Shui Nai's words, they thought she was just trying to goad him. Duan Ling Tian was the only exception. They did not think Han Shui Nai possessed the capability to rip Lu Zhang into pieces. They thought she had only said that to stand up for Duan Ling Tian. Even Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, thought the same. I'll give you the span of 3 breaths starting from now. Either kill yourself, or you'll die without an intact corpse. Han Shui Nai proceeded to speak. Her voice was even colder than before. The span of 3 breaths. Great, I'm left with 2 breaths now. I, Lu Zhang, would love to see how a little girl like you are going to rip me into pieces. Lu Zhang's eyes contained disdain when he looked at Han Shui Nai. In his opinion, Han Shui Nai was just a rude and naive little girl. She was no threat to him. One more breath left. Another breath passed as Lu Zhang reminded Han Shui of it. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He was waiting for her to embarrass herself after a breath. You're in way over your head. Lin Tai, who stood behind Lu Zhang, mocked. Time's up. Han Shui Nai finally spoke. To the rest, she sounded normal. However, her voice was like the sound of death to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew Han Shui Nai very well. She would not have said something like that unless she was fully confident of it. This Lu Zhang is going to die. Although he had no idea why Han Shui Nai was so confident, he did not doubt her words at all. If she wanted Lu Zhang dead, it was impossible for Lu Zhang to live. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian received his answer. When Han Shui Nai spoke, she lifted her arm and something came out of it. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was a piece of paper. The paper was yellow with scribbles on it. Dao Talisman. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened, and his face revealed a shocked expression when he saw the familiar yellow paper and scribbles. Appear, Han Shui Nai said in her deep voice when Duan Ling Tian was still in shock. Although her voice was soft, everyone present heard her. Subsequently, what they saw was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. When Han Shui Nai spoke, the yellow paper with scribbles on it turned into powder. At the same time, Lu Zhang's body exploded. His flesh had completely scattered, not a complete piece of his body could be found. Before his body exploded, everyone had seen the scornful smile on his face. He had been smiling when he exploded. Bloody flesh was scattered everywhere and splashed onto Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai's faces since they were standing closest to Lu Zhang. However, they seemed numb as they only looked dumbstruck after a bout of loud screaming. They were completely shocked by this turn of events. Soon after, Han Shui Nai moved again. She lifted her arm to freeze the air. She froze the scattered bloody flesh into ice sculptures before she crushed them into powder, and it disappeared from this world. It was completely silent. Apart from the three little fellows, everyone, including Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, looked at the yellow-clad young girl in shock. At this moment, they all felt a chill that rose from their feet to their heads. It's a Dao talisman. Although it's different from the 3 Dao talismans my cheapskate father left me, the one that Shui Nai just used is indeed a Dao talisman. Duan Ling Tian finally found out why Han Shui Nai was so confident. It was because she had a Dao talisman on her. With the Dao talisman, Shui Nai killed Lu Zhong in just a blink of an eye. She killed the high and mighty first island master of Coral Island, whose ability was as powerful as Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. Chapter 1325 Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. How dare you make a fuss in front of me? You're asking for death, Han Shui Nai said with a scoff. At this moment, the people present were looking at her with fear in their eyes. If they did not witness this personally, they would not have believed this harmless-looking young girl had killed the first island master of Coral Island in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the yellow-clad young girl had turned into a little devil they did not dare to offend. What was that yellow paper she tossed out earlier? I've no idea. I only saw her tossing out the yellow paper before she said, "Appear." The first island master of Coral Island died after that. That yellow paper is so terrifying. She's the one who is terrifying. I can't believe she has such a thing on her. The people watching whispered among themselves. The yellow paper with scribbles on it was imprinted deeply in their minds. It would be difficult for them to forget it. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, inhaled sharply. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He did not expect that yellow-clad young girl who followed him all the way to Half Moon Island would possess such a technique. Lu Zhong's ability was not any weaker than his. Did that not mean that yellow-clad girl could kill him as well if she wanted to? After killing Lu Zhong, Han Shui Nai's eyes shifted to Luo Zhu Feng and Lin Tai. It caused their expressions to change. HMPH. Han Shui Nai scoffed and lifted her arm as everyone looked on. A gust of cold and bone-piercing wind swept out and froze Luo Feng Zhu and Lin Tai before they even had time to react. Subsequently, the 2 ice sculptures trembled as terrifying cracks began to spread. Eventually, they turned into a pile of crushed ice and fell to the ground. Everyone who was watching could not help but inhale sharply. There was fear in their eyes when they looked at Han Shui Nai again. Meanwhile, there were 2 silhouettes standing high above the air. It was a bull-like tall and muscular middle-aged man and 3 old men. The 3 old men stood behind the middle-aged man, indicating that middle-aged man held a higher position than them. The middle-aged man wore black armor, and he looked like a mighty general. However, there was fear in his big and bright eyes. The fear rose from the bottom of his heart and came from his soul. Who exactly is she? The middle-aged man mumbled softly. If one were to listen carefully, one would be able to detect the slight tremor in his voice. Island Master, she's someone Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, brought here, one of the old men said. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would definitely recognize the person who was currently speaking. He was the vice island master of Half Moon Island who had arranged their accommodation 2.5 months ago, Xiao Kun. The other person's identity was obvious by the way Xiao Kun addressed him as Island Master. It was Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Di Yong's muscular body made him look like a bull from afar. His eyes were sparkling with wisdom. One could tell he was not all brawn and no brain. It was only natural. It was impossible he would be ordinary since he was the island master of Half Moon Island, the leading island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. I can't believe she has a Dao talisman. She must have come from the Dao Martial Saint Land, Di Yong said solemnly. Dao talisman. The 3 old men had a shocked expression on their faces when they heard Di Yong's words. Island Master, did you say she was using a Dao talisman earlier? Xiao Kun inhaled sharply. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. I'm sure it is, although it's my first time seeing a Dao talisman, from the recordings on Dao talisman in ancient books. Saying, appear, after tossing it out as the way to use a Dao talisman, Di Yong said. Dao talisman, only Dao cultivators above Saint Rudiment stage would be able to draw it. Moreover, not every Dao cultivators above Saint Rudiment stage have the capability to draw Dao talismans. It's said that one must be talented in a specific aspect to be able to draw a Dao talisman. Otherwise, even a Saint stage Dao cultivators won't be able to draw it, the 2 old men said immediately with a solemn expression. A person below the Saint Rudiment stage from Dao Martial Saint Land who has a Dao talisman. She must have a powerful background. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to have the Dao talisman. De Yong took a deep breath. This girl either has a powerhouse above the Saint Rudiment stage or a powerful force from Dao Martial Saint Land backing her. No matter what, she's not someone Half Moon Island can offend. Island Master, do we still carry on with the plan? If we offend the force or powerhouse behind this girl, our Half Moon Island. Although Shao Kun did not finish what he was saying, De Yong and the other two men knew what he was going to say. The two old men were like Shao Kun, they were also Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. The plan goes on. We'll distract her when the plan takes place. We can't offend her, but that doesn't mean we can't avoid her, right? De Yong's eyes flashed. As long as the plan comes to fruition, Island Master's ability will definitely be elevated. At that time, with your ability, you'll be able to rule the remote parts of Dao Martial Saint Land. It doesn't even matter if you have to give up Half Moon Island, the other Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island said. That's right, the last Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island assented as well. If that's the case, we'll carry on with the plan. However, it's such a pity that Luo Fengzhu died, Shao Kun said. It's indeed a pity. De Yong nodded. Although the plan goes on, we have to be fully prepared against this girl. It's going to be hectic for us in the next half a month. Soon after, De Yong and the three Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island left. Nobody noticed their presence from the beginning until the end. Very soon, the news of Han Shui Nai killing the first Island Master of Coral Island and Luo Fengzhu, the person who ranked number 1 in the Coral Martial competition, spread through the entire Half Moon Island. At this moment, everyone on Half Moon Island found out about the devil from Hidden Fog Island. The devil who killed Lu Zhang, the first Island Master of Coral Island, in just a blow. Even Tang Zhen, the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, whose ability was on par with Lu Zhang, would not be able to do that. Ever since then, most people from Hidden Fog Island would behave like a mouse seeing a cat whenever they saw Han Shui Nai. Only Duan Ling Tian and the others who already knew Han Shui Nai stayed unaffected. Although Ka, Li Fei, and Martial Emperor Qing Zan were familiar with her, her technique still shocked them. Young Master. Ka handed Duan Ling Tian something. Saint Token. Duan Ling Tian recognized the Saint Token at first glance. Ka handed him the Saint Token containing Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. Ka, you don't have to return this to me for now. I won't be able to use it yet. You and Little Fair will need it until both of you have cultivated Colossal Arrowlight Arrow to its peak, Duan Ling Tian said. Just like everyone else, the two ladies needed the Saint Token with them whenever they cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactics, since they were only able to read a part of the information in the Saint Token. They were not like him. He could retrieve everything about the Saint Grade Martial Tactic in the Saint Token at once and commit them to memory. They would only be able to retrieve more information about Saint Grade Martial Tactic after comprehending the information they had retrieved and cultivated to a certain level. They would only be able to retrieve everything in the Saint Token after they cultivated the techniques to the proficient stage. The proficient stage was the 4th stage of the techniques in Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Impeccable stage would be the stage above it. It was the 5th stage and the highest one. Young Master, me and Sister Fair have tried it many times during this period of time. We don't have talent in archery. It's better that we continue cultivating with a sword, Ka said, so it's useless for us to keep this Saint Token with us. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He understood what Ka was trying to say. If he was not an outstanding sniper in his past life, he would not be able to master and familiarize himself with archery so quickly in this life. Anybody could pick up archery, but shooting accurately without missing was not simple, let alone killing 2 birds, 3 birds, 4 birds, or even 5 birds with a single arrow. I know a great place for cultivating swords, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile after putting the Saint Token away. Where's that? Ka's eyes lit up. I'll bring you and Little Fair somewhere after we're done with Half Moon Island. Along the way, both of you can pay respect to senior sister Yang Shui, and we can drop by 7-star sword sect to visit Peak Master Qin Shang, Duan Ling Tian said. Ka nodded. Her beautiful eyes turned red when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Yang Shui. During the next half a month, apart from cultivating, Duan Ling Tian also comprehended the 2 profundities and cultivated the techniques in Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. Apart from the defensive technique Colossal Arrow Bell that he could not cultivate yet, he cultivated the other techniques as well, even though he mostly focused on 2 techniques. Arrowlight Strike and Body and Arrow Synchronization. He had currently cultivated these 2 techniques to the fundamental awareness stage. Boy, your Arrowlight Strike should reach the elementary stage in a couple of days. Wang Ba's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind half a month later. I'm confident I'll be able to break through within 10 days. Unfortunately, the island master of Half Moon Island is selecting his direct disciple soon. I don't have enough time, Duan Ling Tian said. With your current ability, as long as that girl doesn't fight you, it's not difficult for you to become the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island, Wang Ba said. Shui Nai, she's not interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple. She just wants to have fun. Duan Ling Tian smiled while shaking his head. How about you? Are you interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple? Wang Ba asked Duan Ling Tian before he said in disdain, according to my speculation, that island master of Half Moon Island is only at the mortal shedding stage at the most. Moreover, he's just at the lower level of the mortal shedding stage. Do you really want such an ant to be your master? Wang Ba asked again. Chapter 13:26 Devil Cultivator. Ant. Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched when he heard Wang Ba's words. He could not believe Wang Ba called someone at the mortal shedding stage an ant. If that was true, did it not mean that Duan Ling Tian was worse than an ant? Duan Ling Tian was currently an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator if he were to follow the Dao martial saint land. No matter if it was the acquired stage or the innate stage, both of them were merely at the mortal stage. Whether if it were martial cultivators or Dao cultivators, they would only be able to break through to the mortal shedding stage successfully after breaking the mortal stage's shackles. I'll see when the time comes. I have a feeling that things are not as simple as they seem, Duan Ling Tian said. He had thought about this a few times. Since Di Yong the island master of Half Moon Island was suspected to be at the mortal shedding stage, nobody would be a match for him on the four great overseas saint lands or cloud continent. At least nobody was a match for him on the surface of things. Nothing was absolute. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to say there were no hidden powerhouses on Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands. Shui Nai had frequently visited the overseas Saint Islands and Cloud Continent, so it was entirely possible for other powerhouses from Dao Martial Saint Land to visit as well. Today was the day Di Yong the island master of Half Moon Island would test the 3 participants from the 3 overseas Saint Islands and select his direct disciple. With the guidance of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island, the 3 participants from the overseas Saint Islands arrived deep in the mountain on the north of Half Moon Island. The mountain was surrounded by fog all year long, and there were many inscription formations set up within it. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the waves from the inscription formations from far away. They're from Coral Island. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of people nearby. There was an old man leading a group of 28 people instead of 30. They all followed behind him closely. The 2 missing people were Luo Feng Zhu and Lin Tai, whom Han Shui Nai killed half a month ago. That's the second island master of Coral Island. A voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell it was Master Feng Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. Ever since Han Shui Nai's attack from half a month ago, no matter if it were the first or third island master of Hidden Fog Island, all of them treated the people close to Han Shui Nai politely. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian looked interested in the leader of the people from Coral Island, Feng Wen took the initiative to disclose this information to him. He was doing that to please Han Shui Nai since Duan Ling Tian was close to her. Therefore, Feng Wen did not dare to slack when he was around Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the people from Coral Island noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others. Their eyes were filled with vengeance as they looked at Han Shui Nai, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. What, are you guys planning to avenge those 3 fellows? Han Shui Nai asked slowly as she glanced at the people from Coral Island. Her eyes gleamed fiercely when she spoke. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone from Coral Island, including the second island master of Coral Island, changed drastically. Although they were angry, they shifted their eyes away from Han Shui Nai in the end. This person killed their first island master, the #1 powerhouse on Coral Island, half a month ago in just one blow. It would be a piece of cake for her to kill them if they offended her. It's the people from Heaven Reef Island, someone said. Duan Ling Tian immediately shifted his attention to another group of people. They were led by an old man and a middle-aged man, while 30 people followed close behind. Naturally, apart from the 30 people, there were also a group of people who followed from far behind. It was obvious they only came to join in the fun. Just like the martial emperors, demon emperors and their disciples from Cloud Continent who did not make it to the top 30 joined the fun during the Hidden Fog martial competition. After the group from Heaven Reef Island arrived, they glanced at Han Shui Nai too. There was fear in the depth of their eyes. It was obvious they had caught wind of what Han Shui-Nai did half a month ago. Everyone else, please wait here. Those in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, follow me, Shao Kun, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, said. He was the one who arranged the accommodation for the people from Hidden Fog Island. At the same time, the other 2 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island spoke to the people from the 2 other overseas Saint Islands. At this moment, participants from the 3 overseas Saint Islands gathered under the guidance of the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. They disappeared before everyone and entered the deep mountain that was shrouded with fog. I supposed it's hopeless for the rest to compete for the spot of Master Di Yong's direct disciple today, somebody said with a sigh. That's right, that lady from Hidden Fog Island even killed the first island master of Coral Island. She'll probably be the winner today. She'll probably be selected by Master Di Yong to be his direct disciple, someone said in agreement. I don't think so. I heard she killed the first island master of Coral Island with the help of external strength. She might not be a match for the first island master of Coral Island without the help of external strength, somebody said. She killed the first island master of Coral Island with the help of external strength. However, she didn't use external strength when she killed Luo Feng Zhu, who ranked number 1 in the Coral Martial competition. That's right, although Luo Feng Zhu was distracted at that time, she managed to kill him before he even had time to react. Her ability's definitely above Luo Feng Zhu. If she's so powerful, why isn't she number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition? Many of them discussed Han Shui-Nai among themselves. Soon after, they heard from the people of Hidden Fog Island that Han Shui-Nai did not participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition back then. If she participated, she would have been number 1 in the Hidden Fog martial competition. That Duan Ling Tian won't stand a chance at all, many of them said after finding out what had happened. As the crowd carried on with their discussion outside, Duan Ling Tian and the other 88 participants discovered the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island had vanished into thin air shortly after entering deep into the mountain. Soon after, everything before their eyes became illusory. Subsequently, all of them noticed they had arrived at a different place. The place seemed real, but they knew everything was just an illusion. Illusory formation, Duan Ling Tian smiled in disdain. Although his spiritual energy was only at the 3rd level Martial Emperor stage, which made it difficult for him to counter Martial Emperor powerhouses at a higher level, it was enough for him to see through the illusory formation. One must know that he had inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories from his 2 lives. Apart from being a royal-grade weapons craftsman, the Rebirth Martial Emperor was also an inscription master during his 2nd life. With the help of Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory on Inscription Dao, Duan Ling Tian managed to see through the illusory formation with his spiritual energy quickly. From the beginning until the end, the obstacles within the illusory formation did not even manage to materialize. After breaking the illusory formation, Duan Ling Tian noticed there seemed to be devils dancing around him. Those who came in with him were flying in every direction and attacking without stopping. They were attacking the air like they were possessed. Many of them were even accidentally hurt. Duan Ling Tian knew their insanity was the doing of the illusory formation. Where's Shui-Nai? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly when he noticed Shui-Nai was nowhere to be seen. Apart from Shui-Nai, the other 86 people were around him. There was a total of 87 people, including him. Shui-Nai was the only one missing. Did something happen to Shui-Nai? Duan Ling Tian had a terrible expression on his face. When Duan Ling Tian was about to leave to look for Shui-Nai, a gust of wind blew around him out of nowhere. It felt like the wind came from a grave. It would give rise to goosebumps to people who encountered it. Duan Ling Tian's face turned solemn when he felt that eerie wind. Kid, you have bad luck today. It's a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator. Wang Ba's voice sounded in a timely manner in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Devil cultivator. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He was no stranger to devil cultivators. He had taken the initiative to learn about them from Wang Ba. He had asked Wang Ba because he was a devil cultivator back then. He was a devil cultivator at the saint stage, that was why he knew devil cultivators as well as he knew himself. Devil cultivator was just a general name. Anyone who used unorthodox cultivation techniques to cultivate and elevate their abilities was called devil cultivators, regardless if they were martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. I can't believe you broke the illusory formation so quickly, a voice with a tinge of surprise in it sounded at this moment. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed a muscular silhouette had appeared before him as a rumbling black fog came from all directions. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. He was so big and tall that he looked like a gigantic tower. The black-clad middle-aged man's eyes were locked on him at this moment. "You're De Yong." When Duan Ling Tian was about to ask the black-clad middle-aged man who he was, Wang Ba spoke in his head. That was how he discovered the black-clad man's identity. "That's right, I'm De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island," the black-clad middle-aged man said. "De Yong, you got the 3 overseas Saint Islands to select us in the name of recruiting a direct disciple for you. Did you do everything just for today? So you can absorb our vital essence?" Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed ferociously. "How do you know that?" De Yong narrowed his eyes in shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian detailing his plan. He did not expect him to be able to guess his plan. One had to know, apart from him, only the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island knew about the plan. It did not occur to him that there was a devil cultivator hiding deep in the recesses of Duan Ling Tian's mind. Moreover, the devil cultivator was a saint stage powerhouse at his peak. Naturally, Wang Ba had seen through De Yong's plot. He wanted to absorb the vital essence of everyone present so he could elevate his ability using their lives. Chapter 13:27 Absorbing the Vital Essence. Duan Ling Tian had already felt that something was wrong in the beginning. As the island master of Half Moon Island, he should have no lack of successors. However, he still asked the other 3 great overseas Saint Islands to send him powerhouses at the prime of their lives. This was really unfathomable. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had learned from Wang Ba that martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 70 were considered as being at the prime of their lives in Dao Martial Saint Land. After all, as long as a martial or Dao cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, their lifespan would increase to about 300 years old. When they made another breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment stage, another 200 years would be added to their lifespan. As for a Saint stage powerhouse, it was even more appalling. Even the weakest could live up to at least 1,000 years old. Those at the top possessed an eternal lifespan. As long as they were not killed by someone else, they would share the same lifespan as the universe. Due to this reason, those below 70 years old were all considered as being in their prime in the Dao Martial Saint Land. No wonder the Hidden Fog martial competition only allows those who are tested by the age-measuring pearl to participate. Aren't people whose age are able to be tested by the age-measuring pearl 70 years old or younger? Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation when he put all the pieces together. From the very beginning, the announcement that De Yong, the island master of the Half Moon Island, made about taking in a direct disciple to be the next successor of island master of the Half Moon Island was just a bluff. His intention was to let the 3 great overseas Saint Islands send powerhouses in their prime over so he could absorb their vital essence. Absorbing the vital essence of martial and Dao cultivators in their prime to raise his own strength. Such a devil technique is the lowest level devil technique in Dao Martial Saint Land, Wang Ba's voice echoed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. It was filled with disdain. As a former saint stage devil cultivator, he had his own pride. The thing he looked down on the most was those devil cultivators who cultivated low-level devil techniques. In his opinion, this type of devil cultivator was trash. They were not even worthy to carry his shoes for him. The lowest level devil technique. Is it because such a devil technique only brings a small elevation to one's strength? Duan Ling Tian asked. As long as there is enough vital essence provided by these martial and Dao cultivators in their prime, the elevation would be huge and the cultivation speed wouldn't be inferior to those who cultivate mid-level devil technique, Wang Ba explained. Since the elevation is huge and the cultivation speed is fast, why is it considered a low-level devil technique? Duan Ling Tian was confused. This type of low-level devil technique is not even comparable to other low-level devil techniques. Sometimes, a huge elevation and a fast cultivation speed might not necessarily be a good thing. Wang Ba snorted. Well, if these people who cultivate this devil technique are willing to stay in the mortal shedding stage forever, then it's still acceptable. However, if he dares to try and enter the Saint Rudiment stage, he'll most likely end up dead. The cultivator of this low-level devil technique won't notice anything amiss in the early stages of his cultivation period. However, when he begins to approach the Saint Rudiment stage, he'll realize the bane he had unknowingly taken on as the root of the trouble that'll take his life. Wang Ba finished in one breath. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. So it's like that, Wang Ba. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian remembered something. Does this De Yong have any requirement when absorbing the vital essence of powerhouses in their prime? Of course, Wang Ba answered. Those powerhouses in their prime who are more powerful will have a greater vital essence. Otherwise, why do you think he asked the 3 great overseas Saint Islands to pick 90 of the most outstanding people? Duan Ling Tian nodded. He finally understood everything now. Boy, you've yet to answer me. Do you know why I want to absorb your vital essence? Di Yong's voice reverberated in the air and took Duan Ling Tian by surprise. When Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality, he was horrified by the scene before his eyes. What did he just witness? Di Yong was standing in the distance. Somehow, streaks of black rays stretched out of his body. Each of these black rays was connected to one person. They were all connected to the 86 powerhouses in their prime. At this moment, apart from Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, only 88 people, including Duan Ling Tian, had entered the deep mountain. There were originally 90 people, but Han Shui Nai had killed 2 men from Coral Island, so now, there were 2 fewer people. When Duan Ling Tian destroyed the illusory formation and snapped back to reality, he discovered that Han Shui Nai was already gone. Due to this reason, there were only 86 people left, excluding him. At this moment, these 86 people were all connected to the black rays that were stretching out from Di Yong's body. The black rays were emitting waves of terrifying aura. This aura seems familiar. As horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian, his heart jolted. He felt as though he had come in contact with such an aura before, but he could not recall it at the moment. Di Yong hovered in the air as the 86 black rays stretched out of his body, giving the appearance of a spider web. He was like the spider that was situated in the center of the spider web. As for the 86 people who were connected to the 86 black rays, they were like his prey. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated in the air. An impact wave rushed out of Di Yong's body and swept out. It shook Duan Ling Tian until his vital blood and energy were in chaos. As a result, he almost vomited blood. It was only after a long time that Duan Ling Tian managed to return to his senses. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the 86 people connected to the black rays suddenly shivered. In the next instant, crimson mists came out of their bodies and were heading toward Di Yong through the black rays. Wang Yu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw one of the people suddenly opened his eyes. It was Wang Yu, the direct disciple of martial Emperor Qingzan. When Wang Yu opened his eyes, he was horrified when he realized that something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he lifted a hand and released a palm blade that cut the black ray that was connected to him easily and broke free from it. This week, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the crimson mist was no longer coming out from his body and how easily he had severed the black ray. This meant he could easily cut off the other 85 black rays and rescue all of them, right? When Duan Ling Tian was about to make a move, Wang Ba's voice resonated in his mind. His words were like cold water that was splashed on his head. Boy, unless it's the person who's connected, other people will need strength equivalent to Di Yong if he wants to cut those black rays. Duan Ling Tian unconsciously frowned when he heard this. Then, you mean, only those who are connected to the black rays are able to cut it off? Didn't you see it? This boy, Wang Yu, managed to cut off the black ray that was connected to him easily. It was easy because that black ray wants to absorb his vital essence and did not repel him. As for the other 85 black rays, he won't be able to cut them at all. The moment Wang Ba's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Yu charged out at lightning speed and tried to rescue his brothers from the same master. There were multiple people under martial Emperor Qingzan's command who managed to make it to the top 30 during the Hidden Fog martial competition. Unfortunately, no matter how Wang Yu tried to attack it, he was still unable to inflict any damage on the black rays connected to his brothers from the same master even though he had used his spirit weapon and innate talent. Wang Yu's expression turned horrified. After casting a glance filled with shock at Di Yong who was in the middle of the 85 black rays, Wang Yu looked around. It did not take long before he discovered Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes immediately lit up. Duan Ling Tian, what's going on? Wang Yu asked with a horrified expression as soon as he was next to Duan Ling Tian. In the distance, the 85 black rays continued to transfer the rich crimson mist into Di Yong's body. At the same time, the skin of the people who were connected to the 85 black rays began to age. The transformation was more apparent in those who were originally young. As the crimson mists continued to gush out from their bodies and were transferred to Di Yong's body, wrinkles began to appear on their faces. The wrinkles kept increasing, and their black hair began to turn white as well. Compared to their hair turning white in just a few moments, Having one's black hair turning white overnight did not seem like a big deal anymore. In just a few moments, their black hair was completely white. Just by looking at them with naked eyes, Duan Ling Tian could see their vital essence being drained, and their vitality was decreasing as well. At that time, when the final ounce of their vital essence was absorbed, their lives would end. What a fast absorbing speed! Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian's face. He did not even have time to explain anything to Wang Yu. Instantly, he asked Wang Ba, if I use the devil-seal tablet, will I be able to go against him? Duan Ling Tian had already recalled the reason he found the aura emitting out of Di Yong's body familiar. It was because the devil-seal tablet's aura was more or less similar. The devil-seal tablet was a super saint weapon ranked in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapon rankings. It was not very powerful, but it had an appalling ability. It could restrain devil cultivators. To be more precise, it could restrain a devil cultivator's soul. Of course, if you activate the devil-seal tablet with your cultivation base, it'll be more than enough to go against him, Wang Ba answered. Then why didn't you tell me this earlier? Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Duan Ling Tian was horrified when he saw how the 85 people were on the verge of dying. Because I don't want to talk about it, Wang Ba replied as a matter of fact. His words were clear, he did not want to talk about the devil-seal tablet at all. As a devil cultivator, especially a devil cultivator who had been sealed by the devil-seal tablet for so many years, Wang Ba hated the devil-seal tablet from the depth of his soul. It was only natural he did not want to talk about it at all. The lives of those 85 people meant nothing to him. I'll deal with you later. Duan Ling Tian snarled loudly. With a raise of his hand, the royal grade spirit archery set appeared. As the bowstring was pulled into the shape of a full moon, an arrow was shot out. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian stepped on the arrow and charged out, he withdrew the strong bow in his hands and retrieved a stone tablet. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. The moment the stone tablet appeared, as though he was injected with booster, he was instantly pulled in Di Yong's direction. Duan Ling Tian's speed increased immediately. The devil-seal tablet was very sensitive to the presence of devil cultivators, especially if they did not deliberately hide their souls. The purpose of its existence was to seal the souls of devil cultivators. Die. As Duan Ling Tian appeared close to Di Yong, the devil-seal tablet soared out of his hand and crashed directly against Di Yong. Chapter 13:28 Dragon Clan's Lineal Descendant. When the devil-seal tablet encountered a devil cultivator, it would appear as though it was injected with a booster. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian merely threw it out, and it was already charging toward Di Yong automatically like a falling meteorite. What an insignificant skill! Upon hearing the sharp sound of wind whistling headed in his direction, Di Yong opened his eyes suddenly and revealed a contemptuous expression. However, in the next instant, he noticed that the stone tablet that was charging at him directly was emitting an aura that made his blood curdled. When the stone tablet was close to him, his soul even began to tremble. Horror immediately dawned on his face when he realized things were not as simple as he had thought. Soul attack. When he looked at the fast approaching stone tablet, his soul was on the verge of crumbling. He narrowed his eyes, and a wave of black energy and airwaves suddenly rushed out of his body. At the same time, a high-pitched noise reverberated in the air. It pierced Wang Yu's ears until blood began to gush out of his ears. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, also felt pain in his eardrums as he began to feel dizzy. It's a dragon's cry. Before Duan Ling Tian realized what was happening, Wang Ba's voice sounded in shock. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard this, a pang of realization hit him, and he finally realized what was happening. With a glance, he saw Di Yong had already disappeared. In his spot was a completely black divine dragon that stretched out over 100 meters long. This divine dragon was no different from the legendary Eastern dragon on Earth where he used to live in his previous life. Its horn was like a deer, and its head was like a camel. Its mouth was like a donkey, and it had eyes like a cow. Its scales were like a fish and mustache like a prawn. Its tummy was like a snake, and its feet were like an eagle. It looked identical to the Eastern dragons. However, this seemed more like a devilified version of an Eastern dragon. Its scales were gleaming black, and its crimson-red eyes were emotionless and cold. It was none other than Di Yong who had transformed into this black divine dragon. To be more precise, it was Di Yong's true form. He's not human. Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in shock. He was not surprised that Di Yong was not human, he was more surprised that he was a divine dragon. He could see that Di Yong was not a worm dragon. Instead, he was a true divine dragon. A thunderous sound reverberated in the air. As it turned out, After De Yong had reverted to his true form, the 85 black rays sped up its absorbing speed. In just a blink of an eye, he finished absorbing all of the vital essences from the 85 people, all the 85 people who had their vital essence completely absorbed turned into 85 dried corpses immediately. In the next instant, the 85 dried corpses were blasted apart by the energy impact from the other end of the black ray and turned into dust that scattered and disappeared in the sky. The devil-sealed tablet fell and crashed on the black divine dragon's head violently with a loud noise. A shrill dragon's cry resonated almost at the same time, deafening the ears with his roar. This time, be it Duan Ling Tian or Wang Yu, both were prepared so they did not suffer much impact. He's fine. Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he realized the devil-sealed tablet did not suppress his soul even after it had crashed on his head. He was still brimming with energy, and his body only trembled slightly. Seeing how the devil-sealed tablet soared up to the sky and left, the black divine dragon that spiraled as he descended glared viciously at Duan Ling Tian with his crimson-red eyes. His voice was cold and terrifying when he asked, "Boy, what the hell is this thing?" Just now, he could feel strong suction energy coming from that stone tablet. His soul had almost been sucked out earlier. If his soul was sucked out, he would be done for good. It's a good thing that I reverted to my true form at the critical moment. With the help of the powerful soul defense that's innate to my clan's true form, I managed to block the appalling suction energy the strange stone tablet emitted. The black divine dragon, De Yong, the island master of the Half-Moon Island, thought to himself. "Boy, you almost spoiled my plan. Although I have no interest in absorbing your vital essence, you'll still have to die today." De Yong glared viciously at Duan Ling Tian. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. If he did not revert to his true form in time, his soul would have been sucked out earlier. If that had happened, not only would he not be able to finish absorbing the 85 people's vital essence, but he might have been killed as well. There was no chance for survival once one's soul was destroyed. "You better deal with that thing first before you start yelling about how you're going to kill me, alright?" In the face of the murderous De Yong, Duan Ling Tian only smiled disdainfully. At the same time, he looked at the void on top of De Yong. De Yong was stunned. Horror dawned on him when he finally realized something was not right. With a lift of his head, he saw the stone tablet that had left earlier was slamming down furiously again. Moreover, he also noticed the feeling the stone tablet gave him this time was even more terrifying than before. It seemed like it was infuriated. A stone tablet could feel infuriated. Right now, even De Yong felt that he might have gone a little crazy. De Yong really had no time to deal with Duan Ling Tian at all. This stone that was crashing down from the sky caused his soul to tremble violently again. "I feel like even if I have the soul defense that's a natural gift from my true body, it won't be enough to block the suction energy from the stone tablet anymore." A thought rose in De Yong's mind suddenly. The moment this thought arose, he could not suppress it anymore. This stone tablet. Suddenly, De Yong saw the chipped corner on the stone tablet. His eyes flashed momentarily before he fell into a daze. Finally, as though he had recalled something, terror rose from the bottom of his heart. Devil-sealed tablet. My lord, it's the devil-sealed tablet. De Yong finally recognized it as the devil-sealed tablet. He did not recognize it earlier because the devil-sealed tablet he had known was not whole. The devil-sealed tablet was originally split into 3 parts. Currently, 2 parts had already been reunited. It would have been whole if not for the 3rd piece. When the pieces are all combined, the devil-sealed tablet could then be truly considered as the super saint weapon of the 10 great saint weapon rankings. Right now, the devil-sealed tablet was still not whole. However, even if it was not whole, it was still not something he could fight against now. After recognizing it as the devil-sealed tablet, De Yong no longer had any intention to fight. There was only one thought in his mind. Flee. Seeing how the black divine dragon that stretched out over 100 meters long trying to flee in the face of the devil-sealed tablet that was crashing down, Duan Ling Tian could tell that De Yong had noticed how powerful the tablet was. Or perhaps, De Yong knew about the devil-sealed tablet's power, and he recognized it for what it was. Haha, looks like even God is on my side. Boy, go near that dragon. When the devil-sealed tablet seals his soul, I'll be able to take over his body. Wang Ba's hearty laughter filled Duan Ling Tian's mind immediately. However, my soul is too weak now. If you activate the devil-sealed tablet, it'll seal me as well. When the devil-sealed tablet suppresses his soul, I'll give you a reminder. You need to retrieve the devil-sealed tablet so that I won't be sealed along with him, Wang Ba said solemnly. Alright, Duan Ling Tian responded offhandedly before he snapped to his senses. Not being able to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Bastard, I thought you want the body of a dragon clan's lineal descendant. This guy doesn't seem strong at all. He's not a dragon clan's lineal descendant, right? He's a dragon clan's lineal descendant." Wang Ba snapped before rushing him again, "Go now. As for the rest, let's talk after I've taken over his body. Go now." Wang Ba's tone was filled with excitement. Anybody could tell that he was excited. "All right, I get it," Duan Ling Tian replied. With a raise of his hand, he took out the royal grade spirit archery set again. He pulled the bow before placing the arrow on it. When the bowstring was pulled taut, he let go of his hand. The arrow shot out like a lightning. Duan Ling Tian stepped on it just in time before charging straight toward Di Yong, who had reverted back to his true form. His speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Di Yong was trying run away, found that he could not escape the devil-seal tablet. Once again, the devil-seal tablet slammed down on his head heavily. A sharp dragon's cry resonated in the air again, followed by another unwilling cry. No, this was also the last word of Di Yong in this world. The devil-seal tablet slammed on his head and the suction energy was even more powerful than before. Although Di Yong's innate soul defense was strong, his soul was still sucked out of his body. To be more precise, his dragon soul was sucked out. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian charged forward and appeared next to the black divine dragon that was now falling down after it had lost its soul. Ha 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 ha. Excited laughter filled Duan Ling Tian's mind. The voice was drifting further and further away. Soon after, the laughter had completely disappeared. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense that Wang Ba's soul had left his body. He heaved a sigh before he smiled. All this while, he had felt uncomfortable knowing Wang Ba was in his body. He felt a lot better now that he was gone. Soon after, Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears, "Boy, retrieve that devil-seal tablet." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian immediately retrieved the devil-seal tablet and kept it in his spatial ring to avoid it from harming Wang Ba. After retrieving the devil-seal tablet, Duan Ling Tian looked at the black divine dragon's body that was still falling down from the sky. The completely black dragon's scales gleamed coldly in the light. "Boy, I'll stay here for a short period of time to adjust to my new body. You don't have to bother with me," Wang Ba said. Duan Ling Tian saw the huge body of the black divine dragon that was originally falling down suddenly quivered before disappearing before his eyes and hid behind the mist of the mountains. Duan Ling Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. When he recalled the scene earlier, he still felt a little dazed. The fact that Di Yong, the island master of the Half-Moon Island, was actually a devil cultivator had already taken him by surprise. In the end, he discovered Di Yong was not only a devil cultivator, but he was also the dragon clan's lineal descendant. He was actually a black divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian, what happened earlier? At some point, Wang Yu had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes held a trace of confusion. From the beginning until the end, he did not understand what was going on at all. Di Yong, the island master of the Half-Moon Island, didn't have any intention of selecting a direct disciple. Wait a minute, where's Shui Nai? When Duan Ling Tian thought that everything had been dealt with, his mind jolted. He suddenly remembered Han Shui Nai when he was about to explain everything to Wang Yu. From the moment he had broken out of the illusion, he did not see Han Shui Nai at all. Chapter 1329 The Ruthless Devil Cultivator. Brother Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian was still fretting over Han Shui Nai's safety, a familiar voice resonated from the distance. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Shui Nai. The voice accompanied the appearance of a yellow-clad teenage girl. It was none other than Han Shui Nai. Brother Ling Tian, what's going on here? I just heard a few loud noises coming from here, Han Shui Nai asked. Shui Nai, where did you go? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He did not reply her question for the time being. I encountered an illusion earlier. It wasn't a big deal. But I was curious, so I chased after the enemies in the illusion. Han Shui Nai recounted her experience in a single breath. After I left the illusion, I noticed everyone had disappeared. It must be because I strayed too far from everyone. I searched for a very long time and in the end, I only rushed here when I heard noises in this direction. Did you say the enemies you met in the illusion were trying to escape? Duan Ling Tian asked. It looks like somebody purposely lured you away, Duan Ling Tian responded. There were a total of 88 people including him. Only Han Shui Nai had left. Moreover, It was the illusion from the illusory formation that lured her away. It was obvious somebody had intentionally lured her away. It must be De Yong. However, he actually gave up on absorbing Shui Nai's vital essence. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he frowned. However, his face eased up again quickly. It must be due to the incident 2 weeks ago. He must have known that it was a Dao talisman. And from there, he must have deduced that Shui Nai's background is not simple, so he didn't dare to do anything to her. 2 weeks ago, Han Shui Nai had attacked and used the Dao talisman to annihilate the first island master of Coral Island. This incident had shocked the entire Half Moon Island. As the island master of the Half Moon Island, De Yong must have learned about it. The Dao talisman could only be drawn by a Dao cultivator at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Moreover, it was not something that could be drawn by just any Dao cultivator. A person who could take out a Dao talisman either had a strong powerhouse or force supporting him from behind. No matter which one it is, De Yong still didn't dare to risk picking a fight with Shui Nai. Duan Ling Tian easily came to this conclusion. Luring me away intentionally. Han Shui Nai was perplexed. Brother Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Why would someone deliberately lure me away? Shui Nai. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and told her, there were a total of 88 people who came in here, including you, Wang Yu, and I. However, only 3 of us survived. What? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, even Han Shui Nai, who had seen much in life, could not help but feel horrified. 85 people were gone. How long had it been? Brother Ling Tian, what happened? Han Shui Nai asked. Her face became more solemn as time passed. Previously, De Yong, the island master of the Half Moon Island, appeared as soon as I broke the illusion, Duan Ling Tian explained with a serious face. The moment he appeared, black mist rose from his body and 86 black rays stretched out from his body before it connected with the 86 people. The 86 people were caught in the illusion, so they did not feel anything at all. Then, Duan Ling Tian recounted the entire incident to her, including how Wang Yu managed to wake up in time and escape death. How lucky of you. After glancing at Wang Yu, Han Shui Nai looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Brother Ling Tian, that De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was actually a devil cultivator. Do you know about devil cultivators? Han Shui Nai asked. What's a devil cultivator? Wang Yu could not help but ask. His face was a little pale. This was not because of Han Shui Nai's words. It was because of his brothers from the same master. His brothers from the same master were still alive and lively when they entered, but they were all gone in just a moment. A devil cultivator is a human or a demon who would do anything just to raise their strength. Absorbing one's vital essence is one of the techniques that devil cultivators have. There are many devil cultivators who would eat newborn babies who are not even a month old alive and devour the congenital qi inside the babies to cultivate, Han Shui Nai roughly explained. Just this rough explanation alone was enough to shock Wang Yu. Eating newborn babies alive. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave as well. Although he had heard about all these from Wang Ba before, his heart was still filled with rage when heard Shui Nai mentioning it again. Some of the devil cultivators' actions were really like animals. They were worse than animals. Brother Ling Tian, then what happened next? That De Yong is so nice, he actually let 2 of you go. Han Shui Nai asked. That De Yong is killed by Duan Ling Tian, Wang Yu answered before Duan Ling Tian even managed to answer. K killed. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Han Shui Nai was stunned. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, her eyes were shining with disbelief. Brother Ling Tian, you've snatched back the devil tablet? She asked using her voice transmission. This was the only feasible explanation she could think of. According to Duan Ling Tian's words, she could tell De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was at least at the mortal shedding stage. However, someone like him had died in Duan Ling Tian's hand. If a person used ordinary logic to deduce this, he would not be able to understand this at all. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the devil tablet that Zhou Yi, Martial Emperor Shi Qi's direct disciple, had stolen away. She had found out about this when she went to the Lost Stone Forest with Little White. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded before replying through voice transmission. Before you arrived on Hidden Fog Island, I've already killed Zhou Yi and snatched the devil tablet back. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised Han Shui Nai knew about the devil tablet. After all, she was from the Dao Martial Saint Land, and the devil tablet was a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings. It was something that was well known in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. He was Also not surprised she knew the devil-seal tablet was in his hand. After all, Martial Emperor Shichi from Lost Stone Forest had mentioned that he had disclosed the incident regarding the devil-seal tablet to Shui Nai. Although Martial Emperor Shichi had no idea that it was the devil-seal tablet, with Shui Nai's intelligence, it would not be difficult for her to figure things out. He was not surprised as well when she asked if he had snatched the devil-seal tablet back. With his current strength, he would not be able to kill a powerful devil cultivator at the mortal shedding stage unless he used the devil-seal tablet. Brother Ling Tian, you must take care of the devil-seal tablet properly. It's still okay here on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. If you're in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and somebody finds out that the devil-seal tablet is in your possession, many people will stop at nothing just to get their hands on it. Han Shui Nai continued to remind him using voice transmission as her face turned even graver. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had mentally prepared himself long ago regarding the things Shui Nai told him. Once he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would not activate the devil-seal tablet unless he could guarantee the news of the devil-seal tablet would not leak out or if he was in a life or death situation. Brother Ling Tian, should we kill this Wang Yu? After all, he has seen how you killed Di Yong using that devil-seal tablet. Han Shui Nai suggested using voice transmission. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head before answering through voice transmission. He doesn't know about the devil-seal tablet, nor does he know I only managed to kill Di Yong because of the devil-seal tablet. He probably thinks I've hidden my true cultivation base. In that case, I'll ask him to swear using the 9 heavenly tribulation that he won't disclose the incident of you killing Di Yong to anyone else, Han Shui Nai said. Before Duan Ling Tian could react in time, she had already forced Wang Yu to swear using the 9 heavenly tribulation that he would not disclose the incident of Duan Ling Tian killing Di Yong to anybody. Wang Yu had already felt a little fearful of Han Shui Nai, who had killed the powerful first island master of Coral Island, and it could be said that Duan Ling Tian had saved his life for killing Di Yong, so he had no intention of harming Duan Ling Tian at all. Due to this reason, he agreed to take an oath not to tell anyone about Duan Ling Tian killing Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian was still a little dazed after he had recounted everything to Han Shui Nai. He did not expect the island master of Half Moon Island, the strongest island among the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, would actually die in his hand. In fact, he was someone at the mortal shedding stage and was much more powerful compared to someone at the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. Moreover, his true form was actually a divine dragon. If it wasn't for the devil-seal tablet, I wouldn't even be able to inflict any damage on Di Yong even if there was 1,000 of me or 10,000 of me. Duan Ling Tian understood this very well. The reason he could kill Di Yong and seal his soul was all thanks to the devil-seal tablet in his hand. Naturally, Di Yong being a devil cultivator was a huge contributing factor as well. If he was not a devil cultivator but a normal martial or Dao cultivator, the devil-seal tablet would have no effect on him at all. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to kill him. But, if Di Yong was not a devil cultivator, this incident wouldn't have happened. The moment he thought of this, he shook his head. It seemed like the incident today was destined to happen. Perhaps, even after his soul was devoured and sealed, Di Yong still would not be able to understand why he was so unlucky to have met with the mortal enemy of all devil cultivators, the devil-seal tablet. If he had known Duan Ling Tian had the devil-seal tablet in his possession, he would have long lured Duan Ling Tian away just like how he had lured Han Shui Nai away. Shui Nai, what's the highest level cultivation base of a devil cultivator that I can seal using this devil-seal tablet? Duan Ling Tian asked using his voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, you're at the innate stage now, so you can seal devil cultivators at any level of the mortal shedding stage, Han Shui Nai said. Then how about the devil cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Ling Tian asked. With your current cultivation base, the most you can do is invoke fear in the Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator even if you activate the devil-seal tablet, Brother Ling Tian. You won't be able to seal him at all, Han Shui Nai replied. Upon hearing Han Shui Nai's words, Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed. By the time I've cultivated to the peak of the Martial Emperor stage, that's also the peak of the innate stage, will I be able to deal with a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator with the devil-seal tablet? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No, Han Shui Nai shook her head. The force of the devil-seal tablet mainly relies on the stage of your cultivation base and not the cultivation base per se. I'm sure you feel it as well when you used it, Brother Ling Tian. It actually doesn't rely much on your origin energy. Chapter 1335 Clawed Devil Dragon. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the devil-seal tablet thanks to Han Shui Nai. Even if I've just broken through to the innate stage, I can also seal a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator using the devil-seal tablet. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he found out about this. A person who had just broken through to the innate stage, also known as the innate spirit refinery stage, was equivalent to the void prying stage on Cloud Continent. A martial artist at the void prying stage could kill someone like Di Yong using the devil-seal tablet. The devil-seal tablet is only one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon rankings, and it's already so heaven-defying. The other 9 super saint weapons that share the same fame must be more or less the same as well. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he was overwhelmed with shock. Naturally, he also desired the other 9 super saint weapons ranked in the 10 great saint weapon rankings. How great would it be if I managed to get my hands on another one? Duan Ling Tian was lost in his daydream. Duan Ling Tian, that demon beast that Di Yong transformed into earlier, looked a little like the legendary divine dragons. Do you think legendary divine dragons really exist? Wang Yu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Han Shui Nai looked at Wang Yu in shock as she asked, "Dragon? You mean, Di Yong is not human?" She did not hear about this when Duan Ling Tian was recounting the incident. He had only told her about the things Di Yong had done. "Yeah, he's not a human," Duan Ling Tian answered Han Shui Nai before looking at Wang Yu. His true form was indeed a divine dragon. A genuine divine dragon. His heart was in turmoil as well when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian's sentiment toward the divine dragon was kind of different. On Earth, where he spent his previous life, dragons were a spiritual symbol in his hometown, Wa. It represented the few billions of his fellow countrymen from the nation Wa. On Earth, the people from the nation Wa were also called the descendants of the dragon. Naturally, the dragons that signified the Huas were ancient, legendary Eastern dragons. It was different from the dragons in the Western countries. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the winged dragons in the eyes of the Western countries were just some huge bats. It could not be compared to the legendary Eastern dragons of his homeland at all. Moreover, although the technique, 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he cultivated in this life did not have a direct connection to the dragons, it was still indirectly connected to them. When Wang Yu heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was horrified and overwhelmed with shock. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Shui Nai and asked, "Shui Nai, does the Dao Martial Saint Land have dragon clans?" "Brother Ling Tian, how do you know about the dragon clans?" Han Shui Nai was slightly astonished. In fact, not everybody in the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the dragon clans. This was because the divine dragons of the dragon clans usually maintained a low profile, so not many people knew about their existence. Naturally, this did not mean the divine dragons of the dragon clans had completely severed its relation with the outer world. On the contrary, once members of dragon clans had reached maturity, they would be driven out of their clans so that they could train. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, any random person brushing past you on the bustling street might just be a member of the dragon clans. Actually, if the dragon clans members did not take the initiative to reveal their true forms, no one would be the wiser. The dragon clans had their own rules too. They were not allowed to reveal their true forms unless they encountered a life or death situation and no other members from their clans could come to their rescue. Members of the dragon clans who dared to disobey the rule would be captured by an enforcement team and imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Valley for the rest of their lives. Due to this reason, very few members of the dragon clan would dare to reveal their true forms. Naturally, there were also a few members from the dragon clans who had been imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Valley for the rest of their lives. They were fittingly punished for revealing their identities. "I heard about it from a devil cultivator," Duan Ling Tian said. "Devil cultivator?" Han Shui Nai frowned. "Brother Ling Tian, you're acquainted with a devil cultivator?" Duan Ling Tian nodded before telling Han Shui Nai about Wang Ba and how he had taken over Di Yong's divine dragon's body. A devil cultivator from the devil-seal tablet. A saint stage powerhouse who once opened up 59 saint veins. Han Shui Nai said guardedly, "Brother Ling Tian, there are no devil cultivators who are simple. Since Wang Ba's remnant soul has already left your body, don't get too close to him in the future." As someone from the Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Shui Nai, naturally, knew what the words, devil cultivators, meant and all the connotations it carried. Although not all devil cultivators were evil, 9 out of 10 evil people in the Dao Martial Saint Land were devil cultivators. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, devil cultivators were the most hated. Naturally, this only applied to weak devil cultivators. If those powerful devil cultivators walked on a bustling street, nobody would dare to say anything bad, let alone pick a fight. The Dao Martial Saint Land was a place where the law of the jungle applied. It was a world where the strong ruled. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he was not worried at all. He had the devil-seal tablet in his hand, so was there a need for him to be afraid of devil cultivators? If Wang Ba's soul was hidden in someone's body, the devil-seal tablet might not be effective against him. However, now that he had taken over a body, the devil-seal tablet would be able to seal him. Brother Ling Tian, earlier you said, Di Yong's true form was a black divine dragon, right? Han Shui Nai asked when she thought about it again. Looks like Di Yong was a devil dragon, Han Shui Nai said in disbelief. How can devil dragons still exist? Moreover, this one actually reached the mortal shedding stage in such an environment. There was a hint of dread on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Devil dragon, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Shui Nai, what's the difference between a devil dragon and a divine dragon? There's essentially no difference since devil dragons are also divine dragons. However, devil dragons can be considered as variants among divine dragons. It's a variant divine dragon, Han Shui Nai continued. All devil dragons are divine dragons that have devilified. This type of divine dragons is not accepted in dragon clans. It would be killed the moment it's born. Killed? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. There's a rumor in the Dao Martial Saint Land saying that the first devil dragon was born a long time ago. When this devil dragon was born, it almost caused the entire dragon clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, that dragon clan had to recuperate for several tens of thousands of years before they finally recovered, Han Shui Nai said. A devil dragon almost caused the dragon clan to be annihilated. It's so strong. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. It was not because it was strong. On the day of its birth, it secretly devilified other members of the dragon clan, Han Shui Nai said in one breath. It said that it was because of him devilifying almost half of the members of the dragon clan that it created unprecedented civil strife in the dragon clan. That civil strife almost wiped out all of the dragon clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only until several tens of thousands of years later that they finally emerged again. Due to this reason, devil dragons born in dragon clans are instantly killed. Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes, Han Shui Nai nodded. Using the past as a lesson, dragon clans had set a new rule that all devil dragons born in the clans will be immediately killed to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Naturally, devil dragons are rare. It's said that there might not even be one devil dragon being born every 1,000 years, Han Shui Nai explained. Just like the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Brother Ling Tian, how many claws did the devil dragon you saw earlier possessed? Han Shui Nai asked suddenly as though she had recalled something. 5, Duan Ling Tian answered. 5, Han Shui Nai was bewildered when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Brother Ling Tian, are you sure? My goodness, that devil dragon is actually the lineal descendant of the dragon clan. Han Shui Nai muttered after she gasped. Wang Ba did say he was the lineal descendant of the dragon clan as well. Shui Nai, you only heard the number of claws he had on his paws, how do you know he's the lineal descendant of the dragon clan? Duan Ling Tian was curious. Brother Ling Tian, the dragon clans divide its members into 3 categories according to the purity of their blood. The true form of an ordinary member in the dragon clan is a 3-clawed divine dragon. Their strength is ordinary as well. Naturally, they are only ordinary in comparison to the other members in the dragon clan, Han Shui Nai explained patiently. Above the 3-clawed divine dragons are the 4-clawed divine dragons. The 4-clawed divine dragons are usually those who hold important positions in the dragon clan. For instance, the elders and the overseers are all 4-clawed divine dragons. Above the 4-clawed divine dragons are the 5-clawed divine dragons. They hold the highest position in the dragon clans. The 5-clawed divine dragons are the lineal descendants of the dragon clan. All of the clan leaders of dragon clans are 5-clawed divine dragons. Only a 5-clawed divine dragon is able to inspire fear in the members of the dragon clans. Han Shui Nai continued speaking. According to the rumor I heard, there are only 9 5-clawed divine dragons in a dragon clan. The number will never change. A new 5-clawed divine dragon will only be born when an old 5-clawed divine dragon has died or has undergone transcendence. A 5-clawed devil dragon is very rare even in 10,000 years. Han Shui Nai continued. It's said that the first devil dragon that appeared in the history of the dragon clans was a 5-clawed devil dragon. It was a lineal descendant of the dragon clan. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that members of the dragon clans would be categorized this way: 3-clawed divine dragons, 4-clawed divine dragons, and 5-clawed divine dragons. This was his first time seeing a true divine dragon, and this dragon was actually a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed devil dragon. According to Shui Nai, 5-clawed devil dragons were extremely rare. That's weird, since the dragon clans already have a rule stating that all devil dragons have to be killed in its infancy. Why was Di Yong alive? Moreover, he actually left the Dao Martial Saint land and came here. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel confused as he mused over his luck and Di Yong's identity. Chapter 1331 Adulthood is at 100 years old. I've no idea. Perhaps some dragon clan's lineal descendants found it a waste to kill him and pitied him. Han Shui Nai speculated. It's also possible they sent him out of the Dao Martial Saint land because of that. Otherwise, let alone a juvenile 5-clawed divine dragon, even if it was an adult 5-clawed divine dragon, the dragon clan would not allow it to stray so far away. A 5-clawed divine dragon inherited the bloodline of the dragon clan, and it was the root of the dragon clan. If it was not for the fact that the 5-clawed devil dragon might bring calamity upon them, the dragon clans would not have abandoned it. Juvenile. Shui Nai, you mean? Di Yong, the island master of the Half-Moon Island, was just a juvenile 5-clawed divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian was baffled. His body is slightly over 100 meters long. He was 50 years old at the most. 5-clawed divine dragons only reach adulthood at the age of 100. At that time, its true form can reach up to 300 meters long, Han Shui Nai replied. Adulthood is at 100 years old. A twitch could be seen on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. The dragon clans are different from humans. When they're born, they already have a lifespan of 1,000 years before they even start cultivating. Once they begin to cultivate and make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, their lifespan can increase up to 3,000 years, Han Shui Nai continued. Once they've made a breakthrough to the saint rudiment stage, their lifespan goes up to 10,000 years. They'll have eternal life once they enter the saint stage. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian was immediately rendered speechless. This was even more heaven-defying than the other clans. Humans, for example, before they reached the martial emperor stage, they would a lifespan of 100 years. When they entered the martial emperor stage, they had a lifespan of 200 years. They could not be compared to the dragon clans at all. The dragon clans are like God's favorite children, Duan Ling Tian mused. You can say that they're God's favorite children. It's a good thing their reproductive capacity is low. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by them since a long time. Han Shui Nai chimed in. Duan Ling Tian strongly agreed with her. If members of the powerful dragon clans could reach the number of humans, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land, even the 3 great mortal continents would have been ruled by them. At that time, the other clans and tribes could only submit to the destiny of becoming their slaves. The exchange between Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai had happened through voice transmission. Due to this reason, Wang Yu did not hear a word at all from the beginning until the end. Duan Ling Tian, we should. Wang Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was about to say something when he stopped abruptly. His eyes narrowed, and his face turned pale immediately. It was as though somebody had a tight grip on his throat. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai turned around to look behind him. A gigantic figure soared up into the sky. The twisting body that was over 100 meters long looked very majestic. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. However, unlike an ordinary divine dragon, its body was completely black, and the black scales on its body gleamed coldly in the light. Its crimson-red eyes narrowed and were staring fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Boy, you're really my lucky star. Not only did you find the body of a dragon clan's lineal descendant for me, but it's also a 5-clawed devil dragon on top of that. Devil Dao is the nature of this 5-clawed devil dragon, and it's the best body for a devil cultivator. The 5-clawed devil dragon spoke like a human in an excited tone. It was Wang Ba, the devil cultivator who had taken over the devil dragon, who was talking. Previously, Wang Ba had asked Duan Ling Tian to find the body of a dragon clan's lineal descendant for him. However, he did not really mean what he had said. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no doubt that the body of a dragon was one of a kind among all tribes and clans, particularly the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon since it was extremely powerful. Wang Ba did not expect he would encounter the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Heck, it was even a 5-clawed devil dragon on top of that. When he followed Duan Ling Tian, the 5-clawed devil dragon was born devilified, and the art it practiced was the devil cultivation Dao. To Wang Ba, who was once a saint-stage devil cultivator, the body of the 5-clawed devil dragon was the best body in the entire world. It was the most suitable for him. Bastard, have you completely taken over his body? Duan Ling Tian asked. Bastard. The moment this word left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, be it Han Shuinai or Wang Yu, who was so scared that he stood rooted to his spot at the side, a twitch appeared on the corner of their mouths at once. Han Shuinai burst out laughing immediately before she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Be brother Ling Tian, didn't you say his name is Wang Ba? Why did you call him, bastard? Isn't it the same?" Duan Ling Tian asked innocently. Same. Upon seeing how innocent Duan Ling Tian looked, Han Shuinai could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. Was bastard not the same as a turtle? Humph. Boy, I've decided. From today onward, my name is no longer Wang Ba. The 5-clawed devil dragon circled the air, and his crimson red eyes were filled with bloody vigor. His voice was sonorous and deafening. No longer Wang Ba, then what are you going to call yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked. Isn't this guy's original name Di Yong? Well, I think the name sounds quite good. From today onward, my name will be Di Yong, the 5-clawed devil dragon said in a human-like manner. Di Yong, this name does indeed sound quite good. It's much better than your previous name. Han Shuinai laughed. Of course, if this name is not nice, then I'll change it again. Girl, you really have good taste. The 5-clawed devil dragon lifted its dragon head proudly and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Boy, remember, call me Di Yong next time. You can call me Lord Di Yong or Senior Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian ignored him and asked him nonchalantly, why aren't you transforming? Humph, I've yet to fully take over his body. Even if the 5-clawed devil dragon's body has lost its soul, I'll still need to spend some time before I can fully take it over. The reason I came out is to tell you I'll need a bit more time to completely take over this body. Di Yong, formerly known as Wang Ba, replied. This Di Yong was no longer the previous Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Instead, it was the devil cultivator Wang Ba who came from the Dao Martial Saint Land and had changed his name to Di Yong. The moment he finished his words, without even waiting for Duan Ling Tian to respond, the over 100 meters long body trembled before it hid in the mists of the mountain and disappeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the other two people. Duan Ling Tian and Han Shuinai were calm. On the other hand, Wang Yu was in utter shock. He did not regain his senses for a very long time. Was Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, not already dead? Why did he suddenly come back to live? He had no explanation for it at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Han Shuinai descended from the sky and looked for the 85 dried corpses whose vital essence had been completely absorbed by Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, before taking the spatial rings from them. They did not forget to take the profundity fragments as well. Although the profundity fragments were not useful to them, they could be used by the people in Ling Tian sect. In fact, some of the 85 dried corpses were at the martial emperor stage, so they had emperor stage profundity fragments in their bodies. If you guys didn't come to Half Moon Island, you wouldn't have died. What a pity. It's better to become an ordinary person if there's a next life. Duan Ling Tian sighed. At the same time, he stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground shook and horrendous cracks began to appear like a spider web under the 85 dried corpses. In the next second, all the dried corpses fell into the cracks. After Duan Ling Tian made his move again, they were buried deep in the ground. They could finally rest in peace now. Shuinai, let's go. Duan Ling Tian motioned to Han Shuinai and Wang Yu before he went outside. 88 people entered, but only 3 came out. Duan Ling Tian felt a chill in his heart. Wang Yu still did not understand what he had witnessed earlier. Unable to suppress the question boiling up from his chest, he asked Duan Ling Tian, earlier. Before he could finish asking his question, Duan Ling Tian had already cut him off and said, I know what you want to ask. Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, is really dead. He's been killed by me. As for the dragon earlier, that's only Di Yong's body. My friend has taken over his body. Soul hijacking. Wang Yu was shocked. You know about soul hijacking too? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback as well. Soul hijacking was when a soul took over another body. Usually, Only a martial emperor whose soul had been through a special training could do this. An ordinary martial emperor whose soul had not been trained would not be able to use soul hijacking even if he was already at the peak of the martial emperor stage. On the contrary, even if one was only at the first level martial emperor stage, one would be able to use soul hijacking as long one's soul had been trained. It was similar to the rebirth martial emperor. At that time, the rebirth martial emperor wanted to snatch Duan Ling Tian's body and begin his journey of cultivation for his third reincarnation. Unfortunately, before he could hijack Duan Ling Tian's body, Ling Tian's soul that originated from Earth had already replaced Duan Ling Tian's soul in his body. After rebirth martial emperor discovered this, he was furious and tried to attack Ling Tian's soul. Unfortunately, he failed, and it resulted in his soul being shattered into dust. The 3 lives rebirth technique the rebirth martial emperor cultivated is mainly to refine his soul. If it was me, I don't think I'll be able to carry out soul hijacking even if I've already made a breakthrough to the peak of the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this. I've read the record about soul hijacking in an ancient book before. It's said that a long time ago on Cloud Continent, some martial emperors would train their souls specifically so that they can use soul hijacking right before they die in order to take over someone else's body to regain a new lease on life, Wang Yu answered. Unfortunately, the number of those who actually succeed is very small. If one succeeds in carrying out soul hijacking, then it's still okay. However, if one fails, one's soul would shatter into dust instantly. Wang Yu sighed. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian already knew about all this. It was precisely because of this that the rebirth martial emperor needed to find the best opportunity before he could hijack Duan Ling Tian's body. Otherwise, his soul was in risk of shattering into pieces. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ling Tian's soul that came from Earth. As a result, his soul had shattered into dust. However, the rebirth martial emperor was still the rebirth martial emperor. His soul that had undergone a lot of training was very powerful. Even when his soul had already shattered, all his memory was left behind for Ling Tian, who was also the current Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1332 Uninvited Guest. Soul hijacking is extremely dangerous. Even those saint stage powerhouses aren't 100% confident they'll succeed except for those at the very top. Han Shui Nai snorted. Well, I don't think those at the top among the saint stage powerhouses would need to carry out soul hijacking anyway, Duan Ling Tian chimed in. That's right, soul hijacking doesn't appeal much to saint stage powerhouses. Han Shui Nai nodded. An ordinary person would only risk their lives to use soul hijacking when they were close to their death. Since they were about to die anyway, they might as well put up a fight. As for those at the top among the saint stage powerhouses, they had eternal lives, so there was no need for them to use soul hijacking at all. Unless they were devil cultivators and had been sealed by the devil seal tablet and lost their bodies. Just like Wang Ba, the current Di Yong. Saint stage powerhouses. Wang Yu did not understand the saint stage powerhouses or something that Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai spoke about. His face was filled with confusion. You can go ask your master about things regarding saint stage powerhouses. Han Shui Nai cast a glance at Wang Yu before saying nonchalantly, however, other than this, I hope you won't tell him about the incident that had taken place earlier. It would not benefit either of you if you do that. This issue was very serious since it was related to the 5-clawed devil dragon. Han Shui Nai knew this very well. Although the 5-clawed devil dragon was abandoned by the dragon clans, the fact that he did not die during his infancy meant that someone among the dragon clan's lineal descendants had deliberately concealed his existence. That dragon clan's lineal descendant would have to have a high position too. If it found out the 5-clawed devil dragon had already died, and his body had been seized, one could easily imagine how furious it would be. It was definitely an adult 5-clawed divine dragon. At the very least, it must be at the saint stage, and it could do a lot of damage if it was infuriated. Soon after, Han Shui Nai shared her worries with Duan Ling Tian. This matter is indeed a little troublesome. We must think of a surefire plan to deal with this. It's no joke when an adult 5-clawed divine dragon is infuriated. Duan Ling Tian ransacked his mind continuously, trying to find a solution for the matter. He very quickly thought of an idea. The moment he told Han Shui Nai, she agreed immediately. This idea sounds good. With this, we won't have to fear that we'll infuriate the adult 5-clawed divine dragon. Although the force behind Han Shui Nai was quite a powerful force in the Dao martial Saint Land, they also would not dare to directly clash with the dragon clans. Killing a 5-clawed divine dragon was not difficult for the force behind Han Shui-nai, but the problem was killing a 5-clawed divine dragon would also enrage the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan's protectiveness over their own kind was well known among the Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao martial Saint land. Outside of the deep mountains that were covered with clouds and mist, 3 overseas Saint Islands people hovered in the air as they waited quietly. The 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were hovering at the side with their eyes closed as they tried to attain mental composure. Suddenly, they opened their eyes as though they had noticed something. With just a glance, they saw 3 figures gradually appearing from behind the clouds and mists of the deep mountains. As the figures emerged, the identities of these people became apparent right away. The 2 of them. How's this possible? The 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island exchanged glances with each other. All of them could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. They did not find it strange that Han Shui-nai survived. After all, the island master had said they could not do anything to this teenage girl. However, the fact that the other 2 people had also made it out alive filled them with disbelief. By right, these 2 people should have had their vital essence completely absorbed by the island master and become dried corpses. Something was fishy here. Taking a deep breath, the 3 of them moved in unison and flew toward the 3 people who had just come out. The 3 people who came out were none other than Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui-nai, and Wang Yu. The moment they came out, they immediately saw the people from Hidden Fog Island coming forward to welcome them under the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, Tang Zhen's lead. How's it? Tang Zhen's eyes lit up, and his eyes were filled with anticipation when he looked at Han Shui-nai. He had full confidence in Han Shui-nai. That day, Han Shui-nai had killed the strongest person in the Coral Island martial competition with just a raise of her hand. Her strength was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Ever since then, compared to Duan Ling Tian who had obtained first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had higher expectations for Han Shui-nai. Han Shui-nai shook her head. Tang Zhen was shocked, and he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yu as well. Both of them were shaking their heads too. What's going on? Don't tell me. None of you were chosen by Lord De Yong? Tang Zhen asked with a disappointed look on his face. The conditions that Lord De Yong set in choosing his direct disciple are just too strict. Just 1 round, and we were already disqualified. Wang Yu smiled wryly. At the same time, he returned to stand next to Martial Emperor Qingzan. There was a hint of bitterness in the depth of his eyes. His few brothers from the same master, the brothers he had spent so many years together with, would remain in Half Moon Island forever. Worse of all, although he knew the cause of their deaths, he could not say anything at all. Otherwise, not only him, even his master, Martial Emperor Qingzan, would be pulled into this mess as well. He could choose to ignore Duan Ling Tian's words, but he had no choice other than to believe Han Shui-nai's words. Although Han Shui-nai did not tell him the real reason, he did not dare to take the risk at all. Brother Ling Tian, you and Miss Shui-nai are also disqualified. Martial Emperor Yang Wei asked in disbelief. Actually, it was not only him, even the group of people, including Martial Emperor Qingzan, had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Even she was disqualified. Who else will be able to become the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island? All of them had witnessed Han Shui-nai's strength before. Casting aside the incident of when she killed the first island master of Coral Island with external force, the fact that she was able to kill the strongest person in the Coral Island martial competition with just 1 blow was enough to show that her strength had definitely surpassed the more than 90 people who came from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands. Looks like our Heaven Reef Island still has hope. The first island master of Heaven Reef Island burst out laughing. Among the 85 people who have still yet to come out, the strongest person must be the champion of our Heaven Reef Island martial competition. That's right. It looks like Lord De Yong doesn't only look at strength alone when he selects his direct disciple. The Heaven Reef Island's elder who came to join in the fun chimed in. Upon hearing the laughter from the first island master of Heaven Reef Island, Duan Ling Tian glanced at him indifferently and thought to himself, if he knows all 30 people from the Heaven Reef Island have already died, would he still be able to laugh out loud like that? What happened actually? The 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island kept looking at Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yu. They really did not understand how these 2 managed to survive. 3 Vice Island masters. At this moment, a voice entered their ears and caused them to shudder. All the same, they looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. The owner of the voice transmission was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Lord De Yong has already successfully absorbed the vital essence of the other 85 people. He told me to inform 3 of you that he'll be going into closed-door cultivation in the mountains for a while, Duan Ling Tian continued to say. Upon hearing this, they stared at Duan Ling Tian as though they had just seen a ghost. He actually knew about De Yong, their island master of Half Moon Island, absorbing vital essence. Why, are the 3 of you shocked? Duan Ling Tian continued saying in one breath, honestly, today was quite shocking. Me and Wang Yu's vital essence had almost been completely absorbed by Island Master De Yong and we almost became dried corpses. Fortunately, Shui Nai appeared in time and rescued the 2 of us. For the sake of Shui Nai, Island Master De Yong decided to spare me and Wang Yu's lives. However, he made us promise to not disclose the fact that he's absorbing vital essence. I see. Upon hearing this, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island looked at Han Shui Nai and finally understood what had happened. They did not suspect Duan Ling Tian's words at all. If that was not the case, they believed Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yu would not have made it out alive. In fact, De Yong, their island master of Half Moon Island, was even more powerful than someone at the peak of the martial emperor stage. Although the 3 of them were already at the peak of the martial emperor stage, they would still be unable to defeat De Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, even if they joined forces. As for what happens next, the 3 of us have no plans to interfere at all. Island Master De Yong asked the 3 of you to clean up the mess. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered the ears of the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island again. The 3 of them nodded. Just like this, the matter was solved. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island did not know their Island Master of Half Moon Island, De Yong, had actually been killed, and his body had been taken over by another person. They did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. This was because they had blindly trusted De Yong's strength. 88 people from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands entered the deep mountain, but only 3 people made it out alive. This, no doubt, had raised a huge commotion. The first island masters of the 3 great overseas Saint Islands wanted an explanation from the Half Moon Island. However, in the end, in the face of the powerful Half Moon Island, they could only swallow their fury. The incident of the island master of Half Moon Island recruiting a direct disciple finally came to an end. The people of the 3 great overseas Saint Islands began to leave one by one. However, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not follow Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, back. They stayed behind for the time being. Yang Wei brought the people from Lingzan Peak back together with Tang Zhen. Wang Yu had also left together with Martial Emperor Qingzan. To him, things were already settled. The things he wanted to do next was to forget everything that had taken place here and act like all of these did not happen. However, to Duan Ling Tian, this matter had not been resolved yet. Right now, I only have to wait for him to take over De Yong's body completely and become the island master of Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian muttered. In the next period of time, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle as well. Other than accompanying the 2 girls and sometimes playing with the 3 little fellows, he had used the remaining time to cultivate. Han Shui Nai was busy cultivating as well. She was trying to enter the mortal shedding stage. Currently, she was just a step away from the mortal shedding stage. Time continued to fly. In just a blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. Today, Duan Ling Tian was alone. He was holding onto a saint stone as he hovered cross-legged above the calm sea, cultivating a mental cultivation technique, the divine dragon form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. His cultivation base kept increasing as time went by. Suddenly, an ancient figure appeared in the sky. The uninvited guest was an old man. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was twisted with hate. Chapter 1333 Touchstone. After the old man appeared, without even so much as a greeting to Duan Ling Tian, he instantly pounced forward without saying a word. His movement was ferocious and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian in a single blow. There was a 7-foot-long spear in his hand that was shooting out a ray that was several dozen feet high, causing the air to tremble. It was as though it could pierce through everything. As a heart-stopping detonation continuously exploded, the ray that was several dozen feet high soon arrived before Duan Ling Tian and almost pierced a hole through him. Damn it! The second the old man appeared with his swords, Duan Ling Tian was already alerted right away. However, before he could react in time, the ray that was shot out of the old man's 7-foot spear had already reached before him and was now barely a foot away from him. He could not dodge in time at all. A loud explosion resonated and was accompanied by a rolling impact wave that swept out towards the surrounding area. The sky and the surroundings were still okay, but the sea below was now in complete turbulence. It was as if the sea surface that was originally calm had a massive stone thrown into it as the waves splashed up into the sky. With the dazzling sun as the background, the sprays of water sparkled underneath it, painting a beautiful picture. However, be it Duan Ling Tian or the old man that had just appeared, none of them had the mood to appreciate the scenery at that second. Right then, Duan Ling Tian was flung away by a stone tablet as if he was an arrow leaving the bowstring. The instant the stone tablet landed on him, a gush of terrifying energy slammed onto his body through the stone tablet, causing all of his organs to vibrate horribly. All he could feel was the intense pain that emanated throughout his entire body. If it were not for his resolute determination, he would have passed out and died already. After throwing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to breathe. Instantly, he took a royal-grade resurrection pill out and consumed it. The medicinal efficacy spread out and dissipated throughout his body while his injuries healed magically. However, because he was too severely injured, his injuries could not be completely healed even after he had consumed the royal-grade resurrection pill. At this speed, I'd need at least a span of 30 breaths before I can completely recover. I guess I'd need to drag it out a little then. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. It's all thanks to you. Duan Ling Tian's gaze quickly landed on the devil-seal tablet that flew with him. Just now, because he managed to take the devil-seal tablet out in time, the tablet had taken the blow for him. Had it not been so, he would have been dead. After flying for a further distance, Duan Ling Tian finally came to a halt. The first thing he did was to look at the hoary figure that chased up to him before mocking. An majestic second island master of the hidden fog island has actually come to make a sneak attack on me, a nobody. Don't you think that's a little embarrassing? As long as I can kill you and take revenge for my son, so what if I'm a joke to everyone? The old man who made the sneak attack on Duan Ling Tian was none other than Chen Bei, the second island master of the hidden fog island. After Tang Zhen, the great island master of the hidden fog island had brought the group of people back to the hidden fog island, blinded by revenge for his son, Chen Bei, who longed to kill Duan Ling Tian, felt that the great island master would not be interfering anymore. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Ling Tian would actually stay behind on Half Moon Island. Not only that, but he also heard that the mysterious teenage girl beside Duan Ling Tian could actually kill the great island master of the Coral Island with just the help of a yellow piece of paper that was scribbled on with a talisman. The great island master of the Coral Island had a level of strength that was in no way inferior to that of their great island master of the hidden fog islands. Due to this reason, he started to feel a sense of pressure. Nevertheless, he still came to Half Moon Island. Actually, he had already reached Half Moon Island a few days ago. Today, he finally found the opportunity, certain that the teenage girl beside Duan Ling Tian would not appear. I can't believe that you actually have a spirit weapon that you can use for defense. You're really lucky. However, your luck won't be that good anymore the next time. Chen Bei smirked coldly. Chen Bei, do you know why I killed your son? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. Right then, he needed time to recuperate. Otherwise, he was no match for Chen Bei at all. Chen Bei was the second island master of the hidden fog island, and he was at the 8th level martial emperor stage. Even though his strength had made a great leap forward in the past 6 months, to the point that even Han Shuinai was taken by surprise, it was still impossible for him to battle Chen Bei with an injured body. No matter why you killed my son, today is the day you'll be buried. A cold brilliance flashed in Chen Bei's eyes as he flicked the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Horrifying origin energy swept out tyrannically, and along with the profundity energy that soared up to the sky, they caused the air around them to quiver. When the spear moved, the air trembled instantly like a stone thrown into the calm sea, setting off circles of ripples. How powerful! Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was instantly shocked. No wonder he's the second island master of the hidden fog island. Chen Bei's strength must be at the very top among all the 8th level martial emperors. Although the heaven and earth energy would no longer solidify into a heaven and earth phenomenon no matter who made their move after they had left the cloud continent, Duan Ling Tian could still faintly sense the terror of Chen Bei's strength. Chen Bei, before your son died, he told me something. Do you want to know what it was? Seeing that Chen Bei was about to make his move again, Duan Ling Tian gasped inwardly, but he still had a calm facade on his face as he taunted. It was also because of Duan Ling Tian's composure that Chen Bei did not make his move. The coldness in Chen Bei's eyes did not diminish as he lifted a brow and asked in a deep voice, "What's that?" Sweeping a glance at the 7-foot spear in Chen Bei's hand, Duan Ling Tian said, "Chen Bei, don't you think you need to show your sincerity if you want to hear your son's last words? Look at how scary you are now. You're so terrifying that I can hardly remember what your son told me. What, are you trying to drag on longer?" Chen Bei smirked coldly. "It's useless. Even if you transmit a communication jade slip and I can't chase it, I still have the confidence to kill you before that little girl comes." Dragging. Communication jade slip. Duan Ling Tian shook his head dismally. "Chen Bei, I really must say that your imagination can run pretty wild. Do you think that I wouldn't know about all this at all? Just spit it out." Chen Bei snorted. His eyes were glaring deadly at Duan Ling Tian. "Stop trying to play tricks in front of me. If you make any strange moves, I'll kill you instantly. I believe that you're capable of this, but you still need to give me some time to think, alright?" Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Right now, a span of more than 10 breaths had gone by. A third of the injuries on his body had already healed and the medicinal efficacy of the royal grade resurrection pill was still working in his body, continuing to heal him. His injuries were being healed rapidly. However, he would still need a span of 20 breaths to heal completely to his prime. The sea surface that was originally in a turbulent gradually regained its calmness. Hovering right above the sky, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as though he was pondering about something. In front of him, Chen Bei was glaring dangerously at him, fearing that he would play some trick. Chen Bei's hand was gripping onto the 7-foot spear as the faint origin energy was on the verge of exploding anytime soon. If there were the slightest movement, he would instantly blast his full energy out and kill Duan Ling Tian. The span of another 10 breaths went by again. Chen Bei warned coldly with a grave face, "My patience is limited. Just a while more." Duan Ling Tian frowned even more, not even giving a damn about Chen Bei's face that was getting darker as time went by. Just a little bit more and his injuries would be completely healed soon. Once it was completely healed, he would then possess the strength to fight Chen Bei. In these past 6 months, every aspect of his strength had made progress and he also wanted to test the level his strength had reached. He would make Chen Bei his touchstone. The final span of 10 breaths went by in just a blink of an eye. Clearly sensing that the injuries in his body had completely healed, at that moment, all he could feel was his entire body entirely filled with strength. "You tricked me." Seeing how Duan Ling Tian eased his frown and allowed a smile to spread across his face, Chen Bei's face turned ominous right away. Infuriated, the origin energy in his hand skyrocketed and merged into the 7-foot spear along with his various profundities. At once, the spear flicked and a powerful energy swept out as though it was able to wipe everything out. In front of an enraged Chen Bei, a bow and an arrow appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand from thin air. After he slid his arrow onto the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon, the arrow shot out instantly. All of this happened in just the blink of an eye. When Chen Bei's long spear trembled and soared through the sky with a ray that was several dozens of feet long shot towards where Duan Ling Tian was earlier, the latter had already dodged just a second before. Stepping on the arrow that shot out, Duan Ling Tian dodged the furious attack cast by Chen Bei. However, his crisis was not averted yet. He could hear the wind whistling from behind him. Without turning his head, he could tell that Chen Bei was already catching up to him. However, Chen Bei's speed was the same as his, so he could not catch up at all. How's this even possible? Having exerted his full speed to pursue Duan Ling Tian, Chen Bei realized this. His face turned grave as disbelief could be seen in his eyes. How could he be so fast? Nothing's impossible. Of course, Duan Ling Tian heard him. Smiling disdainfully, he mocked, "Chen Bei, today I'd really love to see just how powerful you, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, are. Don't you want to avenge your son? Well, I'll keep you company to the end." Somehow, Duan Ling Tian had already leapt off his arrow and was hovering in the sky in the distance. Looking down at Chen Bei from the sky, he continued to provoke him. "Do you really think that you can defeat me just because your speed is equal to mine? What a joke. The strongest technique I, Chen Bei, have isn't speed." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's mocking, Chen Bei was instantly enraged. Snarling loudly, he refused to lose to Duan Ling Tian. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was already cut off by Duan Ling Tian. "You said that your speed isn't your strongest strength but your offensive technique is, isn't it? Well, then let me have a taste, won't you?" The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, his arrow had already slid onto his curved bow. With a creak and a tremble, His bowstring was once again pulled into a full moon. At the same time, his gaze was fixed upon Chen Bei, who was charging at him rapidly. After he locked his target on Chen Bei, he released the arrow. The sharp arrow that was as black as ink was like an onyx lightning bolt that soared through the sky as it went head-on with Chen Bei. Its target was the spot between Chen Bei's brows. As the sharp whistling got nearer, Chen Bei could only see a black spot that was getting closer to him and soon arrived before his eyes. He felt like as though he could sense the aura of death, and horror dawned on him. Chapter 1334 Treasure. Along with the stifling thunderous whistling of the wind, an explosion of metal weapons clashing against each other resonated in the air. It turned out that Chen Bei had wheeled around and retaliated, blocking the arrow that Duan Ling Tian shot at him. Although the 7-foot spear in Chen Bei's hand blocked the arrow, he was not in an advantageous position. His entire body and his spear had absorbed the force from the arrow forcibly. Not only that, but there was even a deep dent on the spear in his hand. The long spear that was on the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon level had been disfigured just like that. However, Chen Bei did not give a damn about all of that because he was already injured quite severely. Duan Ling Tian, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can kill me just with that feeble strength of yours? After swallowing a grade 1 life recovery pill, Chen Bei's injuries mended a little. In his improved condition, he instantly pounded towards Duan Ling Tian, and with a flick of the long spear in his hand, a spear ray that was several dozen feet long materialized again. Even though Duan Ling Tian had managed to injure him with an arrow, he felt that all of this was because he had underestimated the man. Furthermore, the arrow from earlier did not threaten him much. Feeble strength of mine. Upon hearing the taunting and watching Chen Bei charging towards him with a spear, a sneer crept upon the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Then, without intending to continue dodging, he released an arrow with a raise of his hand once again. This shot was on a whole other level compared to the arrow earlier. The energy it contained soared through the sky like a meteor piercing the air. Another ear-piercing metal clashing resonated. Along with gushes of vast rolling impact waves, Chen Bei blocked Duan Ling Tian's arrow again. However, this time, he was no longer as lucky as the previous time. His 7-foot spear snapped into two, and the bones of his hand that was holding onto the spear were completely shattered all the way up to his shoulder. In particular, the bones in his palm were completely crushed into powder. Impossible. Seeing his quasi-royal grade spirit spear being snapped into two like that, disbelief was written all over Chen Bei's face. However, his attention quickly fell onto his crippled arm. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? To him, the arrow that Duan Ling Tian shot out the second time was like an apocalypse. Whoa, has the power of the arrowlight strike has actually been elevated so much after I've made a breakthrough to the elementary stage? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the effect of his shot. In fact, the arrowlight strike, the offensive technique that he had cultivated from the colossal arrowlight arrow, had only achieved elementary stage just 3 days ago. The elementary stage was the second stage of a saint-grade martial tactic. Now that he had reached this stage, Duan Ling Tian could feel that the force was several times mightier than before. The elevation in power was so huge that one could use the word bombastic to describe it. No, this can't be. This can't be. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air, full of high spirits, Chen Bei's face turned even graver. In his heart, he continued to shout with despair apparent on his face. He was very clear that he was not even a match for Duan Ling Tian now, let alone defeating him and taking revenge for his son. Die, I want you to die. Duan Ling Tian, I want you to die. In the end, Chen Bei almost became demented. He was completely infuriated to the point that he had gone insane. His hand that was still intact took hold of the 7-foot spear before he charged towards Duan Ling Tian with full fury again. You're just kicking pricks. After experiencing the force of his arrowlight strike that had entered the elementary stage, Duan Ling Tian's confidence multiplied and he merely smirked disdainfully at the berserk Chen Bei. At the same time, his hands were not idle either. Another arrow shot out. Chen Bei, whose dominant arm had been crippled, could not block it at all. As easy as pie, it flew through the spot between his eyebrows right away. In the next instance, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. His brains oozed out and his entire body collapsed downwards with his eyes open, evidently holding grudges that were unsatisfied. What the? Did I just kill an 8th-level martial emperor? Duan Ling Tian's emotions were in a turmoil and he felt like he was dreaming. I can't believe that ever since my cultivation base has broken through to the 6th-level martial emperor stage, and after my fused and sword profundities have been elevated as well, I actually killed Chen Bei so easily with just the help of the elementary stage aerolite strike. Duan Ling Tian could not return to his senses for a long time. These 6 months was when he had made the most progress. Even he had no idea why. In the end, he could only attribute his achievement to the Saint Stones and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he had cultivated. Ever since I've made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage, I feel like I can now cultivate the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, much faster. Right now, every time I increase my cultivation base, my cultivation speed has become much faster too. Duan Ling Tian could not help but muse over the magnitude the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique demonstrated after he had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage. As expected of the technique that is comparable to the 3 Lives Rebirth technique in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is much stronger than the other top techniques like the Han Bing's Divine Sword technique, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After going through the commotion Chen Bei created, he no longer had the heart to cultivate anymore, so he just proceeded to go back to accompany the 2 girls. If it were not for the plan to head to Dao Martial Saint Land to find his parents, he actually itched to just stay beside his 2 fiancées. Even though it was said that a woman's gentleness was the grave of a hero, he did not mind at all. With just the flick of a finger, another 6 months had gone by. One day, the entire Half Moon Island seemed to experience an earthquake as it suddenly quaked violently. Bastard! Duan Ling Tian, who was originally cultivating in the room, widened his eyes right away before he quickly flew out. In this past year, the reason he did not leave Half Moon Island hastily was because of Wang Ba. It was the same Wang Ba who had taken over the body of Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. However, right then, Wang Ba was using the name of the original owner of the body that he had taken over, Di Yong. Outside the deep mountain that was covered in clouds and mist all year round, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island hovered in the air and gazed at the deep mountains respectfully, not daring to go near them at all. Lord Island Master finally is coming out now. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island each had a smile on their faces. I'm sure Lord Island Master's strength will be greatly amplified this time when he comes out. By that time, we can then snatch that treasure from the sea monster. Shao Kun's eyes brightened as he said with a burning expression. The other 2 Vice Island Masters of the Half Moon Island piped up. That's right, in the past, Lord Island Master's strength was on par with that sea monster. Hence, he couldn't snatch that treasure at all. This time, after coming out of this closed-door cultivation, he'll definitely be able to defeat that sea monster and grasp that treasure. HMPH. It really is annoying. That sea monster doesn't even understand that treasure, yet it still refuses to give it to Lord Island Master. This time, I want to see how it's going to die. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island did not realize that when they were deep in their discussion, a figure had flown past on top of them and entered the deep mountain that was covered by mist and cloud in the blink of an eye. Treasure. Duan Ling Tian was already waiting right there in the deep mountains. Noticing a figure appearing outside, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up right away. Shui Nai, why are you late? Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island saying that there's some kind of treasure, Han Shui Nai reported with a blazing gaze. Treasure. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as well. What treasure? In his opinion, since the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were at the peak of the Martial Emperor Stage 2, whatever they regarded as treasure would definitely be valuable. I don't really know what exactly that treasure is, but I heard that it seems to be in the hands of a sea monster or something. Not only that, but the sea monster also has a strength that's on par with Di Yong's as well, Han Shui Nai replied. Therefore, that sea monster must also be at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage just like Di Yong. However, since Di Yong has absorbed the vital essence of 85 powerhouses who were in their prime, I'm sure he can also make a breakthrough to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. If Wang Ba can take over his body completely, then he'll be able to inherit all of his strength, Han Shui Nai continued. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 1 year has gone now. By right, Bastard should have already taken over Di Yong's body completely by now. Let's go in and have a look. He motioned to Han Shui Nai and they proceeded to enter the mountain. I remember that Bastard has concealed himself somewhere here the last time. Duan Ling Tian looked at the surroundings and said. That's right, it's here, Han Shui Nai confirmed, recognizing this place as well. Boy, I've told you that I've changed my name, remember? I'm no longer called Wang Ba, but Di Yong now. Just as Han Shui Nai's words left her mouth, an annoyed voice resonated, approaching nearer. Soon, a sturdy black figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai. It was a tall middle-aged man dressed in black. However, this figure was alien to Han Shui Nai. However, Duan Ling Tian did not find it unfamiliar at all. It was none other than Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island whom he had met before. Of course, the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong's soul had been sealed by the devil-seal tablet. The devil-seal tablet had annihilated a mere soul who was at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage in just the blink of an eye. Right now, the Di Yong who was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian was the Di Yong whose body had been taken over by Wang Ba's soul. He was a completely new Di Yong now. Well, I've already gotten used to that name, so I can't just change it like that in such a short period of time. Despite facing the pissed-off Di Yong, Duan Ling Tian merely shook his head before he asked again, "Bastard, have you completely taken over his body now?" Yes. Di Yong nodded indifferently. He still looked annoyed that Duan Ling Tian was still calling him bastard. Bastard, he sucked in so much vital essence the last time, so he must have made a breakthrough to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Hasn't he? Han Shui Nai asked Di Yong. Di Yong nodded again. I've only heard of the five-clawed divine dragon, the lineal descendant of the dragon clan before, and I know that their innate talents are very high. I'm curious, right now, as the five-clawed divine dragon, how many saint veins have you opened after making a breakthrough to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? Han Shui Nai asked again. Upon hearing Han Shui Nai, before Di Yong could even reply, Duan Ling Tian stared at him instantly with curiosity in his eyes. Chapter 1335 Winding Up. 23 veins. Di Yong beamed with a very dazzling smile. 23 veins. Upon hearing Di Yong, Duan Ling Tian was indifferent, but Han Shui Nai, on the other hand, was consumed by bafflement. You've already opened 23 saint veins in the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. By the time you enter the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage, wouldn't you stand a chance to open more than 70 saint veins then? 0.70 saint veins. This time, the moment Duan Ling Tian heard Han Shui Nai exclaim in astonishment, he finally realized what was going on. His eyes narrowed right away while shock was clearly written on his face. He could still remember that the current version of Di Yong, who was previously Wang Ba, had told him before that during his era, the person who had opened the most saint veins accumulated a total of only 67 saint veins. And at that time, he only managed to open 59 saint veins. However, now Shui Nai had actually said that Di Yong stood a chance to open to 70 saint veins. How could Duan Ling Tian not be surprised? There should be no trouble for me to open over 70 saint veins. Right at that second, the smile on Di Yong's face grew even brighter. As a former saint stage powerhouse, he was very clear about the cultivation path of the mortal shedding stage. With the innate talent of being able to open 23 saint veins at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, and along with the devil cultivation technique that he had cultivated the last time, he was absolutely sure that he would be able to open up more than 70 saint veins by the time he reached the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. The mortal shedding stage was divided into 5 stages. The early mortal shedding stage, the intermediate mortal shedding stage, the master mortal shedding stage, the perfection mortal shedding stage, and the paramount mortal shedding stage. Each of the stages had a completely different strength from one another. Be it martial or Tao cultivators, once they had made a breakthrough to the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage, the saint veins that were opened in their bodies would be shaped, and in the future, no new saint vein could be opened anymore. The number of saint veins opened by the time one reached the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage would not change in the future anymore unless one encountered some serendipitous meeting. Of course, such a fortuitous meeting was extremely rare. It was so rare that barely any man would come across with it even in the span of 10,000 years. The number of saint veins would affect the cultivation speed of the martial or Tao cultivator. The more saint veins one had, the speed of absorbing the energy from the heaven and earth and even the saint stone would increase as well. Apart from that, the number of the saint veins would also have a direct impact on the martial or Tao cultivator's strength. Among the martial or Tao cultivators who were on the same cultivation base, those who had more saint veins would possess more powerful strength. Now, I finally understand why a 5-clawed devil dragon could almost topple the entire dragon clan by itself. It's definitely the dragon with the strongest innate talent among all 5-clawed divine dragons. Han Shui Nai gasped and muttered to herself, as far as I know, an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon can only open 66 saint veins at the most in the history of the dragon clan. De Jong reached out a hand to slowly caress his body lovingly. The more he caressed it, the more he fell in love with it. With an intoxicated look, he remarked, "This body is just perfect. With this body of mine, it's only a matter of time before I finally go back to being at the summit. No, I can completely surpass the previous primetime stage that I was at the last time." Upon seeing De Jong's weird actions, all Duan Ling Tian could feel were the goosebumps creeping up all over his body. Was this guy touching himself? Pervert, what a pervert. Soon, De Jong froze and looked at Duan Ling Tian before announcing nonchalantly, "Boy, you could say that you've paid off your debt by helping me to obtain this body that belongs to a dragon clan's lineal descendant. From today onwards, you'll walk your own path and I'll walk mine. Our bond is no longer relevant now." No longer relevant. Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes right away. "Bastard, you've just obtained a new body and you immediately want to cut off all ties with me. HMPH. Boy, you have that devil tablet with you, so it's better if I stay as far away from you as possible. Otherwise, who knows if one day you might use it to seal me anytime when you're feeling pissed off." De Jong snorted, his tone full of dread. His soul was not yet fully recovered, and if he were sealed by the devil tablet again, he would definitely vanish. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was even more terrifying than a saint stage powerhouse. He could easily destroy him with just a snap of his finger. Even after he had managed to take over the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon and obtained an unparalleled innate talent that ensured him a smooth boundless cultivation journey in front of him, he was still a devil cultivator no matter what. As a devil cultivator who was at the mortal shedding stage, he was completely powerless in the face of the devil tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The devil tablet that was activated by an innate stage martial cultivator was more than enough to seal a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator easily. "I won't stop you from leaving, but I hope that you can settle the situation for me," Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "Settle the situation? What situation are you referring to?" De Jong was stunned. "I've killed De Jong, the original island master of Half Moon Island, and you've snatched his body. Although he's a 5-clawed devil dragon, the fact that he could leave the dragon clan alive meant that there must be some other 5-clawed divine dragons helping him in the dark. If we don't settle this properly, what happens if that 5-clawed divine dragon comes knocking on the door? You were once a saint stage powerhouse at Dao Martial Saint Land, and I'm sure you know how strong an adult 5-clawed divine dragon is, don't you?" Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at De Jong. "So what, we can just leave like this? Don't tell me that you're still afraid that the 5-clawed divine dragon will be able to catch us." De Jong answered as though he was not concerned at all. Dao Martial Saint Land was so huge and he did not believe that the adult 5-clawed divine dragon would be able to find him. Well, that was unless the entire dragon clan made a move. However, since this issue was related to a 5-clawed devil dragon, he believed that the 5-clawed divine dragon would not dare to alert the entire dragon clan. In fact, the 5-clawed devil dragon was a taboo in the dragon clan. Even if outsiders would not kill it, the dragon clan would never let it stay alive. "Yes, it's true that we can just leave like that, but how about my sect? If that 5-clawed divine dragon really wants to hold somebody responsible, it'll definitely affect my sect." Duan Ling Tian frowned. "You're really troublesome. Fine then, since I'm in such an excellent mood today, I'll help you settle everything then. Just tell me, what do you want me to do?" De Jong asked slightly exasperatedly. "You only need to pass yourself off as the island master of Half Moon Island," Duan Ling Tian said. "Pass myself off as the island master of Half Moon Island?" De Jong frowned. "Boy, I'm not willing to stay on Half Moon Island for long. I want to go to Dao Martial Saint Land." "I know." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I didn't ask you to stay here on Half Moon Island. I just want you to pretend that you're the island master of Half Moon Island. As long as you leave after you've made your stance clear in front of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island, I don't care where you want to go. You want me to act as the island master of Half Moon Island and leave as him as well. Then, when that 5-clawed divine dragon comes in the future, it will think that he left willingly by himself." De Jong clarified. "That's right," Duan Ling Tian confirmed. "Only then, we won't infuriate the 5-clawed divine dragon. Since it's willing to risk being punished by the dragon clan by bringing De Jong away from Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm sure it has quite a close relationship with De Jong. I even suspect that the five-clawed divine dragon might be Di Yong's parents, Duan Ling Tian continued. Tui, nobody is worthy of being my parents at all. Not even a five-clawed divine dragon. Di Yong snapped. I meant Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, that I killed, not you. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes. In that case, you go look for the 3 Half Moon Island's vice island masters now and tell them that you'll accept me as your direct disciple. Then, openly hand Half Moon Island to me. Not only that, but also ask them to pledge their loyalty to me and can never harbor any evil feelings towards me using the 9 heavenly tribulation. After you've told them about this, you can just leave and go to Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian continued to tell Di Yong. This was an idea that he had already thought of to make Half Moon Island, the strongest island of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, his. To him, Half Moon Island was no doubt a great place. The supreme grade origin stone vein hidden underground was more than double the size of the one hidden underground on the hidden Fog Island. The cultivation surrounding here could be considered the best outside Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, it was Han Shui-Nai who had told Duan Ling Tian this. After he had mastered Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian planned to move his Ling Tian sect there. With the island as his base camp, the people of the Ling Tian sect would definitely be able to build their strength rapidly. Han Shui-Nai also fully supported Duan Ling Tian's idea. Boy, you really have a huge appetite. You actually want to take over this island. Di Yong took a careful look at Duan Ling Tian before saying. A huge appetite. Duan Ling Tian scowled at Di Yong with scorn immediately. Come on, when it comes to appetite, how can mine be huge compared to yours? You've taken over the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon for goodness sake. With its body, you could even open more than 70 saint veins. We don't even know who else in Dao Martial Saint Land can open more saint veins than you, Duan Ling Tian snapped. Haha, you have a point there. With this 5-clawed devil dragon, I must enter the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Wait a minute, no, the top 5. Di Yong threw his head back. And guffawed. Top 10, what pitiful ambition you have. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Di Yong and snorted with disdain. HMPH. Boy, do you really think that the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking are all weak? Let me tell you, even in my era, the highest rank that the powerhouse who opened the most saint veins at a record of 67 veins was only the 7th in the Supreme Saint ranking. Di Yong continued, there are many powerful powerhouses in Dao Martial Saint Land and Saint Vein does indeed have a great impact on one's strength. However, there are many other techniques in other aspects that have an equally great impact on strength too. That's right, Brother Ling Tian. Those powerhouses who are at the top of the Supreme Saint ranking aren't necessarily the powerhouses who have opened the most saint veins in Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, the number of saint veins that they've opened is more or less the same with the powerhouse who's opened the most saint veins, Han Shui-Nai piped in. Oh, I see, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Of course, the difference wouldn't be too far either like the sword saint that I've mentioned before. He managed to open all of the saint veins in the body and actually opened 81 saint veins in total. The difference between the number of saint veins other people have opened compared to him is a huge chasm. They couldn't compare to him at all even when it comes to the technique of other aspects because the difference in the base was just too huge. Han Shui-Nai continued. Chapter 1336 Descendants of Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang. The Saint Vein was considered the foundation for the martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of Dao Martial Saint Land. The more saint veins one opened up, the higher their achievements would be in the future. Although the person who opened the most saint veins was not necessarily the strongest, they would have a very significant advantage. It seems like the martial cultivators and the Dao cultivators of the Dao Martial Saint Land still have some other powerful moves later on. So much so as to enable them to ignore the gap between the number of saint veins, Duan Ling Tian secretly thought as he became more and more excited about his cultivation journey in Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level Martial Emperor stage. As long as he continued to work hard on cultivating, he believed that with Saint Stones, he would be able to reach Martial Emperor peak within a year. By that time, he could officially begin to break through to the mortal shedding stage. I believe in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he thought with conviction. The reason for his confidence in his ability to break through to the Martial Emperor peak within a year was Duan Ling Tian's blind faith in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a powerful cultivation method which was as famous as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique cultivated by the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Nevertheless, the 3 lives rebirth technique cultivated by the rebirth martial emperor was a whole level better than the top-tier cultivation methods on the cloud continents such as the Han Bing's divine sword technique, the galactic star technique, and the demonic beauty divine technique. Regardless of whether it was one of the 3 techniques, they were all powerful cultivation methods which could be cultivated up to the martial emperor peak. If there was a cultivation method which was better than them, it could be considered the strongest cultivation method on the cloud continent. 3 of Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island are outside right now. When Shui Nai was coming over, she heard them speak of an early stage mortal shedding. Stage sea demon which was guarding a treasure. Previously, the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong, had tried to steal that treasure a few times, but he never succeeded. Duan Ling Tian said to Di Yong, they thought that as long as you break through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, you'd be able to steal the treasure from the sea demon. Treasure. Di Yong's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Let's go, let's end this. Hearing about the treasure, he became more excited than anyone else and he flew away immediately. Without hesitating, Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai followed him. Beyond the misty mountains, 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island stood there silently without the slightest hint of impatience. Shortly, their eyes lit up suddenly. They instantly looked towards the figure flying out from the mountains. It was a tall, black figure which was familiar to them. Lord Island Master. Facing the middle-aged man in black who flew out from the mountains, the trio including Shao Kun bowed respectfully to him. The middle-aged man in black was none other than Di Yong, who nodded faintly at the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island who were bowing to him. Naturally, this was not the previous island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Even though it was still the same body, the soul had changed and he was completely a different person. However, the 3 Vice Island masters could not detect that. Soon, Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai emerged too and stood behind Di Yong. The appearance of the duo surprised the 3 Vice Island masters. From now on, this man, Duan Ling Tian, is my direct disciple and also the new master of Half Moon Island. Di Yong declared. What? The 3 Vice Island masters were dumbfounded. Previously, the island master did not take a liking to Duan Ling Tian, did he? Had he changed his mind at the last minute? The more they thought about it, the more certain they were. I've decided to leave Half Moon Island after a few days to head to Dao Martial Saint Land. However, before leaving, you all must swear an oath on the 9 heavenly tribulation to pledge allegiance to my direct disciple, Di Yong continued saying. The 3 Vice Island masters never expected Di Yong to announce that, and their expressions changed drastically. They were willing to stay by his side and become Vice Island masters because they respected his strength. They were willing to be under Di Yong. However, every fiber of their being was reluctant to be under a young boy. What? Are there any difficulties? Noticing the hesitation among the Vice Island masters, Di Yong's eyes turned cold and a vast aura exuded from his body. Instantly, it swept towards them. Wah! Suddenly, the 3 men trembled and became pale as they spat blood out. The pressure they felt was getting heavier and heavier as the feeling of suffocation made them despair. At once, the 3 of them gave in. Following that, under Di Yong's fierce and piercing gaze, the 3 men swore an oath based on the 9 heavenly tribulation to stay loyal to Duan Ling Tian. After that, Di Yong asked them to lead the way to the sea demon which was guarding the treasure. Lord Island Master, that sea demon has stayed in the west all this time. Under the guidance of the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian and the rest arrived at the sea to the west of Half Moon Island. They headed west all the way and traveled for half an hour. Above the vast and calm sea, a group of 5 stood unmoving. Go in. After confirming that this was the correct place, a gentle force radiated from Di Yong's body and instantly transformed into a transparent light shield which shrouded the 5 of them. After that, he brought all of them, including Duan Ling Tian, to enter the sea. Instantly, the calmness of the sea was disrupted and vast, rolling waves swept out one after another. The calamity did not stop for a long time. At the same time, Di Yong led Duan Ling Tian and the rest into the deep sea. After Duan Ling Tian observed the surrounding transparent light shield and sensed the aura of it, he murmured, "This isn't origin energy. Brother Ling Tian, it's true energy." Han Shui Nai heard Duan Ling Tian's murmur and explained, when a martial cultivator's cultivation base breaks through to the mortal shedding stage, an energy pool will appear in their body and their origin energy will transform into a new force, which is the true energy. True energy is a kind of force which is one level higher than origin energy, Han Shui Nai said. Duan Ling Tian understood and eventually became accustomed to the unusual. Where's it? De Yong looked back and glanced at 3 Vice Island masters. There. The 3 of them quickly pointed towards a direction. The whereabouts of the sea demon would change every once in a while. All this time, the 3 of them were personally pursuing the whereabouts of the sea demon, so they knew exactly where it was. Under the guidance of the Vice Island masters, Duan Ling Tian and the 2 other finally saw the sea demon. That sea demon was lying deep in the sea, hidden amongst the algae in the deep waters. An octopus. Approaching it, Duan Ling Tian noticed the details of the sea demon. It was an octopus. More accurately, it was an extra-massive octopus which looked like a giant mountain. The creature lay there like a mountain at the bottom of the sea. That's. Soon, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shifted to one of the octopus's tentacles as if he had just discovered something. A pagoda as large as an adult was hovering there, wrapped in the tentacle. From a distance, the pagoda looked very exquisite. Apart from that, it invoked an extremely special feeling within Duan Ling Tian. It was a rather familiar feeling, but even Duan Ling Tian himself thought that he was misguided. The Vice Island Masters looked at the pagoda in unison and said to De Yong softly, "Lord Island Master, the treasure's there." De Yong's eyes also landed on the pagoda. "It doesn't seem any different. Did you say it's a treasure?" Han Shui Nai asked. "Miss Shui Nai, you don't know. This pagoda doesn't seem special, but it wasn't affected by the previous battles between the Lord Island Master and Sea Demon no matter how strong the aftershocks were," Xiao Kun said with a dignified expression. "The power was blocked around a 1-meter radius from it. Everything was blocked from it. There's a force on its surface protecting it. Just like it is now. The Sea Demon's tentacle seems to be wrapping it, but in actuality, it isn't even touching it," Xiao Kun continued saying. Listening to Xiao Kun, Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui Nai, and De Yong looked over and noticed that the huge octopus's tentacles did not, in fact, touch the pagoda. There seemed to be a protective layer spanning about a meter that was preventing everything from going near it. "He's woken up." Suddenly, Xiao Kun called out. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw the huge octopus open its eyes which were as big as a washbasin and were gleaming with cold flashes. The minute it woke up, it noticed Duan Ling Tian and the rest. Immediately, its swift and piercing eyes locked onto De Yong. To it, De Yong was already an old pal. When the huge octopus moved, it was like hills toppling, and the earth was quaking on the whole seabed. The water stirred and caused the transparent light shield around Duan Ling Tian and the rest to shake. However, it was a light shield supported by De Yong's true energy after all, so it was not really affected. HMPH. De Yong snorted when he faced with the huge octopus rising. Then, he moved as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly shooting out. The water stirred and parted, forming a long road, then the path closed moments later. At the same time, a loud noise spread as the hills rose and fell and the earth trembled again. In the next moment, all 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were dumbstruck. A hole seemed to have appeared on the head of the huge octopus. It was an enormous hole, large enough to fit a person. The hole had torn through the whole head of the huge octopus and killed it. The Lord Island Master's strength. After the Vice Island Masters regained their senses, they all seemed shocked. Had the powerful sea demon which used to be as strong as the Island Master just been killed by him in one move? That's quite over the top. Duan Ling Tian was shocked too. Are you from Yanhuang land?" Suddenly, an old voice echoed in Duan Ling Tian's ear, jolting him. Yanhuang land. Was that not the name of the land of Hua in the ancient myths and legends of Hua from his previous life? The people of Hua were the people of Yanhuang land, also known as the descendants of Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang. Chapter 1337 Treasure's Exquisite Pagoda. The old voice confused Duan Ling Tian for a while. He only regained his senses after quite some time. After he regained his senses, Duan Ling Tian started to look around, intending to find the owner of the voice. At that very moment, he was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that the owner of the voice must have something to do with the planet Earth from his previous life. "Stop finding me, I'm in the pagoda before you," continued the old voice. At once, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving and looked towards the pagoda floating in the depths of the sea. At that moment, De Yong was standing in front of it. Suddenly, De Yong reached out to try and touch it, but the invisible force surrounding it blocked De Yong, who was on the intermediate stage of mortal shedding stage. De Yong had no way to suppress that force. This pagoda is really not that simple. De Yong's eyes lit up. Indeed, it isn't. All of a sudden, Han Shui Nai also reached De Yong's side and observed the pagoda. Moments later, she reached out and experimented on the pagoda, which was as tall as an adult. She realized that her force could not suppress the power around the pagoda either. This strength, it doesn't seem to be true energy, Han Shui-nai murmured, confusion apparent on her face. At the same time, the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island also stepped forward to observe the pagoda. They were like Di Yong and Han Shui-nai. They could not do anything towards the pagoda and could only look at it. Duan Ling Tian moved and supported a layer of light shield with origin energy on the surface of his body. He went beside Han Shui-nai and reached out with one hand to grab the floating pagoda. Watching Duan Ling Tian's movement, Han Shui-nai, Di Yong, and the rest merely looked on calmly. In their opinion, it was even more impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be able to do anything towards the pagoda since they failed. After all, Duan Ling Tian's strength was the weakest among them. However, in the very next moment, they were stunned. They watched Duan Ling Tian stretch out his hand flatly towards the pagoda. He did not seem to encounter any obstacle in the process and easily touched the pagoda. How's that possible? Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island shrank their pupils. Shock and disbelief were apparent on their faces. Brother Ling Tian, Han Shui-nai was also shocked by the scene before her eyes. While she and Di Yong could not do anything towards the pagoda, Brother Ling Tian had easily touched it. When Duan Ling Tian touched the pagoda with his hands, he simply felt that it was ice cold. At the same time, a warm airflow ran from the pagoda into his body along his arm and circulated in his body. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian felt comfortable and warm. It was so pleasurable that he unconsciously closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes and seemed to revel in it when he touched the pagoda, Di Yong, Han Shui-nai and the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were moved. Following that, Di Yong and Han Shui-nai reached out in succession and slowly moved towards the pagoda. Soon, they discovered that they did not feel the pressure on their hands as before when their hands were 1 meter away from the pagoda. Their eyes brightened. They took a deep breath and continued moving forward, intending to touch the pagoda. However, as their hands moved forward, a terrifying force surged, plunging into their bodies forcefully and sending both of them flying away. Instantly, regardless of Di Yong or Han Shui-nai, both of them looked pale and were obviously injured. The 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island felt their spines shudder and their blood curdle when they saw that scene. They completely dispelled the notion of touching the pagoda. Soon after, all 5 pairs of eyes landed onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. They realized that although a powerful force had erupted from the pagoda earlier, Duan Ling Tian was not affected as he remained standing there with his hands on the pagoda. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were shut tightly and the blissful expression on his face remained as if he was enjoying some sort of baptism. Damn, Di Yong cursed, this broken pagoda only recognizes the boy. It seems that Brother Ling Tian is destined for it. This pagoda is really spiritual. I think even the greatest super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings on Dao Martial Saint Land wouldn't be as spiritual as it, Han Shui-nai murmured. Perhaps, it's one of the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon rankings. As Di Yong spoke, the passion rose in his eyes. The gazes of the 3 Vice Island masters towards Duan Ling Tian were laced with jealousy. All of them could see that the pagoda was not ordinary. Even the strength of the island masters of Half Moon Island was helpless against it. How could it just be an ordinary pagoda? No matter how surprised the 5 of them were, Duan Ling Tian was currently in a state of wonder. It was like the state of a baby in the mother's womb before being born. Duan Ling Tian felt that he was wrapped in a gentle, maternal sort of strength. The strength was not only tender, but it also gave him unprecedented warmth. It warmed his flesh and blood, bones, and meridians. Everything in his body seemed to undergo an earth-shattering change with the integration of that force. After some time, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body started circulating autonomously. It circulated according to the 9 Dragons' War Sovereign Technique's divine dragon form, one circuit after another as if it never tired out. It never stopped from the beginning to the end. At the lowest level of the pagoda, an old voice kept echoing, "His foundation is quite good. I never expected to meet someone from the Yanhuang land here. Now, I'll have the chance to leave this hellhole." The pagoda had 7 levels from top to bottom. Without knowing how long it had been, Duan Ling Tian felt the warmth leave him and he felt insatiable. However, when he opened his eyes and regained his senses, his pupils shrank. What happened? At that moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly felt that his cultivation base had improved. His cultivation base was no longer at the 6th level Martial Emperor stage, he had broken through to the 9th level Martial Emperor stage. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was in a dream. What just happened? I just touched the pagoda and a force came out from it. Duan Ling Tian was excited and found it hard to calm down. Then, the old voice continued to spread. Earlier, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda merged the remaining power it has into your body to help you be reincarnated. Duan Ling Tian could hear that this was the voice who had called him, the people of Yanhuang land. 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned when he heard the other party. The name sounded familiar as if he had heard of something similar before. Brother Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian started to think and remember, a voice boomed in his ear and shocked him. He looked up and saw Han Shui-nai looking at him in concern. Apart from Han Shui-nai, Di Yong and the 3 other Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island also stood aside. Brother Ling Tian, what just happened? How did you touch the pagoda? Why couldn't we? Han Shui-nai glanced at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in front of Duan Ling Tian warily and asked with a curious face. I also don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Boy, you were reveling in something for half an hour earlier. What did you discover? Di Yong asked, fieriness gleaming in the depth of his eyes. Half an hour. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Had it only been half an hour? In just half an hour, did my cultivation base improve from the 6th level Martial Emperor stage to the 9th level Martial Emperor stage? Having thought of that, Duan Ling Tian's mood stirred again. Moreover, that voice said something about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda having used its remaining power to help me in my rebirth. Didn't my body gone through reincarnation a long time ago? Duan Ling Tian still remembered back when he was still at the Cloud Continent. At the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had obtained the 10,000-year stalactite milk at the 7-star sword sect and completed the reincarnation with the help of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At that time, his martial Dao innate talent had achieved that limit of a Cloud Continent's martial artists. For a time, Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by what the old voice said. How? Did you discover anything? Di Yong looked towards Duan Ling Tian and asked again. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and subconsciously kept the voice a secret. Then, he looked at the floating pagoda in front of him and thought, listening to that voice earlier. I think it's called the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It'd be amazing if the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could be smaller. Duan Ling Tian thought while looking at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which was as tall as he was. Almost just as Duan Ling Tian finished that thought, he suddenly discovered that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in front of him had experienced a dramatic change. Along with the silhouette which was getting smaller, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda became smaller and finally landed steadily in his hands. While holding the pagoda which was now only 1 foot tall, Duan Ling Tian was astonished and it took a while before he regained his senses. Di Yong, Han Shui-nai, and the rest were also shocked by the scene before them at once. This pagoda can shrink. One of the Vice Island Masters, Shao Kun, gulped a mouthful of saliva and said incredulously. I'm not dreaming, am I? Another Vice Island Master forcefully pinched his own thighs, the shooting pain from his thigh confirming that everything in front of him was real. Although the last Vice Island Master did not say anything, the shock and disbelief in his eyes undoubtedly illustrated his current thoughts. Di Yong and Han Shui-nai looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes as well. This pagoda, is it really one of the greatest super saint weapons among the 10 great saint weapon rankings? Di Yong murmured. There's indeed a pagoda-shaped super saint weapon among the 10 great saint weapon rankings called the Vast Sky Pagoda. Is this it? Han Shui-nai guessed. Chapter 1338 Three-Legged Golden Crow. That's not right. Han Shui-nai, who had just made a guess earlier, seemed to have thought of something suddenly and she shook her head in denial of her own theory. Rumor has it that the Vast Sky Pagoda is in the hands of a top saint stage powerhouse. It's impossible for it to appear here. If it isn't the Vast Sky Pagoda, then what could it be? Di Yong looked at the petite and exquisite pagoda in Duan Ling Tian's hands and murmured. He frowned, feeling totally clueless. At that time, regardless of Han Shui-nai, Di Yong or the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, none of them noticed that Duan Ling Tian's body shuddered involuntarily. Simultaneously, there was a gleam in the depth of his eyes. I remember now. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely excited as he looked at the small pagoda in his hands. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In the ancient myth and legends of Wa on Earth in my past life, it's the celestial supreme treasure in the hands of the heavenly king with a pagoda in hand, Li Jing. There were several versions about the legends of the heavenly king with a pagoda in hand, Li Jing. Nevertheless, all the versions mentioned the celestial supreme treasure in his hand, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. However, Duan Ling Tian quickly calmed down. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they have the same name. In the past, he had never believed in the ancient myths and legend from his past life because they were too ridiculous. However, he changed his mind after he arrived in this world. Moreover, there would not be smoke without a fire, so there must be some truth in the ancient myths and legends that were passed down. If the legends were real, then maybe those legendary characters were real too. You're from Yanhuang land. Why would you appear here? Suddenly, the old voice sounded again and shocked Duan Ling Tian. This time, Duan Ling Tian heard it clearly. This voice, which could only be heard by him, came from the bottommost level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously by sending a voice transmission to the bottom of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Me, I'm the one and only three-legged golden crow. The people from Yanhuang land honor me as the divine sunbird, continued the old voice, sharing its identity. The three-legged golden crow. Divine sunbird. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded as his voice transmission was laced with shock and incredibility. Wait, are you the legendary final three-legged golden crow that escaped Hu Yi's arrow? Duan Ling Tian remembered that there was a legend about Hu Yi shooting the sun in his past life. Legend had it that in ancient times, there were 11 suns in the sky. One of it was originally there, while the other 10 appeared later. The 10 extra suns were actually 10 mischievous golden crows. The myth was that they were the sons of the heavenly emperor then. The appearance of the 11 suns caused drought and the earth dried up, making times hard for the people. At that time, a human powerhouse called Hu Yi shot 9 of the golden crows in succession with his unparalleled skills. Only one bird escaped. I didn't expect you to know this. That was a long time ago, resumed the old voice in a calm and placid manner. However, the way he said it undoubtedly confirmed his identity. He was the three-legged golden crow that had escaped Hu Yi's arrow in the ancient myths and legends from Duan Ling Tian's past life. He was also the divine sunbird known by the future generations. Are you really that three-legged golden crow? Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped, and said excitedly, so, does it mean that you're from Earth like me? Earth. The three-legged golden crow's tone was filled with confusion. Yanhuang land is on Earth, Duan Ling Tian explained. Yanhuang land. I left that place a long time ago. I can't even remember how long ago it was. As for the Earth you've mentioned, we called it planet Yanhuang, the three-legged golden crow said. Planet Yanhuang was my hometown. As the three-legged golden crow spoke, his tone became somewhat sentimental. Planet Yanhuang. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It was his first time hearing that Earth had another name, but that was not the point right then. How did you get here? The three-legged golden crow asked again. I felt that your soul holds the aura of Yanhuang land. Your hometown should also be on planet Yanhuang. I was killed in an accident because I was betrayed. Then, my soul crossed over to this world and was reincarnated in another body, Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile. Can that truly happen? The three-legged golden crow's tone was filled with surprise. Evidently, he could not understand Duan Ling Tian's experience. What about you? How did you come? Duan Ling Tian asked, somewhat excited in his heart. The three-legged golden crow was from Earth like him. However, he was merely an ordinary human being on Earth, but the three-legged golden crow was a powerful existence in ancient myths and legends who had a strength comparable to the gods. His heart was full of curiosity about how the three-legged golden crow had arrived there. Perhaps, I could go back to Earth, Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. I came along with the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Before Li Jing was killed, he forcefully tore through time and space and threw the seven treasures exquisite pagoda into the black hole. The three-legged golden crow recalled, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was severely damaged after it was thrown into the black hole. Even I was seriously injured. I didn't wake up until 100 years ago, and then I began to recover from my injuries. Li Jing. You meant the heavenly king with a pagoda in hand, Li Jing. Nezha's father. Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped again and asked. It's him. Then, the three-legged golden crow mocked, he's a useless guy. Depenkara, the old monk, actually gave the seven treasures exquisite pagoda to him, but it was such a waste. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda was damaged. Not only was I seriously injured, but even the 6 other celestial supreme treasures in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda were also damaged. I don't even know when they can be recovered, sighed the three-legged golden crow. 6 other celestial supreme treasures. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. However, before he had the time to continue asking the three-legged golden crow, Di Yong's voice already echoed in his ear. Boy, everything's cleared between you and me, so I should leave now and head to Dao Martial Saint Land. Di Yong left after he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. He did not even tell the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Following that, Duan Ling Tian called out to Han Shui Nai and brought the 3 Vice Island Masters to go back to Half Moon Island. After they returned to Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian went back to the residence he had stayed at for the past year in his room. He never even had the time to greet the 2 women and the 3 little fellows. When Duan Ling Tian was back in his room, he stared intensely at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hands and asked, "Earlier, you said that there were 6 other celestial supreme treasure in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, didn't you?" Of course. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is known as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda because there are 7 treasures in it, the three-legged golden crow said. 7 treasures, apart from the 6 celestial supreme treasures. What about the 1 other treasure? Duan Ling Tian asked puzzledly. The 1 other treasure naturally was me, revealed the three-legged golden crow. I've almost forgotten about you. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly and asked again, what are the 6 other celestial supreme treasures? The 6 other celestial supreme treasures are the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Astonished God Halberd, the Universe Ruler, the Heaven Net Umbrella, the Cleansed World Horsetail Wisp, and the War Heaven Spear. Can you lend me one? Duan Ling Tian asked with a burning passion in his eyes. 6 pieces of celestial supreme treasures. One would know that they were relics just from the name. If he could obtain one, would he not be invincible? Those were celestial supreme treasures. Before the celestial supreme treasures, even the 10 greatest super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon rankings on Dao Martial Saint Land was nothing compared to it. If you want to use it, go and get it yourself. They are on the 2nd to the 7th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda respectively, shared the three-legged golden crow. Get it myself. How can I get it? Duan Ling Tian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hands. Could it be possible that I have to find somewhere spacious and ask the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to enlarge to enter? When we were on the seabed, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda already established you as the owner. Now, you merely need a thought to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. A thought. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hands. With a thought, he felt a flash appear before his eyes and then he found that he had arrived at a strange place. It was a spacious and expansive space. When he first entered, he felt a burning aura on his face as if he was in a world of fire. However, the burning aura only disappeared moments later. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw a big bird which suddenly appeared before him. It was a huge bird with golden flames around it. The biggest difference between this bird and an ordinary bird was that it had 3 feet. Ordinary birds merely had 2 feet. Are you the three-legged golden crow? Duan Ling Tian gasped and asked with a shocked expression when he saw the flaming bird which exuded a strong aura. The flaming bird, which was the three-legged golden crow, nodded. This is the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was severely damaged after it came here through the black hole. So far, only the first level has been recovered. For that reason, I was awoken, the three-legged golden crow continued saying. He was one of the 7 treasures of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which guarded the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that was the most important level. To get to the second level, one must pass through the first level. Just now, you said that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had established you as the owner. When did that happen? Duan Ling Tian asked. Currently, what he wanted to know the most was that he remembered that he did not let the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda establish any ownership. Establishing ownership seemed to require a blood ownership claim, did it not? When the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you be reincarnated, he had already established you as his master, explained the three-legged golden crow. Chapter 1339 2 days inside, 1 day outside. After talking to the three-legged golden crow, Duan Ling Tian sorted out the situation. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda he had obtained was the very weapon that Li Jing of the ancient myths and legends of his past life had always carried around. It was a top celestial supreme treasure. According to the three-legged golden crow, Li Jing had been killed, but before he perished, he forcefully tore through time and space and threw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into the black hole to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The black hole was extremely terrifying. Even Li Jing's murderer did not dare to enter it. As a top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda sustained some damages while traveling through the black hole, but was not destroyed. Finally, it passed through the black hole and came to a strange planet. 100 years ago, on the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the 3-legged golden crow was awakened. Although he had recovered from his injuries as time passed, he had no way out since he was a pagoda spirit in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and could not leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda at his will. For the past 100 years, the 3-legged golden crow never thought that there was a way out. Even though he was one of the pagoda spirits of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he could not do anything when the pagoda would not establish ownership with anyone apart from those from Yanhuang land. He could not affect the will of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which existence preceded his. However, he did not expect to meet someone from Yanhuang land on this strange planet after 100 years. More accurately, he did not expect to meet someone with the soul of a Yanhuang land person. Not only that, but the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had also established ownership with him on its own accord. At that moment, the 3-legged golden crow knew that he had found a way out. The 3-legged golden crow who had been alive for many years had a heart as calm as water. He did not feel any emotion even when Duan Ling Tian mentioned his mortal enemy, Hu Yi. However, when he learned that he had found a way out, his emotions were somewhat stirred up. It's a pity, I couldn't get any one of the 6 celestial supreme treasures, Duan Ling Tian sighed regretfully. In the 3-legged golden crow's words, he had to restore the levels of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda if he wanted to get the 6 other celestial supreme treasures. After so many years, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda merely repaired the first level by itself, which led to the awakening of the 3-legged golden crow. Now, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had used up its remaining power to help him be reincarnated. After depleting the power, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was temporarily unable to continue restoring the 2nd to the 7th levels. If you can find the materials I need, then I can help to restore the 2nd level with the flame of sun, the 3-legged golden crow said. By then, you'd be able to enter the 2nd level and obtain the Jasper celestial sword there. What do you need? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. I don't know what the materials are called here. I'll do it this way. I'll imprint the appearance of the materials into your brain. As the 3-legged golden crow said this, a flash streaked in his eyes with a burning flame. A beam of light that moved so quickly that it was almost unnoticeable shot out and instantly pierced in between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows to enter his body. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian felt dizzy. At the same time, he discovered that there were many images in his mind. These images were various types of materials including medicinal material, metal, and stones. Besides that, there were also some liquids. I don't seem to have any impression of these materials. Wait, I've seen this. Isn't it the empty soul grass? And this seems to be the stride mountain stone. While Duan Ling Tian murmured, he raised his hands and retrieved 2 items. They were some grass and a crimson stone. How much of these 2 materials do you have? The 3-legged golden crow's eyes lit up as he asked. These are rare materials on the Cloud continent. I don't have a lot of them with me, but I can ask the others to go and collect them. While Duan Ling Tian informed him of that, he retrieved whatever he had with him. With these 2 materials, I can start restoring the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, to fully restore the 2nd level, we'd need more, the 3-legged golden crow said. I understand. I'll ask the others to collect the materials you've requested for. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Currently, he was in control of Half Moon Island. With just an order, everyone on Half Moon Island under the 3 greatest Vice Island Masters would work for him. Moreover, as the greatest of the 4 greatest overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island was extremely powerful, so he could ask the other 3 overseas Saint Islands to help to search for the materials as well. As for the Cloud continent, he had the Ling Tian sect, which was currently already the #1 sect on the continent with great power of influence. He would then be able to utilize the whole of the Cloud continent's strength to find the materials. Right, how should I address you in the future? Duan Ling Tian asked the 3-legged golden crow. You're the new master of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and I'm the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, you're my master too. You can call me anything you want. Then, I'll call you Elder Huo in the future. Duan Ling Tian sized up the 3-legged golden crow and exclaimed, I still remember. In the ancient myths and legends, the three-legged golden crow was known as the ancestor who played with fire. When it comes to playing with fire, no one could match you. Duan Ling Tian said, "Master, you flatter me. On playing with fire, we three-legged golden crows were one of the best on planet Yanhuang. However, there was someone comparable to us on planet Yanhuang," responded the three-legged golden crow. While he spoke, the flames on his body surged and then drew in. A dazzling ray of light shone like a burning sun. Duan Ling Tian felt a sharp twinge in his eyes because of it and immediately squeezed them shut. When he opened his eyes again, he found out that the three-legged golden crow was gone. Instead, there was an old man in gold in his place. The old man was skinny. In fact, he was so skinny that he was all skin and bones. However, his eyes were shimmering. They brimmed with radiating vigor like two blazing suns on his face. Duan Ling Tian knew that he was a transformation of the three-legged golden crow. "Elder Huo, the person you mentioned. Is he the god of fire, Zhu Rong, from the ancient myths and legends?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked curiously. "That's right, it's Zhu Rong." Elder Huo nodded. "His heavenly fire was on the same grade as my flames of sun. He was known as the god of fire by the people because he brought them fire and light." "Ah, yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had heard about the illusion Elder Huo mentioned. Elder Huo, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was a top celestial treasure. Even if it were damaged, would it still be of help to me? Duan Ling Tian asked. That was what he cared about the most. As the saying went, a sleeping lion was stronger than a barking dog. In his subconscious mind, he felt that the seven treasures exquisite pagoda would still be an asset to him. Of course, Elder Huo nodded. Although the cultivation environment of the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda you're at right now is ordinary, the speed of time here is slower than the outside world by 1-fold. Slower by 1-fold, what does that even mean? Duan Ling Tian took some time to digest this information. It means that 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days inside the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Huo explained. 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days inside the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. This time, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses as shock and disbelief were apparent on his face. Does it mean that if I cultivate here for 2 days, only 1 day would have passed outside? That's right, Elder Huo nodded. Following the confirmation from Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened suddenly, beating faster and faster. When he had entered the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, he had clearly felt that the cultivation environment here was much better than that on Half Moon Island. As for the extent to which it was better, it would have to wait until he cultivated there to find out. A decent cultivation environment and a slower flow of time. It's an absolutely perfect cultivation place here. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath which calmed his racing heart. Following that, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo about his rebirth. It should be noted that he had completed the reincarnation process through the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although the seven treasures exquisite pagoda used the power it had accumulated for so many years to help him break through 3 levels at once to arrive at the 9th level martial emperor stage, that should not have been considered a rebirth. The rebirth you mentioned has only reached the limits of a mortal's body. Now, the actual body of that little devil dragon who just left can't match yours, Elder Huo said. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard the old man call Di Yong a little devil dragon. That was a 5-clawed devil dragon. To be exact, he was one of the 5-clawed divine dragons, a dragon clan's lineal descendant. Elder Huo, you said that his actual body isn't even as strong as mine. What does that mean? Duan Ling Tian asked. As far as he knew, a dragon's body, especially that of a dragon clan's lineal descendant, the 5-clawed divine dragon, was one of the best in the whole of Dao Martial Saint Land. Setting aside a human who was born weak, even other powerful demons were not comparable to them. Elder Huo said, currently, his body might be stronger than yours, but that was because his cultivation base was higher than yours. If your cultivation base were to be the same as his, your body would definitely be stronger than his actual body. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had learned from the current Di Yong, who was also the old Wang Ba, that the strength of a martial cultivator or Dao cultivator's body was closely related to their cultivation base. Not only would the dragon's actual body improve as their cultivation base improved, but the same applied to a human too. However, the human body's improvement would never be able to measure up to the improvement of the dragon's actual body. Even if human broke through to the saint stage, their body could not even compare to a 3-clawed divine dragon who was at the early stage mortal shedding stage, less the 5-clawed divine dragon. Now, the elder Huo had said that his body was stronger than the actual body of a 5-clawed devil dragon on the same cultivation base. How could this not shock him? Elder Huo, is that really true? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened as he asked hesitantly. Chapter 1340 A New Target. After obtaining the confirmation from Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian could not hide his excitement. It was common knowledge that a person's strength was significantly affected by the strength of their body. It was just like how a dragon race was more powerful than a human who had the same cultivation base and the same method due to its stronger physique, even humans who had opened their saint veins included. It would not be hard for a 5-clawed divine dragon to fight a higher-level enemy. Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down after a moment and then he continued asking, "How powerful are you currently, Elder Huo?" "I'm unsure." Elder Huo shook his head. "I'm not familiar with the stages of cultivation in this world. However, the current version of me can finish off that little devil dragon from before in a single breath as easily as swatting a fly." After listening to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian's jaw dropped. Finishing Di Yong off with a breath was just as easy as swatting a fly. He was well aware that Di Yong was a powerful intermediate mortal shedding stage being, whereas the old man in the golden robe was merely a 3-legged golden crow and the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda who had not recovered from the injuries sustained previously. "From what I can see, you must be even more powerful than a saint stage cultivator," Duan Ling Tian guessed. He grew excited as he sorted out his thoughts. Did it mean that from now on, he would have another super henchman by his side? "Before completely restoring the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you have no means of making me leave the pagoda even if you're its owner," Elder Huo said just in the nick of time as if he had read Duan Ling Tian's mind. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face after listening to Elder Huo. At that moment, he felt like a pail of cold water had been poured right over his head. "How long more till we can completely restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Apart from the slower passage of time and better cultivation environment in the first level, does the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda have any other function that benefits me currently?" Duan Ling Tian was unresigned as he continued to ask. He was determined to fully exploit and extract whatever value remained in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. "No," Elder Huo shook his head. "So, I can't even hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda when I'm in danger?" Duan Ling Tian did not give up and asked further. There were independent spaces in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. If he could hide in the pagoda when he faced danger, then those who wanted to harm him would not be able to do anything about it. "Before the restoration of the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you'll be evicted from the pagoda instantaneously if someone tries to move it," Elder Huo said. "Elder Huo, can't you grab onto me then to prevent me from being evicted?" Duan Ling Tian still felt unresigned. "I can't." Elder Huo shook his head yet again. His reply completely crushed Duan Ling Tian's hopes. "You mentioned the complete restoration of the 4th level of the 7 treasure exquisite pagoda. Do you mean that after the complete restoration of the 4th level, I can hide in the 7 treasure exquisite pagoda?" Duan Ling Tian recollected what Elder Huo said earlier and asked. "That's correct." Elder Huo nodded. "Why's that so?" Duan Ling Tian probed. "Only then will the internal space of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda be considered relatively stable and unaffected by the outside world," Elder Huo said. "I see. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is divided into 7 levels. After restoring 4 levels, then the inner space of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda will only be considered stable." Duan Ling Tian finally understood it after the explanation from Elder Huo. "I must restore the 2nd to the 4th level as soon as possible," Duan Ling Tian secretly vowed. At that time, he would have a life-saving amulet, because even if he met a powerful enemy, he could hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to avoid them. "Something's not right." Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian thought of something and asked Elder Huo, back then, why didn't pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda should be in perfect condition, shouldn't it? Since it was in perfect condition, the inner space of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda should be perfectly stable at that time. Therefore, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing should be able to enter it to avoid disaster. At that time, the enemies Li Jing faced were more powerful than you can imagine. He wouldn't have survived even if he hid in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In addition to that, the the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would have fallen into the enemy's hands. Elder Huo paused when he spoke about Li Jing's enemies. One could sense the fear in his eyes. It was a fear towards the enemies Li Jing faced. Oh, I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, I don't think there's anyone on this planet who's able to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Therefore, as long as you are able to restore the 4th level, then your life is ensured in every battle. Elder Huo said, of course, that is if you're able to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda before being killed by your enemies. If there's nothing else, I'll get started on the restoration of the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Huo said. Elder Huo, can I bring people into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Duan Ling Tian asked. As the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, of course, you'd be able to bring people in if you wish. However, I'd suggest against it in view of your current strength to prevent green-eyed monsters, Elder Huo said. Relax, Elder Huo, I'll only bring in people who I can trust. I assure you, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, that's fine, I just giving you some advice, Elder Huo said. Elder Huo, can I bring people into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda forcefully? For example, if I meet an enemy that I can't defeat, can I bring him in here forcefully and get your help to defeat him? Duan Ling Tian asked with a hopeful expression on his face. This was an idea he had just come up with. Before the complete restoration of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you're only able to bring people in if only they're willing, or else it'd be impossible. Elder Huo wiped Duan Ling Tian's hope away with his statement, which made the latter smile bitterly. Elder Huo, do you mean that if the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is fully restored, then I'll be able to bring people in forcefully? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. An undamaged 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a very powerful celestial treasure which is good in both offense and defense. You'll be able to imprison him in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda as long as your opponent isn't far more powerful than you are. Elder Huo said, as long as you are able to imprison your enemies into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, then I'll be able to help you to finish him off. What if you can't beat him? Duan Ling Tian shot him a weird look and asked. If I am weaker, then I'll hide on another level. Anyway, he'll only be able to move around in the level that he's imprisoned on, Elder Huo said frankly. Duan Ling Tian became speechless after listening to him. Was that a solution? Elder Huo, I have another question. Is it possible for me to return to planet Yan Huang in the future? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone. Planet Yan Huang was also known as Earth. In the past, he had suppressed his obsession to kill the fellow who had betrayed him because his chances of returning to Earth was slim. Now, after coming across the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his suppressed obsession started to resurface. It is not a question of possibility. I can confirm that we'll be able to go back to planet Yan Huang on the condition that you increase your strength, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian's eye sparkled instantly. As long as I have sufficient strength, I'll be able to return to planet Yan Huang. He thought to himself. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his heart start racing. That was because he now had a new goal. Duan Ling Tian's new goal was to return to Earth. I hope that you'll live longer. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a cold glint in his eyes. Shortly after that, Duan Ling Tian was back in his room with a flash before his eyes after some thought. I can't believe I'm able to meet you in this world. Duan Ling Tian's face was filled with a wide grin as he looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda before him. He was in a great mood right now. Soon, the smile on his face froze when he discovered that he was unable to store the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his spatial ring. Elder Huo, why can't I store it? Duan Ling Tian asked using voice transmission to broadcast his voice into the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Your spatial ring is just a low-level space which can't contain anything alive. Since I'm in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, your spatial ring won't be able to store it, Elder Huo explained. I almost forgot. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly, feeling silly. He knew that spatial rings could not store living organisms. You can turn the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda smaller and place it into your ears just like how the monkey son hid his auspicious gold hoop staff. Elder Huo's voice rang out just as Duan Ling Tian was unsure about how to store the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The monkey son, auspicious gold hoop staff. After listening to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian asked, Elder Huo, is the monkey son that you mentioned the great sage, the equal of heaven who wreaked havoc in heaven in the past? You're right, it's that horse protector. Elder Huo replied, the horse protector was very powerful. When he wreaked havoc in heaven, Li Jing trapped him in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. However, it did not take long for him to escape. It seems the seven treasures exquisite pagoda isn't so powerful after all, Duan Ling Tian said. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda isn't weak, but the horse protector managed to escape due to the person who was using the pagoda being weak. If it had been the original owner of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda operating it, there was no way the horse protector would have been able to escape, Elder Huo said. The original owner of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda? Duan Ling Tian scanned his memories of Earth and asked, is Dipankara Buddha the original owner of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda? Yes, he was, Elder Huo replied with a voice filled with resentment. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the resentment Elder Huo bore. If the legends from Earth were true, then Elder Huo had been imprisoned and forced to become the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda by Dipankara Buddha. Anybody would harbor resentment towards the person who imprisoned them. From what you've said, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda is actually powerful. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then asked, Elder Huo, I heard that the auspicious golden hoop staff of the great sage, equal of heaven, is also very powerful. How powerful is it compared to the seven treasures exquisite pagoda? The auspicious golden hoop staff is at the same grade as the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. However, its offensive capabilities are the best among all of the celestial supreme treasures. Elder Huo's voice trembled slightly upon mentioning the auspicious golden hoop staff. Chapter 1341 Defeating the Three Vice Island Masters. If I could meet the great sage Sun even just once in the future, I guess my life would be worth it then, Duan Ling Tian mused. Sun Wukong, the great sage and the equal of heaven, was the most beloved character in ancient mythology in his past life. There might be a chance in the future, Elder Huo replied, but right now, you're too far away from that level. Don't think so much and just focus on your cultivation first. After Elder Huo finished his sentence, he no longer said anything and went to repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. After turning the seven treasures exquisite pagoda smaller, as small as a baby's fingernail, Duan Ling Tian casually tossed it into his ear and stuck it at the top of his ear canal. In that case, no matter what he did, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda would not fall out easily. He walked out of the room and saw the two girls chatting with each other idly. The moment the girls saw Duan Ling Tian appear, their eyes lit up right away. You scoundrel, you just came back and instantly went back to the room in such a haste. Did you experience some enlightenment and a breakthrough in your strength? Li Fei asked curiously. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded as he smiled. He did not tell them about the seven treasures exquisite pagoda for the time being, as it would be too inconceivable for the two girls to understand. It would be better if he slowly let them understand bit by bit in the future. Young master, have you made a breakthrough to the 7th level martial emperor stage? A look of intense admiration could be seen on Kei's beautiful, delicate face. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded again. He did not tell them that he had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial emperor stage because if he did, the two girls would most likely be terrified to death. After he had accompanied the two girls for a long time, he finally bade them goodbye. I'll go look for the three Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island first. The moment his words left his mouth, he immediately left. It was a coincidence that the three Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were gathered together. Three Vice Island masters. The moment Duan Ling Tian appeared, he instantly took the initiative to greet the three of them. Island Master. Although the three Vice Island Masters, including Shao Kun, were unwilling to accept Duan Ling Tian as the new owner of Half Moon Island, because they were bound by their oath, they did not dare to ignore him. However, when they greeted Duan Ling Tian, the new Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island, they did not add the word, Lord, in front, unlike how they would address Di Yong the last time. They used to call him, Lord Island Master, in a respectful manner. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian snorted and cast a sharp glance at the three of them before saying in a deep voice, it looks like the three of you don't really respect me as the new Island Master. In the face of an enraged Duan Ling Tian, the three of them ignored him completely. I'll give you one more chance. The three of you, join forces and fight with me. If you can block my 3 blows, I'll automatically leave this position of mine as the Island Master of Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian snapped, in this case, all of you won't be considered as going against your oath either. Shao Kun and the others did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would throw such a challenge. They were taken aback at once. A glimpse of hope started to appear deep in their eyes. If they could, of course, they would not be willing to bow to him. But if you three are defeated, I hope you'll respect me as you would respect De Yong, Duan Ling Tian demanded. Sure, Shao Kun and the other two did not have any qualms with the condition. Right away, they agreed to it. In their opinions, Duan Ling Tian was merely a young calf who was not afraid of tigers. Did he want to defeat them in 3 blows? What an idiotic dream. They knew Duan Ling Tian's strength. Even though he was quite powerful, he was still a distance away from them. HMPH. Seeing how Shao Kun and the 2 others had agreed to him, Duan Ling Tian snorted, and with a raise of his hand, the royal grade spirit archery set appeared. With one hand holding onto the bow, his other hand gripped the arrow. The moment the bowstring appeared, Duan Ling Tian flexed the bow and slid the arrow onto it before pulling the bowstring into the shape of a full moon and then letting go of the arrow in his hand. At once, the arrow soared through the sky like a black lightning streak. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a great leap and landed on the black lightning bolt lightly. Charging out along with the lightning bolt, his speed increased and soon he became a residual image in front of Shao Kun and the 2. At that moment, the 3 of them turned grave. Casting aside all the others, just the speed that Duan Ling Tian demonstrated alone was in no way inferior to theirs. However, they still did not think that he would be able to defeat them. Judging from the speed that he demonstrated, his strength was on par with any one of them at the most. It was almost impossible for him to defeat them when they joined forces with one another, let alone defeat the 3 of them. Go! After exchanging glances with each other, the trio rushed out and shot out to 3 different directions with a speed that was the same as the speed that Duan Ling Tian cast using his body and arrow synchronization. Then, they charged towards him and surrounded him. This is just in time to test just how powerful my body is right now. As the 3 men charged at him in fury, Duan Ling Tian's face remained unchanged. A faint 5-colored light shield appeared by his side and enveloped him in it. If one noticed clearly, one would see that this 5-colored light shield was actually formed by multiple 5-colored divine dragons that were soaring quickly. The technique that Duan Ling Tian cast now was the heaven rank advanced defensive martial skill attached to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. After the 5-colored light shield rose, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt right away. The arrow underneath his feet had also returned to his hand now. Die! Seeing Duan Ling Tian come to a halt and set up a defensive light shield in an attempt to withstand their attacks, Shao Kun and the 2 others smirked with a movement in their hand that remained the same speed as they charged out thunderously. 3 lightning-like figures charged towards Duan Ling Tian from 3 different directions. Some were using punches while the other used his palm. As they pounced out, they set off a series of thunderous blasts. In just the twinkling of an eye, punches and slaps landed on the 5-colored light shield surrounding Duan Ling Tian's body. As a series of thunderous explosions resonated, gushes of rolling impact waves were set off and the 5-colored light shield proceeded to crumble underneath them. At the same time, the trio's attack also landed on Duan Ling Tian. 2 punches and 1 palm landed on Duan Ling Tian as 3 stifling sounds reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not change his expression at all as he remained composed and collected. Is this the body that's more powerful than the true form of the 5-clawed divine dragon? The 3 of them are all at the peak of the martial emperor stage and without any spirit weapon. Their punches and palm attacks seemed to be scratching some itch for me when they landed on my body after having a part of it blocked by my defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize just how terrifying the transformation that his body had undergone was. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about his own strength. The reason his speed was on par with Shao Kun and the other 2 was that of the body and arrow synchronization, the movement technique in the Saint-grade martial tactic, and the colossal arrow-light arrow that he cast. His body and arrow synchronization had now reached the fundamental awareness stage. As for his defense, for he did not cast the defense skill in the Saint-grade martial tactic. By right, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. However, right then, he had blocked them. All of this was because his body's defenses were strong. Right then, his body was no longer comparable by the other ordinary human martial emperors. After he was reborn with the help from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his body was now even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon according to Elder Huo. In fact, the 5-clawed divine dragon's body was so powerful that it was already well known in Dao Martial Saint Land. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only very few others who had a body that was as strong as the 5-clawed divine dragon. How is this possible? After Shao Kun and the 2 others noticed that their attacks were blocked by Duan Ling Tian's body by force, Horror dawned on them right away as they stared at him as if they had just seen a ghost. Although the force of their attack was already blocked partially, the energy contained in it was still extremely blood-curdling. At first, they thought that Duan Ling Tian would at least be severely injured if he did not die. However, the outcome had totally exceeded their expectations. Duan Ling Tian was completely unharmed. Was he still a freaking human? Was there any human who had such a freaky body? It's my turn now, Duan Ling Tian announced indifferently. His tone was calm, but he managed to take Xiao Kun and the two others by shock. When they finally returned to their senses, they noticed that Duan Ling Tian had already shot out an arrow which appeared like a lightning bolt, and he himself had already left along with that arrow before appearing in the distance in just the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon, they saw that when Duan Ling Tian slipped his body to the side, he suddenly turned around without warning and the eyes that were looking at them had become extremely sharp. At the same time, he had raised the archery set in his hands. Shit! Horror dawned on them right away. Each of them hastily took out their own spirit weapons. They knew that Duan Ling Tian was going to make his attack now. First blow. Just as the three had their spirit weapons in their hands and had no time to dodge yet, Duan Ling Tian's calm voice already echoed in the air once again and entered their ears, sending chills all the way down their spines. At the same time, the arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out at a speed so fast that Xiao Kun and the two others could not react. In time. Spurt, spurt, two gushes of dazzling fresh blood splattered in the air. The shoulders of Xiao Kun and the other Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were stabbed, leaving only two horrendous bloody holes that continued to gush non-stop with fresh blood. With just one shot of his arrow, he managed to injure two of them. The two of them who were injured exchanged glances with each other and a bitter smile crept upon the corner of their mouths. They were clear in their hearts that their opponent had already shown some mercy towards them. Otherwise, the arrow just now would not have pierced through their shoulders. Instead, it would have been their chests. Just as the last Vice Island master of Half Moon Island came to his senses and was about to flee, Duan Ling Tian announced once again before shooting out another arrow from his hand, second blow. Since his single arrow could injure the two of them, injuring just one of them was an even easier task for him. In just the blink of an eye, the shoulder of the last Vice Island master of Half Moon Island had also been pierced through as well. He had defeated the three of them in just 2 blows. With the help of the movement technique's first stage, the fundamental awareness stage, of the Saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian's speed was on par with the three of them. Given the help of his powerful body, he could withstand the attacks from the three of them. With the help of the offensive technique's second stage, the elementary stage, of the Saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated, the three of them could not withstand his attack at all. Lord Island Master, right at this moment, as Xiao Kun and the other two were consumed by bafflement. They were also sincerely convinced from their hearts, that Duan Ling Tian was the new Island Master of Half Moon Island. They now acknowledged Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1342 Shui Nai makes a breakthrough. There's one thing I need all of you to do, Duan Ling Tian announced unhurriedly and ordered the three of them to search for the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Apart from using our Half Moon Island's force, use the other 3 great overseas Saint Islands forces too. I'll be making a long trip in within these few days, so I'll inform the Hidden Fog Island of the 3 great overseas Saint Islands. I'll leave the other 2 great overseas Saint Islands to you. The tone in Duan Ling Tian's voice brooked no argument. He left the moment his words left his mouth, only his silhouette could be seen by Xiao Kun and the other 2. Oh, our new Island Master of Half Moon Island. I is just too terrifying. Xiao Kun said, horrified. That's right, it has only been a while, but his strength has surpassed ours. I suspect he's not even human. How is it possible for a human body to withstand 3 of our attacks? The other 2 Vice Island Masters were shocked as well. The moment they recalled the scene earlier, an inexplicable sense of disbelief immediately rose up from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian had a million thoughts running through his mind when he left. Currently, my cultivation base has already made a breakthrough to the 9th level Martial Emperor stage. However, the profundities I comprehended is a little lacking. I'm still far behind compared to Xiao Kun and the other 2 in terms of origin energy and profundities. However, I've cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. Since I've cultivated the movement technique in the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow to the fundamental awareness stage, it has offset the speed difference between them and me, allowing my speed to be on par with theirs. Moreover, with my body right now, I can withstand their attacks as long as they don't use any spirit weapon. Naturally, this is also because they did not cultivate any saint-grade martial tactic. If they had cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic and used the offensive technique, my body would not have been able to endure their attacks. In the colossal aerolite arrow, the aerolite strike is the first and also highest level offensive technique I've cultivated. With the help of this technique, my offensive ability has far surpassed Shao Kun and the other two. The battle earlier had allowed Duan Ling Tian to gain a new understanding of his own strength. What's most important is to raise two types of profundities now. I heard from Shui Nai that a martial artist from Cloud Continent must at least raise one of his martial emperor stage profundity to the 9th level if he wants to make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage. At that time, with the 9th level martial emperor stage profundity as the intermediary, I'll merge all of my profundities into my body and use its force to open up my saint veins. Once I've opened up my saint veins, I'll break through to the early stage mortal shedding stage. Anyone at the 9th level martial emperor stage who had comprehended a 9th level emperor stage profundity would be considered as a powerhouse at the peak of martial emperor stage, just like the three great vice island masters of Half Moon Island. The first island masters of the three great overseas saint islands were also at this level. After returning to his mansion, Duan Ling Tian learned that Han Shui Nai had gone into closed-door cultivation. According to the three little fellows, she was close to breaking through to the mortal shedding stage now. All of you, get ready. When your sister Shui Nai comes out of her closed-door cultivation, we'll make our way back to Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tian told Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. The moment the three little fellows heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. They had longed to leave this nasty place. On Cloud Continent, apart from the two ancient clans, it was almost impossible for them to encounter someone who was stronger than them. Due to this reason, they lived a very carefree life on Cloud Continent, doing whatever pleased them. When they came to Half Moon Island, they realized there were many people who were much stronger than them on this island that was only the size of a palm. In the next period of time, other than accompanying the two girls, Duan Ling Tian used the rest of his time comprehending the fused and sword profundities quietly. Soon after, he discovered something shocking. He discovered that his comprehending speed was extremely fast now. It only took him 10 days to make a breakthrough in his fused and sword profundities. After another 20 days, he made another breakthrough in his two profundities again. Elder Huo, do you know what's going on? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Elder Huo. He had a feeling it was closely related to the second rebirth that he had undergone. The answer he obtained from Elder Huo was just as he had expected. Now that his body had undergone the second rebirth, not only was his body stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon, but even his perception was much stronger than before. It was to the point where ordinary people could no longer compare to him. According to a saying on Cloud Continent, the speed of comprehending profundities depended on the level of one's comprehension ability. However, it actually depended on one's perception. Those who had a strong perception would be able to comprehend profundities very quickly. This was also why Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, broke through to the mortal shedding stage so quickly even though he was not able to enjoy the cultivation resources from the dragon clans. As a 5-clawed devil dragon, one of the finest 5-clawed divine dragons, his perception was terrifyingly strong due to the strength of his body. However, Duan Ling Tian's body was even more powerful than his. Therefore, there was no doubt his perception was even more terrifying than his. When Han Shui Nai finally came out of her closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian's sword profundity had already progressed to the 8th level emperor stage sword profundity. Shui Nai, you've made a breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Shui Nai's delicate face was no longer as childish-looking as before and her temperament seemed to have undergone a great transformation as well. Yes, she smiled as she nodded. How many saint veins did you open? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 10, Han Shui Nai responded. The moment the words left her mouth, the smile on her face became even more dazzling. Being able to open 10 saint veins at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage could also be considered as outstanding in the Dao martial saint land. In fact, a martial emperor stage martial or Dao cultivator would open more saint veins as they continued to cultivate. Han Shui Nai could already open 10 veins at the mortal shedding stage early stage. In the future, the number of saint veins she would be able to open in the other 4 stages would be even more than this. For example, she would be able to open 11 saint veins at least in the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, and she would be able to open at least 12 saint veins at the mastery stage. When Han Shui-nai made it to the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage, she would have opened 60 saint veins at the very least. In the Dao martial saint land, it was only a matter of time before martial or Dao cultivators opened 50 or more saint veins as long as they did not suddenly die or met with some mishap. Due to this reason, Han Shui-nai was extremely delighted. Although she was a native of the Dao martial saint land, she did not cultivate using the cultivation method that the Dao martial saint land's natives used. Her cultivation method was more similar to the cultivation method of the martial or Dao cultivators from the mortal continent, where they emphasized more on a deep foundation. Naturally, the cultivation speed was much slower due to this. As the saying went, you reap what you sow. Being able to open 10 saint veins the moment she made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage early stage was her reward. Although Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked, he quickly congratulated her. Congratulations, Shui-nai. He truly felt happy for her. Now that she had opened 10 saint veins at the mortal shedding stage early stage, her future looked very promising. Thank you, brother Ling Tian. Han Shui-nai could not stop smiling at all. Since Shui-nai already came out of her closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to tell her about his plan of returning to Cloud Continent. I've decided to move Ling Tian's sect to Half Moon Island when I return. Half Moon Island is indeed the best cultivation place outside of the Dao martial saint land. With this place as its base, Ling Tian's sect will eventually become a true super sect. Han Shui-nai agreed with Duan Ling Tian's plan. She had held some sentiment for Ling Tian's sect. During the time when Duan Ling Tian was absent, she was the acting sect leader of Ling Tian's sect and had managed it in his place. When Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to leave, he really meant it. He brought the 2 girls and the 3 little fellows with him, and they left Half Moon Island together with Han Shui-nai. After leaving Half Moon Island, they did not immediately return to Cloud Continent. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, they went to the Hidden Fog Island again to look for Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. Island Master Tang, where's the first revered elder of your Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Tang Zhen did not dare to slack at all when he saw Han Shui-nai standing next to Duan Ling Tian, since he had witnessed her killing the first island master of Coral Island with only a Dao talisman. Elder Kai Huo has been taken away by someone from the Dao martial saint land not too long ago. Somebody from the Dao martial saint land? Duan Ling Tian frowned. How about the woman he brought back with him from Cloud Continent? She has also been taken away, Tang Zhen replied. Why would people from the Dao martial saint land take them away? Han Shui-nai asked. It's because they used to have fire spirit bodies or something. I don't really know the exact reason, he replied. Alright, I guess there must be a force from the Dao martial saint land that has taken a liking to their fire attribute innate talent, Han Shui-nai muttered to herself as she nodded. It was as though she had figured out something. As someone who came from the Dao martial saint land, she naturally knew about things that ordinary people were not privy to. Shui-nai, however, Duan Ling Tian confused. He did not know what was going on at all. Brother Ling Tian, Sister Tian Wu must have been taken as a disciple by a force in the Dao martial saint land. They must have taken a liking to her innate ability, and because she formerly possessed the fire spirit body, Han Shui-nai replied. But the energy that came from the fire spirit body inside her is long gone. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Brother Ling Tian, I've said it earlier, she formerly possessed the fire spirit body. Han Shui-nai interrupted Duan Ling Tian and emphasized on the word formerly. The body of a person who formerly possessed the fire spirit body would certainly be affected. Moreover, she or he would have an even greater affinity with the fire attribute. Be it cultivating fire attribute cultivation method or fire attribute saint grade martial tactic, this type of people would have an extraordinary progress speed, Han Shui-nai continued. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. So it turned out that a force from the Dao martial saint land had taken a liking to Tian Wu's innate talent. Do you know which force from the Dao martial saint land is this? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Tang Zhen. Chapter 1343 Qi Yu, an old friend. Even Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, had no idea which sect from the Dao martial saint land had taken Feng Tian Wu away. This made Duan Ling Tian sigh out loud. However, one thing I can be sure of now is that Tian Wu is safe. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian proceeded to ask Tang Zhen to help him find the materials that were needed to fix the 7-treasure exquisite pagoda. Whether it was because he feared Han Shui-nai's ruthless method or Half Moon Island's prestige, Tang Zhen did not dare to slack when it came to Duan Ling Tian's request. He quickly ordered the entire hidden fog island to search and gather the materials. Tang Zhen was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time when he found out Duan Ling Tian had become the new island master of Half Moon Island. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also found out that the group of martial emperors and demon emperors from Cloud Continent had already returned to Cloud Continent. Previously, during the trip to Half Moon Island, whether it was the 3 great overseas Saint Islands or the 3 great mortal continents, including Cloud Continent, all of them could be considered as suffering a huge loss. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The scene that happened before his eyes that time was still vivid in his mind. Di Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island, had used his devil technique to absorb vital essence and killed 85 outstanding powerhouses at their prime who came from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands and the 3 great mortal continents. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and his group left the Hidden Fog Island. After they left the Hidden Fog Island, they immediately headed back to Cloud Continent. Throughout the journey, Han Shuinai, who had made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage early stage, brought Duan Ling Tian and the others flying with her. The speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian's speed when he came here could not compare to it at all. When Duan Ling Tian came, it was Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, who brought them here. Yang Hui's cultivation base was only at the 4th level Martial Emperor stage. When it came to speed, it was still a long way away from Han Shuinai. With Han Shuinai's speed, it only took them a few days to cross the long stretch of the ocean before they reached Cloud Continent without a hitch. Due to their extremely fast speed, they did not even alert any powerful demon beasts in the ocean region at all. After Duan Ling Tian and the group of people had arrived at the northern outer land of Cloud Continent, they continued their journey and crossed the Ruo Shui River before successfully arriving at the inner land of Cloud Continent. Shui Nai, I'd like to ask the 2 great ancient clans to help me search for the materials, Duan Ling Tian told Han Shuinai when they made it back to Cloud Continent. No problem, Han Shuinai smiled casually. To her, asking the 2 great ancient clans for help was just a trivial matter. Little Gold, Little Black, Little White, the 3 of you will go and ask the other martial emperors and demon emperors for help, Duan Ling Tian told the 3 little fellows. All right, the 3 little fellows' eyes lit up immediately. This was a very fun task for them. If there was any demon emperor or martial emperor who refused to help, they would have an excuse to attack. They had been holding back for too long during their stay in Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian had complete faith in the 3 little fellows' strength. Even Martial Emperor Qing Zan and Demon Emperor Man Wu, the most powerful people who were active on the surface of Cloud Continent, were no match for them at all. Moreover, Martial Emperor Qing Zan would definitely help them since he knew who they were. As for Demon Emperor Man Wu, he had seen Han Shuinai's technique before. Even if he was more powerful than them, he would not dare to refuse them as well. After Han Shuinai and the 3 little fellows left, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 girls and went to the new site of Ling Tian sect. He had already learned about the new site of Ling Tian sect from Han Shuinai. The new site of Ling Tian sect was a towering and lofty mountain peak. Han Shuinai had named it Ling Tian Peak. I'll bring the 2 girls to pay respect to senior sister Yang Shui first. Duan Ling Tian extended both his hands and held each of their hands. He brought them to the original site of Ling Tian sect. The original base site of Ling Tian sect was also the site of the former Yin Yang sect. After Ka and Li Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, their eyes were brimming with tears. At this moment, they could not help but recall the senior sister who had sacrificed her own life for their sakes. Sensing how emotional the 2 girls were, Duan Ling Tian tightened his grip on their hands as he reassured them, if senior sister Yang knows that both of you are living well, I'm sure she'll be able to rest in peace in her grave. Duan Ling Tian flew swiftly like a meteor that brushed past the sky as he brought the 2 girls along with him. The speed was so fast that it was extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, a series of loud explosions resonated in the air and entered Duan Ling Tian and the girls' ears. The noise seemed to be approaching them as time went by. As it turned out, the noise came from the front, and it was apparent the noise came from someone fighting. Duan Ling Tian originally did not have any intention to interfere. However, a boisterous voice that reverberated in the sky made him halt his movement instantly. His expression had turned solemn. Qi Yu, you're going to die today. It was this thunderous snarl that made Duan Ling Tian halt his movement. Qi Yu, Ka and Li Fei exchanged glances with each other. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. They were familiar with this name. They still remembered when Duan Ling Tian recounted everything he had been through. He had mentioned a third-rate force in the eastern district of the northern desert that was situated in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. That third-rate force was called Five-Element Sect. The Five-Element Sect was divided into 5 peaks: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The peak master of Wood Peak was called Chi Yu, and their man had a very close relationship with the Wood Peak of Five-Element Sect. Could it be just a coincidence? Li Fei asked. Well, we'll find out if we have a look, Duan Ling Tian responded. In just a blink of an eye, he brought the 2 girls to the place where the fighting noise had originated from. There were 3 sturdy middle-aged men who were attacking one man from all sides. The heaven and earth phenomenon whirled above the sky as numerous ancient black dragons gathered and darted around. This sight was not something one would be able to see in the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. However, Duan Ling Tian's attention was not on that. Peak Master Chi Yu, although he only caught a glimpse of the silhouette of the person who was being attacked, he instantly recognized it was Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak from Five-Element Sect. He was someone who had helped him a lot in the past. At this moment, Chi Yu was grievously injured and on the verge of dying after being simultaneously attacked by 3 people. He would die if this continued on. After making sure the person in front of him was Chi Yu, Duan Ling Tian vanished from his spot without any warning. When he reappeared again, he was already by Chi Yu's side. At the same time, a vast rolling impact wave swept out and sent the 3 people who attacked Chi Yu flying like an arrow that had left the bowstring. The 3 of them appeared extremely wretched. While they were flying, blood continued to stream out of their mouths. It made for a dazzling sight as it splattered in the air. After they flew for quite a distance, the 3 of them finally came to a halt. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. It was only when they had consumed a healing medicinal pill that their injuries were slightly healed. Who are you? The 3 men finally regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with horror and dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of them were a demon emperor's direct disciples. However, they were easily sent flying by just one man. One could easily see that this man's cultivation base was at the martial emperor stage. He was either a demon emperor or a martial emperor. At this moment, Chi Yu had also consumed a healing medicinal pill, and his injury had eased up a little. Initially, he had thought he would definitely die today. It did not cross his mind that somebody would come to his rescue. When he felt a little better, he looked up at his savior. Thank you, dear Savio. However, he was stunned before he could even finish his sentence. He had recognized the purple-clad young man with just a glance. He looked completely similar compared to the past. If he really had to point out a difference, he would say it was his temperament that had changed. His current temperament appeared to be too profound to be understood. Duan Ling. Chi Yu's voice was filled with confusion as he stared at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Looking at how startled Chi Yu was that he could not even finish calling out his name, Duan Ling Tian smiled and interrupted him. Peak Master Chi Yu, it has been such a long time since we last met. I can't believe that when we meet again, you've already entered the peak of the martial monarch stage. So what if I'm already at the peak of the martial monarch stage? I'm still nothing compared to you. Chi Yu sighed. There was a complicated look in his eyes. When he had first met Duan Ling Tian, his strength was completely insignificant. It was to the point that he could easily crush Duan Ling Tian with just one finger with the strength he possessed at that time. He felt ashamed that his martial Dao innate talent was not as good as Duan Ling Tian's. When they bade goodbye to each other at the entrance of the martial emperor's secret treasure, he already knew if he managed to encounter Duan Ling Tian again in the future, he would definitely surprise him. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would give him such a huge shock when they finally met again. He knew his strength elevation could be considered as quite good. Currently, he had even made a breakthrough to the peak of the martial monarch stage. Only one more step was needed before he would be able to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and become a martial emperor. Even so, he still could not compare to Duan Ling Tian. There was no need to think about it too much. He knew that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had undoubtedly broken through to the martial emperor stage. Otherwise, he would not be able to send the 3 attackers flying in just a blink of an eye. If there was only one of them, they would not have been a match for him at all. However, the 3 of them had joined forces, and he found it difficult to ward off the blows. Earlier, he was certain that he would die. Who knew someone would come to his rescue just in the nick of time? Moreover, that person turned out to be Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of us are the direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. I wonder which demon or martial emperor are you, sir? One of the three sturdy middle-aged men asked Duan Ling Tian as he cupped his hands before his chest. When he mentioned Demon Emperor Man Wu, a hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Demon Emperor Man Wu was one of the two strongest emperor stage powerhouses active on the surface of Cloud Continent. Among all of the demon emperors on Cloud Continent, he was second to none. No other demons could be compared to him. As the direct disciple of martial Emperor Man Wu, his heart was filled with pride. The direct disciple of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the three men as he said, "You're unworthy to know who I am. However, since you've injured Peak Master Qi Yu, then, your fate will be decided by him." Duan Ling Tian was calm when he uttered these words even though it sounded outrageous. Chapter 1344 Overpowering Demon Emperor Man Wu. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, horror instantly dawned on the three direct disciples. Insane. Too insane. This was the only impression they had of the purple-clad young man standing before them. Peak Master Qi Yu, what do you want to do with them? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Qi Yu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's three direct disciples were horrified. Before Qi Yu could reply, they quickly snarled at Duan Ling Tian and Qi Yu. We're the direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. If you dare to touch us, our master won't let you go. During this brief moment, one of them even tossed a communication jade slip out. At this point, this was all they could do. They did not dare to escape at all. If they tried to run away in front of this demon or martial emperor, their lives would definitely end in just a blink of an eye. You actually toss out a communication jade slip too? To martial Emperor Man Wu. Duan Ling Tian remained calm and collected as he studied the three men with interest. The three men turned pale immediately when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The reason they had snarled loudly earlier was to distract Duan Ling Tian so that he would not notice the communication jade slip. However, it did not cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian still managed to notice the communication jade slip. As the three of them turned pale, origin energies rose from their bodies as profundities trailed after it like a shadow. A hint of despair gleamed in their eyes as they stared at Duan Ling Tian guardedly. Demon Emperor Man Wu. Qi Yu was instantly horrified. He had arrived at the inner land of Cloud Continent for quite some time now, so it was natural that he had also heard of Demon Emperor Man Wu before. He also knew Demon Emperor Man Wu was the strongest demon emperor on the entire Cloud Continent. It did not cross his mind that the three demon monarchs he was battling would be Demon Emperor Man Wu's three disciples. Duan Ling Tian, let's go. Qi Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian asking him to flee. In his opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian was already a martial emperor, he still would not be a match for Demon Emperor Man Wu. After all, Demon Emperor Man Wu was the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. However, Duan Ling Tian appeared as though he did not hear Qi Yu's words at all. Instead, he continued studying the three men standing before him intently. It looks like you all really have great confidence in your master. In that case, I'll just wait for him to come. Wait for him to come. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, horror dawned on Qi Yu's face once again. He truly felt that Duan Ling Tian had gone crazy. As for the three men in front, they merely smirked coldly. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave. Qi Yu, whose heart was burning with anxiety, also slowly became numb. Why is Duan Ling Tian still so calm at this moment? Don't tell me he actually knows that Demon Emperor Man Wu. Or does he think that Demon Emperor Man Wu won't attack him when he comes? Looking at how calm and collected Duan Ling Tian was, Qi Yu could not come up with any plausible explanation at all. As for reasons like, Duan Ling Tian can defeat Demon Emperor Man Wu, he did not even dare to think about it from the beginning until the end. He had subconsciously thought it was impossible. After 30 minutes, Duan Ling Tian suddenly lifted his head and looked at the horizon. At the same time, a figure as robust as a bull that appeared like a lofty tower appeared before his eyes. It was none other than Demon Emperor Man Wu, whom he had met a few times previously when they were overseas. What's going on? Demon Emperor Man Wu saw Duan Ling Tian the moment he appeared. He frowned a little. He could smell the scent of his three direct disciples. Master. His three direct disciples first greeted him respectfully before they simultaneously looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Master, it's him. He wants to kill us. Master, he purposely waited for you to appear. It's quite obvious that he looks down on you," they said accusingly in an attempt to fan the flames. Demon Emperor Man Wu's face turned glum instantly when he heard this. Previously, the trip to Hidden Fog Island and Half Moon Island had cost him several outstanding direct disciples. Due to this reason, he regarded his few remaining direct disciples very highly. He was immediately enraged upon hearing that somebody wanted to kill his direct disciples. However, he did not lose his reason even though he was furious. His eyes began to look around as though he was searching for something. There's no need for you to look around. That person you dread is not here. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew who Demon Emperor Man Wu was looking for. He was trying to ascertain if Han Shui Nai was around or not. When Han Shui Nai killed the first island master of Coral Island using the Dao Talisman, Demon Emperor Man Wu was there to witness the entire incident. Due to this reason, he was afraid of her. Upon hearing that Han Shui Nai was not here, Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned aloof. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze and asked coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, don't you think you need to give me an explanation?" "Explanation? What explanation?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "You want to kill my direct disciples?" Demon Emperor Man Wu enunciated each word clearly. His eyes looked extremely fierce. It was as though he was about to devour someone. "So?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. His tone was so casual that even Qi Yu was shocked. His entire person was covered with cold sweat. "Duan Ling Tian, it's better to know our own limitations. I admit you do indeed have good innate talent. However, you're nothing in front of me now," Demon Emperor Man Wu threatened in his deep voice. His face had turned even glummer when he reached the end of his sentence. "That's right, we need to know our own limitations. However, I think we need to know even more of our limitations as a demon." "What do you think, Martial Emperor Man Wu?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly just like before. In the face of the fearless Duan Ling Tian, the furious Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart jolted. As though a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head, he instantly became alert. "What reason does he have to act so recklessly in front of me?" Demon Emperor Man Wu immediately looked around the surroundings again. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw Demon Emperor Man Wu's actions, he could not help but find it a little funny. However, he did not say anything to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Instead, he looked at Qi Yu and said, "Peak Master Qi Yu, if you want to kill the three of them, I can do it for you anytime." The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu turned pale immediately. Qi Yu, on the other hand, was baffled. It had already come to this time, and Duan Ling Tian still dared to say he wanted to kill Demon Emperor Man Wu's three direct disciples. "Peak Master Qi Yu, since you didn't say anything, I'll take it as you've given your tacit consent. Since you've agreed to it, I'll kill the three of them to avenge you." The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, he looked at Demon Emperor Man Wu's three direct disciples coldly. "You're just bluffing." After making sure there was no one around, Demon Emperor Man Wu finally regained his senses and glared at Duan Ling Tian furiously. When he realized Duan Ling Tian intended to kill his three direct disciples, his face turned grave, and he charged out. However, he was too late. As the sound of three explosions resonated in the air, Demon Emperor Man Wu's three direct disciples instantly exploded into mists of blood. They only left behind three spatial rings in a pile of profundity fragments. After catching the spatial rings and profundity fragments, Duan Ling Tian raised a hand and guided them to Qi Yu using invisible energy. It was apparent that he wanted to give these loots to Qi Yu. Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was enraged after seeing his three direct disciples killed, almost went berserk. With a loud roar, he pounced directly at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a wild beast with a bloody maw. It was as though he would not rest until he managed to devour Duan Ling Tian. "Humph!" Duan Ling Tian snorted in his deep voice, and his expression remained unchanged when he saw Demon Emperor Man Wu charging at him furiously. It was only when Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived before him and the attack that swept across the sky had landed that Duan Ling Tian finally made his move. With a raise of his hand, a strong bow appeared. In the next instant, he placed his hand on the bowstring. After the bowstring was pulled into the shape of a full moon, he let go of his hand. A loud thunderous noise echoed in the air and set off a vast rolling impact wave that soared through the sky as it clashed directly with Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack. In an instant, Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack was destroyed by the impact wave as it swept out. Moreover, the vast impact wave had also landed on Demon Emperor Man Wu and sent him flying. It was only when he was sent flying several dozens of meters away that he finally came to a halt. he forced down the fresh blood that was bubbling up his throat. After catching his breath, he forcibly swallowed the blood back into his stomach. Even at this moment, he was still insistent on maintaining his image. However, his awfully pale countenance had given him away. After taking a deep breath and consuming a healing medicinal pill, Demon Emperor Man Wu's injuries finally healed a little. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of dread in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely dismissed the idea of seeking revenge for his 3 direct disciples. Just the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated alone was something he could not contend with. No matter how hard he tried, he would only die in a horrible manner. Due to this reason, he decided to give up. Perhaps, this was the only way he could escape death. Duan Ling Tian, I must have misunderstood the situation earlier. Come to think of it, it must be the 3 of them who had offended your friend, so your action in killing them is justified. In order to live, Demon Emperor Man Wu decided to take the initiative and surrender. At this moment, he felt only bewilderment in his heart. He did not expect the purple-clad young man whom he did not pay much attention to had suddenly become even more powerful than him. The strength he had demonstrated was far stronger than anything he could demonstrate. Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's just leave this matter at that, Duan Ling Tian replied. He did not intend to make things difficult for Demon Emperor Man Wu. Yes, Demon Emperor Man Wu quickly nodded. However, there's one thing I'd like you to do for me, Demon Emperor Man Wu. I think you won't refuse me, right? Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush. The 2 of them, who were all set for a showdown just a moment, spoke politely to each other. It was as though they were going to sit down and have an idle chat. Qi Yu was stunned upon seeing this. Of course not. Demon Emperor Man Wu immediately shook his head with a smile on his face. As for what was hidden behind that smile, only he alone would know. If you do me this favor, Demon Emperor Man Wu, I'll definitely present you with a hefty reward when you're done. If you prove to be a big help, I'm even willing to give you Saint Stones as a token of gratitude, Duan Ling Tian promised as he looked at Demon Emperor Man Wu. Chapter 1345 Duan Ling Tian, the peak of the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian promised Demon Emperor Man Wu the Saint Stones. As long as Demon Emperor Man Wu managed to find him a great number of materials that he needed, he was willing to present a Saint Stone to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Naturally, Demon Emperor Man Wu became instantly delighted. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, he immediately bade them goodbye and left in a haste. Scoundrel, why didn't you just kill him? Li Fei frowned. She was angered by Demon Emperor Man Wu's unbridled manner earlier. Well, letting him live is 1,000 times better than killing him. He's the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent, so his influence is extraordinary. If he's helping us to search for the materials, the efficiency will definitely be even higher, Duan Ling Tian replied. With just an order from Demon Emperor Man Wu, I think all the demons in the inner land of Cloud Continent will most likely do everything for him, Ka chimed in softly. That's exactly why I let him live. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Whether it's the 2 great ancient clans or martial emperor Qingzan, their influence can be considered as quite big among human martial artists. However, those wild and intractable demons will never bother with them. Now that we have Demon Emperor Man Wu's help, things will be different. This was also why Duan Ling Tian was willing to promise Demon Emperor Man Wu the Saint Stone. To all the demon beasts on Cloud Continent, Demon Emperor Man Wu was undoubtedly like their emperor. Who would dare to disobey when the emperor had given out his order? Moreover, demon beasts were actually more adept at searching for those materials. They originally stayed in the barren mountains and trackless plains. Who knew if they had seen the materials before, so they might know where to look for it? Duan Ling Tian was pouring all his heart and soul into fixing the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, he exerted all his efforts to do that was so he could fix the 7 treasures pagoda as soon as he could. According to Elder Huo the 3-legged golden crow, even if he only managed to fix the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would already be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword was an offensive celestial supreme treasure with a formidable force. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian also learned that as long as the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was fixed, he could climb in from the 1st level to cultivate. The cultivation surrounding on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better. The speed of the time passing was also very alarming. Even if he stayed on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 3 days, Only one day would pass outside of the pagoda. Due to this reason, whether it was for the sake of the Jasper Celestial Sword or for the sake of having a better cultivation ground, Duan Ling Tian wanted to help Elder Huo fix the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda as soon as possible. Chi Yu, who was standing at the side, was speechless for a long time. The gaze he had used to look at Duan Ling Tian was extremely complicated. The arrogant and intractable young man that time had achieved so much at present. Even Demon Emperor Man Wu, the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent, was not a match for him at all. Peak Master Chi Yu, how did you get into a fight with Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Chi Yu. It's all because of this spirit weapon right here. Chi Yu swung the narrow sword in his hand with a wry smile on his face. Although the narrow sword looked ordinary, the waves of sharp aura it was emitting seemed as though it could cut through anything. Duan Ling Tian could tell it was a royal-grade spirit weapon with just a glance. After ransacking the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian quickly found out that it was something the Rebirth Martial Emperor made last time. This sword is indeed a treasure. Duan Ling Tian smiled. You can tell. Chi Yu was slightly taken aback. After all, he had only found out about how amazing the sword was after he had used it. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded before switching the topic. Peak Master Chi Yu, are you wandering the inner land alone? You didn't join a sect or a clan. No. Chi Yu shook his head. I left the Five-Element sect because I didn't want to be tied down. Besides, I've gotten used to wandering around throughout these few years. Yeah, it's quite nice actually. However, it's still better to be careful when wandering outside alone. Especially with this sword in your hand now. You shouldn't carelessly reveal how amazing it is to other people in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Duan Ling Tian reminded him. In the future, if you're tired of wandering around outside, you can always go to Ling Tian sect, Peak Master Chi Yu. Once you're there, just tell them you're my friend, Duan Ling Tian added. Ling Tian sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chi Yu's eyes narrowed immediately. The Ling Tian sect, that's the strongest sect on Cloud Continent. I've long heard that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect had gone missing, and the entire Ling Tian sect is looking for him. Don't tell me you're actually the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Although Chi Yu had previously heard the sect leader of Ling Tian sect was also called Duan Ling Tian, he thought it was only a coincidence. In his opinion, no matter how high Duan Ling Tian's innate ability was, it was impossible for him to become the sect leader of the strongest sect in the entire Cloud Continent in such a short period of time. He had thought that person shared the same name with the Duan Ling Tian that he knew. However, after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and recalling the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier, he could tell the Duan Ling Tian that he knew was the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. That's right, Ling Tian sect is my sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Suddenly, he was hit by a pang of realization, and he continued saying, the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, are now in Ling Tian sect too. The Nangong twins were the direct disciples of the sect leader of Five-Element sect. They were originally at Lingzan Peak, the cultivation place of Martial Emperor Lingzan, Yongwei. However, according to Shui Nai, they had gone to Ling Tian sect after that. I can't believe this, I can't believe this. It really did not cross my mind that you're actually the sect leader of the strongest sect on Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tian, Chi Yu mused as he shook his head. In the end, he asked solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, your current cultivation base should at least be at the 8th level Martial Emperor stage, right? As far as he knew, Demon Emperor Man Wu was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. The two of them caught up with each other for a while before they finally bade farewell. Duan Ling Tian had even introduced the two girls to Chi Yu. He thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian, you're really a winner in life. Was that not the case? Not only was Duan Ling Tian's innate talent heaven-defying, but he was already standing on the summit of Cloud Continent at such a young age. Even his two fiancées were rare beauties as well. After bidding farewell to Chi Yu, Duan Ling Tian brought the two girls and continued to head toward the original base site of Yin Yang sect. Currently, it was still considered as Ling Tian sect site. However, it was only a branch site. This branch was managed by two people. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Han Shui Nai during their journey back. Those two people who refused to leave were Shang Quan and Gold Thug. When Shang Quan and Gold Thug finally saw Duan Ling Tian again, they were overwhelmed with emotions. They had remained here because they resolutely believed Duan Ling Tian would definitely come back here again. Duan Ling Tian finally came like they had believed. Miss Ka, Miss Fair, Shang Quan greeted Ka and Li Fei politely when he saw them. He was not unfamiliar with Ka and Li Fei since he knew they were his young master's fiancés. For their sake, his young master spared no effort in searching for them even though it yielded no results. Liege ladies, Gold Thug finally regained his senses with Shang Quan's reminder, and he quickly paid his respect to Ka and Li Fei. Ka and Li Fei nodded their heads with a smile on their faces. However, anxiety could be seen in their eyes. Upon seeing how anxious the two girls were, Duan Ling Tian brought them to the wooden house that housed Yang Shui's body. Yang Shui's body was completely preserved due to the ice coffin. Senior sister. The moment the two girls saw the white-clad woman lying in the ice coffin, tears instantly streamed down their extremely beautiful and delicate faces. There was only regret on their face. After all, Yang Shui had died protecting them. Senior sister, scoundrel has already taken revenge for you. You can now rest in peace, Li Fei whispered. Senior sister, Sister Fair and IA are now living very well. Don't worry, we'll live happily and we'll live up to your expectations. Ka remarked between sobs. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian sighed and shook his head before he left the two of them alone. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian did not disturb the two girls and let them accompany Yang Shui as they pleased. In addition to cultivating, he had also refined some pills for Shang Quan and Gold Thug during this time. As Duan Ling Tian's followers, Han Shui Nai did not mistreat them at all when she was the acting sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Due to this reason, both of their cultivation bases were not low as well. At the summit of the former Yang Peak of Yin Yang sect, currently Ling Tian Peak, 3 figures stood in a row. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian, Ka, and Li Fei. There were 2 tombstones erected in front of them. One of the tombstones belonged to Yang Shui while the other one belonged to the vice peak master of the former Yin Peak of Yin Yang sect. She was also Ka, Li Fei, and Yang Shui's master. This vice peak master of the former Yin Peak of Yin Yang sect was also the sister of peak master Qin Shang from 7 Stars Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian had never met her before, but since she was the two girls' master and she had treated the two girls so well, he still paid his respect by bowing at her tombstone. As for Yang Shui's tombstone, Duan Ling Tian paid his respect solemnly. Senior sister Yang Shui, thank you. If it wasn't because of your determination in protecting them at the cost of your life, I might not even have a chance to see these two girls at all. In the end, Duan Ling Tian took a deep bow. After burying Yang Shui safely, Ka and Li Fei stayed beside the grave for another 3 months. During these 3 months, they merely sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone and patiently guarded it. Duan Ling Tian's heart could not help but ache for them. The span of 3 months was enough for many things to happen. Duan Ling Tian had become even more powerful now. He had successfully comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity and the 8th level fused profundity. Currently, I can be considered as having entered the peak of the martial Emperor stage. As long as I can use the sword profundity as the bridge and let the 2 great profundities merge with my bodies to open up the Saint Vein, I'll be able to enter the mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. A crooked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A hint of delight could be seen in it. Chapter 1346 The Potential of the Fused Profundity. As for the fused profundity, Duan Ling Tian still had no idea what it really was until now. Initially, the 5 monarch stage nature profundities had merged and become the fused profundity. The power of the fused profundity was so strong that it was comparable to an emperor stage profundity. In a state of confusion, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask Elder Huo, the 3-legged golden crow, in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he noticed Elder Huo was hovering cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He did not know whether he was cultivating or just shutting his eyes to attain mental composure. When Duan Ling Tian came in, Elder Huo immediately opened his eyes. Duan Ling Tian quickly voiced out the question in his mind. Profundity. Elder Huo raised a brow. It was his first time hearing this term. Perhaps, the cultivation system in every place was different. Profundity was the term used on Cloud Continent. Maybe the other 2 mortal continents had a different term for it. It's this energy. With a raise of his hand, 5-colored energy took the form of a 5-colored light ball that hovered in the air. This is the fused profundity I'm talking about. And this is the sword profundity. Duan Ling Tian raised the other hand. A translucent sword that emitted waves of sharp aura hovered above his palm as it continued to twirl. So this is the profundity that you speak of. After Elder Huo looked at it, he instantly nodded. These profundities are similar to the 5 elemental qi on planet Yanhuang. Once the 5 elemental qi enters a person's body completely, it'll activate his body's potential, and his strength will take a great leap forward. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Elder Huo's words. His words were similar to the reason profundities existed. According to Han Shui Nai, once the profundities merged with one's body completely, it would be able to open the saint vein. At that time, the profundities would become part of one's body, no longer a separate entity. This had the same concept as the 5 elemental qi mentioned by Elder Huo. It feels like your sword profundity has already reached the limit of the 5 elemental qi. As for the fused profundity, it seems like it's going to reach its limit soon as well. However, I can feel that it still has a huge potential that has yet to be discovered. Elder Huo's gaze landed on the 5-colored light ball hovering in the air. There was a hint of bafflement in his eyes. A huge potential. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled for a moment before he thought to himself, don't tell me the fused profundity currently is only at the monarch stage and it can actually be raised up to the emperor stage. The more he pondered, the more disbelief he felt. Was this not too far-fetched? His fused profundity was already on par with the emperor stage profundity. If it could still be raised to the emperor stage fused profundity, then how powerful would it be? 10 times more than emperor stage profundities. What kind of concept was that? Duan Ling Tian felt chills running down his spine when he thought about this. If it's possible, I hope you'll only make your breakthrough after you've completely discovered the potential of your fused profundity. At that time, the benefits that you get will be beyond the reach of any other ordinary person, Elder Huo finally said after he pondered deeply for a moment. After I've completely discovered the potential of my fused profundity. Duan Ling Tian frowned. If the fused profundity was only at the 8th level monarch stage profundity, then, wouldn't he need to comprehend it until the 9th level emperor stage profundity if he wanted to discover the potential of his fused profundity? Going to the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity from the 8th level monarch stage fused profundity. My goodness, how long would that take? However, Duan Ling Tian believed Elder Huo's words either way. He was the 3-legged golden crow. The divine sunbird from the ancient mythology in his past life. To be honest, such a creature had no reason to deceive him at all. Moreover, he was now the owner of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, by right, Elder Huo would never harm him at all, nor did he have any reason to. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian voiced out his concern that it would take too long for him to comprehend it until the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity. The time you'll need to spend is indeed a little long. However, you can stay in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate since time passes slowly in here, Elder Huo told Duan Ling Tian. On the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 2 days inside are equivalent to a day outside. Moreover, if you can find enough materials, I'll be able to fix the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, 3 days inside will be equivalent to a day outside. Yeah, I guess that's the only solution now. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He decided not to use the 9th level sword profundity as the bridge to open up the saint vein hidden inside his body for now. He would only open it after he had comprehended the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity. Fused profundity, I hope that you'll surprise me at that time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He knew that once he had made his decision, he was destined to open the saint vein at a much later time to enter the mortal shedding stage. At the same time, a strong premonition rose up in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Perhaps his decision would affect the number of saint veins he would be able to open in the future. In this case, I might stand a chance to win Bastard. Bastard managed to open 23 saint veins at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Even when Shui Nai reached the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage in the future, it would almost be impossible for her to open 23 saint veins. The most she'll be able to open is 22 saint veins. The bastard Duan Ling Tian spoke of was none other than Wang Ba, the current Di Yong who had left Half Moon Island to journey to the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had so much faith in himself because he was no longer the old him. Currently, in addition to having undergone 2 rebirths, his body's foundation was extremely strong too. In terms of a strong foundation, what else could be stronger than the fused profundity? How interesting. If I can really open 81 saint veins, it'll be perfect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he daydreamed, even though he felt it was a little far-fetched. In fact, there were only 3 people who managed to open up to 81 saint veins in the long history of Dao martial saint land. Although he had never experienced it, he could imagine how difficult it was. After listening to Elder Huo's advice, and after he made up his mind, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the fused profundity. At this time, comprehending the fused profundity was the only thing he could do. Be it his cultivation base or his sword profundity, both had reached their limit for now and could no longer be raised. What a coincidence, the sword Dao that originated from the word sword in my mind has also been depleted when I comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity, Duan Ling Tian muttered. It looks like it's time for me to go back and have a look at the word sword. I wonder if my sword profundity will continue to progress if I look at the word sword again and comprehend more sword Dao. When it came to the sword profundity, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended it to the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. By right, he had already reached the limit. However, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the word sword did not adhere to normal logic. He had had a strong feeling about this. After the 2 girls stayed by Yang Shui's grave for 3 months, they finally left and returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Let's go back to the southern outer land. After informing the 2 girls and bidding farewell to Shang Quan and Gold Thug, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 girls along with him and left. Although Shang Quan and Gold Thug wanted to leave together with Duan Ling Tian, they quickly dismissed the idea the moment they thought about Ka and Li Fei. After all, would they not disrupt the atmosphere if they went with them? Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 girls with him and quickly passed through the boundless Ruo Shui River before they finally reached the southern outer land. After returning to the southern outer land, he was beset with memories at the sight of the place inside. At this moment, he remembered the Lu clan who was annihilated by the Han clan. He used to stay in the Lu clan for a period of time previously. However, it was gone just like that. Ka and Li Fei did not say a word at all. They only quietly stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. There was no need for words at this moment. If the Han clan's disciple who had annihilated the Lu clan was still alive, Duan Ling Tian would immediately find him to seek revenge. However, the problem was that Han clan's disciple had already been killed by Shui Nai. Due to this reason, he could only cherish the memory he had with the former Lu clan. As long as Lu Bai is still around, the Lu clan is not completely annihilated. When I return this time, I'll help him rebuild the Lu clan again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was reminded of Lu Bai. Lu Bai was the second young master of Lu clan. He was also the only remaining survivor in the Lu clan after it was annihilated. After that, he had crossed Ruo Shui River to the inner land before entering Ling Tian sect to become a Ling Tian sect's disciple. After letting out another long sigh, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 girls with him and left the northern divergent land of the southern outer land. With Duan Ling Tian's current speed, it did not take him long before he arrived at a familiar place, the northern desert. That time, when he left the Darkened Dynasty for the first time, the first place he went was the northern desert. He had joined the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by Skywolf Fort, a third-rate force in the northern desert. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, it was also when he truly walked up the stage of Cloud Continent. Looking back at the past, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. Even though he had already been through 2 reincarnations, they did not stay in the northern desert. Duan Ling Tian proceeded to bring the 2 girls back to Darkened Dynasty, the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally, 7-Star Sword Sect. After so many years, the 7 sword peaks that soared up to the sky in 7-Star Sword Sect's base site had also returned to its original look. There were no signs that showed it had been destroyed before. Hovering high above the sky, Duan Ling Tian looked at the 7 sword peaks as a hint of nostalgia flashed through his eyes. As for the 2 girls by his side, tears already welled up in their eyes as their delicate bodies began to tremble slightly from the overwhelming emotions. They had left this place for far too long. That time when they had left, it did not cross their minds that they would leave for more than 10 years. Chapter 1347A Baffled Sima Chongfeng. Ka, go meet Peak Master Qin Shang. I'm sure she must have missed you a lot during all these years, Duan Ling Tian told Ka. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ka immediately nodded her head. When she flew out, she instantly entered Dubi Peak, the first peak of the 7 great sword peaks. Scoundrel, I want to erect a tombstone for Master and Senior Sister, Li Fei whispered. although she already learned from Duan Lingtian that the sect leader of 7-Star Sword Sect, Elder Bai, and senior sister Zuo Qing had already died, she still felt a little sad as the scene in front reminded her of her old haunts. I've set up the tombstones before this. It's at the former cultivation place of Elder Bai, Duan Lingtian replied. That time, when the 7-Star Sword Sect was being rebuilt, he and the current sect leader of 7-Star Sword Sect, Mo Yu, had already erected a tombstone for the group of 7-Star Sword Sect's officials. Scoundrel! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, sorrow that rose from the bottom of Li Fei's heart immediately overwhelmed her. Throwing herself into Duan Lingtian's arms, tears flowed down in 2 streaks and dampened Duan Lingtian's robe. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind it at all. With one hand hugging her, the other hand stroked her soft and smooth back. Little Fair, I'm sure Elder Bai and senior sister Zuo Qing wouldn't want to see you in such a state. Under Duan Lingtian's reassurance, Li Fei's emotions began to calm down. After that, the two of them went to Alcade Peak, the former cultivation place of Elder Bai. Although nobody had stayed at Elder Bai's former cultivation place during all these years, the environment there was still as good as before. It was obvious somebody had been coming here to trim the plants and flowers. Mo Yu is quite considerate. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. He knew it had to be Mo Yu who had sent people here to trim the plants and flowers. 2 tombstones stood in front of the wooden house. It was the tombstones for Elder Bai and her disciple, Zuo Qing, from Alcade Peak. Standing in front of the tombstone, Li Fei whispered, "Master, senior sister. Scoundrel has already taken revenge for you and rebuilt 7-Star Sword Sect. Both of you can now rest in peace." Tears were streaming down her face, making her look extremely pitiful. Standing by the side, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 tombstones in front as well. It seemed as though he was in a daze. At this moment, the scene of 7-Star Sword Sect being annihilated was playing in his mind. Even until now, his heart could not help but tremble when he recalled the past event. Although he had sought revenge for them, there was no way for them to reincarnate. They had left him in 7-Star Sword Sect forever. Without making any sound, Duan Lingtian bowed deeply toward Elder Bai and Zuo Qing's tombstones. Elder Bai, senior sister Zuo Qing, you all can rest assured. I'll take good care of Little Fair, Duan Lingtian said to the 2 tombstones. After paying their respect to Elder Bai and Zuo Qing, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left Alcade Peak and returned to the sky above where they had first arrived. When they arrived, Duan Lingtian discovered Ka had also returned. A familiar figure stood beside her. It was Qin Shang, the peak master of Alcade Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect. Qin Shang did not change much compared to before. This also meant she took good care of her appearance. In fact, only someone who had made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage would remain youthful forever. Before reaching the martial monarch stage, it was said that the aging process would become slower when one's cultivation base was higher. However, if one did not deliberately take good care of one's own look, age would still leave its mark on the face. Duan Lingtian, why you really don't plan to go see the sect master? Qin Zhang's gaze was very complicated when she saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, Ka had told her about Duan Lingtian's accomplishments throughout the years. She also found out he was the sect leader of the strongest sect on Cloud Continent. She was completely baffled. This little guy from before was currently standing at the summit of Cloud Continent. The moment she recalled the past, she felt as though she was dreaming. If they know about this in their graves, they'll definitely die contented, Qin Shang thought to herself. They, she meant were all the former sect masters of 7-Star Sword Sect, including Lingu Jinhong. They were also the people who had perished together with 7-Star Sword Sect. Not for the time being. 7-Star Sword Sect will always be the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. All right, Qin Shang nodded. Naturally, she knew what Duan Lingtian meant by this. There was no doubt that he meant he did not want to interfere with 7-Star Sword Sect's future. If the people from 7-Star Sword Sect knew Duan Lingtian was now the sect master of Lingtian Sect, the strongest sect on Cloud Continent, they would definitely hope for 7-Star Sword Sect to be affiliated with Lingtian Sect. At that time, 7-Star Sword Sect would become an affiliate sect of Lingtian Sect and cease to exist except in name. That was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Master, you really don't want to leave with me? Ka was reluctant to part with Qin Shang. Although her current cultivation base had far surpassed Qin Shang, as the saying went, he who teaches me for one day is my teacher for life. She would never forget the debt she owed her for her past guidance and teaching. Ka had already tried to persuade Xianxia to leave earlier, but she had rejected the offer. Ka, I know you want to be filial. However, I've spent most of my life in 7-star sword sect, so I really can't bear to leave it now, she replied softly as she held Ka's hands tenderly. When you and Duan Ling Tian have kids, I'll be happy enough if you still remember to come back and visit me. Upon hearing Qin Zhang's words, Ka blushed immediately. Under the gaze of Qin Shang, Duan Ling Tian brought the two girls with him before he left. In just a blink of an eye, they had already appeared at the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's colony. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was their hometown. The reason he came here was very simple. It was to visit his old friends and ask them if they wanted to leave with them to Half Moon Island of the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Ling Tian brought the two girls to the Imperial City's Divine Might Marquis estate first to pay a visit to the two old marquises. There were two marquises because Ni Wu Tian, the former old marquis, had retired, and the current old marquis was Ni Fen, the former little marquis. He was also Duan Ling Tian's big brother Ni. Time flowed like a river, bringing great changes along with it. Their return this time really made Duan Ling Tian feel emotional. Not only did Ni Fen have a huge family of his own, but even Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan had a son and daughter each. What was worth mentioning was Li Zan, also known as Fatty previously, had 3 sons and 1 daughter as well. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also went to the Imperial Palace and paid a visit to the old emperor. The valiant emperor from before had become older with each passing day. He had given away the throne a few years ago. Duan Ling Tian, do you know when Bai Yao will return? The old emperor asked Duan Ling Tian with a pair of eager eyes. The Bai Yao the old emperor spoke of was none other than Princess Bai Yao, the most beautiful woman in the Crimson Sky Kingdom Imperial City in the past. I've no idea, however, if I meet her, I'll definitely ask her to come back and see you, Duan Ling Tian replied. Great, great. Upon hearing this, the old emperor smiled dazzlingly. Princess Bai Yao was his most sensible daughter, and he loved her very much. Even those princes were nothing compared to her. If Princess Bai Yao was born a male, he would have long given her the throne. My parents are really. They actually brought Princess Bai Yao away with them. The moment Duan Ling Tian recalled where Princess Bai Yao was, he could not help but smile wryly. Not only Princess Bai Yao, but his parents had also brought Xiao Lan, Xiao Yu's sister, with them as well. Previously, when he met Xiao Yu, he had also asked him about Xiao Lan's whereabouts. However, he really did not know. To be more precise, although he knew she was at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not know which part of the Dao Martial Saint Land she was in. It's such a pity the voice transmission jade slip inside the exquisite jade box was broken by me. Otherwise, when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll only need to meet with the man father arranged for me before I can see mother, Xiao Lan, and also Princess Bai Yao. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he sighed continuously in his heart. Originally, in the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Rufeng left him, he had asked Duan Ling Tian to go to a certain place in the Dao Martial Saint Land to find the person he had arranged for him to meet. Unfortunately, the voice transmission jade slip was damaged and the part that was lost just happened to be the most important part. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not know where to find the person his father had arranged for him to meet. Even if Duan Ling Tian was at the Dao Martial Saint Land now, searching for his father would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Duan Ling Tian went to the Paladin Academy to see Sima the Dean. Sima was his teacher when he was in the Paladin Academy. Although Sima did not really teach him anything, he had helped him on many occasions. Until now, Duan Ling Tian still felt grateful toward him. Due to this reason, he still regarded him as a teacher. You little fellow, what's your cultivation base now? Sima asked bluntly when he saw Duan Ling Tian again. Every time he met Duan Ling Tian, this was what he was most interested in. 9th level Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian smiled. PFF'd. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sima instantly spat out the tea he had just drank and asked with a red face, what did you say? Martial EE Emperor stage. Moreover, it's the 9th level Martial EE Emperor stage. Yes, sir. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Sima quickly studied Duan Ling Tian from head to toes. As though he was looking at a monster, he muttered, I already knew long before that you're a freak. But it did not cross my mind that you're actually this freaky. The 9th level martial emperor stage. That's the limit for all martial artists, right? Sima had long heard that the limit for martial artists was the martial emperor stage. Once a person had broken through to the martial emperor stage, he would become a martial emperor. A martial emperor was someone who stood at the summit of Cloud Continent and overlooked all living things. To him, martial emperors were legendary. However, the little fellow currently standing in front of him, his former student, was already a martial emperor. Moreover, he was a 9th level martial emperor. At this moment, he suspected that he was merely dreaming. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was present and he needed to maintain his image, he would have long reached out to pinch his own thigh to see if it would hurt or not. Chapter 1348, Paying another visit to the Sword Canyon. Previously, I also thought the 9th level martial emperor stage is the limit for a martial artist, but as it turns out, this is not the case. Duan Lingtian sighed. What do you mean? Don't tell me there are people more powerful than martial emperors. Sima asked with eyes as wide as saucers. In his opinion, martial emperors were legendary and invincible. However, Duan Lingtian just told him that the 9th level martial emperor stage was not the limit. He had implied that there was an even more powerful force other than a 9th level martial emperor. Teacher, a 9th level martial emperor is indeed someone who stands at the summit of Cloud Continent. However, there's an even bigger world outside of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian continued to patiently explain to Sima, who was in a daze. He was extremely shocked. When Duan Lingtian finished explaining, Sima sighed and mocked himself. Ignorance, ignorance. Looks like Sima is ignorant. Well, you should say that 99% of the people on Cloud Continent are ignorant. And this includes the former me as well. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Teacher, the reason I came back this time is mainly to ask if all of you are interested in going to the overseas Saint Islands or not. With my help and the help of the top-grade cultivation environment over there, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with temptation. You'll at least make it to the martial monarch stage. It's not impossible for you to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage as well. Martial monarch stage. Sima's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. See, can I really? Why not? Don't forget you're my Duan Lingtian's teacher after all. Duan Lingtian replied and smiled confidently. If it was someone else, Duan Lingtian would not be so confident. However, Sima's innate talent and comprehension ability were originally high. With his help, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch stage. In fact, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial emperor stage as well. Even if he had a slightly bad innate talent, so what? It was not a problem. There was a record in the rebirth martial emperor's memory about the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. If he retrieved the 10,000-year stalactite milk, he would be able to let Sima experience a rebirth, and grant him the highest innate talent a martial artist on Cloud Continent could have. How about a slightly bad comprehension ability? Not a problem as well. He had all kinds of concept and profundity fragments. Alright, I'll go with you. Sima's face was full of smiles as he said emotionally, in my entire life, I've only focused on the martial Tao. Until now, I'm not married, and I'm all alone in the world. If my cultivation base can break through to the martial monarch stage, then everything wouldn't have been in vain. Sima had no commitments, so, in just a few exchanges, he instantly agreed to leave with Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they all had their own commitments. Due to this, there was only one additional person when they left. There were 4 people who left even though only 3 arrived. Sima was the additional person. Duan Lingtian respected the decisions of those who were unwilling to leave. In the future when he was free, he would come back to visit them again. At that time, he would bring them with him if they wanted to leave as well. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian and the group arrived at the sky high above a remote forest in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Soon after, Ka, Li Fei, and Sima descended under Duan Lingtian's guidance. When the 3 of them landed on the ground, all of them narrowed their eyes. They instantly fell into a daze. This was because they had seen the word, sword, on the canyon wall in front and were attracted by it. It was as though their souls had been instantly sucked out. The huge word, sword, was carved and left behind by Feng Qingyong, the sword saint. This word, sword, contained his sword Dao. It was precisely because of the superficial knowledge from the word, sword, that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the 9th level emperor stage sword profundity in a short period of time. The 9th level Emperor stage profundity was also the peak of the profundity. Ling Tian boy. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. When Duan Ling Tian saw a red-robed middle-aged man sitting cross-legged as he cultivated with his eyes closed had been awoken by them, he smiled and greeted, Uncle Feng. The red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu's father. There, Feng Wudao stood up and immediately looked at Ka, Li Fei, and Sima who were by Duan Ling Tian's side. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Uncle Feng, they're my fiancés. I've mentioned them to you previously. As for him, he's my teacher from my hometown. Duan Ling Tian introduced them with a smile on his face. All right, Feng Wudao nodded and continued to study the two girls solemnly. When he saw their unparalleled beauty, he could not help but fall deep into his own thoughts. Both of them were in no way inferior to his daughter, Feng Tianwu, in regards to beauty. Ling Tian boy, where's Tianwu? She didn't come back with you? Feng Wudao asked. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Wudao mentioned, Feng Tianwu, a guilty look appeared on his face immediately. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry. I'm at fault for not taking good care of Tianwu. What happened to her? An ominous feeling rose up in Feng Wudao's heart and horror dawned on his face immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian apologizing to him with a guilty expression. At the same time, the red robe on his body began to flutter. Origin energy soared up into the sky and transformed into a sword-shaped flame that emitted waves of sharp aura. It was as though it could cut through everything. Don't worry, Uncle Feng. Tianwu's all right, Duan Ling Tian immediately reassured him. He could see that Feng Wudao had misunderstood. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reassurance, Feng Wudao finally eased up. The sword-shaped flame on his body began to dissipate as well. Then, what do your words mean? Uncle Feng, I said I didn't take good care of Tianwu because... Duan Ling Tian interrupted Feng Wudao and recounted everything that had happened to him. He told him everything except for the part about the devil-seal tablet being a super saint weapon in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 Great Saint Weapons rankings. Feng Wudao learned about what happened to Feng Tianwu and found out she had been taken as a disciple by a force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian also told Feng Wudao about the Dao Martial Saint Land, shocking him and making him feel ignorant. After knowing Feng Tianwu was safe, Feng Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng, I'm going to the Dao Martial Saint Land after I settle my affairs on Cloud Continent. At that time, I'll definitely search for Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Wudao solemnly. Due to this reason, you can rest assured, Uncle Feng. I'll definitely find Tianwu. Don't worry, as long as Tianwu's safe, she'll definitely come back to visit, Feng Wudao replied. Duan Ling Tian did not see any other person around, so he looked at Feng Wudao and asked, Oh, yeah. Uncle Feng, where's Erhu? Erhu was the boy in Xianxia's village. He was also the only person in Xianxia's village who knew about the secret here. That Erhu boy always wanders around outside when he's idle. Right now, he can already be considered as the strongest person in both the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire. Feng Wudao smiled. Chapter 1349 Invincible to all powerhouses below mortal shedding stage. The sword Dao contained in the word, sword, had attracted Ka, Li Fei, and Sima's attention. They were completely immersed in it. It was as though they were intoxicated. Above the canyon in the big green tree, an inconspicuous little pagoda was erected above a dried branch. This little pagoda was none other than Duan Ling Tian's 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating at the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly jolted awake. During this period of time, he had been quietly comprehending the fused profundity. Apart from that, he had also looked at the word, sword. However, the word no longer imparted complicated and obscure message into his mind. Due to this reason, he could no longer store the sword Dao contained in the word, sword, in his mind. Don't tell me it's because I've already comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity. But this doesn't seem right. According to the message left behind by Feng Qingyang the Sword Saint, those who manage to fully comprehend the sword Dao in the word, sword, that he left behind will be able to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After trying for a few days, Duan Ling Tian did not find any solution at all. In the end, he could only give up and focus on comprehending the fused profundity. In just 4 months, Duan Ling Tian had 2 breakthroughs in the fused profundity. The first time, he made a breakthrough to the 9th level Monarch stage fused profundity from the 8th level Monarch stage fused profundity. the 9th level monarch stage fused profundity was equivalent to the 9th level emperor stage profundity. Once it was cast, the strength was so powerful that it was equivalent to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. The second time, his 9th level monarch stage fused profundity made a breakthrough to the 1st level emperor stage fused profundity. As for its strength, it was now 100% stronger than before. It was equivalent to the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. The 1st level emperor stage fused profundity that I comprehended is 10 times stronger compared to an ordinary 1st level emperor stage profundity. When I comprehend the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity, it has to be 10 times stronger compared to an ordinary 9th level emperor stage profundity as well. An ordinary 9th level emperor stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. This was similar to Duan Ling Tian's 9th level emperor stage sword profundity. And once Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity, the strength contained inside would be equivalent to 100 ancient black dragons. The strength of 100 ancient black dragons, what kind of concept was that actually? Even if a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage uses a royal grade spirit weapon and unleashes his full strength, it'll only be equivalent to the strength of 60 or 70 ancient black dragons, which is considered very astounding. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he thought about this. As for me, once I've comprehended the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity, just by using it alone is enough for me to kill anyone at the peak of the martial emperor stage, he thought to himself as his breathing quickened. Killing a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage who had unleashed his full strength with just one profundity. Just thinking about this sent chills running up Duan Ling Tian's spine. I've only comprehended the 1st level emperor stage fused profundity. There's still a long way to go before I comprehend the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity. Duan Ling Tian quickly calmed himself down. Even then, he did not remain calm for very long when he thought of another matter. If I can merge the 9th level emperor stage fused profundity with my body and open the saint vein, the effects will definitely be better. I wonder when I break through to the mortal shedding stage, how many saint veins will I be able to open? I'm really looking forward to that. Duan Ling Tian still remembered the things Shui Nai told him previously. According to her, martial and Dao cultivators from the mortal continents had a much stronger foundation compared to the natives of the Dao martial saint land. Their cultivation base would accumulate with time, and by the time they break through to the mortal shedding stage, it would explode beyond control. 4 months. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he learned from Elder Huo that he had been cultivating for 4 months. It has actually been so long. Ka and Little Fair must be awake now. 4 months inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda are equal to 2 months outside. Elder Huo, who sat cross-legged nearby, reminded him when he saw him standing up in haste. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. He finally remembered that time inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda flowed differently from the outside world. 2 days inside were equivalent to 1 day outside. Since Duan Ling Tian missed the 2 girls, he left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. When he noticed Ka, Li Fei, and Sima had still not awakened, he shook his head. Judging from their current condition, I'm afraid I'll still have to wait for a while. After glancing at the side of the canyon, Duan Ling Tian discovered Feng Wudao's eyes were closed as he attained mental composure. He did not bother him and entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda again. Elder Huo, let me know when 6 months have passed, Duan Ling Tian said to Elder Huo before he sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. From his observation earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell the 2 girls would need some time before they would awaken. This awakening would only be their first awakening. He had told them once they had awakened for the first time, they would need to familiarize themselves with the benefit from the word sword before they memorized the sword Dao contained in the word so they could comprehend it in the future. This was similar to what he did previously. Only when they had fully memorized the sword Dao contained in the word sword would he bring them away from here. Naturally, this applied to Sima as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian estimated the 3 of them would need at least several months to complete these 2 steps. Duan Ling Tian continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. He fully devoted himself to comprehending the fused profundity. The Emperor stage nature profundity fragments depleted quickly in his hands, with every 10 or 15 days, an Emperor stage profundity fragment would shatter. If somebody saw this, they would definitely find this wasteful and call Duan Ling Tian a spendthrift. However, all these were nothing to Duan Ling Tian. When he was in Half Moon Island, Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island, had absorbed the vital essence of powerhouses at their prime using devil technique and turned them into dried corpses. Some of the powerhouses had left behind Emperor stage profundity fragments. After they died, the profundity fragments in their bodies had all been taken by Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian could afford using so many Emperor stage profundity fragments. If it was someone else, that person would most likely have a headache right now. The path to comprehending the fused profundity was like a bottomless abyss. Initially, the Emperor stage nature profundity fragments depleted at the speed of 1 fragment every 2 weeks. However, in the end, it became 1 fragment every 10 days. As time went on, it became 1 fragment every 8, 7, 6, and 5 days. When the Emperor stage nature profundity fragment began to shatter every 3 days, Elder Huo called out to Duan Ling Tian. 6 months have passed so quickly. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion when he woke up. To him, it felt like only a few days had passed. 3 months have gone by outside, Elder Huo reminded him. 3 months. Looks like it's about time. Duan Ling Tian chuckled before leaving the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda again. This time, after he left, he shrank the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and threw it into his ears before he rose up into the air. He was in an extremely good mood. After comprehending for 6 months, his fused profundity had taken another 2 leaps forward. Currently, he had successfully comprehended the 3rd level Emperor stage fused profundity. They're going to wake up soon. After looking at Ka, Li Fei, and Sima, Duan Ling Tian could tell they had almost fully memorized the sword Dao contained in the word sword, since he had experienced it before. Duan Ling Tian soared up into the air, and a soundless wave swept out before it propelled him upward like a rocket. After reaching a certain height, a 5-colored flame burst out from Duan Ling Tian's body and emitted waves of ferocious aura. It was the fused profundity. As the 5-colored flame soared up above Duan Ling Tian's head, the heaven and earth energy whirled and set off a series of thunderous sounds. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to solidify into form. 46 silhouettes of ancient black dragons spiraled as they descended vividly in an overbearing manner. With the strength I currently possessed, even if I don't use the Saint-grade martial tactic, I can easily defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage providing they did not cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone, if I use my Saint-grade martial tactic, I'm basically almost invincible against all those below the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. Naturally, he was being conservative, that was why he used the word, almost. In his opinion, unless there was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had cultivated a technique in the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic to the highest stage, nobody was his opponent at all. It was almost impossible for a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage to meet those conditions. What a marvelous world! No, what a marvelous planet! Only Cloud Continent and the surrounding sea region allows the heaven and earth energy to consolidate into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Once we leave the surrounding region of Cloud Continent and arrive overseas, the heaven and earth energy won't consolidate into the heaven and earth phenomenon at all, no matter how strong one is, Duan Ling Tian mused emotionally. Casting everything aside, just this fact alone was amazing enough. Just as Duan Ling Tian had predicted, Ka, Little Fair, and Sima began to wake up one by one a few days later. Their strength had more or less been raised. Duan Ling Tian prepared to bring them back to the Cloud Continent's inner land and to the new site of Ling Tian sect. He had only heard about the new site from Han Shui Nai, he had not been there before. Uncle Feng, leave with us. Duan Ling Tian motioned to Feng Wudao. In the next period of time, I'll be making preparations to move Ling Tian sect to Half Moon Island in the overseas Saint Islands. The cultivation environment there is much better. Feng Wudao had heard of Duan Ling Tian's achievement on Cloud Continent. He had also learned that the cultivation environment in Half Moon Island was very good. Due to this reason, he agreed to leave together with Duan Ling Tian. However, who's going to protect this canyon if I leave? Who's not here as well? Feng Wudao asked. Chapter 13 50 Boundless Materials. Don't worry about it, Uncle Feng, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Feng Wudao watched skeptically as Duan Ling Tian hovered above the canyon and set up an inscription formation that covered the entire canyon. Duan Ling Tian was currently at the 9th level martial emperor stage, and his spiritual energy had reached 9th level martial emperor stage as well. It was only natural the inscription formation that was set up with his spiritual energy was powerful. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had placed 10 saint stones in the inscription formation as its energy source. Unless it's someone above the 7th level martial emperor stage, it's impossible to break this inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after setting up the inscription formation. He had set up an inscription formation using 10 saint stones. What were saint stones? It was an amazing item that could help martial emperor powerhouses to elevate their abilities quickly. It was similar to origin stones but incomparable. Duan Ling Tian was so generous, not because he was the island master of Half Moon Island, and he could just take saint stones from Half Moon Island's supreme grade origin stones reserve. He only did that because Shui Nai gave him many saint stones. According to Shui Nai, saint stones were very common in the Dao martial saint land. Although it was common, it was not easily obtained. It was extremely difficult for mortal stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators without a powerful background to obtain a saint stone. It was only natural Shui Nai had many saint stones in her hands because of the powerful force behind her. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not even blink when he used 10 saint stones to set up the inscription formation. Similar to what the people from Earth love to say, you can do whatever you want when you have money. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Ling Tian and the others left the canyon. The original group of 4 turned to a group of 5. While the 4 of them cultivated, Duan Ling Tian brought them away from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and entered the Darkstone Empire. They headed north before they finally arrived at the Darkened Dynasty. When they entered the Darkened Dynasty, Duan Ling Tian dropped by the Imperial City. Initially, he wanted to ask Zhang Shouyang if he was interested in leaving with him. However, he was told that Zhang Shouyang had left the Imperial City with his wife last year when he arrived at the Zhang clan estate. I wonder where big brother Zhang went. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He was grateful to Zhang Shouyang for saving his life back then. He did not forget the good deed until now. I'll try my luck again and see if I'm able to meet big brother Zhang when I drop by next time. I'll drop by Blade Sect now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and came up with a plan. Blade Sect was a third-rate force on the southern area of the northern desert. It was the sect that Duan Ling Tian's childhood friend, Su Li, belonged to. Su Li was the reason he was making a stop at Blade Sect. However, to his surprise, he found out Su Li had left Blade Sect with Sword 13 right after he had left back then. Why didn't they look for me? Duan Ling Tian's smile looked forced when he recalled the conflict that arose in Blade Sect back then and the promise he had made Su Li and his master. Just like Zhang Shouyang, Duan Ling Tian had no idea where Su Li and Sword 13 went. Duan Ling Tian was disappointed he only returned with 4 people to Cloud Continent's inner land. I've spent 10 months in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That means 5 months have passed by outside. Adding up the remaining time, it's been half a year since I returned to Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he returned to the inner land. Half a year. I wonder how are things progressing with the materials I asked them to search for. The materials he had requested were the materials needed to restore the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It had been half a year since he had gotten most of the people and demon beasts on Cloud Continent to search for the materials. He was eager to find out what the results were. With Duan Ling Tian's speed, they soon arrived at the new site of Ling Tian's sect even though he carried 6 people with him. Initially, he only brought 4 people. However, he brought Shang Quan and Gold Thug along with him when he passed by Ling Tian's sect's former site. Previously, Shang Quan and Gold Thug did not want to leave because they wanted to wait for Duan Ling Tian's return. Now that Duan Ling Tian had returned, it was only natural they were willing to leave. When Duan Ling Tian returned to Ling Tian's sect with the other 6, Han Shui Nai, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had also returned. They had completed Duan Ling Tian's request within half a year. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he returned to Ling Tian's sect. He could not help but feel amazed as he looked around the new environment. The new site of Ling Tian's sect had a rich high-grade origin stones reserve buried underneath. Such cultivation environment was considered decent on Cloud Continent. Apart from the 2 ancient clans, estates on Cloud Continent that had supreme grade origin stones reserve buried beneath their estates, there was no other place that could compare to this. Sect Leader. After Duan Ling Tian's return, Han Shui Nai gathered all Ling Tian's sect's officials and disciples who stayed at the estate to meet the real sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. She was just the acting sect leader after all. Now that Duan Ling Tian had returned, it was only right that she returned the sect to him. Zhang San, Luo Ping. Everyone, it's been a while. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the familiar faces surrounding him. Apart from Zhang San and Luo Ping, who used to be the vice sect leaders, the familiar faces included Chen Xiaoshuai, Lu Bai, the Nangong twins, and more. Sect leader Zhang San and Luo Ping's emotions were in chaos when they saw Duan Ling Tian again. It was the same for Chen Xiaoshuai, Lu Bai, and the others. Although they heard from the Nangong twins that Duan Ling Tian was safe, they could not help but feel emotional when they saw Duan Ling Tian standing unharmed before them. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to see the place was only left with these few familiar faces. Shui Nai had mentioned the matter to him previously. Back then, Ling Tian's sect was at risk when Han Jing from Han clan came. At that time, apart from these few familiar faces, the others had all betrayed the sect. Your Li Si. Duan Ling Tian looked at the unfamiliar face next to Zhang San. It was not difficult for him to guess this person's identity. Li Si was the only one who did not betray Ling Tian's sect when it was falling, even though he had just joined the sect back then. He was Zhang San's friend. Sect leader. Li Si smiled joyfully when Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to greet him. He thought he had made a wise decision back then. Sometimes, being courageous was not necessarily a bad thing. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Shui Nai after Ling Tian's sect's senior officials and disciples left. He asked, Shui Nai, how's the progress regarding the materials I asked for? We've got plenty of them, Han Shui Nai said while smiling. She handed Duan Ling Tian a spatial ring. Everything the people submitted are in here. Everyone, no matter human or demons, is searching all over Cloud Continent to look for the materials for Brother Ling Tian. There will be more materials coming in soon, Han Shui Nai said in one breath. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard her words. Just like Duan Ling Tian had expected, demon beasts on Cloud Continent were the most hardworking ones. They had turned in the most materials. They had the advantage in this regard. Duan Ling Tian was satisfied with the way the matter was handled. After sending the materials in his hands to Elder Huo in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian left Ling Tian's sect to see Demon Emperor Man Wu. This is what you deserve. Duan Ling Tian gave Demon Emperor Man Wu a saint stone. As long as you're willing to continue letting demon beasts collect more materials, I'll reward you accordingly, Duan Ling Tian said to Demon Emperor Man Wu before he left. Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He commanded his direct disciples as he held the saint stone tightly in his hand. He continued to gather demon beasts on Cloud Continent to search for the materials Duan Ling Tian needed. He even promised that demon beasts who submitted more materials would stand a chance of becoming his follower regardless of their cultivation base. Although they would just be a low-rank follower of Demon Emperor Man Wu, many demon beasts fought for the opportunity. Gradually, even demon beasts from the outer land joined in to look for the materials that Duan Ling Tian needed, apart from the abundance of materials found by the demon beasts. The human martial artists contributed quite a lot of materials as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian spent the rest of his time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to comprehend the fused profundity diligently. His fused profundity was elevating with every minute and second. Ka and Li Fei sat with their legs crossed next to him. The atmosphere was peaceful around them. A few days ago, he revealed how amazing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was to them. In an attempt to help them raise their strength, he brought them into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as well. The two ladies were stunned at how amazing Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was. They were only able to calm down after a while. To them, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was too shocking. They were not like Duan Ling Tian. He had heard many versions of this ancient myth in his past life. He had heard about the existence of a celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before. Therefore, it did not take him long to calm down when he first heard about what the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could do. I'll wait until Ka and Little Fair's cultivation base rise a little more and for the second floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to be restored before I bring them to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian came up with a plan in his mind. This was why he had brought the two girls into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. When the two ladies were cultivating, apart from comprehending the fused profundity, Duan Ling Tian spent time passing the materials to Elder Huo in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as well. Chapter 1351 The Migration of Ling Tian's Sect. Apart from comprehending the fused profundity and delivering materials into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian spent the rest of his time moving Ling Tian's sect. Ling Tian's sect was currently the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Thanks to Han Shui-nai, Ling Tian sect's position had soared on Cloud Continent. Even the two ancient clans did not dare to offend them. Due to that, the migration of Ling Tian sect was successful. Apart from a group of martial emperors and demon emperors, including martial emperor Qing Zan and demon emperor Man Wu, who came to help, the two ancient great clans sent powerhouses to help as well. At this moment, martial emperor Qing Zan, demon emperor Man Wu, and the other prominent powerhouses realized that there were many people who were more powerful than them in the two ancient clans. The really powerful ones among them could kill or defeat them in just one blow. There were many people at Ling Tian sect. Although many martial emperors and demon emperors came to help, they only managed to bring everyone to Half Moon Island after making 2 trips. Fortunately, many people came to help. Otherwise, I wonder how long it would have taken me, Shui-nai, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black to bring everyone from Ling Tian sect to Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath as he stood above Ling Tian Peak. Almost everyone from Ling Tian sect had been moved and handed over to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. The Ling Tian Peak beneath him was supposedly Ling Tian sect's new site. However, it had now become its old site. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and a few others, the current Ling Tian Peak was left with only a few elders from Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect's elders who were left behind were responsible for receiving materials from Cloud Continent to restore the second floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. As time passed by, the materials submitted by the people from Cloud Continent became lesser and lesser. Eventually, no materials were submitted at all. Although the huge number of human martial artists and demon beasts on Cloud Continent searched high and low, they could no longer find the necessary materials needed to restore the second floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo, how much more do we need? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. He was worried about the lack of materials. 50% of the second floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda is restored. It'll be completed if we have a little more materials, Elder Huo said. As soon as it's completely restored, you'll be able to enter the second floor to cultivate and obtain the Jasper Celestial Sword. This 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda is like a black hole. These huge number of materials only managed to restore 50% of it. Moreover, this is only the second floor. There are still 5 floors after this. It's giving me a headache. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face. At this moment, the materials needed to restore 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could no longer be found on Cloud Continent. There's nothing we can do. The materials you brought in are the lowest grade. It's only natural that we need more of such low-grade materials, Elder Huo said. If you manage to obtain a few high-grade materials that I told you about, we'll only need one of each item to completely restore the second floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo, regarding the materials you mentioned, it's not just me, even Shui-nai has never heard of them. Where do you expect me to look for them? Duan Ling Tian said with a forced smile on his face. Han Shui-nai was the pampered daughter of a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He could not compare to her in terms of knowledge and experience. Let alone him, even she had never heard of the materials Elder Huo had mentioned. There are no materials like these on this planet. Elder Huo frowned, which he rarely did. That shouldn't be the case. Those materials I mentioned came from the old planet Yanhuang. You should be able to collect quite a bit of those high-grade materials in the old planet Yanhuang as long as you're willing to look for them. Duan Ling Tian's smile turned forced when he heard his words. Naturally, he knew the old planet Yanhuang that Elder Huo mentioned was Earth in the ancient myths. Humans were just born back then. It's possible that such materials exist on this planet. After all, it's impossible for Shui-nai to know each and every material on this planet, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian learned from Elder Huo that more than 80% of the materials they received from Cloud Continent to restore the second floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could not be used to restore the third floor due to the quality of the materials being too poor. According to Elder Huo, the materials he mentioned were divided into 5 grades. The 5 grades were low grade, medium low grade, medium high grade, and high grade. The best among the materials gathered on Cloud Continent were medium low grade materials. Majority of them were low grade materials. Low grade materials were completely useless in regards to restoring the third floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. They needed at least medium low grade materials. Judging by the current speed, I'm afraid it's going to take forever to completely restore the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he thought about this. After a period of time, Han Shui-nai returned from Half Moon Island of the overseas Saint Islands. She brought back a huge number of materials that she gathered from the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. Compared to the materials gathered on Cloud Continent, the number of materials Han Shui-nai brought back was pathetic. However, most of the items were medium-low grade and some were medium grade, so it added 30% to the pagoda that was 50% restored. Currently, the second floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 80% restored. After searching high and low on Cloud Continent and the 4 Great Saint Islands, the second floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is only 80% restored. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. If you can retrieve the dragon orb in Little Devil Dragon's body, we'll be able to restore the remaining 20% immediately, Elder Huo said to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Huo, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's too late now, he has left. Duan Ling Tian let out a wry smile again. Naturally, he knew the little devil dragon that Elder Huo mentioned was Di Yong. Di Yong's true form was a 5-clawed devil dragon, the top among 5-clawed divine dragons. I'm afraid he wouldn't give you his dragon orb even if he's still here, Elder Huo said. Why? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why after Elder Huo explained it to him. Every dragon only had 1 dragon orb in them. The dragon orb was equivalent to a demon beast's beast core. The difference was dragons were born with a dragon orb in their bodies. They would die if the dragon orb was taken away. Therefore, the only way to obtain a dragon orb was to kill the dragon. Kill a 5-clawed devil dragon? Duan Ling Tian's smile looked forced at this moment. Indeed, it was just as Elder Huo had said. Even if Wang Ba did not leave after taking over Di Yong's body, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to obtain the dragon orb from him. Although he could use the devil-seal tablet to kill Di Yong, he could not bring himself to do it. No matter what, Di Yong had saved his life before. Although Di Yong had his own ulterior motive, it was indisputable that he had saved him. Back when he used the devil-seal tablet for the 3rd time in Lost Stone Forest, he would have died if not for Di Yong. However, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked when he found out a 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon orb was equivalent to the few high-grade materials that Elder Huo mentioned. If that's the case, aren't the high-grade materials Elder Huo mentioned treasures on the same level as a 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon orb? His heart sank when he thought about this. Shui-nai once told him there were not many 5-clawed devil dragons left in the dragon clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At any point in time, there were only 9 of them. That meant there were only 9 5-clawed devil dragons dragon orbs at the most at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Seems like restoring the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is going to be a long journey. I'm afraid there's only hope to restore the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda when we arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was ready to leave since no materials needed to restore 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could be found on Cloud Continent anymore. He would bring the 2 ladies out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after they had woken up from their cultivation. They would leave Cloud Continent with Han Shui-nai and the remaining elders from Ling Tian's sect to Half Moon Island of the overseas Saint Islands. Before the 2 ladies woke up, Duan Ling Tian visited all the martial emperors and demon emperors, apart from the powerhouses from the 2 ancient clans, and gave them saint stones. He, Duan Ling Tian, would never owe favors to anyone. In regards to the 2 ancient clans, he had already gotten Han Shui-nai to show gratitude on his behalf. After returning to Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian gathered everyone from Ling Tian's sect in Half Moon Island. At the same time, he officially merged Half Moon Island's 3 Vice Island Masters and disciples with Ling Tian's sect. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island who had surrendered in the face of Duan Ling Tian's strength did not dare to object at all, let alone their underlings. From that moment onward, Ling Tian's sect took root on Half Moon Island. Since Ling Tian's sect had moved to Half Moon Island, the building structure in the central area, naturally, needed to be changed. Under Duan Ling Tian's command, all of the old buildings were demolished and new ones were built. Soon after, Ling Tian's sect's estate on Half Moon Island was erected. Watching the majestic sect estate beneath him, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed, "A massive project like this would take at least 8 to 10 years to complete back on Earth where I used to live." However, it only took half a year to complete everything here. Duan Ling Tian was excited upon seeing the completion of the new estate. "It's time to leave," Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. It was time to leave Half Moon Island and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. No matter if it was for returning to Earth or to look for his parents, he had to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, He was curious and looked forward to exploring it. Chapter 1352. I'll be a father soon. When Duan Ling Tian had arranged everything and was ready to bring the two ladies and Han Shui Nai to leave Half Moon Island and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land, Li Fei came to him. Scoundrel, I would like to stay back, Li Fei said to Duan Ling Tian hesitantly as she bit her lip softly. Why, you don't want to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. Powerhouses are everywhere on the Dao Martial Saint Land. Let's not talk about me, it's dangerous even for you. I don't want to burden you, Li Fei said slowly after she took a deep breath. Also, Ling Tian's sect shouldn't be without a leader. I want to stay back and take care of Ling Tian's sect for you. She was unwilling to be separated from her man. However, she tried her best to stay rational. That was why she had said something like that. Young master, I would like to stay as well, Ka said before Duan Ling Tian even managed to respond to Li Fei. Similar to Li Fei, she did not want to burden Duan Ling Tian and slow him down. No matter if it was Ka or Li Fei, both of them had to face the facts that it was impossible for them to possess strength equivalent or stronger than Duan Ling Tian that would allow them to stay by his side and help him. Therefore, they had decided to stay and take care of Ling Tian's sect for him. By doing this, it could be considered as them sharing their man's burden. Sister Fair, Sister Ka, you don't have to do that. You're welcome to stay at my place if you're worried you'll hold Duan Ling Tian back. My house is very safe, Han Shui Nai said to the two ladies as soon as Ka finished speaking. Shui Nai, I know you're saying this with good intention. However, what's the difference between staying at your place and staying on Half Moon Island? Furthermore, I can help take care of Ling Tian's sect if I stay on Half Moon Island, Li Fei said with a smile. However, there was a hint of unwillingness in the depth of her eyes. That's true. Moreover, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White aren't leaving just yet. They can keep us company, Ka said with a nod. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to let his two ladies stay back. Ka, Little Fair, didn't both of you say you won't ever leave me again? Scoundrel, it's different this time. Moreover, you can always come back and visit us anytime you want if Ka and I stay on Half Moon Island, Li Fei said as she shook her head. Ka nodded at Li Fei's words. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian had to compromise since there was no way he could change the two stubborn ladies' minds. However, they took a long time getting intimate with each other before he left. He fulfilled the two ladies' requests, planting a love seed in each of their bodies. Their love seeds would blossom and bear fruits 10 months later. I'll definitely come back when the children are born, Duan Ling Tian promised the two ladies before they parted way. Scoundrel, don't worry about Ka and me when you're at the Dao Martial Saint Land. We'll take good care of ourselves. We're very safe with Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White around, Li Fei said. Young master, Sister Fair and I will wait for your return. Ka said to Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and looked at the two ladies fondly with a hint of unwillingness. He subsequently shifted his focus to the three little fellows and said solemnly, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Please take good care of your Sister Ka and Sister Fair. Brother, don't worry, I'm here, and I'll take good care of Sister Ka and Sister Fair, the little girl in gold said to Duan Ling Tian seriously. That's right, brother, with me and Little White here, we won't let anything happen to Sister Ka and Sister Fair, Little Black said confidently. I believe in all of you. Duan Ling Tian knew he could rely on the three little fellows' abilities. The three little fellows' current strength was not inferior to the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island at all. Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai left the two ladies and the three little fellows who looked unwilling to part ways with them. They soon disappeared before their eyes. At this moment, tears were streaming down Ka and Li Fei's beautiful faces. They tried their best to hold back their tears when Duan Ling Tian was around since they did not want him to see them cry. Now that he had left, they did not have to hold back anymore. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai traveled above the vast and boundless ocean on the north of Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian was feeling a little down during the beginning of the journey. He gradually felt better after Han Shui Nai comforted him. However, his emotions were stirred. The feeling was indescribable. My two children will be born 10 months later. This was the reason why Duan Ling Tian was feeling emotional. He would have children soon. He would be a father soon. No matter where I am, I'll definitely return within 10 months. I want to be with Ka and Little Fair to witness the arrival of the two little lives. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and made up his mind. Shui Nai, you left the Dao Martial Saint land alone. Isn't your father worried about you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Han Shui Nai next to him. He recalled whenever Han Shui Nai came to Cloud Continent in the past, she would have Qing Nu by her side. However, she came here on her own this time with the three little fellows. Brother Ling Tian, someone came with me when I left the Dao Martial Saint land this time. But I made them wait near the ocean on the south of Dao Martial Saint land, Han Shui Nai said. It's very rare to see Saint Rudiment stage and mortal shedding stage powerhouses on the journey to the Dao Martial Saint land, let alone Saint stage powerhouses. So there's no need to worry about danger. Furthermore, even if we encounter someone with ill intentions, unless it's a Saint stage powerhouse, I'm not afraid of them. Although Dao Talisman can't kill them, it can still injure and restrain them, Han Shui Nai said confidently. Dao Talisman. Duan Ling Tian said, I see. He just remembered Han Shui Nai had Dao Talismans with her. Only a handful of Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage could draw Dao Talismans. Shui Nai, with our current speed, how much longer do we need before we arrive at the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Around half a month, Han Shui Nai said. Half a month? It'll take that long. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he heard this. One must know he only needed a few days to travel from Half Moon Island to Cloud Continent with his current speed. However, they needed half a month to get to the Dao Martial Saint land. Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the conversation between you, Sister Ka, and Sister Fair earlier. I heard you said you'll return when the children are born before you parted ways. Are they pregnant? Han Shui Nai asked playfully as she blinked her big and unique eyes. That's right, they're due 10 months later. Duan Ling Tian nodded joyfully. 10 months, Han Shui Nai said with a smile when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Brother Ling Tian, who told you your kids will be born 10 months later? Isn't it 10 months? Pregnancy usually takes 10 months. That's general knowledge, Duan Ling Tian said as if he knew what he was talking about. Shui Nai, you wouldn't know that since you've never given birth. I wouldn't know that because of never given birth. Brother Ling Tian, do you mean? You know because you've given birth before. Han Shui Nai mocked as she rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. You mischievous thing. It's possible that I've seen pigs running even though I've not tasted their meat before. Duan Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. Han Shui Nai's smile turned even wider when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She said confidently, Brother Ling Tian, you're still so confident that Sister Ka and Sister Fair will give birth after 10 months. It's obvious you've never seen a pig run. Shui Nai, what are you trying to say? Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically, frowning. The smile on his face had disappeared. Brother Ling Tian, being pregnant for 10 months only applies to people under the innate stage. If both man and woman are above the innate stage, it'll take at least a year before the child arrives, Han Shui Nai explained. Man and woman who had just broken through to the innate stage or the void prying stage only give birth after a year of gestation. The higher the cultivation of the couple, the later their child would be born. However, the later the child's born, the more outstanding he or she would be. It's said they're born later because they're absorbing the innate origin energy in their mother's body. Therefore, the later the child's born, the more remarkable their talent would be. Han Shui Nai continued speaking, with Brother Ling Tian, Sister Ka, and Sister Fair's cultivation base. It's impossible that your children will be born before 3 or 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Duan Ling Tian's jaw dropped when he heard Han Shui Nai's words. He had only heard of 10 months of pregnancy, he had never heard of being pregnant for 3 to 5 years. Was that something humans were capable of doing? Shui Nai, how do you know about all these? Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically as he looked at Han Shui Nai. He could not figure out how a girl like her would know about such things. Brother Ling Tian, didn't you say it yourself? It's possible to have seen pigs running even if you've not tasted their meat before. Han Shui Nai repeated Duan Ling Tian's words back to him as he smiled wryly. Eventually, he tried to confirm the matter again. Shui Nai, are you sure what you said is true? Han Shui Nai was about to respond when a loud explosion interrupted her. An explosion disturbed the peaceful ocean beneath her and Duan Ling Tian as seawater splashed everywhere. It was as though a giant rock had been thrown into the sea. Before Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai managed to react, the rumbling ocean began to swirl suddenly, creating a powerful sucking force. The force shrouded Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt an undefeatable strength covering his body as it pulled him down into the ocean. Subsequently, he was engulfed by a whirlpool that appeared on the surface of the ocean. Chapter 1353 Duan Ling Tian is missing. Brother Ling Tian. Facing the powerful sucking force, Han Shui Nai managed to get a hold of herself forcefully. Her expression changed drastically when she realized Duan Ling Tian was caught in the rapid whirlpool. Without any hesitation, she quickly flew down into the rapid whirlpool. At the same time, an odd jewel appeared in her hand out of thin air. She crushed the jewel as soon as it appeared. A seven-colored ray appeared and shot up into the sky. The seven-colored ray shone all the way to the sky and only faded after a long time. When Han Shui Nai charged into the whirlpool, she was not affected by the sucking force. There was a layer of transparent light shield covering her body that isolated the seawater around her. She could still control her movement even though she was in the whirlpool. The rapid and swirling seawater within the whirlpool was beating against the transparent light shield, causing it to tremble. However, Han Shui Nai did not have the time to care about that. Her face was solemn as she dove deeper into the ocean, following the whirlpool. Soon after, she arrived at the bottom of the ocean. At the same time, she saw the cause of the whirlpool. It was a giant creature that was lying flat at the bottom of the ocean. Its terrifying mouth was wide open. The energy coming out from its mouth was the cause of the appearance of the whirlpool in the ocean. Some of the deep-sea fishes were caught in the whirlpool, failing to get away from it. It's a sea-engulfing beast. Why would a sea-engulfing beast be here? Han Shui Nai exclaimed as her expression changed. It was obvious she recognized the creature in front of her. The beasts on Dao Martial Saint Land were divided into two categories. One was Saint Beast while the other was Wild Beast. Saint Beasts that broke through to the innate stage were intelligent. They spoke the human language and would even take human form. They were no different from a human in their human form. They could cultivate saint-grade marital tactics and use saint weapons just like humans. They were also divided into martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. Since they were saint beasts, their bodies were, naturally, more powerful than ordinary humans. Some of saint beasts would have their strength reduced when they took human form. However, when they revert to their true form, they would regain their full strength. Wild beasts were different from saint beasts. If saint beasts were favored by God, then wild beasts were abandoned by God. In comparison to saint beasts, breaking through to the innate stage aside, wild beasts did not have human intelligence even if they managed to break through to the mortal shedding stage, saint rudiment stage or the saint stage. They would not be able to speak like humans, let alone take human form. They were similar to the unevolved wild beasts on Cloud Continent. They only survived through their instincts. They lived by the rule of nature, the weak are the prey for the strong. It was the survival of the fittest. Although they did not possess intelligence, could not take human form like saint beasts or cultivate human methods, martial tactics and use saint weapons to fight, their cultivation speed was not inferior to saint beasts. Moreover, their bodies were stronger than saint beasts. If a wild beast and a saint beast at the same level were to fight, the saint beast might not be a match for it even if it took human form, used saint weapons and saint-grade martial tactic. Wild beasts' bodies were too powerful. The weakest one was comparable to a three-clawed divine dragon's body from the dragon clans. The powerful ones could even compare to the dragon clans, four-clawed divine dragons. Wild beasts' bodies were their biggest advantage. Their battle instinct honed from 100, 1,000 or 10,000 battles was their most powerful technique. It was not inferior to the saint-grade martial tactic. The one that appeared before Han Shui Nai was precisely one of the wild beasts. Sea-engulfing beast. Han Shui Nai could tell it was a sea-engulfing beast at the early mortal shedding stage. You swallowed brother Ling Tian. Han Shui Nai's face turned solemn and cold when she looked at the gigantic creature before her. The playfulness in her eyes was no longer there. Instead, it had been replaced with killing intent. Young miss. Just when Han Shui Nai was about to attack, two respectful voices sounded in unison. At the same time, two big silhouettes appeared behind Han Shui Nai and bowed to her. They were two towering big middle-aged men. Their appearance was so mediocre that most people would not take notice of them. However, judging by the transparent light shield on their bodies that remained unaffected by the rapid seawater, their strength had to be a lot more powerful than Han Shui Nai. The two middle-aged men had responded to the signal ray Han Shui Nai released earlier. Her father had sent them to protect her. However, when she left Dao Martial Saint Land, she left them behind at the southern ocean of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Kill it, It has swallowed brother Ling Tian. Take care that you don't hurt him, Han Shui Nai commanded. Yes. One of the middle-aged men nodded seriously and took a step forward as soon as she finished speaking. A streak of light shot out from beneath his foot when he stepped forward. It pierced through the sea-engulfing beast's head in just a blink of an eye, causing it to fall. It was killed just like that. As its gigantic mouth was closing, the other middle-aged man vanished into thin air. The water did not ripple from his movement. It was extremely odd. When he appeared again, he was already in the sea-engulfing beast's gigantic mouth. He opened the sea-engulfing beast's huge mouth effortlessly and tore its mouth open all the way to its body. However, it did not look that gory since the sea-engulfing beast's carcass, blood, and flesh had already been frozen. They merely shattered like rocks. Meanwhile, the fishes that were swallowed by the sea-engulfing beast that had yet to be digested swam away quickly, escaping death. There was an old man in the sea-engulfing beast's stomach. The old man thanked the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully to him after he escaped from the sea-engulfing beast. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. He was a demon that had taken human form. He was just passing by when he encountered the sea-engulfing beast and was unfortunately swallowed by it. He thought he was going to die for sure and did not expect that he would be saved. Where's brother Ling Tian? Han Shui Nai arrived before the old man and took a good look around. Her expression changed when she realized Duan Ling Tian was nowhere to be found. After looking at the creature's carcass, the middle-aged man who froze the sea-engulfing beast and killed it said to Han Shui Nai respectfully, "Young miss, there are marks left behind by a devil cultivator on this sea-engulfing beast's body. The devil cultivator must have controlled it to come here. Otherwise, there shouldn't be any sea-engulfing beasts here." Devil cultivator. Han Shui Nai's expression changed drastically when she realized it was unlikely that this incident was a coincidence. Han Shui Nai took a deep breath. She looked at the old man and asked urgently, "Did you see another person when you were swallowed by the sea-engulfing beast?" "A young man dressed in purple. I saw him." The old man nodded. "The moment I was swallowed, I saw an unconscious young man behind me. He was almost swallowed too. During the critical moment, I saw a black shadow dashed by, and the young man was gone. A devil cultivator controlled this sea-engulfing beast and took brother Ling Tian away." Han Shui Nai's mind became clear. She looked at the two middle-aged men next to her and commanded, "No matter what, we must find big brother Ling Tian." Yes. The two middle-aged men left in two directions after she finished speaking and began their search deep in the ocean. Who would come up with all this just to take brother Ling Tian away? Since he's able to control an early mortal shedding stage sea-engulfing beast, it means he's at least above the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Han Shui Nai's heart jolted as she thought to herself, with his ability, it's not difficult for him to directly kidnap big brother Ling Tian. Why would he do this? There's only one possibility. He's afraid of me. Han Shui Nai inhaled sharply as she thought to this point. That means, this devil cultivator knew that he wouldn't be able to take brother Ling Tian away because I'm here. That's why he controlled the sea-engulfing beast to buy himself some time. Things became clearer for Han Shui Nai the more she thought about it. Di Yong. It has to be Di Yong. When she finally cleared her mind, the first person she thought of was Wang Ba, who took over a five-clawed devil dragon's body back then. He was currently known as Di Yong. He left much earlier. There must be something he wants for him to do this. Han Shui Nai was almost certain the person who took Duan Ling Tian away was Di Yong. However, she could not figure out why Di Yong would do this. Is there something he wants from brother Ling Tian? Maybe it's the devil-seal tablet. However, would he want it even if it's given to him? The devil-seal tablet was a devil cultivator's bane. It was named a super saint weapon and was listed in the 10 great saint weapon rankings due to one unique characteristic. Apart from that, it was no better than other saint weapons. Han Shui Nai felt like it did not make any sense the more she thought about it. Could it be the pagoda? Soon after, Han Shui Nai recalled the pagoda that she and Di Yong could not go near, but Duan Ling Tian could. One could tell the pagoda was not simple at all. She had a feeling the pagoda was not inferior to the vast sky pagoda, one of the super saint weapons. If that's the case, brother Ling Tian should be safe for now, Han Shui Nai thought to herself, relieved. If I were him, and I want the pagoda and its secrets, I won't let the devil-seal tablet remain in brother Ling Tian's possession. He's a devil cultivator after all. Brother Ling Tian could kill him with the devil-seal tablet. The biggest possibility would be him taking brother Ling Tian's spatial ring away and removing the blood ownership claim with his spiritual energy. Han Shui-Nai speculated as she calmed herself down slowly. The blood ownership claim on spatial rings on mortal continent was weak. Anyone above the mortal shedding stage could remove the blood ownership claim of a spatial ring forcefully by using his spiritual energy. Chapter 1354 What De Yong is Seeking. I'm not dead. Duan Ling Tian finally regained consciousness. He felt heavy in his head. I remember. I was sucked into a whirlpool that suddenly appeared in the ocean. The whirlpool was really strong. I couldn't resist it even though I'm powerful enough to defeat those below the mortal shedding stage. The strength of the whirlpool is definitely above the mortal shedding stage. I think I passed out from the beating of the waves from the whirlpool. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, trying to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. Where's this place? Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and took a good look at his surroundings. He discovered he was on a small and barren island, surrounded by the vast ocean. Where's my spatial ring? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed his spatial ring was missing. It caused his expression to change drastically. At this moment, a cold voice resounded from above, and a big silhouette appeared before him. Are you looking for this? It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. He was big, tall, and muscular. He looked like a tower as he stood there. More importantly, he was holding the spatial ring in his hand. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, familiar with the spatial ring. It was his spatial ring after all. Bastard. Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown as he shifted his focus from the spatial ring to the black-clad middle-aged man's face. Why are you here? Also, why's my spatial ring with you? The black-clad, middle-aged man was none other than De Yong, who had left Half Moon Island of the overseas Saint Islands a while ago. To be more precise, it was Wang Ba who had taken over De Yong's body. Wang Ba was the sole remnant of a devil cultivator who had stayed inside Duan Ling Tian's body back then. He once saved Duan Ling Tian's life with the intention of using him to look for a suitable body for himself. De Yong did not reply Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he asked him in his deep voice, "Kid, where's the pagoda?" After removing the blood ownership claim on Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring with his spiritual energy at the mortal shedding stage, he took ownership of Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. However, he did not find the exquisite pagoda in it. He realized Duan Ling Tian had hidden the exquisite pagoda somewhere else, and he was certain it was somewhere around Duan Ling Tian, although he had no idea where Duan Ling Tian had hidden the pagoda. Due to its flexibility and size, it must have been hidden somewhere inconspicuous. How did you remove the ownership on my spatial ring? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had lost connection to his spatial ring, and his expression changed drastically again. Spiritual energy above the mortal shedding stage can easily remove ownerships of spatial rings below the saint weapon stage. De Yong said calmly, I know the pagoda must be with you. Tell me, where did you hide it? I can't believe I can't find it. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down. He only looked at De Yong after a while and smirked. Seems like you've claimed ownership of my spatial ring. What? The devil-seal tablet didn't do anything to you. He felt a little regretful at this moment. If he knew this day would come, he would have upgraded his spatial ring to the quasi-royal grade. If he had done that, his spatial ring would be a step closer to the saint stage. He could have avoided someone removing his ownership of the ring. HMPH. De Yong's face turned solemn when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, the devil-seal tablet had almost gotten to De Yong. The second he claimed ownership of Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, the devil-seal tablet had stirred when it noticed his presence. He had removed his ownership of the spatial ring as soon as he discovered the pagoda was not in there. He was really worried the devil-seal tablet would suppress his soul again. Just like the saying went, a child that had been burnt dreads fire. Where is Shui Nai? Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice after he calmed down. He knew the reason why De Yong was here. He was here for the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. De Yong must have noticed how extraordinary the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was and became greedy. However, he did not impulsively snatch it away since the devil-seal tablet and Han Shui Nai were always with Duan Ling Tian. That was why he had waited until today. When Duan Ling Tian passed out, he had removed his spatial ring and claimed ownership of it so that he could no longer use the devil-seal tablet. Without the devil-seal tablet, Duan Ling Tian knew very well that he was like a tiger without its teeth. De Yong was not afraid of him at all. I'm guessing the little girl has people looking everywhere for you at this moment. De Yong smirked and said confidently, however, they won't be able to find you. Duan Ling Tian was relieved to hear that Shui Nai was safe. Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Yong coldly. It was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened. He had connected the dots after he had calmed down. However, he wanted confirmation from Di Yong, so he asked in his deep voice, "There was a whirlpool in the ocean before I passed out, did you do that?" "That's right," Di Yong admitted immediately. "The whirlpool was caused by a sea-engulfing beast. I gave the sea-engulfing beast an enslavement brand, and it went to that part of the ocean under my command. I've done so much to avoid that little girl and obtain your spatial ring. Good things really come to those who wait. I've finally done it," Di Yong said as he smiled charmingly. Soon after, the smile on Di Yong's face disappeared, and he said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly, "I'm warning you, you better hand over the pagoda obediently. Just tell me the way to not be repelled by it, and I'll spare your life." "Do you mean, you'll kill me if I don't hand over the pagoda?" Duan Ling Tian's voice turned deeper as he stared at Di Yong. "I won't kill you, I'll torture you into telling me where the pagoda is and its secret. But I'll kill you eventually if you make me torture you to spill the secret." An eerie smile appeared on Di Yong's face again when he spoke. "I'll kill you first." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed ferociously when Di Yong finished speaking. At the same time, he seemed to have turned into a cannonball as he shot up into the sky. Subsequently, a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. When he pulled the bowstring into a full draw, Duan Ling Tian quickly released the arrow in his hand. The arrow shot toward Di Yong like a bolt of lightning. "Child's play." Di Yong lifted his arm slowly. He did not seem bothered by Duan Ling Tian's unexpected attack. All of a sudden, invisible energy with a majestic aura came toward the arrow Duan Ling Tian had shot out. Moreover, the air above Duan Ling Tian's head began to rumble at the same time. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a gigantic palm had appeared and was pressing down on him forcefully. He felt his strength being suppressed. Duan Ling Tian was caught unprepared. He was pressed down to the ground by the force, causing him to feel lightheaded. So this is the strength of someone at the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He felt pain all over his body. At this moment, he was left with just one thought. He was just an ant in Di Yong's eyes. An ant that could be stepped on as Di Yong wished. Naturally, he knew very well this was because of the difference between his strength and the mortal shedding stage. Although I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity that makes me undefeatable when it comes to people below the mortal shedding stage, I'll still be defeated when I encounter someone at the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself at this moment. Too bad I've just comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity not too long ago and have yet to step into the mortal shedding stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through this now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Brat, my patience is limited. If you're unwilling to tell me, I have my way of making you tell me everything. Don't forget, I'm a devil cultivator. Moreover, I was once a saint stage devil cultivator. Di Yong threatened impatiently. Shui Nai's right, this is what devil cultivators are like. They shouldn't be underestimated. Too bad I didn't take her words seriously, Duan Ling Tian said coldly. I regret not using the devil tablet to suppress you back then to spare all future troubles. There are no pills that can cure regret in this world, Di Yong said calmly. I'll give you the span of 10 breaths. You either hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret, or you prepare yourself for the gift I've prepared for you. At that time, there'll be no way for you to take back your words. I have at least 100 ways to get you to hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret. Di Yong's tone was getting colder as he spoke. It was so cold that it could give rise to goosebumps. It was as though his voice came directly from hell. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard Di Yong's words. Elder Huo, do you have any idea what I should do? Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply and took the initiative to contact Elder Huo, the three-legged golden crow, in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He knew Elder Huo would not be aware of what was happening outside if he did not contact him. Although Elder Huo was powerful, he could not leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even his energy could not be sent out from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The only thing that could be sent out was his voice. Duan Ling Tian contacted him not to ask him to attack. He wanted to ask Elder Huo if there was any way for him to escape his predicament. Do what he said, give him the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Also, tell him the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's secret. Elder Huo responded to Duan Ling Tian soon after. Chapter 1355 Play it by the ear. What? Duan Ling Tian did not expect Elder Huo would actually ask him to hand over the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to Di Yong and tell him its secrets. Wait a minute. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda did not seem to have any secrets, right? The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda did not reject him because it had acknowledged him as its owner. This was because his soul was from planet Yanhuang. Even if he handed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to another person, he still would not be able to sever his ties to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda seemed to be clinging to him. Elder Huo, even if I hand over the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to him, I still have no way of forcing the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to acknowledge him as the owner. Could it be that you have a way? Duan Ling Tian asked. I didn't ask you to hand over the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to him for real. I'm telling you to hand it to him for the time being to stall for time, Elder Huo explained. Duan Ling Tian was finally hit by a pang of realization. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the spatial ring that was held in Di Yong's hand. That spatial ring belonged to him, and the devil-seal tablet was inside the ring. As long as I can take the devil-seal tablet out, it'll be easy for me to kill Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, a light bulb came on in Duan Ling Tian's mind. His gaze instantly lit up as though he had recalled something. Elder Huo, I have an idea. You just need to play along with me, Duan Ling Tian told Elder Huo. Boy, you only have the span of 3 breaths left. If you can't make up your mind, I'll show you the meaning of better off dying. Di Yong's cold voice resonated in the air. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is in the spatial ring in your hand, Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he looked at Di Yong. Humph, I've already checked your spatial ring after performing blood ownership claim on it. The pagoda's not inside. Boy, I warn you, don't play games with me. Di Yong snorted as killing intent rose in his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour somebody. You've seen how amazing the pagoda is. As long as I will it, I can change its size as I please. I've already turned it into the size of a speck of dust before I kept it in the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian said in a tone that was neither hurried nor slow as he stared at Di Yong nonchalantly. Let alone you, even I won't be able to find its location in the spatial ring if I didn't establish ownership over it. Di Yong frowned upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Previously, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the pagoda that was as tall as an ordinary adult had turned into a small exquisite pagoda before it fell into Duan Ling Tian's palm. Due to this reason, he did not suspect anything when Duan Ling Tian said the size of the pagoda could be changed. With how amazing the pagoda was, shrinking to the size of a speck of dust was not impossible at all. I've almost been deceived by you. Di Yong's gaze sharpened as he was hit by a pang of realization. He said to Duan Ling Tian coldly, I believe the size of the pagoda can be changed, and it can transform into the size of a speck of dust. However, it's not necessarily in the spatial ring. Perhaps, it's hidden somewhere on your body. As for why you told me it's in the spatial ring, well, it's obvious you just want me to hand over the spatial ring so that you can use the devil-seal tablet to seal and kill me. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Di Yong had a knowing look on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. I must admit, your imagination can run pretty wild. In that case, you can torture me as you please. I'll tell you the truth that you want to hear when I'm almost dead. Duan Ling Tian swept a disdainful glance at Di Yong. However, I'm afraid the result will still be the same in the end. From the very beginning until the end, Di Yong was glaring intently at Duan Ling Tian's eyes and the expression on his face. He noticed Duan Ling Tian did not show any signs of guilt at all. This began to cause him to have doubts. Could it be that the pagoda had really shrunk to the size of a speck of dust and had been kept in the spatial ring by Duan Ling Tian? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was plausible. You can now cast your techniques. Don't even think about getting your hands on that pagoda anymore, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, seemingly fearless. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed when he saw Di Yong's gaze had fallen on his dantian. He could tell what Di Yong was thinking about. He instantly smirked. What, you think the devil-seal tablet won't be able to seal you after you cripple my dantian? Don't forget, I've already infused the energy that activates the devil-seal tablet into it a long time ago. Even if you cripple my cultivation base, the devil-seal tablet will still be activated by the energy that I previously infused into it. Killing you will be easy. You should know this better than anyone. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Di Yong's face turned grave immediately. Earlier, he was overwhelmed by his own thoughts and had forgotten about this. That's right, there's also another thing I have to tell you. That pagoda is an extremely rare treasure. It even has a close relationship with the 10 great saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapon rankings. Duan Ling Tian lied without batting his eyes as he looked at De Yong. After he saw the interest in De Yong's eyes, he continued to bluff. All of the 10 super saint weapons actually came from the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, De Yong's eyes brightened immediately, and his breathing began to quicken. All of the 10 super saint weapons actually came from the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. For a moment, his heart boiled, and his desire to obtain the mysterious pagoda became even stronger. However, his mind was still clear, and he did not let his guard down. De Yong put on a calm facade and suppressed his emotions as he asked Duan Ling Tian, "Do you think I'll believe you just like that? What proof do you have?" "Proof? Well, you'll be able to see if it's true after you obtain the pagoda. As long as I remove my ownership on the pagoda and hand it over to you, you'll be able to contact the pagoda spirit in the pagoda," Duan Ling Tian answered nonchalantly. "At that time, you can get the confirmation from him. With your cultivation base at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, don't tell me you're actually afraid of me tricking you. Even if I pose a threat to you and want to use the devil seal tablet, you can always kill me before the devil seal tablet seals you, no?" Duan Ling Tian continued to say. "Humph, of course, I'll be able to kill you in just a flash. However, I'll probably die as well." De Yong snorted. If Duan Ling Tian really took out the devil seal tablet, and he managed to kill Duan Ling Tian before the devil seal tablet sealed him, he would most likely die too. "What, you think I'm willing to die together with you?" Duan Ling Tian laughed heartily. A hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as though he was mocking De Yong for thinking too much. Upon hearing that, De Yong's eyes lit up immediately. He nodded. "I'll return the spatial ring to you, but I'll be monitoring your every action closely. If you dare to take out the devil seal tablet, I'll kill you instantly. I'm happy to take out the pagoda for you, but you must make an oath using the 9 heavenly tribulation that you won't kill me or make things difficult for me once you obtain the pagoda." Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, "Otherwise, I won't do as you wish even if I die." "Deal. As long as you don't play any tricks and hand over the pagoda to me so that it can acknowledge me as its master, I'm willing to make an oath." The moment De Yong's words left his mouth, he pricked his finger and began to make an oath. As 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky, the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation, responded to De Yong's oath. In De Yong's opinion, he did not care whether he killed Duan Ling Tian or not as long as he obtained the pagoda. Although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was good, it was still unworthy for him to take it seriously. At this moment, De Yong began to lower his guard. He could see how sincere Duan Ling Tian was since he asked him to make an oath. He felt more at ease now. "Don't play any tricks, and don't doubt my strength." After making the oath, De Yong handed the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy and locked in on Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian dared to take out the devil seal tablet, he would kill him immediately. He had lived together with Duan Ling Tian for a period of time, so he knew he would not choose to die together with him. Due to this reason, he was not worried Duan Ling Tian would make an extreme choice. After Duan Ling Tian had taken back his spatial ring, he performed the blood ownership claim on it again before putting it on his finger. Meanwhile, his heart jolted as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his ear turned smaller rapidly. After it had turned into the size of a speck of dust, it floated out and landed in his hand. "I've already taken it out," Duan Ling Tian said. "Huh." Upon hearing this, De Yong looked at Duan Ling Tian's hand immediately. Still, he could not see anything at all. He could not help but frown. When he saw a dot on Duan Ling Tian's hand that was growing bigger and bigger into an exquisite pagoda, his eyes lit up immediately like the stars in the night sky. "What an amazing treasure," De Yong mused. "Done. I've removed my ownership claim." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian handed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to De Yong. "As long as you extend your spiritual energy to the top of that pearl, it'll acknowledge you as the owner. Then, you'll no longer be repelled by its energy. You used this to make it acknowledge you as its master previously?" De Yong asked as his eyes gleamed. He could still remember, at that time, be it him or Han Shui Nai, none of them could touch this pagoda at all. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had already taken the pagoda in his hand in just a blink of an eye. At that time, he did not think of using his spiritual energy at all. Yes, now, establish ownership on it before you take it. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Upon hearing this, Di Yong extended part of his spiritual energy into the pearl at the top of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The remaining spiritual energy was still locked on Duan Ling Tian. He was worried Duan Ling Tian would suddenly make a move at this moment. Look at how cautious you are. When Di Yong carefully took the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian smirked inwardly. Chapter 1356 The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda's second level. Humph. At the moment when Di Yong took over the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, an ancient voice echoed in his mind, thoroughly shocking him. Who are you? Di Yong's face turned solemn immediately. I'm the three-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the ancient voice echoed in his mind. Pagoda spirit. Upon hearing that, Di Yong's eyes lit up instantly as he looked at the exquisite small tower in his hand intently. So it's called the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Long before the ancient voice echoed in his mind, Di Yong's spiritual energy that was locked on Duan Ling Tian had already begun to ease up. Now that the three-legged golden crow had begun to talk, Di Yong's attention was fully focused on the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Even he did not realize he had unknowingly withdrawn the spiritual energy he had locked on Duan Ling Tian. Now, when Di Yong was looking at the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand, the ancient voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and alerted him. In that instant, a stone tablet that lacked a corner appeared in his hand. It was none other than the devil-seal tablet. The moment the devil-seal tablet was in his hand, killing intent shot out of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He gripped the tablet and smashed it down on Di Yong's head immediately. Rolling energy immediately surged out of the tablet. Shit! Di Yong finally snapped back to reality when he heard the sound of wind whistling by his ears. Horror dawned on his face when he realized he had made a grave mistake. He actually withdrew the spiritual energy that was locked on Duan Ling Tian when he was distracted by the pagoda spirit in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Let alone making his move, Di Yong did not even have time to turn his head when the energy from the devil-seal tablet enveloped him. Duan Ling Tian held the devil-seal tablet in his hand and smashed it on Di Yong's head with all his might. Tyrannical black energy instantly swept into Di Yong's body as though it was crushing dried leaves. No! At that instant, a shrill cry left Di Yong's mouth. His body trembled before he dropped to the ground like a dead dog. His soul was sealed by the devil-seal tablet and had shattered into dust. Idiot! Duan Ling Tian took the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda back as he glanced coldly at Di Yong's body. At the same time, he said to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, "Thank you, Elder Huo." If he did not have Elder Huo's cooperation, he would have been killed by Di Yong even if he managed to take out the devil-seal tablet. This stone tablet is not bad. Elder Huo complimented the devil-seal tablet before he quickly changed the topic. Take his dragon orb out. With his dragon orb, I'll be able to complete repairing the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo's words made Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, I almost forgot about it. The dragon orb in a 5-clawed devil dragon is an item that can fix the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Yong who had reverted to his true form. A 5-clawed, divine devil dragon that was 100 meters long lay on the ground soundlessly. It's better to take his entire body inside. Although he's only a 5-clawed divine dragon, his entire body is still a treasure for you, Elder Huo piped up. Duan Ling Tian nodded before taking the 5-clawed devil dragon into the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He then took the dragon orb out and passed it to Elder Huo. The instant Elder Huo took hold of the dragon orb, he went straight to work. This is a true divine dragon. Its entire body is a treasure. Oh, yeah, dragon tendon. Duan Ling Tian's mind jolted when he was studying the 5-clawed divine dragon from top to bottom. In just a few moments, he managed to strip the dragon tendon from the 5-clawed devil dragon. This is the dragon tendon from a true divine dragon. Seeing the completely black dragon tendon that was emitting a black light, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. The dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon is not something that can be compared to the dragon tendon from a worm dragon. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out his royal grade spirit archery set and tore off the worm dragon's dragon tendon before replacing it with the dragon tendon that was freshly removed from the 5-clawed devil dragon. Now that I've replaced it with a 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon, the bow's power will be much stronger now. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he pulled at his new bowstring. The bowstring was extremely hard. He only managed to pull it a little even after he had exerted all his strength. If one did not look carefully, one would not even notice the arch the bowstring made as Duan Ling Tian pulled it. As expected from the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. I've used all of my strength, and I only managed to pull this much. Not only was Duan Ling Tian not disappointed, but he also felt excited. He knew the bow in his hand was finally a royal-grade spirit weapon now. Duan Ling Tian was still caught up in his excitement of obtaining the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon when he suddenly felt a tremor on the hand that was holding the bow and the bowstring before he heard the crisp sound of something snapping. When he returned to his senses, he was shocked to find that the bow had snapped into two. This. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon had snapped his bow into half. This bow was a freaking royal-grade spirit weapon. The royal-grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to the human-rank mediocre saint weapon of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The human-rank mediocre saint weapon had just been snapped into half by the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally learned just how frightening the dragon tendon of the 5-clawed devil dragon was. It looks like I'll need a much stronger bow if I want to use this dragon tendon as the bowstring. The bow at the human rank mediocre saint weapon level is just not enough, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian was staring intently at the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon in his hand, his fondness for it growing, he felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. It was the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It felt as though an earthquake had just taken place. At the same time, Elder Huo's voice echoed and woke Duan Ling Tian up. The second level is open now. He turned around to look in the distance. Elder Huo, who was standing at the end of the stairs, motioned to him, and he quickly went up to the second level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It's fixed. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon orb is indeed extraordinary, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly as he followed Elder Huo and successfully climbed up to the second level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the second level, he could instantly feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air of the second level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda was a lot denser compared to the first floor. They were at completely different levels. The cultivation environment of the second floor of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda is much better than the first level. Time passes by much slower here. Over here, 3 days inside is equivalent to a day outside, Elder Huo explained to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Huo, where's the Jasper Celestial Sword? Duan Ling Tian remembered the Celestial Supreme Treasure that Elder Huo had mentioned previously. The Celestial Supreme Treasure, Jasper Celestial Sword, was hidden on the second level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian studied the surrounding. He could see the second level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda was much better compared to the first level. Not only were there plants and flowers, but there was a spacious courtyard as well. There was a pool in the courtyard, and its surrounding was covered by grass. The grass was overgrown since nobody was here to tend it. When Duan Ling Tian was about to trim the grass, he noticed Elder Huo had already made his move. Elder Huo appeared idle as a fiery red light blade swept out. After the light blade swept out, it continued to grow bigger and swept across the entire courtyard, trimming the overgrown grass in the courtyard. In just a flash, the ambiance of the courtyard changed completely. Meanwhile, a standalone stone table materialized before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Earlier, the stone table was fully hidden by the grass, so he did not notice its presence at all. That sword, it's the Jasper Celestial Sword. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw 2 items lying on the stone table. One of the 2 items was a sheathed long sword. The sword handle and the sheath of the long sword had an ordinary appearance. It made the sword appear ordinary as well. However, Duan Ling Tian knew this was no ordinary sword. It was most probably the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Celestial Supreme Treasure of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. This is the Jasper Celestial Sword. When Duan Ling Tian flew out to stand before the stone table, Elder Huo's sound echoed in Duan Ling Tian's ear, causing his emotions to stir. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes shone brilliantly. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian reached out to take the Jasper Celestial Sword. This is a celestial sword. Now that I have this, I think even someone at the mortal shedding stage person would find it hard to block my attack right. However, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face turned frozen soon after. He discovered that he could not lift the Jasper Celestial Sword at all. It was lying soundlessly on the stone table as though it was rooted there. It did not move an inch at all. After trying for a little while, the Jasper celestial sword still remained unmoved. He was left with no choice but to ask Elder Huo, who's standing at the side, "Elder Huo, what's going on? Your strength is too weak. It's natural that you can't lift the Jasper celestial sword," Elder Huo replied. "Elder Huo, you mean, this Jasper celestial sword is very heavy?" Duan Ling Tian asked, his eyes as wide as saucers. "Yes," Elder Huo nodded. With a raise of his hand, he gripped the Jasper celestial sword. This time, the Jasper celestial sword finally moved. Still, it only moved a slight inch before Elder Huo put it down. Beads of sweat already began to form on his forehead. "I've never been so weak before in my entire life." Elder Huo sighed out loud. He was the three-legged golden crow, a variant in the Yanhuang land. From the moment he was born, he was gifted with divine strength that could conquer and transform nature. With just a spread of his wings, he could cast a flame that was capable of burning everything in the world. However, currently, he could not even lift up a celestial sword. "It's such a heavy sword. How long will I have to wait before I can use it?" Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. There was a celestial supreme treasure before him, but he could not use it at all. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian alone understood his own feelings. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian reluctantly tore his eyes away from the Jasper celestial sword and shifted his gaze to the other item beside the Jasper celestial sword. The second he saw this item, his eyes brightened immediately. Bow. The item that appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes was a bow. It was a shabby-looking bow without a bowstring. The bow had 10 dents on it, and its appearance was as shabby as trash. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that this bow was not an ordinary item if it was placed alongside the Jasper celestial sword. Chapter 1357 The Sun-Shooting Bow. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian reached out a hand to lift the bow up. Since he had undergone the previous experience, this time, he used all his force to lift it directly. However, even after he had fully exerted his strength, it was still difficult for him. Despite lifting the bow, it was still difficult for him to use it as he liked. "I'm afraid I'd have to wait until I make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage before I can use this bow as freely as I like," Duan Ling Tian muttered, holding on to the bow in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he put it down once again before asking Elder Huo, "Elder Huo, what is this stringless bow?" Duan Ling Tian did not realize that the instant he lifted the bow, Elder Huo's eyes had unnoticeably flashed for a second. "The sun-shooting bow." In the face of Duan Ling Tian's query, Elder Huo replied as calmly as possible. However, even when he deliberately tried to calm himself down, one could still hear the shift in his tone. "What?" The moment Elder Huo's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's eyes bulged and were as wide as saucers. "Elder Huo, why you aren't joking, are you? It's actually the sun-shooting bow." Looking at the bow on the stone table that had countless dents and was besmeared with rust, Duan Ling Tian was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Of course, he had heard of the sun-shooting bow before. In the ancient mythology of his past life, when Hui shot the sun down and killed the 9 golden crows, he had used precisely this bow. The reason he could kill the 9 golden crows was all thanks to this sun-shooting bow. Elder Huo. Looking at the old man, Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complicated. Elder Huo was the remaining 3-legged golden crow who had managed to escape Hui's arrow. His 9 other elder brothers had all died from Hui's arrows. "It's all in the past," Elder Huo sighed. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression, he knew that he had heard of the sun-shooting bow before and recognized who the owner of the bow was. "Elder Huo, why is this sun-shooting bow here?" After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian asked. "Back then, I killed Hui and avenged my 9 elder brothers, so his sun-shooting bow fell into my hands too. However, I didn't manage to bathe in my victory much as not long after that old monk Depenkara came knocking on the door and sealed me in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Needless to say, this sun-shooting bow came into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with me too," Elder Huo explained. "Why you killed Hui?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened as his face was completely filled with skepticism. In the legend, it was said that after 9 of the 10 golden crows had been killed by Hui, the last one escaped in a wretched manner. And now, it seemed that this golden crow who had escaped had killed Hui. Hui was gifted with divine strength and the body of a mortal. He used the sun-shooting bow to kill 9 of my elder brothers. That time, he managed to gain an advantageous position because there was a huge distance between us. Because of that, I could only flee. Elder Huo seemed to see through Duan Ling Tian's disbelief, so he replied slowly, in the end, I managed to find an opportunity to get near him and make a sneak attack on him before I killed him. Since he was using the archery set, of course, he knew about the pros and cons of using it. If it was a close-range attack, the archery set was pretty much useless. Such a legendary sun-shooting bow actually turns out like this. How disappointing. Looking at the bow on the stone table, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The sun-shooting bow wasn't originally like this. That time, after I killed Hu Yi, my anger was still not fully released yet, so I released all my wrath on this sun-shooting bow instead. Elder Huo replied, the strength of the sun-shooting bow originally came from the 10 heavenly jewels embedded in the bow. At that point, by using the sun divine flame, I forcefully tempered the sun-shooting bow for 81 days. In the end, I managed to take the 10 heavenly pearls from it. Then, I also took the bowstring from the sun-shooting bow and threw it away along with the 10 heavenly jewels. Therefore, the sun-shooting bow has now turned out like this, Elder Huo finished in one breath. Then, this also means that this sun-shooting bow is no longer the invincible peerless sun-shooting bow from that era, is it? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Elder Huo, why, oh, why? If you wanted to avenge your brothers, you could have just killed Hu Yi. How could you destroy this treasure, the sun-shooting bow? If you hadn't destroyed it the last time, I'd have a convenient weapon already by now. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, the wry smile on his face became even more apparent. In his opinion, Elder Huo was too spendthrift. Although this sun-shooting bow is no longer as almighty as it was all those years ago, no matter what, it's still a celestial supreme treasure that was once on top of the world. Even my sun divine flame can't do anything to this bow at all, Elder Huo responded. Hasn't your bow been snapped by the little devil dragon's tendon? This would fit the little devil dragon's tendon quite well. After you've attached the bow to it, although its strength might not be as comparable to the celestial supreme treasure, it could still be deemed to be a top-grade weapon on this planet. With a raise of his hand, Elder Huo held the tattered sun-shooting bow in his hand and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, I guess. It's perfect after just attaching the 5-clawed divine dragon's tendon to it. Duan Ling Tian nodded and accepted it, his face still slightly dejected. If it were a complete sun-shooting bow, then it'd be even greater. What a pity, what a pity. If it were a complete sun-shooting arrow, it'd be even heavier than the Jasper Celestial Sword. When only 5 out of the 10 originally embedded heavenly jewels were taken out, then only did its weight decrease to become the same as the Jasper Celestial Sword, Elder Huo added. Is the complete sun-shooting bow even heavier than the Jasper Celestial Sword? By twofold on top of that too. Upon hearing that, a twitch could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's mouth right away. Then, in that case, how freaky was this Hu Yi to have used the sun-shooting bow to kill 9 3-legged golden crows with a mortal's body? Was he really just a human? Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Huo and voiced out his question. Just because Hu Yi had a mortal's body doesn't mean that he was an ordinary person. It was merely because his body couldn't breathe the celestial origin energy. He mainly cultivated and trained his brute body. Even if he was empty-handed, other ordinary celestial beings wouldn't have been able to fight him at all, Elder Huo explained. Oh, I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. It was no wonder. And here he was thinking how an ordinary person could actually manage to lift a complete sun-shooting bow that was twice as heavy as the Jasper Celestial Sword. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to recall something as he asked, Elder Huo, as one of the celestial supreme treasures, both the Jasper Celestial Sword and the sun-shooting bow are horribly heavy, but why isn't the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda heavy at all? The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't heavy to you, its master. If the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda hadn't acknowledged you as its master, you wouldn't have been able to lift it up as well too, Elder Huo replied. But, didn't the sea monster take the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with it as it wandered around? Duan Ling Tian asked in curiosity. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was originally in the hands of a sea monster deep in the ocean not far away from Half Moon Island. According to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, it was always carried around by the sea monster. That was because I didn't want to just stay in one spot together with the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so I controlled its weight instead, Elder Huo explained. After all, I'm still the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even though I won't have any impact on its decision of choosing its master, I can still control its weight. Ah, I see. After Elder Huo had explained to him, Duan Ling Tian's confusion was finally solved for the time being. In this case, this incomplete sun-shooting bow suits me better no, EH. Looking at the dented sun-shooting bow that was engulfed in rust, a brilliant smile flashed across Duan Ling Tian's face. Then, with just a raise of his hand, he attached the 5-clawed devil dragon's tendon onto the sun-shooting bow. As Elder Huo promised, the bow of the sun-shooting bow was indeed very tough and tenacious. No matter how he exerted his full strength to try and pull the bowstring, the sun-shooting bow did not budge at all. Elder Huo, what's the original material of the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was hit by this question and he could not help but ask. It was also a dragon tendon, Elder Huo replied. Dragon tendon too. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were as huge as saucers. Isn't the sun-shooting bow an eminent celestial supreme treasure? Wouldn't a 5-clawed divine dragon's tendon be slightly unworthy to be its bowstring? The dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon isn't even worthy to be the bowstring of other ordinary celestial bows, let alone the sun-shooting bow. The string of the sun-shooting bow was made from the 9-clawed winged dragon, Elder Huo explained. 9-clawed winged dragon. Upon hearing that, confusion was apparent on Duan Ling Tian's face. What's that? Is it a divine dragon too? The 9-clawed winged dragon is also known as the 9-clawed divine dragon, Elder Huo explained patiently. The 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed for a moment. Does it actually exist in this world? I thought the 5-clawed divine dragon is already the most prominent dragon in the dragon clan. I can't believe that the 9-clawed divine dragon exists too. The 5-clawed divine dragon can be considered the most prominent in planets like this or the Yanhuang planet, Elder Huo continued. By the time you've possessed the strength to walk out of this planet, you'll realize that there isn't just the 9-clawed divine dragon in this universe. There are even various 6-clawed, 7-clawed and 8-clawed divine dragons too. His biggest target now was to return to Earth, and if he wanted to do that, he had to leave this planet. Therefore, his target was to leave this planet too. Looking at the sun-shooting bow in his hand, Duan Ling Tian muttered, with my current strength, I'm still far away from being able to use this sun-shooting bow as freely as I like. By the time I've made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, it should be more or less ready. At that moment, he was desperately eager to make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage. I wonder when will my profundity finally merge into my body and aid me in opening the saint vein. As for how many saint veins he would be able to open once he had reached the mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian's heart was full of anticipation. Relying on both the 9th-level Emperor stage-fused profundities and sword profundities, he had faith that the number of saint veins he would open would not be fewer than Shui Nai. However, I can't cultivate now for the time being. Shui Nai must be still looking for me. The moment he thought of this, he motioned to the Elder Fire and with a racing heart, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Raising his hand, Duan Ling Tian gripped the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was as big as a speckle of dust in his hand. Unfortunately, the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is still unstable before the 4th level is fixed. Otherwise, even if I come across any powerful fiend, I could still hide inside it to escape from the trouble. As he tossed the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was slightly enlarged into his ears, Duan Ling Tian sighed deeply to himself. Chapter 1358. A year later. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's mind was hit by a pang of realization and instantly he called out towards the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Huo, didn't you say that as an eminent celestial supreme treasure, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has a forbidding energy? If I enter it and shrink myself so that I can hide in it, it won't topple, will it? And if it doesn't, I won't be thrown out too. In the span of a heartbeat, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered this. Before the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is fixed, the space inside won't even vibrate in the least when the wind blows past, explained Elder Huo upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's query. Other than me, any other living thing inside will then be tossed out by that time, and that includes you, the owner of the pagoda. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Huo's reply, his delighted heart sank once again. He knew he had been overthinking. I wonder where I am right now. Right now, Shui Nai must still be looking for me all over the place. Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky and left the little island below. Hovering in the air, he kept looking at his surroundings. The scene that entered his sight was a vast ocean that stretched out as far as his eyes could see. He could not make out his direction at all. How lucky would I be if I had the earth compass from my past life with me? Even if the sun here were the same as the one on Earth from my past life, I'd be able to determine the direction too. But, the thing is, there's more than one sun here. Right now during this season, there are 2 other suns that rise up from different directions. He sighed before asking Elder Huo for help, but he had no solution as well. For a moment, he could only go around to search. This direction it is then. After Duan Ling Tian had identified one direction, he quickly flew out, but even after he had traveled for an entire month at full speed, he still could not see any land at all, not even a slightly bigger island. Not only that, but he also met many ruthless, boorish beasts. There were a few times that he even almost lost his life. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian was flying across the sky above the ocean, not daring to go closer to the ocean in fear that he would attract trouble that might cost him his life. This made Duan Ling Tian very frustrated. With my strength, I'm already considered prominent in the Cloud Continent and even on the overseas Saint Islands, but now that I'm here, I'm merely an ordinary being. If I guess correctly, I must be near Dao Martial Saint Land already now. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian pondered to himself. Besides that, it's apparent that the gravitational pull here is much powerful than that of the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. According to Shui Nai, the gravitational pull in Dao Martial Saint Land is far from being comparable to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. For instance, now, I can only fly this high at the max. If I were in the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands, I could fly twice the height I'm flying at right now. Shaking his head in despair, Duan Ling Tian continued to fly forward. He had already lost his direction and the only thing that he could do now was to continue his journey all the way forward. There's an island in front. After another 2 weeks, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up right away when he finally saw an island. It was a small, solitary island on the boundless sea. After checking the surroundings for a moment to make sure that it was safe, he descended and landed on the small island. The small island was deserted and there was no sign of life at all. With a skip in his heartbeat, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I think I'll just cultivate right here to mortal shedding stage before I leave. Otherwise, given my strength now, I might just die like this in this boundless sea. If he really died in this boundless sea and did not even step foot on Dao Martial Saint Land, it would be the greatest joke in the world. After finding a secluded area, Duan Ling Tian smashed a cavern open by himself and stayed inside to cultivate. The cavern was calm and was battered neither by the winds nor the rain. The only downfall was that it was slightly dark. Soon, the cavern was lit up by the luminous pearl that Duan Ling Tian took out as though it was daylight inside. At the same time, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda too. Settling the tiny 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in a corner of the cavern, he entered the first level of the pagoda. Elder Huo. After he had entered, he immediately saw Elder Huo whose eyes were closed as he attained mental composure not far away. Yes. Upon hearing him, Elder Huo opened his eyes and nodded. Elder Huo, why don't you go to the 2nd level? Doesn't the 2nd level have a better cultivation environment? Perplexed, Duan Ling Tian asked. I've always been here on the 1st level, so I'm used to it already, Elder Huo replied. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had 7 treasures, each of which was located on each level. This level was his territory. Duan Ling Tian nodded and without saying a further word, he climbed up to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by himself. The moment he arrived on the 2nd level, he noticed that there was a new wooden house in the courtyard with a pool. Needless to ponder further, he suspected that this was built by Elder Huo. Smiling, Duan Ling Tian entered the wooden house and sat on the long, narrow, low bed before he started to cultivate the divine dragon form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. At once, the vast origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body started to operate based on the last divine dragon form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. On top of this, he also tried to merge his fused profundity with it. According to Shui Nai, this would help him to break through to the mortal shedding stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. After an infinite amount of time, he forgot about time in the midst of his cultivation. However, soon, his heart started to become agitated as he realized that from the beginning, he still showed no sign of making a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage at all. The origin energy in his body still repelled the fused profundity. Of course, it did not repel as much as last time anymore. Opening his eyes and waking up from his cultivation, he took a deep breath. No matter what, there's still some progress compared to the last time. This time, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and continued to cultivate. Time zipped by and a year went by very quickly. Of course, a year there referred to the time that had passed outside and not inside the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It had been 3 years inside the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a year, Half Moon Island still remained tranquil. In the middle of Half Moon Island, inside the spacious base of the Ling Tian sect, 2 beautiful women were sitting in front of a stone table in the huge courtyard of a commodious mansion. "Ka, what kind of freak baby are we carrying? It's already been 1 year and we only have such a tiny bump." One of the girls who looked seductively enchanting asked the other girl who seemed like a beautiful daughter of a humble family. Her hand was rubbing her belly tenderly. Looking at them, nobody would have known that they were pregnant at all. "Young master must have known that we aren't giving birth so soon. Otherwise, he'd have already been back by now." The graceful woman stroked her belly and smiled too. "It must be so. Still, how I wish he had never known about this in the first place. Then, we might be able to see him earlier. It has now already been a whole 1 year ever since he left and I really miss him a lot." The seductive woman was none other than Li Fei, one of Duan Ling Tian's 2 fiancés. The other girl's identity was apparent too. She was Ka, Sister Fair. A songbird-like voice echoed, and in just the blink of an eye, a white figure appeared in front of the 2 girls. It was a little girl who was fair and delicate-looking, dressed in white. "Little White, why don't you go and play with Little Gold and Little Black?" Upon seeing the little girl, Li Fei smiled as she asked. "It's not fun at all being with them. I still prefer to accompany you 2 and my 2 little nephews for a chat." The little girl was none other than Little White, the white python. "Little White, you always take on this form. By the time your 2 nephews are born and have grown up, I'm afraid they'll be unwilling to call you Auntie." Studying Little White from top to bottom, Ka chuckled. "It's all right. By the time I've made more progress and broken through to the mortal shedding stage, I can transform for the second time. When that time comes, I want to become a beauty just like you, Sister Ka and Sister Fair," Little Bai answered indifferently. "Speaking of the mortal shedding stage, is it really that hard to achieve?" Li Fei asked. "Very." Little Bai nodded her head in affirmation. "Even in Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal shedding stage is a bumpy journey. If I want to make a breakthrough, it'll take me at least 1 to 2 years. However, I'm in no rush at all. If possible, I wish I'll only make a breakthrough after 8 to 10 years. In that case, my foundation will be much stronger, and by the time I make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, I can then open more saint veins," Little White explained. "And we're still very far away from that stage." Li Fei sighed emotionally. "Little Bai, when do you think our children with young master will be born?" Ka asked. "Sister Ka, you and Sister Fair conceived after you broke through to the martial emperor stage. By that time, brother was already at the peak of the martial emperor stage." After pondering a while, Little Bai continued, "The children born out of your unification will need to wait at least 3 to 5 years at the most before they are born, not taking in the possibility of premature delivery." "I hope Scoundrel will be back in time," Li Fei whispered, her ultimately charming face filled with longing. "Young master will definitely come back in time," Ka piped up confidently. She had utter blind faith that Duan Ling Tian would definitely return before her child was born to accompany her and to welcome the new life to this world. Stroking the slight bump of her belly, Ka's face was filled with a joyful smile. At the north of Half Moon Island, in the middle of the sea, 3 figures that came from 3 different directions quickly gathered together. "You still can't find him?" The teenage girl who was dressed in yellow was worn out by her journey. Her face appeared to be much more mature now and she looked exhausted. "Young miss, it's already been a year. If we could find him, we would have come across him long ago," one of the 2 heavy-set middle-aged men sighed. "That's right, young miss," the other man nodded along as well. When he looked at the teenage girl in yellow, he appeared to be slightly careful. "Brother Ling Tian must still be alive. He has to be." The teenage girl was none other than Han Shui-nai. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had gone missing a year ago, she had brought 2 men with her to search for a trace of him without restraint. Yet, a year had gone by and there was still no sign of him at all. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.